As the heir of the Xianyuan Dragon Gate, Su Yi descended from the countryside to the city to repay a debt of gratitude, seeking a renowned beauty, employing ancient techniques to her power martial arts masters, and excelling in the art of medicine. In a garden of myriad blossoms, he sought but a single crimson flower. Chapter 1. You haven't paid yet. I am Lin, 30 years old, voluptuous and alluring, with fair skin and stunning beauty. My husband, a wealthy merchant, has been rendered disabled by an accident, losing his ability to bear children. To inherit our substantial family fortune, I am seeking a high-quality gentleman to fulfill my mother's dream and indulge in the pleasures of womanhood. Should you succeed, a generous reward of 100,000 awaits. Call xxxxxxxx.by the roadside. In front of a utility pole, Su Yi, clad in simple garments, retrieved his phone and began dialing the number. Passers-by glanced at him as if he were a fool. This lad must have just come from the countryside. How can he believe such nonsense? This is clearly a scam. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Believing this is akin to believing I am the first emperor of Qin. Su Yi felt a flush of embarrassment. Whether the woman was alluring or not mattered little to him, could scarcely afford a meal. Just 3 days prior, he had been cast down the mountain by the old man, arriving in Jiangsheng. Since childhood, Su Yi had been taken in by the old man, training in ancient techniques, medicine, feng shui, and the I Ching. The reason for his expulsion was that, due to his inherent dragon-burning physique, his cultivation had reached its peak. He was now required to descend the mountain in search of a renowned beauty to unite with, thus unlocking the dragon veins within him and ascending to a higher realm. This memory encapsulated the essence of Su Yi's origins. The final point is that the old man summoned Su Yi to descend to Jiangsheng with the intention of repaying a debt of gratitude. A century ago, the old man unexpectedly encountered misfortune and was fortuitously aided by a kind soul. This time, with Su Yi's descent, he divined that the descendant of that benefactor was in peril, prompting him to send Su Yi to Jiangsheng to express his gratitude. Having received the old man's favor, Su Yi naturally could not refuse, and he cheerfully made his way down the mountain to Jiangsheng. However, upon exiting the train station, he discovered that his wallet had been stolen. Initially, Su Yi had intended to earn some money by offering fortune-telling and face-reading services, but everyone he encountered dismissed him as superstitious. After wandering for 3 days, Su Yi stumbled upon a small advertisement on a utility pole and decided to sacrifice his integrity. The call connected. Hello. A sweet voice immediately resonated. Su Yi felt a rush of nervousness. After all, he was still a virgin. I would like to. Dear sir, no need to think. Fate has brought us together. I will be waiting for you in room 601 at the Lijing Inn. Remember, it's 601. The alluring tone of her voice was quite captivating. Oh, I'm on my way. After hanging up, Su Yi inquired with a passerby and promptly arrived at the Lijing Inn. Before long, he found room 601. Rubbing his hands together, he felt a tinge of nervousness. Taking a deep breath, Su Yi knocked on the door. "Come in, the door is open," came a cool voice from within. It sounded quite different from the sweet voice on the phone. Su Yi felt a twinge of curiosity, yet he dismissed it and boldly pushed the door open, stepping inside. After a moment's reflection on the matter of privacy, he closed the door behind him. In an instant, Su Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, as if ensnared by an irresistible spell, unable to tear his gaze away. Lying upon the bed was a woman. She appeared to be in her 20s, with a voluptuous bust, a slender waist, and 2 exquisitely shaped legs that were as pale and smooth as porcelain, long and perfectly straight, capable of captivating any onlooker. Her presence exuded an enchanting allure. Her flawless visage glowed with a radiant blush, and her enchanting gaze shimmered with an icy allure, her eyes veiled with a seductive cha-rm. Su Yi was rendered speechless. Was this the illustrious MS Lin, who had sought a substantial sum to fulfill her desire for motherhood? She was undeniably stunning. In that moment, the significance of wealth faded away. All he wished for was to assist her in realizing her dreams. Find her for me. Even if it requires digging 3 feet into the earth, I demand to have my woman returned. Suddenly, an enraged voice echoed from outside, seemingly in pursuit of someone. Perhaps I should take a shower first? Su Yi ventured, as this was, after all, his inaugural experience. Although he had glimpsed such scenes in the classic collections of his elder, the prospect of actual engagement left him feeling somewhat bashful. No sooner had he spoken than the ravishing beauty on the bed suddenly seized his hand with fervor. "What shower? Come here now," Shun Qingwei declared through clenched teeth, her breath quickening, and her cheeks blossoming with an increasing flush. Just hours prior, Shun Qingwei had been engaged in business discussions outside, sharing drinks with clients. Initially, she paid little heed, but as her head grew increasingly heavy, a feverish warmth enveloped her entire body, and she realized with dismay that she had been drugged. Summoning her last vestiges of consciousness and strength, Shun Qingyue managed to escape to a nearby inn. She struggled valiantly, attempting to endure the overwhelming sensations, but to no avail. Ultimately, Shun Qingyue resigned herself to fate if she could not withstand it. Then she would yield herself to whichever man entered that room. Her virtue paled in comparison to the value of her life. With life, she could seek vengeance. Upon seeing Su Yi clad in simple garments and rudimentary shoes, a clear indication of his rustic origins, she noted that despite his unrefined appearance, he possessed a certain charm. Engaging with this country bumpkin was far preferable to surrendering herself to the scoundrel who had drugged her. "Ah, are you in such haste?" "I am not yet prepared," Su Yi stammered, a hint of bashfulness evident in his demeanor. "After all, this is my first time." Shun Qingyue was at a loss for words as a woman. This was also her first experience. "Are you coming or not?" "If not, then leave," she retorted. "Of course I will come. Do you think I fear you?" Given his assertive stance, she saw no reason to remain courteous. In an instant, Su Yi lunged forward. Clothing was tossed aside in a flurry, outer garments and undergarments cascading to the floor like raindrops. "Is that truly a rare beauty?" Su Yi exclaimed upon noticing the exquisite peony nestled between two peaks. His fortune seemed remarkably favorable. "Hurry up!" On the bed, Shun Qingyue urged once more, her impatience palpable as the effects of the medicine coursed through her, propelling her into a fervent state. "Oh, I'm coming," Su Yi replied, no longer delaying, transforming into a beast and pouncing with vigor. Half an hour later, both Su Yi and Shun Qingyue donned their garments simultaneously. Afterward, Su Yi turned to Shun Qingyue, a smile gracing his lips. "What are you smiling about? Aren't you leaving?" At that moment, Shun Qingyue regained her composure, her demeanor frosty, akin to a glacier, her beautiful eyes glinting with malice. Su Yi ventured, "Well, what? Do you still wish to continue? Let me tell you, do not indulge in fantasies." Having regained her senses, Shun Qingyue was incredulous that she had succumbed to a rural bumpkin, feeling as though she had thrown a meat bun to a D-O-G-N-O, I meant to say. Su Yi pondered. Could this woman be contemplating a free ride? "What are you babbling about? You are not permitted to say anything. If you dare to disclose what transpired today, I will have you killed." Shun Qingyue bit down on her silver teeth, speaking with fierce intensity. "You still haven't paid me," Su Yi retorted, abandoning any pretense her virtue was her own, but as was to be disregarded. "What did you say?" Shun Qingyue was taken aback, doubting her own hearing. This man had claimed her virtue and yet demanded payment? Chapter 2. I am eager to witness the consequences. "Repeat that." Shun Qingyue fixed a sharp gaze on Su Yi. "You haven't paid me," Su Yi stated, his confidence unwavering. She had fulfilled her dreams, relishing in the joy of being a woman. Yet was he really going to default on their agreement? At last, Shun Qingyue confirmed she had not misheard. Su Yi was indeed requesting money from her. Observing Su Yi's expectant expression, Shun Qingyue gritted her teeth, retrieved her bag from the bedside, and extracted her wallet. She pulled out 200 yuan and tossed it onto Su Yi. Without another word, she rose to leave. In her mind, after this encounter, given the vastness of Jiangcheng, she would likely never cross paths with Su Yi again. The incident of her lost innocence would remain a secret. That 200 yuan would simply serve as her payment for the experience. Su Yi, bewildered as he held the 200 yuan, was taken aback. This was not what they had agreed upon. Where was the promised 100,000? "Wait," he called out to her. Shun Qingyue halted, turning around with a frosty demeanor. "What is it? Do you find this insufficient? Let me make it clear this is all the cash I have, so do not push your luck." Su Yi replied, "No, I meant no offense. I simply wish to ask for your contact information. Do you really expect there to be a next time? Shen Qingwei was utterly taken aback that he could still be contemplating another encounter. Anger surged within her. With a cold smirk, she declared, "Let me be clear, this is a one-time affair, and we shall never meet again." With that, Shen Qingwei turned, flung the door open, and strode out. Yet, after just a few steps, her legs wobbled, nearly causing her to stumble. It seemed she had exerted herself too much. Being a novice in such matters, she felt somewhat unsteady. Nevertheless, she continued on her way. With a gentle sigh, he found himself devoid of ulterior motives. He merely wished to share with Shen Qingwei that her brow seemed clouded, suggesting an unfavorable turn in her fortune, potentially heralding unfortunate events. Regrettably, she had already departed. Suddenly, his phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. "Hello, handsome. I've been waiting for you for quite a while. Where are you?" A sweet voice chimed as soon as he answered. Taken aback, he quickly replied, "Just a moment, I'm almost there." "All right, hurry up, I can hardly wait." He hung up, swiftly blocking the number. He had encountered such scams before. This was undoubtedly a trickster. Yet, moments later, his phone rang again. "Another call?" He answered, "Miss, I've made my intentions clear. I'm no longer interested. Please seek someone else." A deep, resonant voice emanated from the other end, belonging to a middle-aged man. Surprised, He inquired, "Who are you?" "It's me, Shun Zeshan," the man replied, his tone warm and jovial. Shun Zeshan was indeed the individual the elder had mentioned, the one to whom was meant to express his gratitude. On the phone, Shun Zeshan continued, "My apologies, Xiao. I was away on a business trip recently and completely overlooked your matter." "No worries, Uncle Shun. I just arrived myself." He responded. "That's good to hear. Where are you? I can kind of pick you up," Shun Zeshan offered. He mentioned the name of the Regal Inn, hung up the phone, tucked his mobile away, and picked up his cloth bag before exiting the room. Shun Zeshan had been in this place for some time, and he intended to get something to eat, for he was still quite hungry. Upon reaching the street, he searched around and spotted a modest eatery across the road. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed over, unable to contain his hunger any longer. Suddenly, a black Porsche barreled towards him with alarming speed, easily exceeding 150 miles per hour. As the vehicle approached, it became apparent that it could not come to a halt in time. He noticed the impending danger. His eyes narrowed, and in an instant, he moved with remarkable swiftness. The Porsche whizzed past the spot where he had just stood, leaving deep black tire marks on the pavement. Meanwhile, he had already leapt 10 meters away. However, he felt quite displeased. Had it not been for his extraordinary speed, he would have surely met with a tragic fate. At that moment, the Porsche came to a halt and the driver's door swung open. A woman emerged, radiating fury. With her long black ponytail and sharp eyebrows, she was strikingly beautiful, exuding an aura of confidence. Clad in black leather pants, her figure was alluringly curvaceous, reminiscent of a finely sculpted masterpiece. It was evident that she was trained in combat, resembling a fierce female leopard, with an incredibly graceful form that exuded a primal wildness. Fuming, she strode towards with determination. "Beautiful lady, you didn't hit me, so I'm perfectly fine." Upon encountering a strikingly beautiful woman, driven by his desire for sustenance, contemplated a peaceful resolution. On to their altercation. However, he was taken aback when the woman with the black ponytail coldly remarked, "You are unscathed, but I am not." "What do you mean?" inquired, bewildered. The woman clarified, "I was driving along the center of the road when you suddenly dashed out, startling us greatly. My father was in the CARD. Oh, you realize that your reckless behavior just now frightened him?" Zhang Ziki asserted with formidable strength and authority, firmly attributing blame to The reason she had been speeding was due to her father's grave illness. He had been suffering from a serious condition that numerous esteemed doctors could not diagnose, ultimately leading them to seek the most renowned physician in the entire Jiang city. However, this esteemed healer proved elusive to locate. Fortunately, a friend of her father had discovered a lead, prompting them to rush over in hopes of engaging his assistance. The incident involving had delayed her, inciting her considerable ire, and she was determined to make him bear the consequences. You were driving at such a speed that you nearly collided with me. Yet I am to blame? Su Yi retorted, a mix of fury and sarcasm in his voice. Zhang Ziqi maintained a stern expression and declared, I am offering you but one opportunity. Kneel and apologize immediately, or you shall face dire repercussions. Su Yi replied, I am quite curious to see what those repercussions entail. You seek your own demise. Zhang Ziqi's delicate visage turned frosty as she suddenly unleashed a punch toward Su Yi. From a young age, Zhang Ziqi had trained in martial arts under her grandfather's guidance. In the realm of Jiang City, the Zhang family stands as a prominent first-tier clan with assets amounting to several billion, possessing an effortless yet formidable status. Whether in the shadows or in the light, they command immense respect and influence. Consequently, Zhang Ziqi enjoys an abundance of resources and opportunities, and despite being a woman, her martial prowess has long surpassed that of her peers. She is undoubtedly a paragon of excellence. At present, Zhang Ziqi's striking power is such that she can leave an imprint on a tree with a single blow. To her, the young Su Yi appears to be nothing more than an inexperienced lad, a country bumpkin. Frail and delicate, she believes her punch could easily send him flying. While she harbors no intent to cause fatal harm, she is resolute in imparting a profound lesson. In but a fleeting moment, her fist has already reached Su Yi's visage. However, the next instant, Zhang Ziqi's expression shifts dramatically. Her punch seems to collide with an impenetrable wall, failing to advance even a fraction. How can this be possible? Zhang Ziqi's beautiful eyes widen in disbelief. Chapter 3. Not Surviving 3 Days. Since childhood, Su Yi has been learning ancient methods from an elderly mentor. According to the old man, he is the third-generation heir of the Qianlong sect, while Su Yi himself is the fourth. The origins of the Qianlong sect remain a mystery to Su Yi, yet he has practiced the Qianlong formula from a young age. This is the primary cultivation technique of the Qianlong sect, designed to absorb spiritual energy and transform it into Qianlong Qi. The technique comprises 9 levels. It is said that upon reaching the 9th level, one becomes impervious to fire and water, bullets and cannons are rendered ineffective, and one can even fly, wielding immense power akin to a terrestrial deity. Due to the nature of his burning dragon physique, Meng Yi has only cultivated to the 3rd level. However, the Qianlong Qi he emanates envelopes his body, rendering him impenetrable to the likes of Zhang Ziqi. Not even a scratch could be inflicted. How could it be possible? Zhang Ziqi exerted herself fiercely, yet her punch could not advance an inch. She was determined to prove otherwise. With fierce determination, Zhang Ziqi propelled herself off the ground, intent on delivering a strike to Su Yi's abdomen. Just then, a voice called out from behind, Ziqi, stop. A middle-aged man emerged from the Porsche, clutching his chest, his complexion pale and frail, as if he could topple over with a mere gust of wind. Upon seeing him, Zhang Ziqi exclaimed, Dad, what are you doing out here? The middle-aged man, with a stern expression, rebuked, Ziqi, how many times must I tell you not to recklessly harm others under the guise of strength? Why do you refuse to listen? But, Dad, it's this guy who is so arrogant that Zhang Ziqi attempted to explain. Silence. The middle-aged man interrupted. Zhang Ziqi, feeling helpless and aggrieved, ceased her protest. Subsequently, the middle-aged man turned to Su Yi and clasped his hands in apology, saying, Young man, I sincerely apologize on behalf of my daughter, Zheng Hongfeng, for her lack of proper conduct. Dad, he's merely a bumpkin. Why are you apologizing to him? Zhang Ziqi interjected, her expression filled with discontent. Enough of this chatter. Let us depart, Zheng Hongfeng declared, turning to leave. Hold on, Su Yi suddenly spoke up. Zhang Ziqi's countenance darkened instantly. We have already spared you. What more do you desire? Do you seek compensation? In her eyes, he must have perceived her father's kindness as an opportunity for exploitation, a type she had encountered frequently. Your father is on the verge of death, unlikely to survive beyond 3 days, Su Yi remarked calmly. What did you say? Zhang Ziqi erupted in fury, her face contorted with rage. Zheng Hongfeng's expression also soured. Young man, do not overstep your bounds. While I may indeed be gravely ill, the doctors have assured me that I have at least a month left. Your claim of merely 3 days is preposterous. His irritation was palpable. Anyone would be incensed upon hearing a curse that foretold their demise in such a short span. Su Yi remained silent, raising a finger towards Zheng Hongfeng's forehead. Instantly, Zheng Hongfeng's body tensed, his eyes glazed over, as if he had lost consciousness. Seeing this, Zheng Ziqi's face transformed in shock, and she shouted, "Bumpkin, what are you doing to my father?" She raised her hand, preparing to strike Su Yi. Ziqi stopped. His complexion had noticeably improved, gaining a hint of color, and he no longer appeared as frail as before. "However, father," Zheng Hongfeng spoke gravely. "This young friend just saved me. My condition has greatly alleviated." This. Zheng Ziqi remained skeptical. Zheng Hongfeng then turned to Su Yi, clasping his fists in gratitude. "Thank you, young friend. May I inquire your name?" "I am Su Yi." The reason Su Yi assisted Zheng Hongfeng was simply that he found him to be a commendable individual. Had it been someone else, he wouldn't have bothered, let alone intervened. However, do not rejoice too soon. You have been afflicted by poison attacking your heart. To thoroughly cure this, you will need to prepare certain medicinal herbs. If time allows later, I can assist you in eradicating it completely, Su Yi added. Zheng Hongfeng's face brightened with joy, and he hastily instructed Zheng Ziqi to jot down the medicinal herbs Su Yi mentioned, ensuring to leave his contact information. Among the herbs, Su Yi mentioned several that he intended for his own alchemical purposes, a slight indulgence of his own. "Ziqi, please fetch the 2 bottles of liquor from the trunk of the car," Zheng Hongfeng commanded. Upon hearing this, Zheng Ziqi exclaimed in surprise, "Father, that is the Hongye brew. Do as I say." Zheng Hongfeng's tone brooked no argument. Reluctantly, Zheng Ziqi complied, retrieving 2 bottles of well-packaged liquor from the trunk and begrudgingly presenting them to Su Yi. Each bottle of the Hongye brew was valued at 300,000, a rare commodity that her father had procured through considerable effort and connections. Originally, this was intended as a gift for that esteemed physician. However, it was given to the rustic fellow before her, which naturally left Zheng Ziqi feeling quite unsettled. Su Yi, without hesitation, accepted the offering. He considered that as he would be visiting Shun Zeshan's residence, it would be prudent not to arrive empty-handed, and this would serve as a fitting token. Without lingering any longer, Su Yi turned and departed. Once Su Yi had left, Zheng Ziqi immediately cast her gaze towards Zheng Hongfeng. "Father, what if that fellow takes the wine and makes off with it?" She expressed her discontent. Zheng Hongfeng replied, "Surely he wouldn't. Surely he would. Just look at him. He is nothing more than a country bumpkin. After all, that Hongye wine is worth 300,000 a bottle." Zheng Ziqi retorted. Zheng Hongfeng shook his head, asserting, "I believe my judgment is sound. I cannot be mistaken about his character. Knowing a person's face, but not their heart." "Father, you are far too lenient." Zheng Ziqi sighed softly, convinced that her father would inevitably be deceived. Su Yi arrived at a nearby small eatery, where he ordered an impressive array of 7 or 8 dishes, along with 3 servings of rice. Under the astonished gazes of the proprietor and other patrons, Su Yi swiftly devoured every morsel. Soon after, he assessed the expansion of his dantian and realized that the Xianlong Ju had subtly approached the threshold of its 4th layer. It was evident that his union with Shun Qingwei had significantly contributed to this progress, as she was indeed a remarkable beauty. If he were to have several more encounters, he was certain to surpass the 4th layer of the Xianlong Ju. Alas, in the vast expanse of Jiangcheng, with its millions of inhabitants, it seemed unlikely that he would cross paths with her again. Su Yi mused, finding it difficult to forget his first experience, which left him yearning for more. Suddenly, Qin Yan's phone rang. Upon checking, it was a call from Shun Zeshan. Su Yi promptly answered the call and, after a brief conversation, ended it. He settled the bill and exited the small restaurant, where he spotted a car and a middle-aged man, Uncle Shun. Su Yi hurried towards him. Chapter 4. This time, I shall let you take the lead. Shun Zeshan appeared to be in his early 40s, possessing a dignified demeanor that exuded warmth. Upon encountering Su Yi, he examined him from head to toe, his eyes filled with admiration and a hint of nostalgia. Su Yi, in turn, scrutinized the man before him and soon noticed a subtle dark aura hovering above Shun Zeshan's brow. It is said that one's countenance reflects their destiny. A rosy glow signifies fortune, while a dark aura suggests misfortune, and if it is severe, it may even pertain to one's life. It seems the old man summoned me for this very reason. Time has flown by. It has been 7 or 8 years, and you have grown so much, little Yi. Shun Zeshan approached and gave Su Yi a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Su Yi, puzzled, inquired, "Uncle Shun, have you met me before?" Shun Zeshan chuckled, "Of course. I have. It's just that you have not seen me." He recounted an encounter from 8 years prior when he had visited the old man, and caught a fleeting glimpse of Su Yi from a distance. Though Su Yi had been unaware of his presence. Recalling something, Shun Zeshan urged Su Yi to get into the car. Soon, they were on their way. As Shun Zeshan drove, he enthusiastically asked Su Yi a myriad of questions regarding his height, age, personality, and various interests, his warmth making Su Yi feel slightly bashful. "Little Yi, you are not married yet, are you?" Suddenly, Shun Zeshan spoke. "Su Yi, you are already 20. It is time for a man to establish a family and a career. Conveniently, I have a daughter of the same age. Once you arrive at my home, you shall obtain your marriage certificate." Su Yi was taken aback. He had come merely to repay an old man's kindness, not to enter into matrimony. Moreover, he sought to find more exquisite flowers to remedy his ailments. Thus, he gently declined. However, what Su Yi did not anticipate was Shun Zeshan's revelation that he and Shun Zeshan's daughter were betrothed as children. During Shun Zeshan's visit to the old man, it was the old man himself who had suggested the betrothal. Given that it was the old man's wish, Su Yi ceased to refuse. Yet, he found himself pondering the nature of Shun Zeshan's daughter. Was she beautiful or plain, slender or stout? It was a matter of chance. Before long, Shun Zeshan drove to a residential complex, parked the car, and led Su Yi into an apartment building. "Xiao Yi, we have arrived," Shun Zeshan announced, retrieving his keys to unlock the door and inviting Su Yi inside. Once inside, he called out loudly, "Koba, Koba, Koba." In the living room, a middle-aged woman lounged on the sofa, casually eating sunflower seeds while watching television. "Cooking? I have no inclination," Luo Yunlan replied testily. Her daughter was exceptionally talented and strikingly beautiful, and the thought of marrying her off to a rustic country bumpkin was utterly unacceptable to Luo Yunlan, who had always coveted power and prestige. At that moment, she caught sight of Su Yi, scrutinizing him from head to toe, her face instantly contorting with disdain and contempt. Dressed in simple cloth attire and carrying a tattered bag, he appeared utterly provincial. "Xiao Yi, quickly, summon someone," Shun Zeshan said with a smile directed at Su Yi. "Auntie," Su Yi promptly addressed her. Almost immediately, he recalled the 2 bottles of Hongya wine that Zheng Hongfeng had gifted him, and he produced them with haste. "Auntie, these are 2 bottles of wine, a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept them," Su Yi offered. Luo Yunlan glanced at the bottles, her eyes rolling dismissively, refusing to accept them. "Without any packaging, who knows where you picked these up? Probably from some roadside stall for a mere dozen yuan a bottle, low-quality swill." Su Yi furrowed his brow slightly. Although he was unaware of the status of Zheng Hongfeng and his daughter, their attire suggested they were not of ordinary standing. Furthermore, he had personally inspected the 2 bottles during dinner. They were indeed exquisite wines, incomparable to any inferior liquor. How could they possibly be low quality? "This is a genuine gesture from Xiao Yi. Please refrain from speaking carelessly," Shun Zeshan interjected, a hint of displeasure in his tone. Luo Yunlan scoffed, turning her gaze back to Su Yi. "You, boy, look at you, truly a country bumpkin. Let me be frank. My daughter is the president of a company, beautiful and accomplished. You are simply not worthy of her. If you aspire to be my son-in-law, abandon that notion at once." Upon hearing this, Shun Zeshan's expression shifted dramatically as he rebuked. "Dear, what are you saying? Xiao Yi is the adopted son of old Master Su. How could he possibly be unworthy of Qinghua?" "Humph, I say he is unworthy. That is precisely the case." Luo Yunlan spoke coldly, clearly displaying her disdain for Su Yi in a direct and unmistakable manner. Su Yi furrowed his brow and said, "Uncle Shun, perhaps it would be best to let this matter go." "Let it go? Absolutely not. I, Shun Zeshan, am a man of my word. If I say it shall be done, then it shall be." Shun Zeshan insisted vehemently. "You." Luo Yunlan pointed at Shun Zeshan. Hesitating for words, yet unable to refute him, it appeared that in this family, Shun Zeshan held the highest authority. "Very well, even if I were to agree. You must understand that with Qingyue's temperament, she would never consent," Luo Yunlan remarked, casting a disdainful glance at Su Yi. In Qingyue's eyes, how could she possibly regard this country bumpkin? No sooner had she spoken than the sound of the door opening echoed from the entrance. Following that, a woman's cool voice resonated. Upon hearing this voice, Su Yi's expression shifted to one of incredulity. Could it be mere coincidence? Yet, as fate would have it, it was indeed such a coincidence. The woman entered and immediately locked eyes with Su Yi. Her beautiful eyes widened in surprise. The woman was none other than Qinghua. What Shen Qingwei could not have anticipated was encountering Su Yi in her own home. What a farce. It was only 2 hours prior that they had been entangled in each other's embrace. Shen Zeshan chuckled amiably from the side, but before he could finish his sentence, Shen Qingwei abruptly reached out and pulled Su Yi into the bedroom, leaving Shen Zeshan and Luo Yulan in a state of bewilderment. With a resounding bang, the door was slammed shut. Do not be so hasty. Uncle Shun and Auntie are still outside. Su Yi smiled as he entered the bedroom. Take your time. I will cooperate. This time, I shall let you take the lead. What do you say? Chapter 5. Striking it rich. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingyue immediately recalled the earlier incidents at the small inn, and an overwhelming sense of frustration washed over her, nearly pushing her to the brink of fury. Have I not warned you to stay away from me? Otherwise, I shall have someone eliminate you. Now, tell me, do you wish to die? She coldly retorted, her gaze icy as if she were prepared to take a life. I did not deliberately approach you. It was all mere coincidence, Su Yi explained. Shen Qingwei let out a derisive laugh and replied, what a splendid coincidence. Following someone is still following. As a man, do you lack the courage to admit even this? She believed Su Yi had followed her here. Otherwise, how could one explain his presence? Me? Follow you? It was clearly Uncle Shen who brought me here, Su Yi countered. Suddenly, Shen Qingwei took a step closer. Su Yi blinked and asked, what are you up to? Do you truly wish to take the lead? Spare me your smooth talk. Shen Qingwei snarled, her teeth clenched. Now, I give you one final ultimatum. Leave my home at once. Su Yi chuckled. What if I choose not to depart? Not leaving? Do you believe I won't immediately find someone to deal with you? Shen Qingwei glared fiercely. Su Yi shrugged his shoulders and replied, do as you wish. I, for one, shall not be leaving. Originally, Su Yi was pondering the beauty or ugliness, the height or shortness, and the weight or slenderness of his fiancée Yi during his journey. To his astonishment, he discovered that she was none other than Shen Qingwei, with whom he shared a fleeting connection. He immediately resolved that, regardless of the circumstances, he would not depart. Firstly, she was his betrothed, and secondly, he had come to repay a debt of gratitude. This act of gratitude encompassed not only aiding the Shen family in averting potential calamities but also elevating their status. Thus, Su Yi was resolute in his decision to remain. You have no shame, Shen Qingyue exclaimed in anger, yet she found herself powerless against Su Yi. She turned and forcefully flung open the door, striding out. Upon entering the living room, just as Shen Qingyue was about to speak, her father Shen Zeshan preempted her. Qingyue, how was your conversation with your fiancé? Shen Zeshan inquired with a smile. Shen Qingyue, doubting her own hearing, pointed at Su Yi and exclaimed, Dad, what did you say? He is my fiancé? Of course. Did I not tell you that already? Once he arrives, you shall wed, Shen Zeshan replied. I refuse to marry. Shen Qingyue shouted vehemently. There is no way I will marry this bumpkin. I would rather die than consent. Suddenly, Shen Zeshan slammed his hand on the table. Today, you must marry. Go with Su Yi and obtain the marriage certificate at once, or I shall sever our father-daughter relationship. This matter was settled, leaving no room for her to refuse. Shen Qingyue's eyes brimmed with tears. Meanwhile, Su Yi, witnessing the unfolding drama, found himself at a loss for words, feeling increasingly out of place. Shen Qingyue abruptly turned to Su Yi, her gaze sharp as a blade. Initially, Su Yi anticipated that she would rush at him, but to his surprise, she instead commanded, What are you dawdling for? Come with me. Where to? Su Yi inquired, perplexed. To the Civil Affairs Bureau, Shen Qingyue replied, enunciating each word with clenched teeth. Throughout their journey, Su Yi occasionally picked up the marriage certificate, examining it with great caution. Witnessing this, Shen Qingyue felt an overwhelming disdain. The thought of being bound to this man as his wife made her feel suffocated, her anger mounting. I shall expel you eventually, she coldly mused within herself. Su Yi nodded. Should I still call you uncle? Shen Zeshan appeared visibly displeased. Su Yi paused for a moment, then promptly responded, Dad. This elicited another wave of disdain from Shen Qingyue. This man is utterly shameless, she thought. All right, enough of that. Go wash your hands. Dinner is ready, Shen Zeshan instructed. Suddenly, Su Yi caught a whiff of a strong aroma of sauce and liquor, and soon after, he saw Luo Yunlan emerge with a large platter of marinated crayfish. What are you staring at? Have you never seen crayfish before? Clearly, you must be from some backwater village, Luo Yunlan snapped, her words dripping with sarcasm. Su Yi paid little heed to her taunts and asked, The liquor in the crayfish, it can't possibly be. Indeed, you guessed correctly. It's the 2 bottles of inferior liquor you brought, Luo Yunlan replied coolly. Just sufficient to disinfect and soak the crayfish. I must admit, it serves a purpose, doesn't it? What? Are you feeling sentimental about it? It is nothing more than 2 bottles of wine. As long as Aunt Luo is happy, that suffices. Sui, of course, felt no remorse, for the wine was a gift from Zheng Hongfeng, costing him not a penny. Moreover, during his time with the old man, he had consumed countless fine wines, rendering him impervious to inebriation. He was also quite eager to sample the flavor of the marinated crayfish. So he eagerly picked up his chopsticks to indulge. However, just as he began to feast, he was promptly halted by Luo Yunlan. Aunt Luo, what is it? Sui inquired. Do not presume that just because you provided the wine, you are entitled to partake in this delicacy. The crayfish is quite precious. Later, old Shen's friend will arrive, and this is prepared for him. Do not harbor any illusions, Luo Yunlan replied, while placing pork in his Suyi's bowl. Here, eat the pork. In such a remote place, you probably have not had the chance to taste it. What could Sui say? He had tasted all manner of mountain delicacies in the hills, yet he had indeed never encountered such watered-down pork. Meanwhile, Shen Zeshan observed the scene with a sense of exasperation, while Shen Qingyue maintained a stoic expression, a hint of a smirk playing at the corners of her lips. Ding dong, ding dong. At that moment, the doorbell rang, prompting Shen Zeshan to rise and open the door, ushering in a middle-aged man of similar age to him. Old Shun, you arrived just in time. We were about to dine. Please, take a seat. Shen Zeshan greeted the middle-aged man with a warm smile. How fragrant. Old Shen remarked, his eyes narrowing as he inhaled the delightful aroma. Luo Yunlan interjected, Old Shun, do not sniff so much. You know my culinary skills have always been exceptional. As Old Shun continued to savor the scent, his gaze swiftly fell upon the plate of marinated crayfish on the table. Is this also your doing, sister-in-law? Old Shun inquired. Of course, who else could it be? Luo Yunlan replied, brimming with pride. Old Shin gave a thumbs up, saying, sister-in-law, it seems your family has struck it rich lately. Struck it rich? What wealth? Luo Yunlan asked, bewildered. Chapter 6. Do you really not need my assistance in kneading? Old Shin jested. Come on, recently our family is still in debt, and everyone knows that. How can you say we've struck it rich? That's a bit of mockery, isn't it? Shen Zeshan interjected, adopting a playful tone. Yet Old Chin's expression remained earnest. Old Shun, stop pretending. If your family hadn't struck it rich, would you be using Hongya wine to marinate seafood? Hongya wine. Shen Zeshan expressed his confusion, having never heard of such a thing. Don't play coy with me. It's the wine used for marinating the raw crayfish. Old Shun pointed to the plate of crayfish. Hongya wine is the latest exquisite liquor in our entire Jiangqing. There are only 10 bottles available, highly sought after, with prices reaching 300,000 per bottle. I've heard the last 2 bottles were purchased by the Zheng family. Upon hearing this, Shen Zeshan was utterly astonished and involuntarily glanced at Su Yi. How could a rural bumpkin buy such a prestigious wine? Meanwhile, Luo Yunlan was left dumbfounded. 300,000 per bottle of exquisite liquor? 2 bottles would amount to 600,000, a substantial sum for the current Shen family. Now, it had all been ruined by her. Shen Qinghua looked at Su Yi, her eyes reflecting astonishment. What a joke. This rustic fellow actually managed to purchase such expensive wine. Su Yi, she demanded, how did you come by this wine? Immediately, Shen Qinghua questioned him sternly. She needed to ascertain the truth. Luo Yunlan echoed her inquiry, exclaiming, yes. Do tell. This wine was purchased by the Zheng family. How could it possibly be in your possession? Please remain calm. Perhaps old Shun has made a mistake. Shen Zeshan interjected, sensing the tension escalating. However, old Shun retorted, Old Shun, you know my expertise. My sense of smell for wine is unparalleled. I can distinguish the scent of Hongyan Yang, so there is no possibility of error. As soon as he spoke, he was met with an intense glare from Shen Zeshan, prompting old Shun to hurriedly take his leave. This wine was given to me by Zheng Hafeng. In response to the inquiries from Luo Yunlan and Shen Qinghua, Su Yi revealed the truth without reservation. Zheng Hongfeng, the head of the Zheng family, would send you wine? Shen Qinghua scoffed dismissively. Luo Yunlan, visibly agitated, exclaimed, exactly. A country bumpkin like you could never possibly know Zheng Hongfeng. This wine must be stolen. The Shen family will not tolerate someone with such unclean hands. A flicker of anger ignited within Su Yi, and he replied with a cold smile, Aunt Luo, one must adhere to evidence. You allege that I stole it. Do you possess any proof? I. Luo Yunlan stammered, realizing she had no evidence to substantiate her claim. Enough. Everyone. Please speak less. Shen Zeshan commanded loudly. He then turned to Su Yi, asking, "Young Yi, please tell us honestly. How did you come by these 2 bottles of Hong Yin Yang?" Su Yi chuckled softly. "Uncle Shun, it truly was a gift from Zheng Hongfeng. You, never mind. Let's eat." Shun Zeshan sensed that Su Yi harbored some unspoken troubles. Thus he refrained from further inquiries and promptly invited everyone to dine, considering the matter settled. However, the discontent on Luo Yunlan's face persisted. Once the meal concluded, Luo Yunlan immediately directed Su Yi, "You, tidy up the table and wash the dishes." Su Yi did not refuse. He rolled up his sleeves and commenced his tasks, for it was only reasonable that he contribute to the household, given that he would be staying without charge. If you wish to marry my daughter without offering a bride price, you ought to put in some labor," Luo Yunlan asserted with conviction. "Listen well, from now on, all household chores are your responsibility. If you can't bear it, then get lost." "All right, Aunt Luo, fret not. As long as I am here, I shall take care of all the chores," Su Yi replied, eliciting a strong reaction from Luo Yunlan. She turned to Shin Qingwei and exclaimed, "Qingwei, did you see that? This fellow is utterly shameless. He can't even be driven away." "Whether he stays or goes is not his decision to make," Shin Qingwei scoffed, rising to leave for her bedroom. Once inside, she retrieved her phone and dialed her close friend Xiao Zizi. "Qingwei, what a pleasant surprise to receive your call," came Xiao Zizi's voice from the other end. Xiao Zizi was one of Shun Qingyue's closest friends, alongside another named Zhang Yutong. The trio had been inseparable since their university days, confiding in one another and seeking solutions to their troubles. "I've obtained my marriage certificate with my fiancé," Shin Qingyue announced. "Really? How is it? Quickly tell me about your fiancé," Xiao Zizi inquired, her surprise evident at first. Shin Qingyue scoffed, her anger palpable as she retorted, "My fiancé is nothing but a rustic bumpkin, utterly shameless and disgraceful. He has taken up residence in my home, and no matter what I do, I cannot rid myself of him." "What? He is so brazen?" Xiao Zizi exclaimed. "You are the company president. This country bumpkin is clearly trying to take advantage of you. Such a person must be expelled." Shin Qingyue sighed in resignation. "I wish I could, but I feel powerless." "How could that be? Tomorrow is Han Mingfei's birthday. He has already invited us," Xiao Zizi continued, her voice laced with cunning. "You know his feelings for you. If he discovers you are entangled with this rustic fiancé, he will surely be furious. Bring your fiancé along tomorrow. I assure you he will be sent packing," she declared with a hint of malice. After some contemplation, Shun Qingyue replied, "Very well, I shall do as you suggest. Since he refuses to leave on his own, I will assist him in departing." After ending the call, Shun Qingyue carelessly tossed her phone aside and decided to take a shower. Just as she turned around, she was startled to see a figure standing at the door, causing her to jump and sit down abruptly. The figure quickly approached her. "Darling, what happened? Is your bottom hurting?" "Let me help you," Sui said. Concern edged across his face as he reached out to massage her. Shin Qingwei immediately pushed him away, her expression stern. "What are you doing in my room?" "Ah, it was Uncle Shin who summoned me. He stated that since we are now husband and wife, we ought to share the same room." Shin Qingyue felt a mix of anger and amusement. The next moment, she furiously turned to Su Yi and exclaimed, "You, get out this instant." However, Su Yi countered, "But Uncle Shun mentioned there are no other rooms available. He showed no intention of leaving. Having come all this way, it was unreasonable to ask him to depart." Shin Qingyue clenched her silver teeth, contemplating for a brief moment before declaring, "You may sleep in my bedroom, but on the floor. If you dare to touch me, I will fight back." With that, she retrieved a pair of scissors and placed it beneath her pillow right in front of Su Yi. Upon witnessing this, Su Yi let out a soft sigh, realizing even a gentleman needs to be cautious. He made no further demands and laid out a makeshift bed on the floor. Settling down, soon after, he turned his head to glance at Shin Qingyue, who had her back to him, her alluring silhouette catching his eye. Unable to resist, he inquired, "Wife, are you sure you don't want me to massage your back?" Get lost. Chapter 7. Shin Qingyue's best friend. The following day, Su Yi shared breakfast with Shin Qingyue and her family. After their meal, Shin Qingyue ignored him entirely, grabbed her bag, and promptly left for the company. Consequently, Su Yi remained at home. Shortly after, Shun Zeshan and Luo Yunlan also departed. Before leaving, Luo Yunlan wore a stern expression and cautioned Su Yi to keep his hands to himself and not to cause any trouble at home, seemingly wary of him pilfering something. Left alone, Su Yi decided to utilize his time wisely by practicing the Xianlong technique. Su Yi sat cross-legged in his bedroom, channeling the Qianlong Ju. A faint golden light gradually emanated from his body, and a formidable aura surged forth, enveloping the entire room. The Qianlong Ju comprises 9 levels. With each breakthrough, the Qianlong energy cultivated would multiply exponentially. Each surge in this energy was sufficient for Su Yi to wield the corresponding techniques of the Qianlong sect. After 2 hours, Su Yi finally opened his eyes, letting out a sigh. Alas, he still could not break through to the 4th level. It seemed that his union with Shun Qingyue was insufficient. Su Yi felt helpless. He was naturally endowed with the burning dragon physique, which harbored fire poison that required the essence of a renowned beauty to subdue and dissolve. Shun Qingyue was precisely that exquisite flower. However, despite having united with her once, it was far from adequate. He would need at least several more encounters to make substantial progress. The thought crossed his mind that if it came to that, he would surely exhaust Shun Qingyue. Of course, Su Yi's focus was not solely on her at this moment, especially since she would not even allow him to touch her. Thus, he had no choice but to pursue another method, gathering the necessary medicinal herbs to concoct a breaking qi pill. He had already informed Zheng Hongfeng of the required herbs, hoping he could procure them. Suddenly, Su Yi's phone rang. "I'm downstairs. You have 5 minutes to come down immediately." The voice of Shun Qingyue echoed through the line. Within 3 minutes, Su Yi was downstairs, where he found a red sedan parked at the entrance, with Shun Qingyue seated in the driver's seat. "What are you staring at? Get in." With a stern expression, Shun Qingyue declared. "Oh." Su Yi opened the car door and took his place in the passenger seat. Shun Qingyue said nothing further as she started the engine and drove away with determination. "Wife, where are we headed?" Su Yi inquired curiously during the journey. "Where are we going?" "Humph, you will find out soon enough," Shun Qingyue replied, a satisfied smile slowly gracing her lips. Approximately half an hour later, Shun Qingyue arrived at an upscale clubhouse. After parking the car, the two exited. "Qingyue." As soon as they stepped out, Su Yi heard a woman's voice and soon spotted 2 women approaching. One exuded an air of innocence, while the other radiated sultriness. The innocent one wore a flowing green dress, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, her delicate oval face and tall, curvaceous figure reminiscent of a slender willow, evoking a sense of gentle breezes and warm vibes, her demeanor exuding grace. In contrast, the sultry woman boasted vibrant red lips, clad in a halter top that accentuated her fair skin and ample bosom, her form-fitting denim skirt hugging her curves, complemented by high heels that emphasized her strikingly sensual silhouette, an embodiment of desire that could stir passion deep within any man. As she approached, her gaze immediately fell upon Su Yi, her eyes revealing a disdainful expression. "So, you're Su Yi?" Just as Qingyue described, a country bumpkin, Xiao Zizi remarked condescendingly, her demeanor exuding superiority. "Who are you?" Su Yi raised an eyebrow, calmly inquiring. "Who am I?" "Listen closely. I am Xiao Zizi, Qingyue's closest confidant. This beside me is Zhang Yutong, who, like me, is also one of Qingyue's dearest friends." Xiao Zizi coldly remarked, "Regarding Qingyue's happiness, I shall be straightforward. You, a mere country bumpkin, are utterly unworthy of her. If you possess even a modicum of self-awareness, you should leave Qingyue at once." Su Yi retorted. "What if I choose not to depart?" "Truly shameless," Xiao Zizi sneered. "Should you refuse to leave, you shall soon find yourself at the mercy of Han Mingfei when he arrives." No sooner had she spoken than a group of individuals approached from a distance. At the forefront was a young man adorned in designer attire, his ears embellished with large, glimmering earrings that made him resemble a beacon in broad daylight. This individual was Han Mingfei, the eldest scion of the Han family and the most ardent suitor of Shun Qingyue. Though the Han family was not among the elite in Jiangqing, they ranked within the second tier, boasting a medium-sized conglomerate with assets exceeding 2 billion. Furthermore, the Han family possessed considerable influence and wealth, earning them a respectable standing both in the legitimate and underworld spheres of Jiangqing. As the heir of the Han family, Han Mingfei could act with impunity, provided he did not cross paths with those from first-tier or top-tier families. Upon spotting Shun Qingyue, Han Mingfei's eyes sparkled with delight as he swiftly made his way toward her. "Young Master Han," Shun Qingyue greeted him with a gentle smile and a wave. "I am truly elated that you could attend my birthday celebration," Han Mingfei exclaimed with fervor. Ever since he laid eyes on Shun Qingyue, he had yearned to win her heart. This birthday party presented the perfect opportunity for him to make his intentions known and, ideally, to claim her as his own. Upon the thought of sharing a bed with Shen Qingyue, reveling in passion, Han Mingfei felt an exhilarating surge within him, igniting a fervent heat in his lower abdomen. Han Xiao, you seem to be a bit biased, don't you? We are still here, Xiao Ziji interjected, her tone shifting from earlier arrogance to a sultry softness. Playfully pouting, Han Mingfei replied, I apologize, it is my fault. When we enter, I shall punish myself with 3 cups. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Sui. And this gentleman is. Xiao Ziji, ever eager to stoke the flames, quickly chimed in, Han Xiao, brace yourself. This fellow is Sui, a country bumpkin. And also Qingyue's husband, having just registered their marriage today. Indeed, as her words settled, the smile on Han Mingfei's face vanished, replaced by a chilling demeanor. What was this country bumpkin, daring to claim Shen Qingyue as his own? How could he, of all people, be worthy of her? Indeed, Shen Qingyue is exceptional, akin to a splendid flower amidst a pile of dung. Only Han Xiao deserves her. His entourage clamored in unison. Han Mingfei strode directly to Sui, looking down upon him with a haughty air, declaring, You, boy, Shen Qingyue can only be my woman. You are to leave her side this instant. Chapter 8. What is his background? Han Mingfei was exceedingly arrogant and domineering. A mere country bumpkin dared to covet the woman he had set his sights on. Truly, he was oblivious to the consequences. Beside them, Shen Qingyue remained silent, her gaze fixed coldly on Sui. Her intention in bringing Sui here was solely to provoke Han Mingfei into scaring him away. Xiao Zizi, reveling in the spectacle, wore a delightfully mischievous expression, as if she were enjoying the unfolding drama. Get lost. You think you have the right? Sui replied calmly, his eyes steady upon Han Mingfei. Not worthy? Han Mingfei scoffed, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke. Yet, in the next instant, the smile on his face froze abruptly. A pair of pink panties materialized before him. Just moments ago, Han Mingfei had been entirely focused on Sui, who had deftly fished out the delicate garment from his pocket with a swift motion. Sui, what on earth are you doing? Xiao Zizi exclaimed in shock. She was not alone. Both Shen Qingyue and Zhang Yutong's faces flushed with a tinge of embarrassment. A sudden jolt of anxiety surged through Han Mingfei. Just the previous night, he had spent hours with a female internet celebrity, eliciting cries of delight from her. In the morning, he had teasingly tucked her panties into his pocket before heading over here, only to forget about them entirely. You must recognize these panties, Sui continued calmly. What panties? I have no idea what you're talking about. Han Mingfei stammered, his face turning crimson as he struggled for an explanation. At that moment, one of his lackeys rushed forward and snatched the pink panties from Sui's grasp. This is what I placed in Han Xiao's pocket. I merely intended to jest with him, exclaimed the attendant loudly. Indeed, it is merely a jest. Han Mingfei immediately concurred. Is that truly the case? Sui inquired further. Of course. Han Mingfei retorted with conviction, his neck craned defiantly. Sui, enough is enough. Han Xiao has already stated it was a joke. Your relentless questioning is rather excessive. Xiao Zizi admonished, as though the fault lay with Sui rather than Han Mingfei. Even Shen Qingyue interjected, All right, this is simply their prank. I trust Han Xiao did not mean any harm. She chose to side with Han Mingfei. Sui regarded her, yet remained silent. Han Mingfei, noticing Shen Qingyue's support, beamed with pride, casting a boastful glance at Sui before swiftly shifting the topic and ushering Shen Qingyue and the others into the club. After their departure, the gentle and graceful Zhang Yutong approached Sui. Qingyue is like that, a bit headstrong, so do not take it to heart, she remarked. Sui glanced at her, but said nothing. In truth, he had not taken it to heart at all. He understood that Shen Qingyue had brought him here with the intent of driving him away, yet he was resolute in not yielding to her wishes. Besides, Han Mingfei was, in Sui's eyes, nothing more than an insignificant ant. Why be vexed by the taunts of such a creature? One could simply crush it at will. Shortly after Sui and the others entered, a Porsche arrived at the entrance. As the car door swung open, a slender and agile woman stepped out first, followed by a middle-aged man whom she assisted. The manager of the establishment hurriedly emerged, and upon seeing the two, immediately approached them with great respect. Master Zheng, Miss Zheng, he greeted. The two individuals were none other than Zheng Ziki and Zheng Hongfeng. Zheng Ziki inquired, Is the room prepared? Yes, it is ready, Miss Zheng. Rest assured, Master Zheng will not be disturbed during his stay here, the manager replied with a warm smile. Very well, lead the way, she responded. Soon, Sui and the others entered the venue. Upon arrival, Han Mingfei, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, exuded an air of authority, with everyone looking to him as the leader. This gathering was in celebration of Han Mingfei's birthday, making him the center of attention. Furthermore, he had generously covered all expenses, ensuring that everyone would cater to him. Under the guidance of the staff, they were led to an opulent private room. Although this was a club, it offered extensive amenities, such as karaoke, billiards, golf, and dining facilities akin to a hotel. Han Mingfei planned to treat everyone to a meal before proceeding to sing. They settled around a large round table, and Su Yi naturally took a seat beside Shin Qinghua. Once seated, Han Mingfei snapped his fingers to summon the server for the dishes. In no time, an array of sumptuous food was served, accompanied by fine red wine, indicating a considerable expenditure. Wow, such a lavish spread. Han, you've truly outdone yourself, Xiao Zizi exclaimed in astonishment. Han Mingfei, nonchalantly dismissing her praise, replied, "It's merely a few thousand yuan, a trifling matter, just a drop in the bucket for me." As soon as these words were uttered, a wave of compliments ensued. Meanwhile, Xiao Zizi cast a disdainful glance at Su Yi, tauntingly remarking, "Have you seen how extravagant young Master Han is? A country bumpkin like you will probably never afford such luxury in your lifetime." She laughed lightly, reveling in her own superiority. Zhang Yutong frowned and interjected, "Zizi, your words are far too harsh. You should temper your remarks." "What do you mean? I am merely speaking the truth," Xiao Zizi retorted, turning her head away as she sauntered towards Han Mingfei, her demeanor one of flattery. At that moment, the door of the private room swung open, and a mature woman clad in a crimson qipao entered. This alluring woman possessed a voluptuous figure, exuding an intense sensuality and an undeniable aura of authority. Upon seeing her, Han Mingfei immediately abandoned Xiao Zizi, rising to his feet in a flash. "Sister Hong," he greeted with utmost respect. The onlookers were taken aback by Han Mingfei's reaction, puzzled as to who the Sister Hong was that commanded such reverence from him. Sister Hong held a glass of red wine and smiled, saying, "No need for such formality. Young Master Han, as the host, I am merely here to offer a toast." "Ah, Sister Hong, it should be I who raises a toast to you." Han Mingfei quickly responded, lifting his glass. Sister Hong chuckled, no longer being coy, and clinked her glass with his. Then, she raised her glass to the rest of the crowd, saying, "Thank you all for your support. I wish everyone a delightful time." After the toast, Sister Hong took her leave. Once she departed, the guests exhaled in relief. "Young Master Han, who is this Sister Hong? She seems quite formidable." Xiao Zizi couldn't help but whisper curiously. Others looked at him with curiosity. Han Mingfei let out a cold laugh and remarked, "Speaking of this Lady Hong, her background is quite formidable." Chapter 9, an incident occurred. Lady Hong is the owner of this establishment. Under the gaze of the crowd, Han Mingfei slowly elaborated. "What? She is the owner here?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. Observing their shocked expressions, Han Mingfei scoffed. "If you knew who Lady Hong's man is, you would likely be terrified to the point of losing your composure." "Ah, is he really that formidable?" "Han Xiao, who is Lady Hong's man?" Xiao Zizi immediately inquired. Han Mingfei pronounced each word deliberately, "Tiger Master." Boom. Upon hearing this, the crowd was utterly astonished, except for Su Yi, who appeared perplexed. Having come from the countryside, he was unfamiliar not only with Tiger Master, but also with Jiang City as a whole. Xiao Zizi noticed Su Yi's expression and remarked, "Su Yi, you don't even know who Tiger Master is. You truly are rather ignorant." Su Yi responded nonchalantly, "Is this Tiger Master truly that impressive?" "Impressive doesn't even begin to cover it." Xiao Zizi scoffed before recounting the tales of Tiger Master. His real name is long forgotten, and hardly anyone remembers it. He is known solely by his moniker. In Jiang City, Tiger Master is a figure of immense renown, particularly within the underground world, where his reputation is legendary. Not only is he a martial arts expert, but he is also the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, commanding authority and influence in the shadows. In Jiangqing, he is nearly a household name, known by all and feared by many. Even children cry upon hearing his name, and countless individuals tremble at the mere mention of him. Thus, when Hongjia came to offer them a toast, it was evident how much respect she bestowed upon them. "So, Su Yi, are you frightened?" Xiao Zizi inquired. "Is that so formidable?" "I would indeed like to witness it," Su Yi replied. Having trained under the old man in the mysterious dragon scripture and various martial arts of the dragon sect since childhood, he remained uncertain of the true extent of his own abilities. Hearing Qiao Zizi's description of this Tiger Lord's prowess, he felt an urge to test his own strength against it. However, Qiao Zizi merely scoffed at him, and Han Mingfei sneered, saying, "Sui, who do you think you are? Even I am unworthy of meeting Tiger Lord, and you, a mere bumpkin, think you can? It's laughable. Exactly, what is he even? He truly believes too highly of himself. Tiger Lord is a figure of the underworld. Does he think he is deserving?" Han Mingfei's entourage echoed with derision. As Sui was about to retort, a delicate hand suddenly grasped his waist. "Enough, be quiet, and spare me the embarrassment," Shun Qingwei admonished, her silver teeth clenched. Though she secretly wished to see Sui humiliated, they were, after all, husband and wife, and witnessing his public ridicule left her feeling equally shamed. "My dear, I too am a martial arts expert, no less than that Tiger Lord," Sui murmured softly. "Are you still boasting? Just eat." Shen Qingwei shot him a fierce glare and stuffed a chicken leg into his mouth. After several rounds of drinks, amidst the revelry of dining and drinking, Sui had also satisfied his hunger, casually picking up a toothpick to tend to his teeth, which he held in his mouth. Suddenly, a flustered subordinate of Han Ming rushed in, his face a mask of panic. "Bad news, Han Xiao. Something has happened." Han Ming furrowed his brow, responding, "Calm down. What could possibly have occurred? We were attacked." The subordinate gasped, struggling to catch his breath. "What?" Han Ming's expression darkened instantly. "Who dares to lay a hand on you? Did you not mention my name?" The subordinate's face contorted with confusion. "We did mention it, but they claimed not to have heard of you, even saying you were nothing but a provincial nobody." Han Ming's demeanor faltered for a moment, prompting him to inquire about the specifics of the incident. The subordinate quickly relayed the details. To their surprise, it was all instigated by Qiao Ziji. At that moment, Sui and the others realized that Qiao Ziji was absent from their gathering. Only moments earlier, Qiao Ziji had departed the private room with several of Han Ming's subordinates to visit the restroom. Initially, all seemed well, but upon her exit, she encountered a man emerging from the men's restroom. This individual, a figure of the underworld adorned with tattoos, approached Qiao Ziji, who was clad in an alluring outfit, and struck up a conversation. It remained uncertain whether Qiao Ziji had consumed too much alcohol, but she responded by delivering a swift kick to the man's groin. Enraged, the tattooed man retaliated with a resounding slap to her face. Witnessing this, Han Ming's subordinates rushed to intervene, leading to a chaotic scuffle. To her astonishment, the tattooed man had quite the influence, as he promptly summoned a dozen companions who subdued Han Mingfei's followers, throwing them to the ground. Meanwhile, Qiao Zizi was taken to another private room, where the tattooed man brazenly declared that if they wished to save her life, they would have to confront him in that very chamber. Zizi was in peril. This was intolerable. She needed rescuing. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingwei was immediately alarmed and sprang to her feet. Han Mingfei swiftly reassured her, saying, "Don't worry, Qingwei, I will handle this." In such a situation, it was imperative for him to assert himself in front of Shen Qingwei, simultaneously aiming to undermine Sui, making it clear how significant his stature and power were. Rising with an icy demeanor, Han Mingfei declared, "Those who dare to lay hands on me, Han Mingfei, clearly do not regard my authority. They are courting death." With that proclamation, he instructed his followers to lead the way, and they all proceeded towards the private room. Soon, they arrived. With a resounding crash, Han Mingfei kicked the door open. Inside the room, Qiao Zizi sat in a corner of the sofa, her hair disheveled and her countenance etched with terror, trembling uncontrollably. Beside her loomed several brutish men, their faces twisted into lewd grins. Upon spotting Sui and the others, Qiao Zizi was overwhelmed with relief. She rushed towards them, taking refuge behind Shen Qingwei. "Qingwei, you finally made it. You have no idea. They intended to force themselves upon me." Her voice quaked with fear. "All right, we are here now. With Han Xiao present, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly," Shen Qingwei reassured her. With a pitiful expression, Qiao Zizi implored, "Han Xiao, you must help me avenge this wrong. Fear not, for I have arrived, and I shall undoubtedly avenge you." Han Mingfei exuded confidence. In the next moment, he boldly addressed those within the private room. "I am Han Mingfei. Who is the person in charge here? Have them come forth." As his words echoed, everyone in the room stood up, their faces twisted into mocking smiles. A voice rang out from behind them, "Step aside." The group hastily parted. There, seated behind them, was a young man, accompanied by the captivating Hongjie. Han Mingfei, who had moments ago radiated arrogance, suddenly found his expression transformed upon seeing Hongjie. Surely, anyone who could have her company was not to be trifled with. Chapter 10. Touch a single hair on her, and I shall sever a finger from you. Hongjie, I sincerely apologize for the intrusion. Han Mingfei immediately deflated, rushing to offer his apologies, his demeanor a stark contrast to the boldness he had just displayed. Hongjie remarked coolly, "Young Master Han, you seem to be in some sort of trouble?" Han Mingfei replied, "It's nothing grave, merely a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding?" Hongjie chuckled lightly before turning to the young man beside her. "Luo Hao, do you believe this is a misunderstanding?" "Hongjie, who is this?" Han Mingfei inquired cautiously. "Oh, this is Luo Hao, the nephew of Lord Tiger," Hongjie replied, her expression alluring and irresistibly charming. Bang! Han Mingfei's mind erupted in shock. The nephew of Lord Tiger. This was dire news. Shen Qinghua and the others were equally taken aback. Previously, they had been discussing Lord Tiger in the private room, and now they encountered his nephew, which was indeed unfortunate. Moreover, they dared not provoke Lord Tiger's nephew in the slightest. The consequences of such folly were all too predictable. Among them, Xiao Zizi's complexion turned pale, reflecting her profound terror. She could hardly fathom that her single misstep would lead her to such a formidable individual. It turned out to be young Master Luo. What an unexpected encounter. Luo Fei dismissed him entirely, not even deigning to cast a glance in his direction. Han Mingfei's hands hung awkwardly in the air, his demeanor fraught with embarrassment, yet he lacked the courage to display any discontent. He bent his waist even lower, wearing a sheepish smile. "Young Master Luo, I sincerely apologize. I failed to recognize your esteemed presence. This misunderstanding is entirely my fault, and I humbly beseech your magnanimity to overlook this trivial matter." His posture was profoundly humble. Yet, Luo Hao remained unmoved. "Han Xiao, your apology lacks sincerity," Hongjie remarked from the side. Han Mingfei was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped Hongjie's insinuation, his expression darkening considerably. Ultimately, he bent his knees and knelt before Luo Hao. Hongjie spoke again. "Luo Hao, Han Xiao does indeed show a semblance of sincerity. After all, this is my venue. Would you grant me the courtesy of sparing him?" Luo Hao nodded. "Very well. For your sake, Hong Yi, I shall let them go this once." Han Mingfei immediately broke into a smile. However, in the next moment, Luo Hao pointed decisively. "But I require that woman to remain with me for a day." A cascade of gazes followed the direction of Luo Hao's finger. He was referring to Shen Qinghua. In an instant, her complexion turned pale, a ghastly sight. Her beautiful eyes filled with panic. Han Mingfei also grew anxious, hurriedly exclaiming, "Young Master Luo, this matter has nothing to do with her." Smack! Before Han Mingfei could finish his words, Luo Hao suddenly struck him fiercely across the face. Blood spurted from Han Mingfei's mouth, a large handprint blooming on his face, contorting in agony. "Sister Hong." Han Mingfei had no choice but to look towards Sister Hong. With an expression devoid of emotion, she replied, "Young Master Han, if you wish to avoid a dire fate, then remain silent." Han Mingfei's lips twitched, and ultimately, he dared not utter another word. "If you dare to lay a finger on her, I shall sever one of your fingers." Just then, a voice echoed through the air. Swish, swish, swish. A multitude of astonished gazes turned towards that direction. It was Sui. Should Luo Hao dare to harm Xiao Zizi, Sui would offer no resistance. Rather, he would welcome it. However, he must never even think of laying a finger on Shen Qinghua. To threaten the woman of Su Yi was to court death. At this moment, Shen Qinghua, like everyone else, was equally stunned as she gazed at Su Yi. She could hardly fathom that he would speak up at such a critical moment. Yet, in her eyes, Su Yi's audacity was nothing short of reckless. Not only she, but the others present shared the same sentiment. Sister Hong also regarded Su Yi, a glimmer of surprise flickering in her eyes. She could not comprehend why this brash young man dared to voice his thoughts now. It must be the folly of youth, emboldened by ignorance of the world's dangers. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, several fierce-looking men emerged, surrounding Su Yi. "What did you say?" "Repeat that," Luo Hao sneered, a malicious grin spreading across his face. A mere country bumpkin dared to challenge him. It was utterly ludicrous. Enough of this pointless banter. Bring him here. I shall personally remove his fingers one by one. Luo Hao, losing his patience, commanded his subordinates to act. Instantly, several brutish men lunged forward. Bang, bang, bang. The next moment, all of them lay sprawled on the ground. "What?" Han Mingfei, and the others were taken aback. Shen Qingyue was equally astonished. She had mentally prepared for Su Yi to be mercilessly beaten, yet never anticipated that he would dispatch those men with such ease. A flicker of surprise crossed Hongjiu's eyes. "Kid, I didn't expect you to be skilled in combat, but you are merely a practitioner." Luo Hao, momentarily taken aback, intensified his sinister smirk. "If you manage to walk out of here today, I shall take your surname." As he spoke, he snapped his fingers. Immediately, footsteps echoed at the entrance, followed by a rush of 20 or so individuals bursting into the once spacious luxury box, which now felt cramped. Meanwhile, in an upper box of the club, Zheng Hongfeng reclined on a chaise lounge, accompanied by an elderly man in a black robe who was checking her pulse. Zheng Ziki stood nearby, watching with concern. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from downstairs, causing Zheng Hongfeng to frown. "What is that noise below? It's so loud." "Ziki, go down and investigate." Zheng Hongfeng spoke. "All right." Zheng Ziki nodded. Before leaving, she glanced at the elderly man in the black robe and said, "Dr. Li, I leave this matter in your capable hands." Dr. Li smiled and reassured her, "Miss Zheng, you need not worry. This is entrusted to me." Inside the private room, a large group encircled Su Yi and his companions, their demeanor intimidating. Su Yi remained remarkably calm as he gazed at the flustered Shen Qingyue. "Dear, you should leave first. I will handle this," he urged. The crowd was overwhelming, and Su Yi feared causing any unintended harm. "What about you?" Shen Qingyue immediately inquired. Despite her disdain for him, she did not wish for his demise here. After all, her intention was merely to send him away. "Me? I shall reason with them," Su Yi replied nonchalantly. Shen Qingyue frowned, about to voice her concerns, but beside her, Xiao Zizi was already impatiently tugging her towards the exit. "Qingyue, he has asked us to leave. Let us not delay. We must not squander his goodwill. Hurry." Xiao Zizi was eager to vacate the premises, wishing to linger not a moment longer. In no time, Shen Qingyue was pulled away by Xiao Zizi, leaving Su Yi alone in the room. Chapter 11. You are not at liberty to disrupt. "Kid, you are quite audacious to confront so many of us alone," Luo Hao remarked, a sinister grin plastered on his face. No one had ever dared to act so brazenly before him. Su Yi was the first, and Luo Hao could assure that he would be the last. "Young man." At that moment, the alluring Lady Hong parted her crimson lips and spoke. "It is commendable for young individuals to possess vigor. Yet failing to recognize reality will only lead to greater heights and more devastating falls." Su Yi glanced at the voluptuous Lady Hong and suddenly smiled. "Sister, you speak the truth." The corners of Lady Hong's lips curled slightly. In her eyes, Su Yi still appeared timid. "If he kneels and kowtows to me a few times, I might consider sparing him." Su Yi responded, and instantly, Lady Hong's expression darkened. Luo Hao mirrored her sentiment. "Boy, to beg for mercy from me, what are you? Now, face your demise." Luo Hao commanded his men to take action. "Cease at once." Just then, a woman's voice rang out, and moments later, a woman burst into the room with fervor. "Miss Zheng?" Lady Hong was taken aback upon seeing the newcomer. As the proprietor of this establishment, she certainly recognized the Zheng family's heiress. "Zheng Ziki?" Su Yi expressed his surprise at her arrival. Zheng Ziki disregarded their presence and turned to Su Yi, asking, "What are you doing here?" She too was astonished to encounter Su Yi in this place. "Am I not allowed to be here?" Su Yi countered, "But you, how did you end up here?" "It's quite simple. I brought my father here for a medical consultation," Zheng Ziki replied, her tone laced with a hint of pride, seemingly intent on provoking Su Yi. "A medical consultation?" Su Yi raised an eyebrow. Zheng Ziki smiled with satisfaction, declaring, "To tell you the truth, I have already summoned a miraculous doctor for my father. This individual possesses exceptional medical skills and specializes in acupuncture. He is currently treating my father, and I believe by the time we arrive, my father will have been cured." From the outset, Zheng Ziki had dismissed Su Yi's claim that her father had been poisoned. If that were the case, how could the esteemed Dr. Li fail to recognize it? Moreover, she felt compelled to prove to her father that Su Yi was nothing more than a fraud, self-righteous and misguided. As Zheng Ziki reveled in her certainty, Su Yi merely let out a cold laugh. Zheng Ziki's expression immediately darkened. "What did you say?" she demanded. "If that doctor administers acupuncture to your father, he will surely perish." Su Yi candidly informed Zheng Ziki, astonished that she had taken it upon herself to seek another's assistance for Zheng Hongfeng's treatment. Furthermore, the doctor had concluded that Zheng Hongfeng was not poisoned, indicating that the entire approach was fundamentally flawed. The implications of such a misjudgment were dire. Impossible. That is Dr. Li we are talking about. There is absolutely no way anything could go wrong. You are speaking nonsense. Zheng Ziki retorted angrily, convinced that Su Yi was merely trying to instill fear. She believed he was making such statements out of spite for having been exposed. Su Yi shook his head and replied, "Enough. Where is your father? Lead the way." He felt compelled to see for himself, as he regarded Zheng Hongfeng as a commendable individual who had generously gifted him 2 bottles of exquisite wine worth 600,000. He could not stand idly by and watch him come to harm. "I was just thinking the same," Zheng Ziki responded, eager for Su Yi to witness how her chosen doctor would ultimately prove him wrong. As the two prepared to depart, a voice rang out, "Stop right there." Unable to contain himself any longer, Luo Hao felt utterly disregarded. He had already learned from Hong Jie who Zheng Ziki was, yet he thought, what was so remarkable about that? His own uncle was the formidable Tiger Lord. At that moment, Zheng Ziki shouted, "How dare you?" Luo Hao retorted coldly, "Humph. My uncle is the Tiger Lord. What do I have to fear?" Initially, Zheng Ziki had intended to take action, but upon hearing the name of the Tiger Lord, her brow furrowed. In Jiang City, the Black Tiger Gang's power was equal to that of the Zheng family. And this Tiger Lord was a martial arts master whom even her grandfather advised against provoking. For a moment, Zheng Ziki found herself at a loss. Meanwhile, a sinister smile crept across Luo Hao's face as he turned to Su Yi, advancing towards him. "Kid, I told you, if you can walk out of here today, I'll take your surname. No one can protect you." But before he could finish his sentence, Su Yi suddenly struck him, sending him flying across the room. Hong Jie's expression changed dramatically, and Zheng Ziki's eyes widened in astonishment. After all, this was the nephew of the Tiger Lord, and the audacity of this individual to strike without a flicker of hesitation was shocking. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and lead the way," Su Yi urged impatiently. Without further ado, Zheng Ziki complied and guided Su Yi out of the private room. As soon as they departed, Hong Jie rushed to Luo Hao's side to help him up. One side of Luo Hao's face had swollen significantly, leaving one side elevated and the other lower. "Aunt Hong, call my uncle immediately. I want that guy dead." Luo Hao's voice thundered with fury, his eyes filled with venomous rage. Meanwhile, Su Yi and Zheng Ziki had ascended to the private room on the upper floor. Upon entering, Su Yi immediately spotted Zheng Hongfeng, who reclined upon a chaise lounge. Numerous silver needles embedded in various acupoints across his body. "Su Yi, my friend." Zheng Ziki did not withhold the truth, quickly summarizing the situation. "You injured Luo Hu's nephew? Fear not. With my presence, Luo Hu dares not lay a finger on you," Zheng Hongfeng declared, evidently intent on supporting Su Yi. Yet, Su Yi appeared unfazed by this. Approaching Zheng Hongfeng's side and observing the silver needles that adorned him, his brows knitting slightly. "Surprised, are we? These silver needles are the handiwork of the esteemed Dr. Li. With his intervention, my father's grave illness shall surely be remedied swiftly," Zheng Ziki proclaimed with evident pride. Zheng Hongfeng's expression grew somewhat awkward as he replied, "My apologies, Su Yi, but I simply could not endure any longer. I have gathered most of the medicinal herbs you mentioned, but upon encountering Dr. Li, in truth." Zheng Hongfeng held a deep-seated belief in Dr. Li's abilities, for he was renowned for his exceptional medical skills in Jiangqing. As for Su Yi, he remained somewhat youthful and inexperienced, leading Zheng Hongfeng to place greater trust in the seasoned Dr. Li. However, Zheng Hongfeng's assumptions were misplaced. Su Yi was indifferent to these considerations, calmly stating, "These silver needles must be removed immediately." With that, Su Yi reached out and grasped one of the silver needles. At that moment, a sharp voice rang out, "Stop it, young man. The silver needles I have applied are not to be trifled with." Chapter 12, Shocked Li Fengchun. From the restroom emerged an elderly man clad in black robes. This individual was none other than the renowned physician Li Fengchun, who had briefly stepped away after administering the acupuncture. Upon glancing at Su Yi, he noted the young man, barely in his 20s, dressed in simple attire. Seemingly hailing from some rural area, Li Fengchun approached with an expression of fury. "Are you attempting to remove the needles?" he inquired coldly. Su Yi, undaunted, replied, "Indeed. I intend to remove them." Li Fengchun's voice turned icily serious. "Do you comprehend that these silver needles were placed by me? If removed, Master Zheng's life will be in jeopardy." Such nonsensical bravado. Li Fengchun dismissed the young man's audacity. How dare this inexperienced youth question him? It was utterly ludicrous. After decades of practice, he had encountered countless perplexing ailments. I have already stated that Master Zheng is not poisoned but rather suffers from liver damage and an imbalance of yang fire. What do you, a mere child, know of such matters? Li Fengchun reiterated. As Su Yi prepared to respond, Zheng Ziqi could no longer contain herself. Enough, Su Yi. Doctor. Li is a highly esteemed physician in Jiangqing, having saved countless lives. His expertise far surpasses yours. You are merely speaking nonsense, she asserted, aligning herself with Li Fengchun. Ziqi. Zheng Hongfeng, reclining in his chair, interjected sharply, compelling Zheng Ziqi to silence, though her eyes still sparkled with defiance. Subsequently, Zheng Hongfeng apologized to Su Yi, who suddenly uttered a number, 5. The three present were momentarily taken aback. 4. Su Yi continued. The others were even more bewildered. Humph, what a farce, Li Fengchun sneered. Ignoring him, Su Yi pressed on. 3, 2, 1. As the last word escaped Su Yi's lips, Zheng Hongfeng abruptly sat up from the recliner. In the astonished gaze of Zheng Ziqi and Li Fengchun, he opened his mouth and expelled a copious amount of black blood, staining his clothes dark. The situation did not cease there. Zheng Hongfeng's body began to convulse, his face marred with bulging veins and arteries, as if on the verge of explosion. It was evident to all that Zheng Hongfeng was in dire straits. Zheng Ziqi, in a state of panic, immediately turned to Li Fengchun for assistance. But he was at a loss for what to do. Su Yi, I beg you, save my father. After the initial chaos, Zheng Ziqi could think of no one but Su Yi, disregarding any concerns for her pride in that moment. Su Yi looked at her and said, Now do you understand your mistake? I understand, Zheng Ziqi replied, her cheeks aflame. Understanding is sufficient. Now, go and have someone fetch those medicinal herbs. And prepare a pot, Su Yi instructed. A pot. Zheng Ziqi was filled with confusion, while she could comprehend the need for the herbs. The request for a pot left her perplexed. Nevertheless, she did not linger and promptly ordered the bodyguard to attend to it. At that very moment, Su Yi approached Zheng Hongfeng, extending a hand with fingers that darted across Zheng's body like lightning, causing the silver needles to vanish without a trace. How astonishing! Li Fengchun marveled at Su Yi's speed, unable to comprehend the swiftness with which he operated. After extracting all the silver needles, Su Yi placed his palm upon Zheng Hongfeng's lower abdomen, releasing a mysterious dragon energy that swiftly permeated Zheng's body. This dragon energy not only possessed the capacity to attack, but also held the power to heal. It was said that upon reaching the 9th level, this energy could even revive the deceased. However, Su Yi was still far from attaining that level of mastery. Once Su Yi infused the dragon energy into Zheng's body, he manipulated it to safeguard his internal organs, momentarily preventing the toxins within from manifesting. Zheng Hongfeng's hemorrhaging ceased, and he regained consciousness, liberated from his suffering. What has this young man done to achieve such results? Li Fengchun was astounded, utterly at a loss, while Su Yi had effortlessly accomplished what seemed impossible. The medicinal herbs were then brought forth. Su Yi instructed Zheng Ziqi to fetch water and pour it into the pot, igniting a vigorous flame to bring it to a boil. As the water bubbled, Su Yi added the herbs in accordance with their prescribed proportions, beginning the process of concoction. Yet, the pace was excruciatingly slow, prompting Su Yi to harness the dragon energy to exponentially increase the flame's temperature. Before long, the herbs were thoroughly boiled to a pulp, and the water evaporated. Su Yi reached into the pot. What are you doing? You'll scald your hand. Zheng Ziqi exclaimed in alarm as Su Yi plunged his hand into the pot, retrieving all the overcooked herbs. Mere high temperatures could not breach the protective barrier of the dragon energy surrounding him. With a single hand, Su Yi grasped all the medicinal materials, and mere moments later, when he opened his palm once more, a radiant elixir lay quietly within. To concoct a pill with but one hand. This is a high-quality elixir. Li Fengchun exclaimed in astonishment, unable to maintain his composure any longer, his face a canvas of shock. Initially, Su Yi's ability to craft a pill single-handedly was an unprecedented spectacle for him. He recalled a time when he visited the provincial city and witnessed a renowned traditional Chinese medicine master refining pills, an experience that far surpassed his own capabilities. Yet none appeared as effortlessly accomplished as Su Yi. Moreover, the art of pill-making is an ancient technique that most physicians cannot master, even those hailed as miraculous healers. Not to mention the unparalleled quality of the elixir produced. It was something he had never before encountered. Who exactly is this young man? While Li Fengchun remained in a state of astonishment, Su Yi had already handed the elixir to the equally bewildered Zhang Ziki, instructing her to give it to Zheng Hongfeng. After consuming the elixir, Zheng Hongfeng's complexion transformed rapidly for the better. In mere minutes, he stood upright. "Dad, how do you feel?" Zheng Ziki inquired with genuine concern. "I'm perfectly fine now. I feel no pain whatsoever," Zheng Hongfeng replied, his face alight with joy. In the next moment, he turned to Su Yi, clasped his hands together, and bowed deeply with utmost seriousness. "Young friend Su Yi, I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving grace. This kindness shall forever be remembered by me." Zheng Hongfeng declared. Thank you," Zheng Ziki echoed, her expression revealing a hint of unease. Previously, she had persistently doubted Su Yi, even resorting to using Li Fengchun to undermine him. In light of the current outcome, her prior actions now appear exceedingly laughable. "Young friend Su Yi, I admit my mistake and offer my sincere apologies," the old man stated. Li Fengchun, standing nearby, also bowed in contrition, acknowledging that in the realm of medicine, he was undeniably overshadowed by the young man before him. Su Yi replied, "Let it go. Just be more attentive next time." Given that Li Fengchun claimed to be a divine physician, he might prove useful in the future. "Young friend Su Yi, your magnanimity is admirable. May I dare to inquire from whom you have received your esteemed guidance?" Li Fengchun asked cautiously. Chapter 13. The Arrival of Lord Tiger. Su Yi cast a calm glance at Li Fengchun. Aside from him, Zheng Hongfeng and Zhang Ziki also wore expressions of anticipation, evidently eager to discern the identity of Su Yi's mentor. "I do not even know my master's name. He is merely an old man," Su Yi candidly replied. And there was nothing inappropriate about his statement. However, upon hearing this, Li Fengchun and the others displayed expressions of disappointment. In their view, Su Yi simply chose not to divulge this information, and they dared not press further. "By the way, Master Zheng, have you managed to procure the medicinal herbs I requested?" Su Yi thought of the herbs needed for the breaking chi pill, which were quite crucial for him. To advance to the fourth layer of the Xianlong Ju, he required the breaking chi pill. Zheng Hongfeng sighed softly. "I truly apologize. I had my people search nearly every apothecary in Jiangcheng, but we could not locate those herbs," Zheng Ziki remarked. Indeed, according to the individuals at the apothecaries, they have never heard of those medicinal herbs. Su Yi furrowed his brow. If this were the case, how much longer would it take him to concoct the chi-breaking pill? In truth, Su Yi required only a few herbs, merely 3, but he had not anticipated the difficulty in procuring them. Mr. Su, I believe I might know where to find rare medicinal materials," suddenly interjected Li Fengchun, addressing Su Yi with a newfound familiarity. Su Yi turned to him. "Yes. May I inquire if you have heard of Hongyan Tower?" Li Fengchun asked. "I have not," Su Yi replied, shaking his head. "Hongyan Tower? Dr. Li, you surely do not mean to refer to that auction house?" Zheng Hongfeng raised an eyebrow. "Indeed, that is precisely what I mean," Li Fengchun confirmed with a nod. "If that is the case, it might indeed be feasible," Zheng Hongfeng stated. Noticing Su Yi's confusion, he elaborated. "Hongyan Tower is not only a formidable force in Jiangcheng, but also throughout the entire southern province. Its foundation is profound, housing an astonishing array of rare and exotic treasures that defy imagination. Each month, Hongyan Tower hosts an auction where various extraordinary items are sold, including medicinal herbs. Then, we shall see when the time comes," Su Yi remarked. Zheng Hongfeng smiled and said, "Very well. When the auction begins, I shall accompany you, young friend Su Yi." Su Yi nodded, and suddenly, a thought struck him. He produced his piece of Qilin jade. "Indeed, please keep an eye out for any jade ornaments of this quality." In addition to enhancing his own abilities, seeking the accompanying jade pendants of Qilin jade is also one of Su Yi's objectives. Zheng Hongfeng and Li Fengchun examined the situation closely before nodding in agreement. Once this matter was settled, Su Yi chose to depart without further delay. Suddenly, the door to the private room was forcefully kicked open. A group of individuals strode in with purpose. Among them were Luo Hao and Hong Jie. Leading the pack was a robust middle-aged man, tall and imposing, his muscles coiling like a serpent, emanating an aura of formidable terror. "Luo Hu?" Zhang Hongfeng's brow furrowed. The man at the forefront was none other than the notorious Tiger Lord of the underground world of Jiaqing, Luo Hu. "It has been a while, Zheng family head." "I trust you have been well," Luo Hu remarked with a smile. Despite the cheerful facade, his presence was domineering and filled with hostility. "What brings you here, Luo Hu?" Zheng Hongfeng inquired. "Humph, my business is of no concern to the Zheng family head," he retorted. "It's him." Luo Hao immediately pointed at Su Yi. In the next moment, Luo Hu's gaze shifted to Su Yi, his eyes gleaming like those of a fierce tiger, radiating malice. You couldn't possibly be defeated by such a mere boy, Luo Hu stated coldly. Upon seeing Su Yi, he appeared somewhat taken aback. The youth was dressed in simple clothing, clearly hailing from the countryside, and bore no semblance of prowess. Luo Hao's expression turned a shade awkward, filled with embarrassment. Well, since I am here, I shall personally take care of this. Rohu, he said impatiently. Zheng Hongfeng, came a low reprimand. Rohu raised an eyebrow. Zheng Hongfeng, do you have any advice? Stepping forward, Zheng Hongfeng held his head high and coldly declared, as long as I am here today, you shall not lay a finger on him. Are you intent on breaking our facade? Rohu also advanced a step. What if we do? Zheng Hongfeng remained unperturbed. As his words fell, Rohu's right hand suddenly shot up, fingers clenched, and he unleashed a powerful punch towards Zheng Hongfeng. Bang! The moment Rohu's fist struck, the sound of firecrackers erupted. Zheng Hongfeng immediately countered with a punch of his own. Upon collision, Zheng Hongfeng's expression shifted dramatically, and he staggered backward. Dad! Zheng Ziki exclaimed in shock, rushing to support Zheng Hongfeng, but they both stumbled back, retreating a good 4 to 5 meters before finally coming to a halt. Zheng Hongfeng, astonished, gazed at Rohu and remarked, You have actually advanced to the late stage of Mingjin. Chapter 14. Someone like you, I find unremarkable. Zheng Hongfeng's heart was shaken. He was well aware of Rohu's capabilities. Previously, he was merely at the mid-stage of Mingjin, on par with himself. In this age of advanced technology, martial artists have dwindled, with only a select few persevering in the path of martial arts. Progressing in this realm requires not only innate talent, but also substantial wealth, for wealth signifies resources. However, even with resources, breaking through to a higher level is an arduous challenge, and the extent of advancement is nearly unfathomable. Zheng Hongfeng, having trained in the martial arts under his father from a young age, had expended nearly 10 million in pursuit of mastery. Yet he had scarcely attained the mid-level of Mingjin. In stark contrast, Luo Hu, having risen from humble beginnings, surpassed him in speed. Having reached the late stage of Mingjin, although their levels differed by a mere minor realm, the disparity in strength was as vast as the heavens and the earth. At that moment, Luo Hu's voice echoed, You are no match for me. Out of respect for your esteemed father, I shall not harm you. However, this young man must provide me with an explanation today. You will not be able to protect him. Zheng Hongfeng's expression hardened as he contemplated advancing further, but this time, he was halted by Su Yi. This is my affair. I shall resolve it myself, Su Yi asserted. Zheng Hongfeng replied. But Luo Hu has already reached the late stage of Mingjin. His power is formidable. You may not stand a chance. Although he had witnessed Su Yi's medical prowess, he doubted the strength of his martial skills, considering his youth. Mastery in martial arts demands years of diligent accumulation, and his opponent was none other than Luo Hu. Indeed. My father is correct. You cannot possibly be his opponent, Zhang Ziki added, her lovely eyes clouded with concern. Su Yi said nothing, turning his gaze towards Luo Hu. A sinister smile curled upon Luo Hu's lips. You possess a measure of spirit, young man, but mere spirit is insufficient. Today, allow me to impart a lesson. To show you that there are always greater mountains and more formidable individuals beyond the horizon. You speak far too much, Su Yi retorted, causing Luo Hu's countenance to darken instantly. This young man is too arrogant, uncle. We must not allow him to enjoy any good fortune, Luo Hao exclaimed, filled with indignation. Humph. Luo Hu scoffed, and in the next moment, he suddenly stepped forward, mirroring his previous action, and threw a punch. Be careful, Zheng Ziki gasped, scarcely daring to look. She could not bear to witness the sight of Su Yi being overwhelmed by Luo Hu's assault. Yet, Su Yi remained unmoved in his stance. However, just as Luo Hu's fist drew near, an invisible force akin to a mystical dragon's energy erupted from Su Yi. This ethereal force surged like an undulating crimson tide, silently enveloping Luo Hu's form. Simultaneously, Luo Hu felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, his body rendered immobile. A profound, indescribable dread permeated his being. An adept of the hidden energy, his opponent was undeniably a master of this realm. Hidden energy represents a higher echelon than the visible energy. Even a peak practitioner of visible energy would find themselves utterly defeated before a novice in hidden energy. Luo Hu halted his advance, paralyzed by the chilling intent to kill emanating from Su Yi. Uncle, what are you doing? Hurry and take action. Luo Hao, still hoping for revenge, urged impatiently upon witnessing Luo Hu's hesitation. With a swift motion, Luo Hu turned and struck Luo Howie hard across the face, sending him reeling. Luo Howie was left bewildered. Having just exuded an air of arrogance moments before, now reduced to a mere shadow of himself. "Uncle, why did you hit me?" he cried, clutching his face. On the verge of tears. "Come here and kneel down to apologize to this young man," Luo Hu commanded. "What?" Luo Hao questioned whether he had misheard. But the next moment, Luo Hu's expression darkened. He dared not utter a word of protest and hurriedly approached, kneeling before Sui. "My apologies, this matter is my fault. I have offended you previously, and I ask for your forgiveness," he said, looking as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. Luo Hu did not remain idle either. He clasped his fists together, forcing a smile onto his face. "Young brother, I was rather presumptuous just now. I failed to recognize your formidable presence. Please do not hold my offense against me." Sui regarded him calmly and replied, "You possess a modicum of discernment. Had you truly dared to strike me earlier, you would now be devoid of breath." A chill ran down Luo Hu's spine. In the beginning, he might have thought the other was jesting. But after feeling the weight of Suyi's aura, he was convinced of his capabilities. "Thank you, young brother, for your mercy," Luo Hu managed a strained smile. "You may leave." Sui expressed his disinterest in further conversation. Yes, I shall take my leave then," Luo Hu called for Luo Hao and Hong Jie, swiftly departing the scene. Once in the corridor, Luo Hao immediately protested. "Uncle, are we just going to let that lad off the hook? He is far too arrogant. This matter cannot simply be overlooked." Luo Hu halted and turned to him, asking, "What brilliant idea do you propose?" "Of course, we should summon everyone from the Black Tiger gang and confront him together," Luo Hao asserted with certainty. However, as soon as the words left his lips, Luo Hu delivered a resounding slap to his face. "Do you wish to perish? Do not drag me into this. Do you have any idea that I almost met my demise just now?" roared Luo Hu fiercely. Luo Hao, astonished, exclaimed, "How is that possible, uncle? You are a master of the late stage of Mingjing." "Humph. If it were my sister, perhaps. Do you think I would let it slide so easily?" Luo Hu replied coldly. Luo Hao shuddered at the thought. He certainly did not wish for such an outcome. What glory was there in the town compared to this? Luo Hu chose to disregard him and began to mutter to himself, "No, I must find an opportunity to sincerely apologize to this individual." Meanwhile, at the entrance of the clubhouse, Shen Qingyue and her companions lingered. "Qingyue, let us depart. That fellow is certainly not coming out," urged Xiao Zizi, her impatience evident. "Indeed. Who is that Luo Hao? He is none other than the nephew of Lord Hu. That lad dares to confront Luo Hao. He is clearly courting death," chimed in Han Mingfei, wearing a face of schadenfreude. He had already consulted his father about the consequences of offending Luo Hao. The outcomes were either severe injury or death, with no one escaping unscathed. That country bumpkin would be no exception. Shen Qingyue shook her head, saying, "No, I must wait for him to emerge. Although I find him detestable, he is in this predicament because of me. I cannot simply leave him behind." "I concur with Qingyue. We cannot abandon Sui here," stated Zhang Yutong, aligning herself with Shen Qingyue. Xiao Zizi rolled her eyes, retorting, "Then let us stand vigil here. If that country bumpkin manages to emerge today, Xiao Zizi, shall serve him as a maid." A sudden voice pierced the air. "As for the maid, that could be overlooked, however. One like you is simply beneath my notice." In Chapter 15, Boasting Without Drafting, under the scrutiny of numerous gazes, Sui strode forward with his hands tucked into his pockets. Xiao Zizi's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Sui, glancing left and right, yet finding no trace of injury upon him. How could this be? He was, after all, Luo Hao's nephew, the nephew of the notorious Luo Hu. This country bumpkin should have been severely harmed, or at the very least, wounded. Yet, he appeared unscathed. Not only was Xiao Zizi astonished, but Han Mingfei, reveling in the misfortune, was equally baffled, unable to comprehend how this rustic fellow had managed to escape. Shen Qingyue, being the most forthright, gazed at Sui and inquired, "How did you manage to get out?" "Yes, do share. How did you escape? Did you hide and wait for Luo Hao to leave before emerging?" This was precisely Xiao Zizi's assumption. She believed Sui must have concealed himself in some corner, only daring to venture out once Luo Hao departed from the establishment. Sui shot a sidelong glance at Xiao Zizi and replied, "Would you like to know? Stop being coy and just tell me." Xiao Zizi retorted, her impatience evident. "You wish, but I shan't divulge anything." Xiao Zizi was a close friend of Shen Qingyue, not of her. Her expression darkened, and with a fierce glare directed at Su Yi, she exclaimed, "Su Yi, you merely survived by sheer luck. What is so remarkable about that? In the end, you are still just a country bumpkin. If you truly possess any skill, then assist Qing Yue in overcoming her challenges, and do not let her bear the burden alone." Sui raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What difficulties are we discussing?" With a scoff, he anticipated her response, but as Qiao Zizi began to speak, she noticed the sudden change in Shun Qingyue's expression and swiftly admonished, "Zizi, silence." Reluctant to concede, Qiao Zizi could not ignore the flicker of anger that graced Shun Qingyue's exquisite features, compelling her to refrain from divulging further details. However, as she departed, she cast a cold glare at Su Yi, her eyes brimming with resentment. Shortly thereafter, everyone else dispersed, leaving only Su Yi and Shen Qinghua. Seizing the moment, Su Yi directly inquired about the nature of her challenges. "This is my affair. It does not concern you," Shen Qinghua replied, her countenance stern and icy. "You are my wife," Su Yi asserted. "What wife? How many times must I reiterate that I do not acknowledge you as my husband? You should relinquish that notion," she retorted vehemently. "Moreover, I shall ensure you are expelled." With that, Shen Qinghua pivoted and strode away. In truth, she harbored unspoken thoughts. Although Sui had evaded danger from Luo Hao, her own tribulations were tied to a particular individual. Even if she were to disclose this to Sui, it would not resolve her predicament, nor did she expect him to assist her. At that moment, Sui observed Shen Qingyue's tall and curvaceous silhouette fading into the distance, a smirk curling his lips. He remained steadfast in his belief. Her individuality was appealing to him. As for the nature of her challenges, he resolved to uncover the truth, regardless of her silence. After all, she was not only his wife but also the daughter of Shen Zeshan, and he felt compelled to repay her kindness. No matter the reason, he would assist Shen Qingyue in overcoming her difficulties. Su Yi said nothing, rolling up his sleeves and tying on an apron as he made his way to the kitchen. While Su Yi was busy, Shen Zeshan entered, offering a wry smile and saying, "Xiao Yi, please don't take it to heart. Today, your Aunt Luo is feeling a bit down." "It's nothing. These are trivial matters," Sui replied, unfazed. After all, it was merely cooking. Had he been concerned, he would have outright declined earlier that morning. In less than half an hour, Sui prepared several dishes and set them on the table. The four of them gathered around to eat. During the meal, Luo Yunlan kept her gaze fixed on Su Yi, her irritation growing with each passing moment. "What a useless waste. You're not even a fraction of Han Mingfei," she suddenly exclaimed. Sui responded, "Aunt Luo, your criticism of me seems a bit excessive." "What of it? You simply cannot compare to Han Mingfei. Did you see him today? Surely, he is far superior." Luo Yunlan had already learned about the outing Shun Qinghua had arranged for Sui. Sui nodded, acknowledging, "He is indeed impressive. He's as formidable as a grandson." "What did you just say?" Luo Yunlan demanded. "Ask Qinghua if you want clarity. She has a clear perspective on the matter." Sui was disinclined to elaborate further. "Qinghua, what does he mean?" Luo Yunlan turned to her daughter. Shen Qinghua bit her lip, contemplating, before finally revealing the details of the outing. Upon learning that Luo Hao had taken an interest in Shen Qinghua, Luo Yunlan's focus shifted from Han Mingfei to Su Yi, whose expression suddenly became quite intriguing. Just when Su Yi thought she would finally quiet down, unexpectedly, she let out a cold snort and retorted, "Han Mingfei's actions are justifiable. He has left our daughter to fend for herself. If it weren't for Xiaoyi, tonight, Qingyue's reputation would have been tarnished." "Is that what you call justifiable?" Shen Zeshan could no longer contain himself and countered, but Luo Yunlan remained steadfast in her reasoning, asserting, "Behind Han Mingfei stands the Han family. If he offends the Black Tiger gang, it is no longer merely his affair. He is considering the greater good." Shen Zeshan's expression shifted. "You want Xiaoyi to collect debts? Have you lost your mind? That is the Qingdao gang." Luo Yunlan replied with a smile. "Is he not unafraid of the Black Tiger gang? What could he possibly fear from the Qingdao gang?" She then turned to Shen Qinghua and asked, "Qinghua, do you not agree?" Shen Qinghua responded, "Su Yi, my mother is merely joking. If you are too afraid to go, then do not go. I will not ridicule you." She was employing a tactic of provocation, firmly believing that Su Yi would not dare to proceed. However, in the next moment, Su Yi extended her hand. "What are you doing?" Shen Qinghua asked, puzzled. "If I am to collect debts, I should at least be given an IOU," Su Yi declared, instantly shocking the three individuals present. Shen Qinghua was rendered speechless. This fellow truly had no fear of death. Sui, I warn you, that is the Qingdao gang. Though it may not rival the Black Tiger gang, it still possesses over 100 members. You would be courting disaster, Shun Qingyue coldly stated. Shun Zeshan also urged. Xiao Yi, do not heed your Aunt Luo, she is merely joking. Do not take her seriously. Su Yi smiled and remarked, it is merely a small gang, rest assured. Uncle Shun, I can handle it effortlessly. He had previously battled with Luo Hu and was aware that Luo Hu's prowess was only at the first level of the Shilongjiu. The Qingdao gang, being a tier inferior to the Heihu gang, posed little challenge. You claim it will be effortless? Such arrogance is truly unfounded, Luo Yulan scoffed disdainfully. Chapter 16. The debt collector Shun Zeshan attempted to dissuade Su Yi further, yet Su Yi remained resolute, leaving Shun Zeshan with no choice but to acquiesce. Additionally, Shun Zeshan informed Su Yi that the following evening would be the Shun family's gathering, providing an opportune moment for Su Yi to meet Shun Qingyue's grandfather and make an appearance. That night, having laid out his bedding, Su Yi sat in anticipation when Shun Qingyue entered, clad in a violet nightgown. Instantly, Su Yi found himself captivated. In her violet attire, Shun Qingyue's curves were enchanting and voluptuous, exuding a fiery sensuality. Her freshly dried hair added an alluring charm to her presence. However, what stirred Su Yi's desire even more was the pure yin energy emanating from Shun Qingyue, a quality exclusive to extraordinary women, serving as the ultimate tonic for the burning dragon physique. According to the elder, the burning dragon physique is a rare gift, difficult for an ordinary person to possess. Even if one were to acquire it, a short lifespan would ensue. Only through cultivating the burning dragon physique to a higher level could one escape the shackles of mortality. Su Yi, burdened with the burning dragon physique, had but 3 years to live. Unless he engaged in dual cultivation with an extraordinary woman to elevate his burning dragon physique, he would remain tethered to his fleeting existence. Why are you staring? Is there something worth looking at? Just as Su Yi was engrossed in his thoughts, Shun Qingyue's sharp voice broke the silence. She shielded her chest with her left arm, accentuating her alluring figure, while brandishing a pair of scissors in her right hand, exuding an intimidating aura. Observing her demeanor, Su Yi remarked, you need not be so defensive. I am a gentleman and would not harm you. Humph. If you were truly a gentleman, then what transpired at the inn would not have occurred, Shun Qingyue retorted, her face flushing at the mention of the incident. That was merely you enticing me, Su Yi countered playfully. I was drugged, Shun Qingyue exclaimed in anger. Drugged? Who administered it to you? Su Yi pressed on with curiosity. Shun Qingyue parted her crimson lips, ready to divulge the information, but suddenly hesitated, as if recalling something significant. Undeterred, Su Yi continued. Could it be that the person in question is the obstacle mentioned by Qiao Zizi? That is none of your concern. Go to sleep. Shun Qingyue hastily shifted the topic, clearly unwilling to delve further. Su Yi chose not to press her any further, confident that the truth would eventually surface. Su Yi hesitated, contemplating his next words. What do you want now? Shun Qingyue responded with impatience. The floor is rather hard, and it's uncomfortable. Why not let me sleep beside you? I could keep you warm, Su Yi suggested with an expectant expression. Shun Qingyue was taken aback. This audacious fellow had the audacity to frame his desire to share a bed as an offer to keep her warm. It was utterly shameless. No way, she firmly rejected. Alas, I am only trying to be kind. Why can you not understand my good intentions? Su Yi sighed, feeling deeply wounded by Shun Qingyue's misinterpretation of his sincerity. With a cold sneer, Shun Qingyue placed the scissors beneath the pillow in front of Su Yi, before finally lying down. Seeing that his hopes of climbing into bed were dashed, Su Yi chose not to persist. After all, there would be ample opportunities in the future. When the day arrived for him to ascend to Shun Qingyue's bed, he vowed that she would be begging for mercy in no time. The following morning, as Su Yi emerged from the bedroom, he spotted Luo Yunlan waiting in the living room. Good morning, Aunt Luo, he greeted. Luo Yunlan, with her legs crossed and a stern expression, replied, What do you mean by good morning? Don't try to play coy. You haven't forgotten the promise you made last night, have you? What promise? Su Yi momentarily struggled to recall. Having had a restless night due to the bright light that Shun Qingyue had kept on, illuminating his face. Feigning ignorance, are we? I knew you lacked the courage, Luo Yunlan said, slapping a note on the coffee table with a resounding thud. If you're too afraid to go, then gather your things and leave obediently. Suddenly enlightened, Su Yi exclaimed, Ah, so that is what it was. All right, Aunt Luo, I'll take care of it immediately. Grasping the note, he hurried out the door. Shortly after Su's departure, the bedroom door swung open, and Shen Qingwei stepped out. Mom, you're up so early. Did you see that guy Sue? Shen Qingwei glanced around, failing to spot Sue anywhere, not even in the kitchen. Noticing Luo Yunlan's cheerful demeanor, she asked, "What is going on?" "Don't worry, my dear. You'll soon be free," Luo Yunlan beamed. "What do you mean?" Shen Qingwei inquired, her face a mask of confusion. "That rascal took the note to the Qingdao gang to collect the debt." Shen Qingyue's complexion changed dramatically. What? He actually went? In her perspective, Sue was certain to be incapable of obtaining the funds. Once Sue failed to secure the money, she would have every justification to dismiss him, thereby allowing her to be with Han Mingfei, achieving two objectives with one action. Sue exited the apartment complex and boarded a bus, heading directly to the headquarters of the Qingdao gang. During the journey, he glanced at the IOU. It turned out that Shen Zeshan and Luo Yunlan had opened a pharmacy several years ago. Members of the Qingdao gang frequently visited this establishment for medical treatment. But each time they received care, they accrued debt, failing to remit payment. Due to the local influence of the Qingdao gang, Shen Zeshan and his associates had attempted to collect payments several times, initially with little consequence. However, as time passed, the gang members grew impatient and resorted to intimidation, discouraging them from pressing the matter further. Just yesterday, the two had made another attempt to collect, and the outcome was predictably fruitless. This explained Luo Yunlan's foul mood. Sue then scrutinized the figures on the IOU. Astonishingly, the amount had reached 3 million, a substantial sum indeed. He muttered to himself. Soon, the bus arrived at its destination. This was the headquarters of the Qingdao gang. Outside the building, 4 or 5 individuals were patrolling. Passers-by kept their distance, choosing to circumvent the area to avoid any potential entanglements. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Sue strode forward confidently. "Hey, stop right there." Upon reaching the entrance, a burly man stepped forward, blocking Su Yi's path with a menacing grin plastered across his face. "Do you know where this place is? It is certainly not a realm fit for someone as inexperienced as you." Chapter 17. How many have arrived? The burly man sneered, completely disregarding Su Yi. This young lad, clad in tattered garments, not yet 20, resembled a fledgling chick, easily crushable in the man's grasp. Bored from patrolling, he sought amusement and thus delayed his assault. "This, indeed, is the headquarters of the Qingdao gang, isn't it?" Su Yi, unperturbed, calmly inquired, wishing to ascertain whether he had arrived at the right location. The burly man responded, "Indeed, brat, this is the headquarters of the Qinglong gang." "Then I have not erred. Summon your leader," Su Yi stated coolly. The man, momentarily questioning his ears, rubbed them in disbelief. At that moment, another member of the Qingdao gang approached, a man donning a floral shirt, resembling a lanky monkey, with a head of bleached hair and a cigarette dangling from his lips, puffing clouds of smoke as he walked. "Do you know what this kid is after?" "He actually wants me to fetch our leader," the burly man said. "Haha." The floral shirt man, taken aback at first, erupted into laughter. Sui remained composed, observing silently until the man had his fill of mirth. He then sauntered closer, cigarette in hand. "Kid, what business do you have with our leader? Pray, enlighten me." "I have come to collect a debt," Sui replied matter-of-factly. "A debt? What debt?" "The medicinal establishment of the Shen family," Sui stated. Upon hearing about the Shen family's medical hall, the expressions of both individuals shifted dramatically, quickly darkening with palpable tension. It was evident they were aware of the matter at hand, confirming that Sui had indeed arrived at the correct location. "Listen, kid. You have but one chance to leave this place immediately, otherwise you shall not walk out of here today," the man in the floral shirt uttered coldly, his tone laced with menace. The burly man beside him tilted his neck, clenching his fists, producing a sound reminiscent of crackling beans. Sui responded, "Members of the Qingdao gang have accrued medical bills and labor costs at the Shen family's medical hall totaling 3 million, which has remained unpaid for over a year. It is time to settle this debt." "Blasted kid, lacking in wit. Lao San, break one of his legs and throw him out," the floral shirt man barked. "Understood." The burly man grinned wickedly, extending his fingers as he lunged towards Sui's collar. Just as his hand was about to make contact, Sui swiftly grasped the man's wrist. In an instant, the burly man found himself immobilized, as if ensnared by an iron clamp, his efforts to escape proving futile. Soon, beads of perspiration formed on his forehead. Lao San, stop toying with him. Hurry up and deal with this. The deputy leader is right here, and if he sees us, we're finished. The floral shirt man, mistaking the burly man's hesitation for jest, urged him on. In the next moment, the burly man was sent flying, landing 3 meters away and rolling upon the ground. The floral shirt man stood dumbfounded, only to cry out moments later, "We have an intruder." His words ignited a frenzy, prompting the patrolling members of the Qingdao gang to rush towards the scene. Meanwhile, the passers-by halted in their tracks, astonished as they turned their gazes toward the unfolding scene. Who is this young man, daring to disrupt the territory of the Qingdao gang? Such audacity was beyond their experience. The Qingdao gang was notorious in the underworld. Even the locals of Jiangxing trembled at their name. Yet, to their surprise, today a mere youth had the audacity to challenge them. Su Yi observed the approaching members of the Qingdao gang, 5 or 6 in total. Without uttering a word, he advanced forward with resolute steps. In a mere 10 seconds, all of them lay defeated on the ground. However, as these individuals fell, a greater number emerged from the building. These were all ruffians, each wielding weapons, watermelon knives, baseball bats, and steel pipes, each one exuding a menacing aura. Numbering at least 20 or 30, they surged forward like a swarm. At this moment, in a lavish office on the top floor of the building, a middle-aged man lounged in an office chair, his feet resting on the desk, exuding an air of absolute comfort. His name was Yang Qinggang, the vice leader of the Qingdao gang, the second in command. Additionally, he bore another title, the younger brother of the gang's leader. Thus, within the Qingdao gang, he occupied a position of significant authority. Beside him, a female secretary dressed in a formal suit held documents, reporting on the financial performance of the gang. Suddenly, Yang Qinggang slapped the secretary's thigh, playfully kneading it. "Oh, vice leader, please don't do that. I haven't finished my report yet," the secretary pouted coyly. Yang Qinggang exerted force with his hand, causing the alluring figure of the female secretary to tumble onto his lap. "Reporting while seated on my lap is no different." He chuckled. Upon finishing his remark, he began to roam his hands over her. "Deputy leader, the funds from the Shun family's pharmacy are truly elusive. That couple has visited several times, and it's becoming awkward to continue ignoring their debts," the secretary remarked, twisting her body enticingly. "Humph, as if they could repay anything. That couple is spineless. Let them come before me to demand their money," Yang Qinggang scoffed. But the secretary attempted to interject further. With a swift motion, Yang Qinggang slapped her rounded dairy re, saying, "Enough of these dreary discussions. If they have the audacity, let them come and ask. If they lack the capability, they can take their leave." He grinned mischievously. "Now, let us engage in a more profound exchange." Suddenly, the office door was forcefully swung open by a ruffian. "Damn it. Can't you see I was enjoying myself? You didn't even knock. Do you wish to die?" Yang Qinggang bellowed in anger. The ruffian, pale-faced and trembling, stammered, "And not good. Deputy leader, someone is here to cause trouble." "What? Who dares to disrupt our Qingdao gang? Which faction are they from? And how many are there?" Yang Qinggang pushed the secretary aside and sprang to his feet. The ruffian raised a trembling finger, saying, "Just one." Outside the building, the number of onlookers was steadily increasing, each face reflecting growing astonishment. "Unbelievable. Over 30 individuals have all been taken down by that young man. Is this a human being? Even a boxing champion could not accomplish such a feat. How terrifying. Remarkable." A crowd stood in stunned silence, and the man in the floral shirt was left dumbstruck, drenched in a cold sweat. This is indeed a human. He never anticipated that a brash young man who suddenly barged in would be so fearsome. The couple from the Shin family, always so submissive, had somehow found such a formidable ally. Suddenly, the man in the floral shirt felt a chilling sensation course through him as Su Yi turned his gaze towards him. "Now, may I summon your leader?" Su Yi inquired. Just as the floral shirt man was about to respond, his eyes gleamed brightly, and he dashed away in haste. Su Yi followed his gaze to see a middle-aged man accompanied by a group emerging from the building entrance. It was Yang Qinggang, the vice leader of the Qingdao gang, and he had actually appeared. Someone exclaimed loudly, "It's over for this young man. I've heard that Yang Qinggang has taken lives. He has several notches on his belt, and he is incredibly ruthless." Others echoed their concern for Su Yi. Chapter 18. Let us see how Mr. Su fares. The onlookers buzzed with chatter, believing that Su Yi had drawn the short straw by encountering Yang Qinggang here. Su Yi paid no heed. His intention was precisely to provoke the Qingdao gang's decision-maker, and he had achieved that goal. Meanwhile, the man in the floral shirt rushed to Yang Qinggong's side and swiftly recounted the events that had just transpired. Upon hearing this, Yang Qinggong's expression turned icy. The vice leader remarked, "This fellow is rather formidable. Should we settle the score with him?" The man in the floral shirt spoke cautiously. "Settle what?" Yang Qinggong retorted with a curse. "He has injured so many of my subordinates in my territory, and with so many witnesses present. If we do not deal with him, how can I, Yang Qinggong, continue to survive in Jiangxing? If I do not eliminate him today, I shall no longer be called Yang Qinggong." With that, he cast a cold gaze at Sui. "Kid, are you here to collect a debt?" Yang Qinggong sneered. Sui replied, "What do you think?" Yang Qinggong continued, "You're rather arrogant. Do you think that just because you are a skilled fighter, you can act with impunity? Let me make it clear. You will not leave here with even a penny today. Is that so? If you are unwilling to pay, then I shall take the opportunity to stretch my limbs," Sui responded nonchalantly. However, if the other party refused to comply, he would not hold back, and he intended to make them suffer. Suddenly, a cacophony of hurried footsteps approached, accompanied by the sounds of a bustling crowd. From all directions, figures surged towards the front of the building. There were no less than 100 of them. These were all members of the Qingdao gang, summoned directly by Yang Qinggong's command. Although the Qingdao gang did not rival the Black Tiger gang, it still boasted a formidable presence of several hundred members. The elite among them, numbering over 100, were seasoned fighters, fierce and battle-hardened. As they assembled before the building, their fierce demeanor struck fear into the hearts of the onlookers. My goodness, there are so many. This is at least comparable to a small military force. The young man is bound to meet misfortune. He is still too young. After all, this is the Qingdao gang, not just any run-of-the-mill group. They all sighed, believing that Sui stood no chance of victory. "Humph, lad, this is the headquarters of the Qingdao gang. How dare you act recklessly? If you desire money, you shall leave your life here today." Yang Qinggong sneered, then pointed at Sui, issuing a command. In an instant, the 100-odd individuals shouted and charged towards Sui. Sui raised an eyebrow, his expression calm. In the next moment, he flashed forward to meet them. "Heh! With so many people, no matter how formidable this lad is, he will surely tire and succumb." The man in the floral shirt chuckled with delight. Yang Qinggong let out a cold snort and said, "Naturally, he." However, before he could finish, his eyes widened in shock. Before him, the throng of hundreds surged towards Sui, but soon, one after another began to fall. 10, 20, 30, like wheat being harvested, they lay down in succession, unable to rise again. Remain calm, remain calm. This is merely the beginning. In a moment, this lad will surely exhaust himself. Yang Qinggong reassured himself, forcing himself to stay composed. He believed that even a superhero would tire eventually. He could not fathom how 100 people could not wear down their opponent. As 2 or 3 minutes passed, only a mere dozen remained. Beads of cold sweat broke out on Yang Qinggong's forehead. He hastily pulled out his phone and shouted into it, "Everyone, yes. All of you, come here at once." At this moment, Sui continued to advance, leaving behind a trail of fallen foes. He was indeed feeling fatigued. After all, even if one were to slay pigs with closed eyes, it would still require a series of deliberate strikes. However, just then, Sui noticed a surge of people approaching from all directions. They came forth in an unending tide, relentlessly pressing onward. It seemed that he would have to employ his techniques. With a furrowed brow, Sui observed that at least 100 individuals were now converging upon him, and he was disinclined to continue in such a manner. Consequently, he activated the Xianlong art and executed a technique, the Tianxin step. Instantly, Sui's speed escalated, transforming him into a streak of lightning, vanishing from his original position. The Tianxin spirit step, though a lower-tier technique of the Xianlong sect, was far beyond what these ordinary individuals could withstand. Wherever Sui passed, the number of fallen increased rapidly. Within a mere minute, all 100 or so adversaries had succumbed, leaving none standing. Is this truly humanity? It's astonishingly swift. This young man is remarkable. Over 200 individuals, all brought to their knees. The Qingdao gang paled in comparison before him. The onlookers were rendered utterly speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. Even Yang Qinggong, who had previously exuded ferocity, along with the man in the floral shirt, now stood dumbfounded. Suddenly, Yang Qinggong felt a chill enveloping him, and amidst a blur, Sui appeared right before him. Yang Qinggong's legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. "Now, shall we settle the debts?" Sui gazed at him, speaking with an air of indifference. Yang Qinggang opened his mouth, about to utter a response when, unexpectedly, a sharp and chilling voice cut through the air. Humph, you dare to create chaos at the headquarters of my Qingdao gang, injuring over 200 of my men. And you still seek money? Dream on. Ha ha, my brother is here. He is a martial artist at the early stage of the Mingjing realm. Young man, your fate is sealed. Yang Qinggang was filled with immense joy. The newcomer was none other than Yang Qinggang's brother, Yang Qingfeng, the true leader and head of the Qingdao gang. The crowd was astonished by Yang Qingfeng's arrival, yet Su Yi remained remarkably calm. Young man, today, you shall not leave this place, Yang Qingfeng declared, his eyes gleaming with a cold, fierce light. However, just as his words fell, a mocking voice rang out. Yang Qingfeng, dare you lay a hand on Mr. Su? Upon hearing this voice, Yang Qingfeng's expression changed dramatically. Luo Hu. From a distance, a formidable group of over 100 individuals approached, exuding a menacing aura. At the forefront was none other than Luo Hu, the leader of the Black Tiger gang. The onlookers were utterly shocked. They could hardly believe that a young man not only dared to stir trouble at the headquarters of the Qingdao gang, but had also summoned the leader of the Black Tiger gang, Luo Hu, to his aid. This was the first time they had witnessed such a clash between two powerful gangs. Amidst the crowd's astonishment, Luo Hu strode confidently to Su Yi's side. I have come to pay my respects to Mr. Su, Luo Hu said respectfully. Chapter 19, Double the Repayment. Su Yi glanced at Luo Hu and inquired, what brings you here? I have come specifically to apologize to Mr. Su, Luo Hu replied candidly, revealing his intentions without hesitation. Just yesterday, although Luo Hu had never witnessed Su Yi's true strength, he was genuinely astounded by the aura emanating from him. This revelation made Luo Hu acutely aware that Su Yi's prowess was undoubtedly superior to his own, transcending even the realm of Mingjing. Such a martial arts master was certainly not someone Luo Hu could provoke. Thus, in pursuit of a peaceful night's sleep, he resolved to offer a sincere apology to Su Yi. Not long ago, Luo Hu received word that Su Yi had arrived at the headquarters of the Qingdao gang to collect a debt, prompting him to rush over. To his astonishment, he discovered that over 200 individuals had been effortlessly subdued by Su Yi. This only reinforced Luo Hu's determination to seek forgiveness. He realized he truly could not afford to provoke such a figure. Apology? Su Yi raised an eyebrow and replied, you may step aside for the moment. I have matters to attend to. Once I am finished, I shall seek you out to discuss a few things. Luo Hu chuckled. Mr. Su, you are here to collect a debt, are you not? You seem quite informed. Su Yi responded, and Luo Hu offered him a cigar, saying, Mr. Su, please take a moment to rest. Allow me to handle this matter. What do you think? Very well, I shall entrust it to you. If I can avoid confrontation, I would welcome the respite, as I am indeed feeling somewhat fatigued. With that, Su Yi settled onto the steps in front of the building, lit the cigar, and exhaled clouds of smoke. Meanwhile, Luo Hu's smile faded as he strode purposefully toward Yang Qingfeng. Master Hu, this matter pertains to my Qingdao gang and should not concern you, Yang Qingfeng stated. Indeed, this is a matter concerning our Qingdao gang. Even if you are the leader of the Black Tiger gang, it is not within your jurisdiction. Yang Qinggang shouted vehemently. With a swift motion, Luo Hu struck Yang Qingfeng across the face, causing him to spit blood, his expression a mix of shock and fury. We are adults discussing serious matters. Do you think it is your place to interject? Luo Hu shot a sidelong glance at Yang Qinggang. What do you mean by that, Luo Hu? Yang Qingfeng's countenance darkened significantly. It is quite simple. Repayment, replied Luo Hu. Yang Qingfeng scoffed. I never imagined that the esteemed leader of the Black Tiger gang would stoop so low before a mere child. It is quite laughable. Luo Hu, though agitated, leaned in to whisper a few words into Yang Qingfeng's ear. In an instant, Yang Qingfeng's expression transformed, displaying shock and disbelief. Brother, do not heed his words. That insolent child has wreaked havoc here and injured so many of our brothers. He cannot be allowed to escape unpunished. Yang Qinggang observed the change in Yang Qingfeng's demeanor and quickly interjected, unwilling to let Su Yi off the hook. With a sudden motion, Yang Qingfeng slapped Yang Qinggang across the face, leaving him utterly bewildered. Brother, you. Now, at once, prepare 3 million. No, 6 million, commanded Yang Qingfeng. Yang Qinggang, incredulous, felt certain his elder brother had lost his senses. He attempted to protest, but was met with Yang Qingfeng's cold, piercing gaze, which sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to comply immediately. Subsequently, Yang Qingfeng approached Su Yi. Are you still intending to take action? Su Yi flicked away the cigar in his hand, finding its taste quite unsatisfactory, especially in comparison to the old man's leaf tobacco. Yang Shifeng clasped his hands and smiled. Mr. Su, I sincerely apologize for any previous misunderstandings. I seek your forgiveness. Yang Chengfeng had fully grasped the formidable nature of Su Yi from Luo Hu. The latter was not merely a martial arts expert surpassing the level of Ming Jing, but also had a close rapport with Zheng Hongfeng of the Zheng family. Furthermore, Luo Hu had made it clear that he had no qualms about engaging in battle with the Qingdao gang. Thus, Yang Chengfeng did not hesitate to concede. You are quite perceptive. Very well. When will the funds be delivered? Su Yi inquired nonchalantly. Yang Chengfeng promptly replied, I have already dispatched my inept younger brother to retrieve the money. However, since it is cash, it will require at least half a day. What do you suggest? In that case, once the funds are gathered, contact me, and I shall provide you with the address. Su Yi, naturally disinterested in waiting, called for Luo Hu, as he had further inquiries for him. Yang Chengfeng hurriedly accompanied Su Yi as he departed. This scene left the onlookers in a state of astonishment once more. Incredible. Simply incredible. Indeed, not only had he injured over 100 members of the Qingdao gang in one encounter, but Yang Chengfeng dared not show even a hint of displeasure and instead bent low to see him off. It was truly a spectacle. One could not help but wonder about the origins of this young man. How enviable. Half an hour later, within an elegant and comfortable tea house, the entire hall had been vacated. Apart from Su Yi and Luo Hu, there was no one else present, as Luo Hu had reserved the entire venue. Outside, there were guards under Luo Hu's command, ensuring that not even a fly could enter. Shortly thereafter, a waiter brought a cup of tea, which Luo Hu promptly accepted and personally delivered to Su Yi, standing obediently by the side. Who could have imagined that the notorious underground overlord of Jiang City would, at this moment, appear before a young man like a mere subordinate? You need not stand. Please take a seat, Su Yi remarked after sipping his tea. Yes, yes. Luo Hu complied, sitting down across from Su Yi. He then smiled and inquired, Mr. Su, you mentioned you had some questions for me. May I ask what they are? Are you at the peak of the Mingjing level? Su Yi asked. Indeed, Luo Hu affirmed. Please enlighten me about the divisions beyond Mingjing, Su Yi requested. He had summoned Luo Hu specifically for this purpose. Prior to arriving in Jiang City, Su Yi had always been beside the old man and was unaware of the classifications of martial prowess within the secular world. Now that Su Yi had entered society, it would be beneficial to gain further knowledge. Upon hearing Su Yi's inquiry, Luo Hu did not hold back and immediately shared his insights. Beyond Mingjing, there are Dark Force, Dan Force, and Transformation Force. Mingjing, Dark Force, True Force, and Transformation Force. Please elaborate. Su Yi pondered for a moment before speaking. Luo Hu nodded and began to explain to Su Yi. The term Mingjing refers to the strength of the physical body. The lowest tier of Mingjing is the initial stage, where the power of a single punch exceeds that of an ordinary person, capable of reaching a force of 50 kilograms. As one progresses further, this power can exponentially increase, reaching up to 300 kilograms. Above the realm of Mingjing lies the elusive Enjin, a level that is fundamentally distinct from its predecessor. To attain Enjin, one must cultivate Qi. Qi. Su Yi raised an eyebrow. Luo Hu spoke solemnly. Indeed, it is Qi, the most discernible demarcation between Enjin and Mingjing. Chapter 20. Your vehicle has collided with mine. Qi is the most pronounced distinction between practitioners of Enjin and Mingjing, Luo Hu asserted with gravity. He elucidated to Su Yi that Mingjing practitioners lack Qi, relying solely on brute strength, which pales in comparison to the finesse of Qi. A practitioner of Enjin, endowed with Qi, can obliterate even the pinnacle of Mingjing warriors with but a single strike. As he spoke, a glimmer of hope and envy flickered in Luo Hu's eyes. Is it arduous to reach the level of Enjin? Su Yi inquired. Upon hearing this, Luo Hu let out a bitter smile and replied, Mr. Su, for you, Enjin may seem trivial, yet for someone like me, achieving Enjin may well remain an unattainable dream throughout my life. Mr. Su, are you aware of how many Enjin practitioners reside in Jiangxing? Su Yi responded. How many? Luo Hu raised 5 fingers. To my knowledge, there are only 5, and each of them stands as a paragon in our city. Despite being a formidable figure in Jiangxing's underworld, I, Luo Hu, must concede that there exists an even more formidable overlord above me, an Enjin practitioner known as Lei Dao. Revered as Master Lei, the true sovereign of Jiangxing's underground realm, the formidable Lei Yi possesses astonishing strength. Once, Luo, who had the fortune of witnessing Lei Yi in action. With a single punch, he pierced through a male water buffalo. Such force is estimated to reach an astounding 500 kilograms. Aside from Lei Yi, according to Luo Hu, the other four individuals are either prominent figures from elite families or solitary warriors, yet none are devoid of renown. These individuals represent merely the surface. Whether there exist hidden masters is beyond Luo Hu's knowledge. As for true strength, Sui gained a preliminary understanding of the martial hierarchy in Jiang City and inquired further. He speculated that practitioners of dark energy could be likened to those at the second to third levels of the Xianlongju. He sought to ascertain whether true strength practitioners existed within Jiang City. True strength? I have not heard of such practitioners in Jiang City. Such individuals are found only in the provincial capital. I have heard that to attain true strength, one must cultivate true energy. However, this is merely hearsay, and I am not yet in a position to know the specifics, Luo Hu replied. Su Yi nodded slightly. By the way, Mr. Su, may I inquire about your relationship with Zheng Hongfeng? Luo Hu asked cautiously after a moment's hesitation. Su Yi did not respond directly but countered, is there an issue? There are some matters I am uncertain about discussing. If your connection to the Zheng family is merely casual, it might be prudent to maintain some distance. I have heard whispers that the Zheng family has entangled themselves with a fearsome entity, Luo Hu whispered. Sui narrowed his eyes slightly, recalling the poison that had afflicted Zheng Hongfeng. While it was not immediately lethal, it could induce unimaginable suffering. It appeared that Zheng Hongfeng's poisoning was indeed due to this. I have a clear understanding of this matter, but what about you? Sui inquired. Luo Hu was taken aback, gazing at Sui in disbelief. Are you implying, Mr. Su? Sui replied. Just as you have surmised, I can facilitate your advancement, not merely to the pinnacle of Mingjin, but perhaps even to the realm of Enjin. Upon hearing this, Luo Hu's eyes widened in astonishment. The next moment, he rose to his feet and bowed deeply to Sui. Mr. Su, if you can truly enable me to break through to Enjin, I am willing to follow you loyally and heed your every command. The very thought of reaching the Enjin level had long been a dream for Luo Hu. Achieving such a status would place him on equal footing with Lei Dao and grant him the means to exact revenge. With that thought, Luo Hu could not help but clench his fists tightly. Very well, then it is settled. Please fetch me paper and pen. I shall first impart to you a cultivation mantra, Sui instructed. Yes. Luo Hu hurried off to gather the necessary materials. The reason Sui was doing this was simple. He sought to procure more rare flowers, medicinal herbs, and the accompanying jade fragments of the Qilin. He required manpower and resources. Luo Hu's abilities were neither too high nor too low, making him an ideal candidate for the task. Thus, in order to incentivize him, Sui intended to offer him a taste of the rewards, namely, an enhancement of his strength. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, Sui's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Shin Qinghua. He promptly answered with a smile. Wife, where are you? How is the debt collection going? Shin Qinghua's voice was icy as she inquired. Sui quickly replied, I'm out having tea. As for the debt collection, rest assured, I have managed to retrieve it. Retrieved it? Shin Qinghua on the other end of the line was clearly taken aback, then said, all right, bring the money over immediately. I'll be waiting for you. After providing him with an address, she abruptly hung up. Subsequently, Sui instructed Luo Hu to drive him to the address given by Shin Qinghua. Luo Hu was at the wheel of a luxurious white Range Rover, worth over $1 million. Typically, Luo Hu had a dedicated chauffeur. But this time he personally drove Sui. Before long, they arrived at the underground parking of a shopping mall, as Shin Qinghua had mentioned. Sui would only need to take the elevator up to the mall's main hall. Mr. Su, we've arrived. Luo Hu said with a cheerful smile as he parked the car. Sui nodded, preparing to exit the vehicle. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the rear of the car was jolted. Sui inquired, what was that? Mr. Su, someone has rear-ended our car, Luo Hu replied while opening the door to step out. Sui followed suit. As they emerged, they saw a black Longi sedan behind them, with its doors flung open, from which a young man and woman rushed out. The couple was strikingly youthful, adorned in designer clothing, and their flamboyant attire was quite eye-catching. Especially that woman, whose beauty was not lacking and whose figure was splendid, tall and well-proportioned. However, she emerged from the driver's seat, her high heels clicking against the ground, her face contorted with fury. Without hesitation, she kicked the rear of Luo Hu's car with the heel of her shoe, displaying a crude and savage demeanor. Hey, how do you drive? Can't you see there's a car behind you? She bellowed, pointing at Su Yi, her aggression palpable and overwhelming. Su Yi was taken aback. He didn't know how to drive, nor was it his vehicle. Furthermore, considering the position where Luo had parked, it was evident that another car could pass by. Anyone with functioning eyesight could discern that the woman's car could indeed maneuver through. Most importantly, their vehicles were stationary. At that moment, the woman's voice rang out once more, still brimming with arrogance and hostility. I'm talking to you. Are you deaf or dumb? Your car hit mine. Speak up. Su Yi. Chapter 21. He truly is the Tiger Lord. Su Yi had encountered shameless individuals before, but to be candid, he had never met a woman so utterly devoid of shame as the one before him. She was adorned in striking attire, her long, flawless legs accentuated, her bosom prominent. Her lips painted a fiery red, and cascading waves of burgundy hair that rendered men powerless. Yet her demeanor was nothing short of haughty and domineering. The reason for Shen Manjiao's audacity was simple. She perceived Su Yi as an easy target. This was her usual modus operandi, especially with her boyfriend backing her up. Who was her boyfriend, you ask? He was none other than Lu Jiping, the young master of the Lu family, a second-tier clan in Jiangxing. Before me stands a young man, clad in a rather unrefined manner, unmistakably a rustic from the countryside, an unsophisticated bumpkin. Naturally, she regards him with disdain. My dear lady, do you not find your reasoning a tad unreasonable? Su Yi began. Reason? What reason? I have already stated that you cannot drive, and your vehicle has collided with mine. Shen Manjiao crossed her arms over her ample bosom, tilting her chin defiantly, exuding an air of invincibility. Su Yi's gaze darkened as he retorted, So, you insist on distorting the truth? Distorting the truth? I am merely addressing the facts. Jiping, what do you think? Shen Manjiao inquired of Lu Jiping, who stood nearby. Lu Jiping chuckled and replied, Of course, Manjiao is right. It was he who crashed into our vehicle. I wholeheartedly support you. What do you intend to do? Su Yi asked, amusement dancing in his eyes as he observed the striking woman before him. Shen Manjiao raised her chin and declared, What else is there to say? Clearly, you must compensate us. Lu Jiping echoed her sentiment. Yes, compensation. I can pay, but I fear you may not be able to accept it, Su Yi remarked. Upon hearing this, Shen Manjiao and Lu Jiping burst into laughter, but their mirth was short-lived, for in the next moment, Luo emerged. As the leader of the Black Tiger gang, Luo was not only tall and imposing but also emanated an air of menace. A mere glance from him sent chills down the spine. You wish for us to pay? Luo inquired coldly. Shen Manjiao's mouth fell open in shock, leaving her speechless and visibly terrified. Lu Jiping, too, paled in fear. Still seeking compensation? The voice of Su Yi resonated, laced with a tone of mockery. For a moment, both Shen Manjiao and Lu Jiping were rendered speechless by shock. Suddenly, the voice of Shen Qingyue pierced through the tension. Upon noticing her approach, Su Yi was taken aback. Shen Qingyue. Shen Manjiao narrowed her eyes sharply, a glint of coldness emanating from them. What are you doing here, Shen Qingyue? She demanded, her expression darkening. The recognition between the two women surprised Su Yi, yet it was evident that their relationship was far from cordial. Nevertheless, he dismissed their discord and promptly approached with a smile, addressing her as wife. Wife. The utterance caused a ripple of change in the expressions of those present. Su Yi, could you please maintain some decorum? I specifically asked you not to call me that in front of others. Shen Qingyue instantly bristled, her face assuming a stern demeanor as she glared at him. Su Yi chuckled, So? It's acceptable to call you that in front of Uncle Shen and Aunt Luo then? Well, that is not acceptable either. Shen Qingyue shot him a fierce look. At that moment, Shen Manjiao's voice broke in as she approached. Upon learning of Su Yi's identity, she reverted to her earlier haughty demeanor. Just a few days ago, I heard my father mention that you married some rustic fellow. Turns out it's this guy, she remarked, a teasing smile gracing her lips. Shen Qingyue shot her a sidelong glance and retorted, Shen Manjiao, who I marry is none of your concern. How can it not be my concern? After all, you are my cousin, so it is only natural for me to take an interest, she replied with a hint of sarcasm. As she spoke, Shen Manjiao's gaze once again scrutinized Su Yi from head to toe, before she shook her head in disapproval. Tisk, truly a rustic fellow, exhibiting a pitiful appearance. Devoid of any admirable qualities worthy of you, Shen Qingyue. Nevertheless, I must congratulate you. Securing such a gem as a wife is indeed a blessing earned over 3 lifetimes. Shen Qingyue seethed with rage. You. Haha, I shan't indulge you further. I must accompany Jiping to the mall to procure gifts for grandfather, she declared. promptly pulling Lu Jiping into the car, and soon they departed from the scene. Shen Qingyue clenched her fists in silent fury, gritting her teeth, then turned to Su Yi with a look of indignation, almost as if lamenting his inadequacy. "How could I possibly marry someone like you?" she exclaimed. Su Yi retorted, "What is wrong with marrying me? Your cousin's man pales in comparison to me by 1,000-fold." Shen Qingyue rolled her eyes in disbelief. Lu Jiping was the scion of the Lu family. How could this fellow even begin to measure up? "Greetings, Miss Shen." At that moment, Luo Hu approached with a broad grin. To him, Shen Qingyue was the wife of Su Yi, and winning her favor could yield significant benefits, prompting him to flatter her in hopes of securing her goodwill. "You are?" Shen Qingyue inquired, puzzled by his presence. "Oh, I am Luo Hu, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, known in the underworld as Tiger Yi. However, since you are Mr. Su's wife, feel free to call me Xiao Luo," he replied, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. You are the Tiger Lord?" Shen Qingyue exclaimed in astonishment. Luo Hu chuckled softly and replied, "Indeed, Miss Shen. Should you encounter any matters in Jiangxing, feel free to seek my assistance. I am at your service." As he spoke, Luo Hu respectfully handed his business card to Shen Qingyue. "Mr. Su, I shall take my leave now," Luo Hu said as he drove away. Shen Qingyue remained in a daze for a moment before finally lifting her gaze to Su Yi. "So, I told you that your cousin's man pales in comparison to me, didn't I?" Su Yi smiled knowingly. However, the next moment, Shen Qingyue tossed the business card directly into the trash right in front of Su Yi. "What are you doing?" "That was Luo Hu's business card. Countless people in Jiangxing would covet it," Su Yi remarked, bemused by the woman's actions. Yet, Shen Qingyue sneered and retorted, "Do you think I would believe you simply because you found someone to impersonate the Tiger Lord? Please refrain from such childish antics. I am not easily deceived." In Shen Qingyue's eyes, the Tiger Lord was a figure of the underworld, someone her grandfather would not even have the privilege to meet. This man, however, thought he could fool her by finding someone to play the part, as if she were a mere 3-year-old easily swayed. Su Yi found himself speechless. He had brought the real person, and yet she still refused to believe it. "Enough of your boasting. I didn't expose you earlier out of respect. Do not push your luck," he warned. Shen Qingyue shot him a glance and chose not to say anything further as she made her way towards the elevator in the underground parking lot. Su Yi chose not to offer any explanations, pondering instead what expression she might wear if she were to discover that Luo, who was indeed the formidable Tiger Lord. Chapter 22. What you desire shall be yours. Su Yi accompanied Shen Qingyue as they descended in the elevator of the underground parking garage, ultimately arriving at the bustling atrium of the mall. Upon entering, Su Yi was captivated by the dazzling array of merchandise, akin to Lu Lao wandering through the Grand View Garden, eagerly exploring every corner with wide-eyed curiosity. Many of these items were unfamiliar to her, having never encountered such wonders in her village, thus filling her with a sense of novelty. However, this scene did not escape Shen Qingyue's notice. It left her feeling intensely uncomfortable, even embarrassed. She had an overwhelming urge to turn on her heels and leave. Eventually, unable to contain herself, Shen Qingyue seized Su Yi's arm. "Dear, what is the matter?" Su Yi inquired, perplexed. With a stern expression, Shen Qingyue retorted, "Could you refrain from acting like someone who has never seen the world? Your behavior is quite embarrassing. Can't you see that many people are staring at us?" Glancing around, Su Yi indeed noticed a multitude of peculiar gazes directed their way. "But I am from the countryside. I have never been exposed to such sights," she replied innocently. "Isn't that a form of disdain towards you?" Shen Qingyue remarked coldly. "Certainly not. They are envious of me," Su Yi countered confidently. "Envious? Indeed. They envy me for having such a beautiful wife as you. Some must be feeling quite displeased," Su Yi said with a grin. Shen Qingyue let out a dismissive snort, saying, "At least you possess some self-awareness. What do you think I am most proud of at this moment?" Su Yi asked. "What is it?" "I relish the sight of their envy, unable to diminish my stature." Su Yi wore an expression of unabashed pride. Shen Qingyue cast him a sidelong glance before deftly shifting the conversation, inquiring, "Weren't you supposed to collect the debt today? Where's the money?" "Oh, I secured it. They mentioned they are still gathering the funds and will deliver it to us this evening," Su Yi replied. "You truly possess the gift of embellishment," Shen Qingyue remarked, no longer wishing to engage. This fellow likely never even visited the Qingdao gang, let alone retrieved any money. Yet, what astonished Shen Qingyue was his audacity to claim he had procured the funds, promising their arrival that very night. Truly, his skin was as thick as they come. Shen Qingyue chose to ignore him and proceeded directly toward the upper level of the mall. "Darling, don't be hasty. Wait for me," Sui exclaimed as he promptly followed her. The two strolled through the mall, and upon passing a few gift shops, Shen Qinghua led Sui inside to purchase an assortment of gifts, including tobacco and spirits, which he dutifully carried in various bags. Eventually, Shen Qinghua brought Sui to the entrance of a clothing store. "Are you planning to buy me some clothes?" Sui asked with a smile. Shen Qinghua replied, "Do you not think you are a bit vain?" "Not at all." Sui shook his head. "Darling, don't be shy. While I may not particularly need new attire, if it is you purchasing, I would certainly wear it." "You are overthinking," she retorted. "I am merely passing by. Let us move on." Shen Qinghua was reluctant to engage further, knowing he would not comprehend her true intentions. In reality, within that clothing store, there was a particular garment that had already captured Shen Qinghua's admiration. It was designed by a renowned master, a creation that she adored, yet, even as the president, it was exceedingly costly for her. Moreover, given the current difficulties faced by the company, purchasing it was utterly out of the question. At that moment, Shen Qinghua turned to leave. "Oh, Shen Qinghua, what a coincidence. We meet again." As soon as she turned, she encountered Shen Manjiao and Lu Jiping approaching her. Shen Manjiao led the way, her hands empty, resembling a proud and stunning peacock. Trailing behind her was Lu Jiping, burdened with numerous bags, akin to her devoted attendant. "Let us go?" Shen Qinghua ignored her, briefly addressing Sui, intending to depart. Shen Manjiao leaped forward, blocking Shen Qinghua's path. "Why the rush to leave? Since you're here, why not go inside? Surely, you aren't unable to afford the garments within? What I can or cannot afford is none of your concern." Shen Qinghua retorted coldly. "Indeed? Well then, you may leave. I must go in and purchase the attire designed by Master Wu." With that, Shen Manjiao smirked triumphantly. Shen Qinghua's expression shifted dramatically. The very piece she coveted was indeed the one designed by Master Wu. In that instant, a surge of anger and frustration welled within her, yet she could only suppress it, for she simply could not afford it. Taking a deep breath, Shen Qinghua proceeded down the corridor, but after a few steps, she realized that Sui had not followed. "Hey, what are you doing? Let us go," Shen Qinghua said, somewhat irritated. "Do you desire it?" Sui inquired earnestly. "Desire? Desire what?" "The garment designed by Master Wu," Sui remarked. Shen Qinghua responded. "Of course I desire it, but do you have any idea how exorbitant that dress is? A staggering 150,000. Initially, Shen Qinghua believed that revealing such a figure would astonish Sui, yet to her surprise, he merely smiled lightly. "Very well, if you wish for it. Then it shall be yours." With that, Sui took out his phone and dialed a number, calling Zhang Ziki. At that moment, Shen Qinghua gazed at Sui. Perceiving a transformation in his demeanor, as if he had become an entirely different person, exuding an extraordinary aura. At the Zhang residence, Zhang Ziki was engaged in her training. Clad in a fitted and elastic training outfit, her alluring curves were accentuated, captivating to behold. Suddenly, her phone rang. Upon checking, she discovered it was a call from Sui. "What prompted this fellow to call me?" She pondered, yet she answered. "Hello, Sue. What brings you to call me?" "I need to borrow some money," Sui stated bluntly. "Borrow money? What for?" Zhang Ziki replied, momentarily taken aback. "To purchase a dress." "Purchase a dress? Why borrow money for that? My family owns a clothing store. Just tell me where you are, and I can have someone bring the dress for you to choose from." Zhang Ziki responded nonchalantly. Sui clarified, "It's not for myself. It's for a woman." "A woman? Who is this woman?" Zhang Ziki immediately inquired, a hint of caution in her tone. "That is none of your concern. I am currently at the XX clothing store. Have someone deliver the money to me," Sui instructed. Zhang Ziki pouted her cherry-red lips and said, "No need. The shop you mentioned is owned by my family. I'll call the manager there shortly. You can choose anything you like and take it." Meanwhile, Sui hung up the phone and put away his device. Although Sui was affluent, he needed time to gather funds from Yangqing Feng, which led him to consider borrowing money from Zhang Ziki. Little did he expect that the clothing store was indeed owned by her family, which made things considerably easier. "Who are you calling?" Shen Qinghua inquired coldly. "Guess," Sui replied playfully with a hint of mischief, then turned to enter the shop. He certainly could not reveal to Shen Qinghua that he was calling Zhang Ziki. The last thing he wanted was to provoke her jealousy. Chapter 23. Are you Mr. Su? At that moment, within the clothing store, Shen Manjiao was led by a sales assistant to a display case. Hanging in the showcase was a dress, exquisitely crafted with graceful lines and top-tier material. captivatingly enchanting under the illumination of the lights. Shen Manjiao's eyes sparkled. This was indeed a creation by the esteemed Master Wu. She had long been aware that Shen Qingwei coveted this dress, yet she had refrained from purchasing it, intending to buy it in front of Shen Qingwei to humiliate her profoundly. Throughout their lives, Shen Qingwei had always been more beautiful and accomplished than her. However, her luck surpassed that of Shen Qingwei. The man she had chosen was 100 times superior to her rustic boyfriend. Jihong, what do you think of this dress? Shen Manjiao remarked. Lu Jiping immediately approached with a smile, exclaiming, "It suits you perfectly, Manjiao. Once you wear it, you will undoubtedly look stunning. More beautiful than Shen Qingwei?" "Of course," Lu Jiping replied. "Humph, I will wear this outfit and thoroughly humiliate Shen Qingwei." Lu Jiping's excitement was palpable. His face flushed as he called out loudly, "Waiter, bring out this dress." At that moment, Su Yi's voice resonated as he strode in confidently. Both Shen Manjiao and Lu Jiping turned in surprise. "What are you doing here, country bumpkin?" Shen Manjiao retorted rudely. Ignoring her, Su Yi addressed the waiter, stating, "I want this dress." The words left both Shen Manjiao and Lu Jiping in shock. Just then, Shen Qingwei entered, catching Su Yi's declaration. She too was taken aback, unable to fathom that Su Yi would dare to make such a move. Even if she wished to intervene, it was too late. "What did you say? You want this dress too?" Shen Manjiao asked, her voice dripping with mockery. Su Yi replied calmly, "Is there a problem?" "Of course there is. Do you think you can afford it, you country bumpkin? If you have the guts, show me 15,000 first, or stop wasting our time here." Lu Jiping interjected with a derisive laugh. Su Yi responded, "I don't need to pay." "Ha ha." As soon as Su Yi's words left his mouth, Shen Manjiao and Lu Jiping erupted into laughter, as if they had just heard the most absurd joke. "Ha ha, Shen Qingwei, just look at this bumpkin. Not only is he poor and rustic, but he must also be mentally challenged. You've truly found yourself a splendid husband," Shen Manjiao mocked, clutching her belly as she bent over in laughter. Shen Qingwei felt utterly humiliated, her face burning with shame, and she could not help but snap at Su Yi. "Su Yi, enough. Stop making a scene. I no longer want that dress." Su Yi gazed at her and replied, "I speak only the truth." "You." Shen Qingwei was exasperated. Could this guy not stop boasting for a moment? "Ha ha ha, Shen Qingwei, how did you end up with such a useless man, who can only bluster? It's simply hilarious." Shen Manjiao's taunts continued, and even the nearby waiter could not suppress a laugh, looking at Su Yi as if he were a fool. "All right, Shen Qingwei, I won't play with you any longer." Shen Manjiao stifled her laughter and turned to the waiter. "Why are you just standing there? Hurry and bring the dress down. I want to wear it right now." Oh. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as a man in a suit, looking flustered, approached with several waiters in tow. Upon seeing the newcomer, the waiter quickly exclaimed, "Manager, quickly, bring out the dress and package it with the utmost care." The manager, with an expression of urgency, promptly issued his instructions. As these words were spoken, Shen Manjiao could no longer contain herself. She stepped forward assertively and exclaimed, "On what grounds?" The store manager furrowed his brow and replied, "Madam, we have important matters to attend to. Please step aside and do not disturb us." "Excuse me, what are you saying? We have our eyes set on this garment, so why should we move aside?" Lu Jiping shouted. Shen Manjiao placed her hands defiantly on her hips and retorted, "Exactly. We intend to purchase this dress. What do you mean by wrapping it up and telling us to step aside? Do you even wish to conduct business anymore? Believe me, I will file a complaint against you." As the two vented their anger at the store manager, the attendant tiptoed closer and whispered the entire situation into the manager's ear. Upon hearing her, the manager's lips curled into a cold smile, and he regarded the pair with no trace of courtesy remaining. "I'm afraid this dress has already been reserved. If you wish to file a complaint, be my guest," he said coldly. "You." Shen Manjiao's face flushed with indignation. The manager dismissed them, instructing the attendant to continue wrapping up the garment. "Forget the wrapping. Just give us the dress directly." Su Yi interjected at that moment. "Huh, this country bumpkin thinks he can get it too, even when we can't. It's utterly ridiculous." Shen Manjiao, feeling frustrated, only wished to see Su Yi fail. The manager then turned his gaze towards Su Yi, his expression darkening. Su Yi merely replied calmly, "My surname is Su." At this revelation, the manager's demeanor shifted dramatically. You are Mr. Su?" Su Yi responded, "What do you think?" The young man, dressed in plain attire and bearing the surname Su, is indeed the individual referred to by Zheng Ziki. Ever since the manager took charge of the establishment, he had only encountered Zheng Ziki once. Yet, Just moments ago, she had the audacity to call, solely for the purpose of speaking to Mr. Su. Despite Mr. Su's unremarkable appearance and exceedingly ordinary clothing, one must ponder, could an individual who captivates someone as discerning as Zhang Ziki truly be commonplace? The manager promptly acknowledged. I have met Mr. Su. Manager, should we wrap the clothing? The attendant inquired softly. The manager raised his voice. Wrap? What do you mean? Mr. Su has stated that there is no need for wrapping. Present it to Mrs. Su directly. The attendant dared not protest further and hurriedly complied. Meanwhile, Shen Manjiao and Lu Jiping stood by, utterly astonished. How could this be? Wasn't he merely a rustic bumpkin? Why then did he warrant the manager's attention in such exquisite garments? She found it difficult to fathom. In truth, it wasn't just her. Even Shen Qingyue was bewildered, utterly taken aback. While Shen Qingyue was still in a daze, the attendant had already retrieved the exquisite garment designed by Master Wu from the display case, cradling it delicately as she presented it before Shen Qingyue. Chapter 24, The Shun Family Banquet. Shen Qingyue remained momentarily speechless, still feeling somewhat disoriented. Darling, why are you in a daze? Quickly, take the dress, Sui urged as Shen Qingyue promptly accepted it. Go change. Tonight, you shall wear this for the family gathering. As he spoke, Sui cast a glance at Shen Manjiao. Shen Manjiao felt a flush of heat on her face, a tempest of emotions swirling within her. She glared at Shen Qingyue, torn between anger and jealousy. Shen Qingyue, consider yourself fortunate this time, but do not expect such luck to accompany you in the future, Shen Manjiao declared, her anger palpable as she stormed off with Lu Jiping in tow. The store manager, ever perceptive, waited until their departure before approaching, eager to please. Madam Su, we have fitting rooms available. If you wish to try on some clothes, I can escort you there immediately. Very well, Shen Qingyue replied with a nod, following a staff member to the fitting area. Outside, Sui awaited her return. Mr. Su, we have just received a fresh supply of Blue Mountain coffee, the manager said thoughtfully, presenting a steaming cup to Sui. After ensuring he had no further requests, the manager discreetly withdrew. Soon after, he found a secluded spot in the store and retrieved his phone, dialing Zhang Ziki's number. The call connected in a brief moment. Miss, the manager greeted with utmost respect. On the other end, Zhang Ziki's voice was frosty and commanding. How is the matter proceeding? Adhering to your instructions, everything has been arranged. Mr. Su has chosen the garment designed by Master Wu and subsequently gifted it to a lady, the manager reported. Just as I suspected, the scoundrel. Zhang Ziki's voice turned sharp as ice, tinged with barely contained fury before she abruptly ended the call, leaving the manager to shiver with trepidation. The circles of the elite are indeed tumultuous, he mused silently, recognizing that such matters were best kept to himself, yet his mind conjured vivid images of the unfolding drama. For instance, a wealthy young woman falls in love with a poor boy, only to discover that he is maintaining a mistress outside of their relationship. After a brief interval, Sui finished his coffee in one swift motion, reclining comfortably with his legs crossed. Suddenly, his ears perked up at the sound of approaching footsteps, and he turned his gaze in that direction. In the next moment, he found himself captivated. The dress, designed by Master Wu, was a delicate shade of azure, perfectly enveloping Shen Qingyue's tall and voluptuous figure, accentuating her alluring curves. The modest neckline embraced her ample bosom. Her skin was fair and flawless, and her waist was exquisitely slender. Beneath the high waist, her pronounced curves were tantalizingly visible, showcasing her long, shapely legs that tantalizingly hinted at their beauty. Sui gazed, momentarily entranced and unable to look away. Have you had your fill of looking? Shen Qingyue approached in her high heels, feeling increasingly uneasy under his unwavering stare. Not yet. Let me have another look, she remarked with a stern expression, a mocking smile escaping her lips. What's the point of merely looking? Don't you wish to touch? Really? That would be quite embarrassing, Sui replied, rising to stride toward her, his intentions unmistakably bold. Shen Qingyue's expression shifted as she swiftly retreated, glaring at him with indignation. Are you really coming over? Didn't you invite me? If I didn't come, it would be a disservice to you, Sui retorted confidently. Truth be told, as he beheld Shen Qingyue in such an enticing manner, he, as a man of normal desires, found it increasingly difficult to restrain himself, tempted by the thought of claiming her at that very moment. From the very beginning until now, Shen Qingyue has been unable to comprehend how this fellow managed to procure the garment for her. In her eyes, he is merely a rustic simpleton, So where could he possibly find such financial means? It's quite simple, actually. This clothing store belongs to a friend of mine, Sui remarked. A friend? What kind of friend? Shen Qingwei immediately inquired. Curious, are we? Come, give me a kiss, and I'll divulge the details. Sui leaned in closer. Just then, Shen Qingyue's phone unexpectedly rang. Sui sighed softly, lamenting the interruption. The call was from Luo Yunlan, urging them to hurry as the elder had already arrived and was quite anxious. Thus, the two ceased their banter and promptly made their way to the venue. The Shen family's dinner gathering was held at a 3-star hotel. Upon their arrival, they were guided by a waiter and soon found themselves in a private room. Inside, a large round table was already filled with guests. Shen Manjiao and Lu Jipeng were seated together. Beside them was a middle-aged man slightly younger than Shen Zeshan. Shen Zeshan and Luo Yunlan occupied another side of the table. At the head of the table sat an elderly man with graying hair, exuding an air of authority. This venerable figure was none other than Shen Qingyue's grandfather, Shen Zhenjiang, the head of the Shen family. Grandfather, Shen Qingyue approached eagerly to greet Shen Zhenjiang. However, he remained expressionless and did not respond, leaving Shen Qingyue feeling somewhat awkward. She called out again, "Grandfather," but still, there was no answer from Shen Zhenjiang. "Cousin, you are late. You know that Grandpa despises tardiness the most. Hurry and kneel down to apologize to him," Shen Manjiao exclaimed with a gleeful expression, reveling in her perceived superiority. Shen Qingyue's countenance darkened. After a moment's hesitation, she bent her knees, seemingly prepared to kneel. However, just as Shen Qingyue was about to lower herself, Sui stepped forward, grasping her delicate arm and pulling her back. "What are you doing, country bumpkin?" Shen Manjiao exclaimed immediately. Sui retorted, "Shen Qingyue is my wife. She shall not kneel at will." "At will? She is kneeling before Grandpa. Who told her to arrive so late? It is the rule, and she must be punished," Shen Manjiao declared, turning to Shen Zhenjiang with a feigned innocence. "Grandpa, look at this country bumpkin. He is utterly unruly and must be taught a lesson." Seizing this opportunity, Shen Manjiao was determined not to let it slip away. In the Shen family, she was the one favored most by Shen Zhenjiang. A flicker of emotion finally crossed Shen Zhenjiang's face. He did not regard Sui, but instead turned his attention to Shen Zeshan. "Eldest, is this the son-in-law you have brought home? It seems he does not even regard me," Shen Zhenjiang said coldly. Chapter 25, Longting Group. Shen Zeshan's face turned awkward, and he quickly rose to his feet. "Dad, I apologize. Sui has only been at our home for a few days and is unfamiliar with many customs. I apologize on his behalf." Shen Zeshan smiled obsequiously as he poured wine for Shen Zhenjiang. After doing so, he sternly addressed Sui and Shen Qingyue. "What are you two dawdling for? Hurry and come over to offer your apologies with a toast." Sui and Shen Qingyue approached, simultaneously raising their glasses to toast Shen Zhenjiang. Upon encountering Shen Manjiao, Sui discerned Shen Qingyue's status within her family. Initially, she faced exclusion from Shen Manjiao, followed by disdain from Shen Zhenjiang, clearly enduring considerable grievances. Had Sui not witnessed this earlier, he would have remained indifferent. However, having claimed Shen Qingyue as his own, he now regarded her as his woman and vowed to shield her from any further mistreatment. Nevertheless, with Shen Zeshan interceding, Sui felt compelled to honor his request. "All right, you two, please take a seat," Shen Zeshan said with a smile. Thus, Sui and Shen Qingyue settled down, positioned directly across from Shen Manjiao and Lu Jipeng. Just as Sui took his seat, his phone unexpectedly rang. Upon checking, he noted an unfamiliar number. He surmised who it might be and answered the call, confirming his suspicion as it turned out to be Yang Chengfeng. "Mr. Sui, greetings. This is Yang Chengfeng. The funds have been gathered. Where would you like me to deliver them?" Yang Chengfeng inquired respectfully over the phone. After a moment of contemplation, Sui responded, "Please deliver them to XX Hotel, as I am dining here." "Certainly, Mr. Sui. Please allow me 20 minutes for the delivery," Yang Chengfeng assured him. As soon as Sui hung up, Shen Manjiao's derisive voice pierced the air. "Country bumpkin, look at you trying to act like a big shot in front of us. It's quite amusing." Beside her, the middle-aged man also set down his chopsticks and remarked, "You are Sui, I presume? I am Qingyue's second uncle. I heard from my sister-in-law that you went to the Qingdao gang to collect a debt today." This middle-aged man, named Shen Zili, was the father of Shen Manjiao and the younger brother of Shen Zeshan, holding the position of second in the family hierarchy. However, due to certain circumstances, Shen Zili had always been at odds with Shen Zeshan. Upon hearing these words, Shen Zeshan's expression darkened, and he shot a cold glare at Luo Yunlan. Unfazed, Luo Yunlan retorted, "Why are you looking at me? I merely stated the truth." Shen Manjiao scoffed. "No way. Does he even dare to confront the Qingdao gang for debt? I bet he never even went." Lu Jiping immediately chimed in. "As far as I know, the Qingdao gang is a renowned organization in Jiangxing, only slightly inferior to the Black Tiger gang. Even our Lu family must show them respect when we encounter their members." His implication was clear. Su Yi had undoubtedly not gone. Su Yi turned to Shen Qingyue, who, with a flushed face filled with indignation, quietly relayed the events to him. It turned out that prior to this, Luo Yunlan had sought Shen Manjiao and her associates for assistance, but they had made exorbitant demands, asking for 70%, while Shen Qingyue's family could only claim 30%. However, that amounted to 3 million. If Shen Manjiao and her group took 70%, they would pocket over 2 million, compelling Shen Qingyue to refuse immediately. After hearing this, Sui gained a new perspective on Shen Manjiao and Lu Jiping's greed. "You? That is absolutely impossible," Shen Manjiao exclaimed. "In this world, nothing is impossible for me," Sui replied calmly. "What a boastful individual, utterly lacking in shame." Shen Manjiao scoffed. Lu Jiping chuckled. "Indeed, a mere country bumpkin with no real skills, only capable of grandiose claims. How laughable. Whether I am boasting or not, you shall soon find out," Sui retorted lazily. Dismissing their taunts, "I shall await the revelation, but do not merely indulge in empty bravado. Should you fail to deliver, I shall relish your downfall," Shen Manjiao sneered. Sui, choosing not to engage further, picked up his chopsticks, ready to eat. After an exhausting morning battling at the Qingdao gang headquarters, a brief tea break with Luo Hu, and an afternoon spent leisurely shopping with Shen Qingyue, he was famished. Yet, just as he began to eat, a delicate hand unexpectedly grasped his waist. Turning, he found it was Shen Qingyue. "What are you doing?" he inquired. Shen Qingyue glared at him. "How can you still eat at a time like this?" "I am neither ill nor incapacitated. Of course, I can eat," he replied. Shen Qingyue was momentarily at a loss for words. "All you think about is eating, you shameful waste," Luo Yunlan muttered under her breath. Tap, tap, tap. At the head of the table, Shen Zhenjiang tapped his fingers against the surface, drawing every gaze toward him. "Today, in addition to our family banquet, I have an important announcement to make." His words instilled a solemnity among the attendees. "Father, what is it?" Shenze asked with a smile. Shen Manjiao followed up, "Grandfather, you aren't referring to that matter, are you?" "It seems you have already learned of it from Jiping," Shen Zhenjiang replied with a smile. Shen Manjiao remarked, "Grandfather, although the Jiping family may not rival the first-tier families, they certainly possess a certain background and connections. Thus, it is only natural for them to be aware of that matter." As she spoke, she cast a glance at Shen Qingyue, exuding an air of superiority. Meanwhile, Shen Qingyue, along with Shun Zeshan and Luo Yunlan, wore expressions of perplexity, completely unaware of the situation. "Father, please don't keep us in suspense any longer. Do tell us what it is," Luo Yunlan inquired eagerly, her demeanor one of keen interest. "It concerns Longting Group," Shen Zhenjiang stated plainly, without any circumlocution. "What? It is actually about Longting Group?" Shen Qingyue exclaimed in astonishment. Shun Zeshan's face mirrored her shock. Longting Group is one of the largest conglomerates in the provincial capital, possessing unparalleled resources, wealth, manpower, and materials. Indeed, I have heard that Longting Group holds a position of great prestige in the provincial capital, akin to that of a top-tier family, Shen Qingyue added. She had acquired substantial knowledge about Longting Group, fully aware of its formidable reputation. In Jiangxing, there exists a branch of Longting Group. However, despite being merely a branch, it stands as the preeminent family in Jiangxing, unique and deeply entrenched in status, earning respect even from the capital. This branch alone accounts for over 40% of the local economic landscape, making it the true leader among enterprises in Jiangxing. Countless smaller companies and groups aspire to collaborate with it, yet they lack both the opportunity and the qualifications. The Longting Group is formidable. Yet what relevance does this hold for us? At this moment, Luo Yunlan once again spoke up, posing the question that lingered in the minds of many. Chapter 26, Mr. Su, here are 6 million. Please count it. Shen Zhenjiang cast a glance at Luo Yunlan and, with a measured tone, remarked, "The Longting Group comprises 3 young masters and 2 young ladies. Among them, the eldest young master is destined to be the future heir of the Longting Group, holding the highest status. Beneath him, there exists a second and third young master, The second young master is named Long Hong. This individual is known for his flamboyant nature. While he may not rival the eldest young master, he nonetheless holds a certain standing and wields considerable influence within the Lungting group. At this juncture, Shin Junjiang paused, surveying the gathered audience, and continued, "According to whispers in the wind, this very Long Hong has recently arrived in Jiangqing." Shun Zeshan interjected, "This is indeed significant. Yet what connection does it bear to us?" Luo Yulan concurred, stating, "Indeed, father, that Long Hong is of noble stature, in his eyes. Our Shin family is but a mere shrimp. His arrival in Jiangqing has no bearing on us whatsoever." "No bearing? Huh. This connection is profound." Shun Junjiang retorted coldly, "The ascendance of our Shun family hinges upon this very opportunity." "Wah, what do you mean?" Luo Yunlan was utterly perplexed. Shun Junjiang adjusted his posture, adopting a serious demeanor, and declared, "I hereby announce that from this day forth, whoever from our two branches can locate Long Hang and secure a partnership with him shall inherit the position of head of the Shin family." Upon uttering these words, a palpable wave of shock swept through the individuals present. "Grandfather, is what you said truly the case?" inquired Shin Manjiao, the first to break the silence. Shin Junjiang replied, "Indeed, it is true. I am a man of my word. Whoever can secure the favor of young Master Long Hong shall become the head of the Shin family. Grandfather, rest assured, I shall achieve this," Shin Manjiao declared, clenching her fist with unwavering confidence. Shin Junjiang chuckled, "I certainly believe in you. After all, with Jiping's assistance, I have faith that you possess a significant chance of establishing a partnership with young Master Long Hong." "Father, our family is not lacking either," Luo Yunlan interjected, her smile unwavering. Unexpectedly, Shin Junjiang's expression turned cold as he retorted, "Do you truly believe your family's simpleton can compare to Jiping?" Luo Yunlan faltered, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Enough, let us eat," Shin Junjiang said, wishing to change the subject as he picked up his chopsticks to continue dining. At that moment, Lu Jiping stood up, phone in hand. "Grandfather, the leader Zhu from the Qingdao gang has arrived. Shall I fetch him for a drink?" "Certainly. This presents a splendid opportunity for us to engage with the Qingdao gang." "Go quickly," Shun Junjiang exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with excitement as he urged Lu Jiping to bring the guest. Lu Jiping promptly departed. "Jiping truly possesses remarkable capabilities," Shin Junjiang sighed contentedly. "Indeed, our Jiping is far superior to the simpletons," Luo Yunlan chimed in. With a triumphant smile, Shin Manjiao turned to Su Yi and teasingly remarked, "Hey, Su Yi, you mentioned you would obtain some money from the Qingdao gang. Could it be that Master Zhu has come to deliver the funds to you?" Su Yi replied calmly, "You are correct. Indeed, someone will bring me the money, but this Master Zhu does not possess the qualifications to do so." Unsurprisingly, his words provoked mockery from Shun Manjiao and her companions. Moreover, Shin Junjiang, seated at the head of the table, regarded Su Yi with evident disdain in his eyes. This middle-aged man was none other than the master of the Qingdao gang. Upon seeing Master Zhu, Shin Junjiang and his associates eagerly approached him, showering him with flattery. After a while, they surrounded Master Zhu, inviting him to take a seat at the table while toasting him one by one. Even Shin Qingwei and her parents joined in the toasts, leaving Su Yi seated in silence. Master Zhu's expression darkened, revealing his displeasure. "Who is this young man? He seems rather extraordinary," he mused, albeit in a tone laced with sarcasm. "He is merely a country bumpkin, a self-important fool," Shin Manjiao retorted. Lu Jiping nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this bumpkin is quite the braggart, dismissing even your Qingdao gang. Is it so? He dares to disregard my Qingdao gang?" Master Zhu's eyes glinted with cold fury. "I am curious to see what skills he possesses." At this proclamation, Shun Manjiao and Lu Jiping burst into laughter, reveling in Su Yi's misfortune. "Hey, come here and pour me a drink," Master Zhu coldly commanded Su Yi. Su Yi spoke lightly. "Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Steer clear of them, lest you find yourself unaware of how your demise shall unfold." "Indeed, such arrogance. Humph. Today I shall demand that you pour me a drink. Come here at once." Master Zhu slammed his hand on the table, bellowing with rage. Su Yi remained seated, utterly unmoved, displaying no inclination to rise. "A foolhardy wretch. Witness how I shall instill some sense into you," Master Zhu declared, springing to his feet. In an instant, the expressions of Shun Qingwei and her companions shifted dramatically. While Shun Manjiao and her group reveled in delight, their smiles stretching almost to their ears. Suddenly, the door to the private room was forcefully kicked open. and a throng of individuals surged in. Leading them was a middle-aged man, exuding an air of menace, his voice resonant and overwhelming, filling the entire room to the point of discomfort. Upon seeing him, Master Zhu's expression shifted to one of astonishment. The leader! The leader! Shen Manjiao and her associates exclaimed in shock, their faces reflecting their disbelief. The imposing figure was none other than Yang Chengfeng, accompanied by his brother Yang Chenggang. Master Zhu promptly concealed his earlier ferocity, scurrying forward with small steps to greet Yang Chengfeng, offering a sycophantic smile. Leader, what brings you here? You could have announced your arrival. I would have come out to welcome you. Welcome me? Unnecessary. I have come bearing funds, Yang Chengfeng replied, his gaze sweeping across the room until it settled on Sui. He then made his way towards Sui with purpose. Mr. Su, Yang Chengfeng said with a smile. The onlookers were rendered speechless by this unexpected turn of events. It must be a mistake. It simply cannot be true that the leader of the Qingdao gang knows Sui. Shen Manjiao widened her eyes, unable to fathom the possibility. However, it was Shen Qingwei and the others who were even more astonished. Luo Yunlan was left speechless. Could it be that her rustic son-in-law truly had connections with the Qingdao gang? The private room fell into an almost oppressive silence. You have arrived. Sui was the first to shatter the stillness, gazing at Yang Chengfeng as he spoke with a measured calmness. Apologies for keeping you waiting, Mr. Su, Yang Chengfeng replied, gesturing for his brother, Yang Chenggang, to come forward. Yang Chenggang promptly approached, carrying a large black leather bag. With a resounding thud, he placed the bag before Sui. Mr. Su, this contains 6 million. Please verify. Yang Chenggang stated, unzipping the bag. Inside, stacks of freshly minted red bills came into view. Though it was merely the tip of the iceberg, the shape of the bag indicated that it contained far more than just this sum. Moreover, Yang Chenggang had mentioned a staggering figure, 6 million. While such an amount might seem laughable coming from others, no one in the room dared to question the words of Yang Chengfeng's brother, except for Sui. There is no need to count. Should there be any discrepancies, I will seek you out, Sui replied nonchalantly. With such a considerable sum, he pondered how long it would take him to count it all. Moreover, as long as Yang Chengfeng is not foolish, he will not miss a single piece. Otherwise, once he learns of it, he can easily deduce the consequences himself. Mr. Su, rest assured, we are sincere and will certainly not withhold a single piece. At that moment, Yang Chengfeng interjected, I am pleased that you can deliver the money, but it seems there is an additional 3 million. Sui gazed at Yang Chengfeng, his expression laden with meaning. Yang Chengfeng promptly clarified, my apologies for not mentioning earlier, the extra 3 million is interest. After all, our Qingdao gang has owed the pharmacy money for quite some time, so it is only fair to pay a little interest. However, who would believe that 3 million was merely interest? It is worth noting that the Qingdao gang's debt amounted to only 3 million. The interest equaled the principal, which is even more excessive than usury. Yet, no one dared to voice dissent. If Yang Chengfeng was willing to pay, who could object? Is this 6 million truly being returned to us? Luo Yunlan pondered in disbelief, feeling uncertain, and could not help but ask, you are? Yang Chengfeng appeared puzzled. Luo Yunlan quickly replied, hello, Leader Yang. I am the owner of the pharmacy and also Su Yi's mother-in-law. Previously, she had never acknowledged Su Yi as her son-in-law, but in that moment, she hastily admitted it, fearing she would be a moment too late. Ah, so you are Mr. Su's mother-in-law. My apologies for the outstanding debt owed to your pharmacy, Yang Chengfeng said with genuine regret. Luo Yunlan had never encountered such a scenario. The leader of the Qingdao gang was apologizing to her, which was exceedingly flattering. Thus, she repeatedly waved her hands, indicating that it was of no concern. Seated in his chair, Sui found himself amused by the sight of Luo Yunlan, yet he refrained from exposing her. Subsequently, Yang Chengfeng learned that Shen Qingwei was Su Yi's wife, and his expression shifted, prompting him to promptly pay his respects to her. A flush crept across Shen Qingyue's face, for she, like others before her, had harbored doubts about Sui. She could hardly fathom that the esteemed leader of the Qingdao gang would not only deliver the money himself, but also extend a greeting to her. In the past, such a notion would have been utterly beyond her imagination. May I be so bold as to inquire how Sui managed to request funds from you? Shen Qingwei inquired. The moment the words escaped her lips, the attention of all present turned to Yang Chengfeng. Their curiosity piqued. How indeed had Sui accomplished this? Her question echoed their own unvoiced wonder. However, Yang Qingfeng was momentarily rendered speechless. How could he divulge that Su Yi had directly confronted their Qingdao gang headquarters, where over 200 men had been unable to deter him, leading him to relent? Should he reveal such an incident, how could he maintain his standing thereafter? Well, Yang gang leader, is there truly something you cannot disclose? Shen Qingwei pressed on. Yang Qingfeng cast a furtive glance at Su Yi. It was I who reasoned with Yang gang leader, Su Yi interjected, coming to Yang Qingfeng's aid. Upon hearing this, Yang Qingfeng immediately concurred. Yes, indeed, Mr. Su elucidated matters to me. His approach was exceedingly benevolent, appealing to both my emotions and reason, which allowed me to profoundly recognize my own misjudgment. The assembly fell into silence, for they were not naive. Yang Qingfeng was not a man to be swayed merely by reasoned discourse. Yet, they dared not imagine that Su Yi was reasoning with Yang Qingfeng using his fists. Well, esteemed guests, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave, Yang Qingfeng said, clasping his hands in salute before hastily departing. Once Yang Qingfeng had left, the private room gradually regained its vitality. Luo Yunlan rubbed her hands together, a benevolent smile gracing her face, as her gaze fell upon the large black bag at Su Yi's feet, shimmering with an alluring brilliance. Her words brimmed with admiration. You're too kind, Aunt Luo. I merely had a stroke of luck, Su Yi replied modestly. Not at all, little Yi, your humility is excessive, Luo Yunlan complimented. A moment later, her restraint faltered, however. Little Yi, this money. Of course, it is yours, Aunt Luo, Su Yi interjected. Upon hearing this, Luo Yunlan was instantly elated. Bending down to lift the hefty bag of money and cradling it in her arms, showing no sign of discomfort, her face aglow with delight. Uncle Shun, it's nothing. The extra 3 million is but a token of my appreciation, Su Yi remarked nonchalantly, viewing it as a trifling sum. With his capabilities, earning money was merely a matter of moments. At that moment, Shun Manjiao and her father, observing this scene, wore expressions of deep discontent. 3 million, Su Yi offered it so readily, in stark contrast to Lu Jiping's demeanor, which felt like a blatant slap to the face. It's just a few million. What's so impressive about that? Without the cooperation of young Master Longheng, he will still be beneath my heel, Shun Manjiao scoffed, her tone rife with defiance. Upon overhearing the conversation, Shun Zhenjiang chuckled. Indeed, Manjiao, I have faith in you. You and Jiping will undoubtedly succeed. Of course, Shin Manjiao replied confidently, clenching her fist. Soon after, they all departed, and Su Yi and his companions left the hotel as well. Outside, Luo Yunlan clutched a bag of money tightly, unwilling to release it. Despite Shen Zeshan's attempts to persuade her, she remained resolute, leaving him at a loss. Shen Qingwei retrieved the car keys from her bag and spoke up. However, Shen Zeshan interjected, it's already evening. Is there anything that cannot wait until tomorrow? Shen Qingwei was caught off guard. Before she could inquire further, Shen Zeshan had already taken Luo Yunlan away. Oh, and Su Yi, I entrust Qingwei to your care. You must look after her well, Shen Zeshan cautioned. Casting a knowing glance at Su Yi, the latter understood the implication and promptly replied, rest assured, Uncle Shan, I will ensure her safety with all my might. Chapter 28. Have I truly misjudged him? Shen Zeshan and Luo Yunlan quickly departed. Su Yi approached Shen Qingwei, hesitating momentarily. What do you intend to do? Shen Qingwei questioned warily, sensing his ulterior motives. Fear not, my dear. I am a gentleman and would not act recklessly, Su Yi assured her earnestly. Shen Qingwei smirked. You wouldn't act recklessly? Have you consulted your conscience? Do you genuinely believe that? I do, Su Yi affirmed with a nod. Do you think you can win me over? Abandon that notion at once. Su Yi remained unfazed, merely responding with a hint of nonchalance. What if I were to assist you in capturing the esteemed young Master Longheng? What? Capture young Master Longheng, based on your capabilities? Shen Qingwei regarded him as though he were weaving fanciful dreams. Indeed, based solely on my prowess, Su Yi affirmed, nodding with a calm confidence that graced his features, devoid of any grandiloquent proclamations. Shen Qingwei, uninterested in further discourse, turned on her heel and departed. With no alternative. Should he fail to gain access to Shen Qingwei's chamber for the night, he would be relegated to the cold floor. Suddenly, Su Yi's phone chimed, revealing a call from Zhang Ziki. Hello? Upon answering, he was greeted by Zhang Ziki's voice, frosty and devoid of warmth. Initially, Su Yi paid it little mind, inquiring, why are you calling me at this late hour? I missed you. Is that a crime? Zhang Ziki retorted, her tone laced with irritation. Su Yi was taken aback. You miss me? Don't flatter yourself. I'm jesting. I, Zhang Ziki, possess too much dignity to harbor any thoughts for a scoundrel like you, she declared. When had he ever been labeled a scoundrel? Su Yi felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, sensing the palpable tension in her words. It seemed he had done nothing to provoke her. Will you be free tomorrow? Zhang Ziki's question broke through his contemplation. What is it regarding? He inquired. Zhang Ziki replied. There's news about the auction at Hongyun Tower. It will take place tomorrow. My father asked me to inform you. Su Yi's spirits lifted at the mention of the auction, eagerly anticipating the chance to procure the herbs he desired. Is there anything else you wish to convey? Zhang Ziki inquired over the line. Nothing further, he responded. Zhang Ziki let out a cold snort, abruptly severing the call before Su Yi could utter another word, seemingly incensed. Su Yi shook his head in bewilderment, pondering the sudden transformation in Zhang Ziki's demeanor. After all, he believed he had done nothing to offend her. Unable to fathom the reason behind her reaction, he decided to dismiss the matter from his mind. However, a lingering curiosity nagged at him. It had been quite some time, and surely Shen Qingwei must have finished her bath by now. As he stepped outside, he entered the living room only to find it deserted. He then ventured into the study, where the lights blazed brightly, and the computer remained on, displaying an open document. Yet, Shen Qingwei was conspicuously absent. Striding towards the desk, Su Yi's gaze fell upon the document before him. It was a project proposal, and while he could comprehend the text, its content eluded his understanding. As he had never studied such matters, he casually flipped through its pages until a particular formula for a beauty product caught his eye. This formula was designed for skin nourishment and whitening, comprising an extensive and intricate array of ingredients. Nevertheless, Su Yi, with his profound medical expertise, instantly discerned the intended effects of the formulation. His skills had reached an extraordinary level, adept at addressing even the most perplexing ailments. Though he had yet to master the art of resurrecting the deceased, upon a brief examination, Su Yi concluded that the formula was inadequate. After some contemplation, he took a seat, recognizing that, although he was unaware of the proposal's significance, it must hold great importance to Shen Qingwei. If it were merely mundane, its creation would be futile. Thus, Su Yi resolved to provide Shen Qingwei with a superior beauty formula. If one is to undertake a task, it must be executed to perfection. At present, Shen Qingwei finds herself in a predicament, and Su Yi firmly believes that the beauty formula he crafted and the products he developed will undoubtedly help her achieve remarkable profits. Glancing around, he noticed a stack of tissue paper on the table, from which he extracted a sheet and began to write. Su Yi inscribed a beauty method documented in ancient medical texts, one that not only nourishes and whitens the skin but also repairs scars, leaving no trace behind. Suddenly, Shen Qingwei appeared at the doorway, her gaze falling upon Su Yi as he altered her proposal with his pen, prompting her to exclaim in an angry tone. What are you doing? She swiftly approached and snatched the proposal from his hands. Do you have any idea how crucial this proposal is to me and my company? Especially this formula, for which I spent over 5 million. You have completely ruined it. Shen Qingwei glared at Su Yi, her eyes ablaze with fury. Su Yi furrowed his brow and replied, I did not tamper with your proposal. Did you not? I distinctly saw you making alterations with your pen. Do you think I am blind? Shen Qingwei retorted coldly, fully aware of Su Yi's scribbles across her document. Shen Qingwei, are you perhaps being overly hasty? What if I truly did not disturb your proposal? What would you say then? Su Yi inquired. No, that cannot be. Shen Qingwei suddenly faltered, her confidence wavering. Especially the brilliance emanating from Su Yi's eyes, sharp and piercing, was something she had never witnessed before. Su Yi, remaining silent, brought over a piece of tissue paper inscribed with a formula and placed it before Shen Qingwei. This is a beauty formula I have crafted for you. Feel free to use it. As for everything else, it is for you to discern, Su Yi stated, before rising and disappearing into the study, leaving Shen Qingwei alone. Once Su Yi had departed, Shen Qingwei exhaled a sigh of relief and swiftly began to peruse the project proposal. After a while, the expression on Shen Qingwei's exquisite face grew increasingly complex. There were no traces of modification whatsoever. How could this be? Shen Qingwei could hardly believe it. Just moments ago, she had felt assured and confident, but now she felt deflated. Her anger evaporated. Could it be that she had misjudged him? Shen Qingwei pressed her lips together. She then picked up the tissue paper again and glanced at the formula inscribed upon it. To her bewilderment, it was filled with terms she could not comprehend. seemingly referencing traditional Chinese medicinal herbs. At the very bottom, however, was the method of preparation. Chapter 29. Please, spare me. What kind of beauty formula is this? Shen Qingyue furrowed her brows. Her company specialized in the manufacture of beauty products and possessed a research and development department. Although funds were limited, the researchers she had employed were at least graduate students or doctoral candidates, the true professionals in their field. Yet, the formula penned by Su Yi was unlike anything she had encountered before, appearing utterly fantastical. Shen Qingyue casually discarded the piece of toilet paper into the waste bin before leaving the study and entering the living room. Upon her arrival in the living room, she noticed the absence of Su Yi, yet she did not dwell on it and proceeded directly to the bedroom. However, as Shen Qingyue stepped into the bedroom, she was momentarily taken aback. The room contained only the bedding spread upon the floor, devoid of any trace of Su Yi. He was gone. Shen Qingyue stood frozen at the doorway, as if her very soul had been extracted. In the next instant, she abruptly turned around and hastened toward the bathroom. He must have gone to take a shower. It had to be that. Shen Qingyue quickly reached the bathroom door, only to be met with another shock. The door stood ajar, and there was neither the sound of water nor any sign of life within. After a considerable pause, Shen Qingyue searched the house once more. Yet Su Yi remained elusive. In that moment, her heart felt hollow, and her expression appeared somewhat vacant. He has left. He truly has departed. Shen Qingyue murmured to herself. Su Yi's departure should have brought her joy, yet for reasons unbeknownst to her, a sense of melancholy lingered in her heart. Beneath the cloak of night in Jiangcheng, it was already 11 o'clock, yet the vibrancy of the city persisted. The brightly lit streets, food stalls, and the rich aroma of street food filled the air. As summer enveloped the city with its sweltering heat, many found themselves unable to sleep, opting instead to embrace the nightlife. Among the throng, a young man clad in simple garments approached a stall selling icy treats and requested a bowl. As he savored his dessert, he made his way to a modest inn. Yes, this is the place. The young man in simple attire was none other than Su Yi. After leaving his home, Su Yi aimlessly wandered the streets for a while, feeling a sense of boredom. Ultimately, he decided to find a place to rest, which led into a modest inn. The following day, Su Yi was scheduled to attend an auction. It was not that he preferred the luxury of a grand hotel. Rather, he was short on funds, possessing only a few hundred yuan. The money that Yang Chifeng had returned was entirely taken by Luo Yunlan. Su Yi had not anticipated his departure from home, otherwise he would not have found himself in such a place. His reason for leaving was not born out of anger. He was accustomed to Shen Qingyue's temperament. Moreover, since he had already claimed both her body and virtue, Su Yi was not petty enough to linger at home, as it would only create an awkward atmosphere between them. Upon entering the small inn, Su Yi paid 50 yuan for a room. Once inside, he finished the last bit of his icy dessert before heading to the bathroom for a shower. The cool water cascading over him was quite refreshing. Suddenly, Su Yi's movements came to an abrupt halt as he heard the sound of a door opening. His hearing was remarkably acute, even in silence. He could detect the faint buzzing of mosquitoes from several meters away, though the sound of water masked much of the noise. The creaking of the door was unmistakable to him. Moreover, he heard footsteps approaching swiftly. Raising an eyebrow, he braced himself. In the next moment, the bathroom door swung open, and a young girl rushed in. "Oh!" she exclaimed upon seeing Su Yi unclothed, her voice filled with astonishment. Why aren't you wearing any clothes?" Su Yi was at a loss for words. It was clearly he who was bathing when she had intruded upon him, and now she was blaming him for his lack of clothing? He took a moment to appraise the young lady before him. She possessed a cascade of lustrous black hair, a tall and slender figure, and long legs. At merely 18 or 19 years of age, her development was nothing short of astonishing. Particularly noteworthy were the prominent curves that her thin attire accentuated, clinging to her in the water and revealing a striking silhouette. Indeed, they were magnificent, larger even than those of Shen Qingyue and Zheng Ziki. This was the first time Su Yi had encountered such an impressive sight, surpassing even the village's infamous widow, Wang. It was a rare gift. For a moment, Su Yi found himself entranced. "Hey, where are you looking?" she snapped, her voice laced with fury. "Do you believe I won't gouge your eyes out?" At that moment, Yin Xiaoxiao realized that Su Yi was staring unabashedly at her chest, and her anger surged. Throughout her life, her extraordinary assets had garnered much attention, yet never had anyone dared to gaze at her so openly. In her position, those who would look at her in such a manner were either dead or severely wounded. Yet here was this man, brazenly staring. He needed to be taught a lesson. Without further ado, she reached out, aiming to claw at his eyes. In the next instant, her hand was seized by Su-yi. Startled, she commanded, "Let go." Su-yi raised an eyebrow and replied, "My dear young lady, isn't your reaction a bit excessive? I merely gazed at you a few moments longer, and you wish to take my eyes? Humph. As for my eyes, they are not for your wanton scrutiny. Sparing your life after such an affront is already a display of my mercy." Yin Xiaoxiao scoffed coldly, feeling no sense of wrongdoing. "After all, it was you who barged in unexpectedly. How could the fault lie with me?" Su-yi's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied, "Moreover, you have seen me as well, so you haven't truly suffered any loss." Yin Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly realize the implication, her delicate face flushing with a rosy hue. Yet, beneath it all, anger surged. This shameless scoundrel dared to be so brazen with her. "You can go to hell," she shouted furiously, launching a fierce attack aimed at Su-yi's chest. However, in an instant, her vision blurred, and she found herself flipped, facing the wall. Instinctively, she struggled, but her neck was pinned down, rendering her immobile. What do you intend to do?" Yin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, a mixture of fear and fury in her voice. "What am I going to do? Naturally, I am here to teach you a lesson," Su-yi replied with a smirk, a hint of menace lacing his tone. "You dare?" Yin Xiaoxiao shouted angrily. Su-yi retorted, "There is nothing in this world that I fear." With that, he delivered a sharp slap to Yin Xiaoxiao. "Ah, you wretched scoundrel. Yin Xiaoxiao will not let you off so easily. I will kill you. I swear I will." She screamed in a frenzy, struggling incessantly. Yet her efforts seemed futile against Su-yi, akin to a small rabbit stirring up no storm at all. The lesson continued. "You despicable bastard. Do you even know who I am? I am Yin Xiaoxiao." She cried out. "You scoundrel. I will make you wish for life to escape you and death to elude you. Die you," she yelled, punctuated by another slap. "I apologize, I was mistaken. Please, grant me mercy." Chapter 30, Yin Xiaoxiao. Initially, Yin Xiaoxiao exhibited an unwavering defiance, hurling furious insults and curses at Su-yi, wishing upon him the direst consequences of his life. However, as Su-yi's lessons persisted, her bravado began to wane. Upon hearing Yin Xiaoxiao admit her fault, Su-yi's hand, which had been raised in admonition, lingered suspended in the air. Truth be told, he found himself hoping she would continue her tirade. The sensation was simply exquisite, soft, pliable, and imbued with vitality, leaving him utterly captivated. "Have you realized your mistake?" Su-yi inquired. I have," Yin Xiaoxiao replied through gritted teeth. "Truly?" Su-yi expressed skepticism. In a fit of near madness, Yin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, I know. I was wrong to insult you. Is that satisfactory?" "Indeed, it is," Su-yi responded with a smile. "Acknowledging one's faults is a path to improvement. I am a gentleman, broad-minded. How could I possibly harbor resentment?" With that, his hand, once suspended, suddenly descended. A resounding crack echoed throughout the restroom. Yin Xiaoxiao whirled around, glaring at Su-yi in indignation. You don't keep your word." Su-yi replied nonchalantly, "My apologies, it's merely a habit." Though his lips formed an apology, there was no trace of contrition upon his visage. With the arrow already knocked, he felt compelled to release it. This opportunity was fleeting, and he had no intention of letting it slip away. Subsequently, Su-yi indeed released Yin Xiaoxiao. As she turned to face him once more, she noticed that he had wrapped himself in a towel. Yet she could not afford to dwell on these matters. The pent-up frustration and anger within her propelled her to strike back once more. What was her identity? Throughout her life, no one had ever dared to treat her in such a manner, to strike her in such a humiliating fashion. It was an affront to her dignity. If word of this incident spread, what face would she have left? However, just as Yin Xiaoxiao was about to retaliate, Su-yi raised his hand once again. His hand hovered in the air, grasping at nothing, seemingly intentional yet indifferent, as he regarded Yin Xiaoxiao with a faint, elusive smile. The determination to act that had initially surged within her abruptly faltered. She was filled with an overwhelming sense of injustice. Yet the fear of repeating her earlier predicament loomed large. Today had indeed proven to be exceptionally unfortunate for her. Having just escaped from the clutches of those pursuers, she now found herself entangled with such a shameless individual. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks echoed from the door. Yin Xiaoxiao's expression shifted dramatically. "This is bad. They've come after me." "What has come after you?" Su-yi observed her delicate face, now etched with panic, even more pronounced than during their earlier confrontation. "Humph. May you reap what you sow." Yin Xiaoxiao contemplated fleeing. As for this fellow who dared to strike her, let him meet his demise here. Yet, just as she turned to make her escape, several figures loomed outside the restroom. The door was effectively blocked. Yin Xiaoxiao's complexion paled once more. Miss Yin, don't run away. We know you're inside. Come out. A voice called out, laced with a chilling intent. You have nowhere to go. Comply, and we shall grant you a swift end. Another voice chimed in, dripping with malice and coldness. Yin Xiaoxiao's expression was tense, her breath quickening involuntarily, causing her prematurely developed bosom to rise and fall tumultuously, reminiscent of crashing waves, an undeniably alluring sight. Suddenly, the restroom door was forcefully kicked open. Outside stood several burly men, their faces devoid of emotion. Instantly, Yin Xiaoxiao's body tensed, adopting a defensive posture. Who are you? Why do you want to kill me? Is it for money? Tell me, who sent you? I can offer you double. No, triple, she exclaimed loudly. Each of these men was a practitioner of the early stages of Ming Jin, with one even at the mid-stage. If there were only one of them, she was confident she could easily escape. Yet, the sheer number of adversaries made it impossible. Her fists could not contend against so many hands. Thus, she found herself cornered here in desperation, unable to flee. I'm sorry, Miss Yin, but we are men of our word. When we say we will kill you, we mean it. You must die, the leader of the group snarled. He was tall and robust, with a physique that radiated power, his muscles bulging impressively. Although the others behind him were not quite as imposing, they were still formidable. You are quite bothersome. At that moment, Sui interjected. The group of men turned their attention towards him. Initially, their focus had been solely on Yin Xiaoxiao. Although Su Yi's presence was noted, it was merely a fleeting glance. After all, he was stark naked, with only a towel wrapped around his waist, shielding his most private areas, presenting no semblance of intimidation. How about it, young man? Do you wish to be the one who stands out? The imposing leader sneered at Su Yi. However, being the standout comes with its own challenges. Su Yi replied calmly. I shall give you 3 breaths of time. If you do not vacate this place, you shall bear the consequences. A wave of laughter erupted from the group of ruffians, who found his declaration utterly amusing. Yin Xiaoxiao regarded Su Yi as if he were a fool. Did he truly comprehend the gravity of his words? A glint of cold determination flickered in Su Yi's eyes, and he grew weary of further dialogue. In an instant, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood before the leader of the ruffians. What? How could he be so fast? With the swiftness of lightning, Su Yi unleashed a flurry of punches, sending several of the men sprawling. Bones shattered, and their anguished cries echoed, akin to the wails of slaughtered pigs. Yin Xiaoxiao watched in astonishment. How could he possess such formidable strength? These were all masters of the Ming strength, individuals of remarkable prowess among ordinary people, and she herself could not contend with them. Yet, this man dispatched them with mere ease. Even with her vast experience, she was left utterly stunned. Meanwhile, the battered ruffians struggled to rise from the ground. Su Yi refrained from killing them, wishing to avoid unnecessary trouble. He simply desired a peaceful night's rest. He remained silent, observing them with an unyielding gaze. This grudge shall be remembered. The leader of the ruffians gritted his teeth, fully aware of their disadvantage. He and his remaining subordinates struggled to depart from the scene. As soon as they had departed, Yin Xiaoxiao hurriedly followed after them. Su Yi did not hinder her. In fact, he was quite willing. After closing the door, he lay on the bed, resting his hands beneath his head, and gradually drifted into slumber. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, when suddenly he sensed something unusual in his chest. He abruptly opened his eyes and grasped a delicate hand. Turning his head, he beheld Yin Xiaoxiao lying beside him, playfully winking at him. Chapter 31. The Clothing. Their gazes locked. Su Yi observed Yin Xiaoxiao, who lay next to him with a rosy smile playing on her lips, one delicate hand resting upon his chest. In that moment, an intimacy enveloped them. Were it any other man in such close proximity to Yin Xiaoxiao, countless fantasies would undoubtedly arise. However, Su Yi was well aware of her fiery temperament and thus did not perceive this as a favorable situation. Moreover, it was already a feat that he had not acted upon her. You're awake, Yin Xiaoxiao said with a sweet smile, her voice melodious and delightful. What are you doing? Su Yi inquired. I'm not doing anything, she replied, her gem-like eyes sparkling and exuding a pitiful aura that evoked a sense of affection. Su Yi gazed at Yin Xiaoxiao before him. Her figure was alluring, and her youthful face bore a hint of innate charm. All right, let us remove our clothing, he stated. Yin Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Why take off our clothes? Sui responded, "Aren't you planning to stay? Aside from your unseemly intentions towards me, I truly cannot fathom any other reason for your presence." In Xiao was momentarily stunned. "Why are you dawdling? Hurry up, I can hardly contain myself." As Sui spoke, he reached out towards In Xiao's clothing. Unable to bear it any longer, In Xiao swiftly distanced herself from him, retreating until she found herself against the wall. Her delicate face was painted with alarm, her eyes brimming with apprehension. "Look at you, harboring thieving intentions yet lacking the courage. If you cannot play the game, then do not engage, lest you bring suffering upon yourself," Sui remarked, turning away to resume his slumber, soon enveloped in silence. Only In Xiao remained pressed against the wall, reassured by the absence of any aggressive intent from Sui. She let out a quiet sigh of relief. However, as she gazed at him, her eyes began to flicker with uncertainty once more. The night swiftly passed. At the Shen residence, Shen Qingwei rose early. For today, she was to attend a project meeting with a renowned venture capital group. This group held a prestigious reputation in Jiangxing and boasted significant scale. Shen Qingwei had been devising strategies to collaborate with them and secure their investment. Particularly after the words spoken by Shen Zhenjiang last night, her resolve intensified. To partner with young Master Longheng, she must possess ample confidence and capital. Presently, her company was too small and required expansion. And that proposal held all of Shen Qingyue's aspirations. After freshening up, she skipped breakfast and made her way to the study, clutching the proposal, ready to depart. Yet, just as she was about to leave, an idea struck her, and she turned back, her gaze landing on the wastebasket beside her desk. Inside, the piece of tissue on which Sui had scribbled the formula remained. Shen Qingyue hesitated momentarily, then retrieved the tissue, tucking it into her pocket before hastily exiting the room. Approximately half an hour later, Shen Qingyue arrived at the venture capital group, guided by an internal employee to the meeting room. By the time she reached there, many people had already taken their seats. Shen Qingyue settled in an inconspicuous corner and glanced at her phone, only to find no missed calls. This individual, not even a single call, has he truly departed? A hint of melancholy surfaced on Shen Qingyue's face. The sound of high heels echoed as Shen Manjiao strode in confidently. Deliberately, she positioned herself directly across from Shen Qingyue. "Shen Manjiao? What brings you here?" Shen Qingyue's expression darkened instantly. Shen Manjiao sneered, "Shen Qingyue, are you out of your mind? I also run a beauty company. If you can attend, why can't I?" "You." Shen Qingyue realized that Shen Manjiao was intentionally provoking her. With an air of triumph, Shen Manjiao continued, "Shen Qingyue, let me offer you a piece of advice. I have secured the investment for today's project. You might as well not waste your time here. Just make yourself scarce." With so many people present, all engaged in fair competition, what made her think she could secure this investment? Shen Qingyue retorted defiantly. Shen Manjiao mockingly replied, "Regardless, I've warned you before. If you choose not to heed my words, then brace yourself for embarrassment." "Humph, I await that moment." Shen Qingyue remained unconvinced of any threat from her. The crowd sat in hushed anticipation, and soon, a wave of excitement rippled through as a man and an elderly gentleman entered through the doorway. The atmosphere became tense, and Shen Qingyue's expression turned grave. Though unfamiliar with the elderly gentleman, she recognized the man named Wei Su, the general manager of this venture capital group and its foremost authority. For her company to secure investment, the proposal needed his endorsement. Manager Wei, the group greeted in unison, rising to show their respect. Wei Su raised his hand, gesturing for them to be at ease, and said with a smile, "No need for formalities, everyone. Allow me to introduce this esteemed individual, Dr. Li Fengshan." "What? It is actually Dr. Li," gasped the crowd, their astonishment palpable. Dr. Li, the foremost physician of Jiangxing. It is said that countless wealthy magnates seek his expertise, and he handles their ailments with remarkable skill. The excitement grew as the realization of their fortune in meeting him settled in. Shen Qingyue was equally taken aback. She had certainly heard of Dr. Li's renowned medical prowess. He held a prestigious position in Jiangxing, deserving of utmost respect, even from the city's elite. "Now, everyone, I shall not prolong this. Whether your proposals succeed today rests entirely upon Dr. Li's judgment. Please present your plans for his review," Wei Su announced. Upon hearing this, the crowd hesitated, apprehensive that the first submission might be rejected. Just as their uncertainty lingered, someone stepped forward, Shen Manjiao. Shen Qingyue was taken aback, unable to fathom where Shen Manjiao had found such confidence. As she cast a sidelong glance at her, Shen Manjiao's lips curled into a faint smile before she stepped forward, respectfully presenting her proposal to Li Fengchun. Li Fengchun accepted it with an indifferent demeanor, perusing its contents. After reviewing it, he remained silent, merely setting it aside and handing it to Wei Su. Following Shen Manjiao, others approached to submit their company proposals for Li Fengchun's consideration. Finally, it was Shen Qingyue's turn. Taking a deep breath and summoning her courage, she placed her proposal before Li Fengchun, who immediately began to examine it. Suddenly, his expression darkened. A pang of anxiety struck Shen Qingyue's heart, and she cautiously inquired, Li Shini, is there an issue with my proposal? Chapter 32, Utter Rubbish. At this moment, many eyes were drawn to the scene, including Shen Manjiao's, whose lips lifted in a triumphant smirk. Li Shini, is there a problem with this? Wei Su also asked. The primary reason for inviting Li Fengchun today was to evaluate the beauty formulas contained in these proposals. Li Fengchun, a revered physician with significant authority in this realm, had been invited through special connections. Therefore, whatever he stated carried immense weight. Why does your formula mirror the first one? Li Fengchun coldly inquired, fixing his gaze on Shen Qingyue. What? That is impossible. Shen Qingyue exclaimed in shock. The first proposal belonged to Shen Manjiao, after all. She turned around and immediately rummaged through Shen Manjiao's proposal, flipping to the formula. In the next moment, Shen Qingyue felt a wave of darkness wash over her, causing her to feel dizzy. It was the same, exactly the same. But how could this be possible? Suddenly, Shen Manjiao shouted furiously as she approached, her face contorted with rage. How dare you? I never expected you to be this kind of person, shamelessly plagiarizing my formula. With her words, the gazes of those around them all fell upon Shen Qingyue, filled with disdain, contempt, and scorn. You speak nonsense. This formula was clearly developed by my company. How could it possibly be yours? You are the one who has plagiarized me. Shen Qingyue retorted fiercely. Plagiarize? Humph. Shen Qingyue, you truly know how to turn the tables. Shen Manjiao shot back, turning to Li Fengchun and Wei Su with a suddenly pitiful expression. Dr. Li, Mr. Wei, you must not know that she is my cousin, who has been envious of me since childhood, to the point of harboring deep-seated hatred. That is why she would stoop to stealing my formula. I implore you to see through this and restore my innocence. Shen Qingyue's eyes widened in shock as she angrily exclaimed, Shen Manjiao, you. Enough. Wei Su suddenly bellowed. I do not care who has plagiarized whom. This formula is no longer usable. As of now, the qualifications of both your companies are revoked. Shen Manjiao quickly interjected. Wait, Mr. Wei, is there anything else you wish to say? I have another formula here. I wonder if it will suffice. Shen Manjiao produced another document, clearly having prepared for this moment. She respectfully presented it to Li Fengchun, who glanced at it and suddenly exclaimed, This formula is impressive. It is indeed the finest among these formulations. Shen Manjiao looked at Shen Qingyue, her face beaming with pride. She had meticulously orchestrated this day. First sending someone to pilfer Shen Qingyue's formula, then enlisting Lu Jiping to procure such a valuable formula at a great cost. At last, her efforts had borne fruit. Humph. Shen Qingyue, at last, I shall have you beneath my heel. Let us see what storms you can conjure now, Shen Manjiao mused contentedly. Just as she reveled in her thoughts, Shen Qingyue spoke up. Mr. Wei, I too possess a new formula. Shen Manjiao's smile instantly faltered. To her astonishment, Shen Qingyue produced a piece of tissue paper from her pocket and handed it to Li Fengchun. Shen Qingyue, are you jesting? Is this a joke meant to elicit laughter? Shen Manjiao thought Shen Qingyue had completely lost her composure in her desperation. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves, casting disparaging glances at Shen Qingyue. Meanwhile, Shen Qingyue felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. In truth, she had not intended to reveal the formula penned by Sui, but at this juncture, she had no expectations left and felt compelled to take a gamble. Perhaps he had not deceived her after all. Li Fengchun broke the silence, his expression grave, his brows knitted in apparent displeasure. Shen Qingyue's heart sank. Surely, had that man truly led her astray? This recipe is simply extraordinary. Suddenly, Li Fengchun spoke again, the seriousness on his face replaced by a look of astonishment. In the next moment, he turned to Shen Qingyue and inquired, from whose hand did this recipe originate? Dr. Li, her husband is nothing but a rustic bumpkin. He could never produce any recipe worth mentioning. You mustn't believe this deceitful woman. She is surely lying. Shen Manjiao, who had just been boasting, became flustered and spoke hastily. Silence. Li Fengchun shouted at Shen Manjiao. Your recipe pales in comparison to this one. It is utterly worthless. What astonished Li Fengchun even more was the thought that Su Yi might be that particular individual, Wei Su. Li Fengchun stated. Dr. Li, Wei Su was equally astonished. Unsure why Li Fengchun was so agitated, yet he had complete faith in his capabilities. You may invest in this lady's project, doubling, no, quintuple the funds. Should any repercussions arise, I shall bear the consequences. Upon hearing this, Shin Manjiao was left dumbfounded. Shin Xingyue also stood in shock, her mind conjuring the image of that man. In a small inn, Su Yi awoke naturally, opening his eyes and sitting up. He glanced around and noticed that Yin Xiaoxiao was no longer beside him. It seemed she had already departed. However, Su Yi was unconcerned. After all, they were merely passing strangers, and it was unlikely they would meet again. Suddenly, Su Yi's phone rang. He picked it up to see that it was a call from Zhang Ziki. Hello, where are you? As the call connected, Zhang Ziki immediately inquired. Su Yi casually provided an address and asked, has the auction commenced? It will soon. Wait for me there. I shall come to fetch you, Zhang Ziki replied. All right. Su Yi ended the call, tucked his phone away, donned his black robe, and departed from the modest inn. Although this black garment appeared rather unremarkable from the outside, it had been lovingly crafted by an old man, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer, free from any impurities. However, upon reaching the doorway, she was momentarily taken aback. The room was utterly vacant. Su Yi's figure had long since vanished. He fled? Just like that? A look of disbelief washed over Yin Xiaoxiao's delicate face. She clenched her silver teeth tightly. Humph, what a pity. Do you think you can escape so easily? The man I, Yin Xiaoxiao, have set my sights on is one I shall surely conquer. Undeterred, her eyes sparkled with determination and ambition. Chapter 33. Encounter with Qiao Zizi. A few miles from the small inn, a young man in a robe held a cup of soybean milk in one hand and a fried dough stick in the other, devouring his breakfast with gusto. It was none other than Su Yi. After exiting the inn, he had purchased breakfast from a street vendor, eating while awaiting Zhang Ziki. Due to Su Yi's attire, he attracted disdainful glances from passers-by clad in formal wear. Yet, their expressions swiftly transformed. A sleek black Porsche gradually came to a halt before him. The door swung open, revealing a tall woman who emerged from the driver's seat. She wore a black camisole that accentuated her glistening, graceful arms. Though clad in loose attire, her remarkable curves remained resplendent and elevated, exuding a vibrant youthful energy. Below, she donned a pair of white form-fitting trousers that accentuated her long, rounded legs, creating a striking contrast with her black camisole, capturing the attention of all who beheld her. Her lustrous black hair was tied back into a sleek ponytail, bestowing upon her an air of competence and spirited elegance, intertwined with an undeniable allure and a hint of noble grace. As she approached Su Yi, passers-by were left in a state of astonishment, their expressions a blend of envy and admiration. The mystery that perplexed them further was why such a beautiful and noble woman would be associated with Su Yi. Upon finishing his soy milk and youtiao, Su Yi casually discarded the trash into a nearby bin. However, Zhang Ziki fixed him with a stern gaze, her eyes icy with disdain. Humph, get in the car, she commanded. Without further ado, she cast him a glance before turning to enter the vehicle. Su Yi found himself baffled, pondering where he had inadvertently offended her. Once inside, as Zhang Ziki fastened her seatbelt, an unexpected hand reached towards her forehead. Startled, she recoiled, shooting Su Yi a frosty glare. What do you think you're doing? I'm merely checking to see if you have a fever, worried that your brain might be malfunctioning. Considering your sudden change of demeanor, Su Yi replied nonchalantly. Humph, whether you're aware of it is another matter, Zhang Ziki retorted, maintaining her stern expression. Is there really something? When did that happen? I don't recall, she added, perplexed. Su Yi's face was etched with contemplation. It couldn't be. He had only arrived in Jiangcheng a few days ago, and his interactions with Zhang Ziki had barely exceeded a single day. How could such a relationship have possibly developed? Unable to fathom it, he directly inquired of Zhang Ziki, when did we? Zhang Ziki's cheeks flushed crimson. With me? You must be dreaming. Then why did you say I should pull up my pants and deny it? Su Yi gazed at her in confusion. You. Forget it. Think it over yourself. Zhang Ziki, exasperated, chose not to engage further. She started the car and accelerated away swiftly. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Ziki arrived near an elegant tea house. Here we are. You go inside and have some tea while you wait. I need to pick up my father, she instructed, pointing to the classy tea house not far away. Despite her frosty demeanor towards Su Yi, she remained earnest regarding the matter at hand. During their drive, She had informed Su Yi that her father, Zheng Hongfeng, had left early in the morning for a business meeting and would require some time. The venue for the auction was conveniently close to the tea house, allowing them to proceed directly there later. Understood, Su Yi replied as he exited the vehicle. Zheng Ziki turned the car around and drove off, while Su Yi, hands in pockets, strode purposefully towards the tea house. Inside the tea house's lobby, 2 men and a woman were engaged in their tea. One of the women, with fiery red lips and an alluringly provocative attire, radiated an undeniable aura of sensuality that captivated the attention of the men around her. She is none other than Xiao Zizi, a close companion of Shen Qinghua. Beside her sits Han Mingfei, while directly opposite them is a young man named Sun Tao, a scion of a prominent local conglomerate in Jiangcheng, with a fortune amounting to billions and a formidable network of connections. In his presence, even Han Mingfei feels a sense of diminishment. Xiao Zizi works as a sales representative in a real estate firm, where she has consistently ranked first in sales, largely due to her charm. However, not long ago, a new female sales representative joined, more attractive and adept at navigating social dynamics, swiftly overshadowing Xiao Zizi and relegating her to second place. Many of Xiao Zizi's clients were also snatched away by this newcomer, leaving her feeling oppressed, frustrated. She turned to Han Mingfei, which explains her ongoing support for his pursuit of Shen Qinghua. Should they become a couple? Xiao Zizi believed that her close friendship with Shen Qinghua would provide Han Mingfei with considerable resources. However, the emergence of Su Yi shattered Xiao Zizi's aspirations. In desperation, she sought Han Mingfei's assistance in leveraging connections to sell properties. Coincidentally, Sun Tao was in the market for a residence, and Han Mingfei had some business ties with him. Thus, Han Mingfei invited Sun Tao here, allowing Xiao Zizi to engage him directly. Utilizing her allure, Xiao Zizi quickly made progress in this venture. Sun Xiao, the properties our company offers may not be the absolute best in Jiangcheng, but they certainly rank among the finest. I assure you, the apartment you desire is beyond reproach. Should any issues arise, you can hold me, Xiao Zizi, accountable, Xiao Zizi proclaimed earnestly, her words imbued with a desire to please. Beside her, Han Mingfei added, I too guarantee this, Sun Tao. Rest assured, there will be no problems. If anything does go awry, you can seek me out. Very well, considering your assurances. I shall take this apartment, Sun Tao replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zizi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, Sun Xiao, you have an excellent eye. I am immensely grateful and shall treat you to drinks this evening. Sun Tao nodded, reminding her, do remember to bring the contract. Absolutely. Xiao Zizi was brimming with enthusiasm, thrilled at the prospect of yet another successful sale. With this achievement, not only would she earn a handsome bonus, but she would also be on par with the top female salesperson. Suddenly, Xiao Zizi gazed out of the window, and her radiant smile vanished. What's wrong? Han Mingfei inquired, following her gaze outside. Sui, he muttered, his brow furrowing as his demeanor shifted to one of coldness. What's the fuss about? Isn't that just a country bumpkin out there? Sun Tao remarked, perplexed, as he too looked outside and focused disdainfully on Sui. Chapter 34. You haven't caused me any trouble, have you? Indeed, this young man was nothing more than a rustic simpleton, and I would relish the thought of eliminating him. Han Mingfei seethed, gritting his teeth. Sun Tao chuckled. What's the matter, Mingfei? Do you harbor a grudge against this bumpkin? Indeed, you have no idea how detestable this country bumpkin is, replied Xiao Zizi, interjecting before Han Mingfei could respond. Not only has he snatched away the woman that Han Xiao admires, but he also possesses an inflated sense of self-worth, showing utter contempt for Han Xiao. He is exceedingly arrogant. Sun Tao was taken aback. What? This bumpkin actually dares to steal your woman, Mingfei? He must have a death wish. Han Mingfei chuckled awkwardly and said, I only spared him for the sake of Qinghua. Otherwise, I would have dealt with him myself. He certainly felt too embarrassed to mention that day at the club when he had been pressured by Luo how to relent. Yes, Han Xiao is indeed kind-hearted. Otherwise, he would have taught him a lesson long ago. Xiao Zizi immediately chimed in. It seems he intends to enter the tea house. Mingfei, as friends, I'll assist you. Sun Tao added, is that really appropriate? Han Mingfei replied, feeling a sense of shame. Sun Tao insisted, you are my friend, and if you suffer a loss, I cannot stand idly by. Come, let us confront him. With that, Sun Tao was the first to rise and head outside. A fleeting smile appeared at the corner of Han Mingfei's mouth as he followed, saying, Sun Tao, truly, there is no need to trouble yourself. At that moment, Sui had arrived at the entrance of the tea house. The weather had warmed up outside, and just as he was about to enter, 3 individuals emerged. Blocking his path, Han Mingfei Xiao Zizi, Sui raised an eyebrow, surprised to encounter these two here. Regarding the impression of these 2 individuals, Sui has never held a favorable view. Sui, this is a prestigious tea house, not a place for someone like you, Xiao Zizi remarked disdainfully. Her arms crossed over her ample bosom and her chin raised defiantly. Whether I come or not is none of your business. Step aside. Sui retorted coldly. Step aside. Sui, who do you think you are? Today, you have no one like Shen Qingwei to protect you, so mind your tongue, Han Mingfei said. A frown creasing his brow, his tone icy. Sui looked at him with indifference and replied, for normal individuals, I would speak respectfully. But for you, is there a necessity to be polite? Han Mingfei and Xiao Zizi were instantly enraged. Humph, a mere country bumpkin, yet your arrogance is quite remarkable. Aren't you afraid the wind might cause you to stumble over your own tongue? Sun Tao interjected, stepping forward with an air of arrogance. And who are you? Sui shot him a sidelong glance. Xiao Zizi immediately interjected, Sui, pay attention. This is young Master Sun Tao of the Dauphin Group, the future heir of the company. I doubt you've even heard of the Dauphin Group. It boasts a market value in the billions. Just a fraction of their wealth could crush you, Han Mingfei mocked. Sun Tao, now even more haughty, regarded Sui with disdain and declared, so, you wish to enter this tea house today? Let me inform you. As long as I am here, you shall not pass. Are you certain you wish to obstruct me? Sui's gaze darkened. The consequences will be dire. Dire? Humph, I fear you not. Upon finishing his words, Sun Tao summoned the security guard stationed at the entrance and instructed him to keep a watchful eye on Sui, ensuring that he would not be permitted entry into the tea house. Rest assured, with my vigilance here, this young man shall not set foot through the threshold, he declared confidently. The security guard, eager to please, promptly acknowledged the command. At the entrance, Sui stood with his hands casually tucked in his pockets, exuding an air of calm as he regarded the guard before him. The guard, feeling increasingly uneasy under Sui's steady gaze, retorted irritably, What are you staring at? As long as I am here today, if you manage to enter, I shall kneel and call you grandfather. At that moment, a sleek black Porsche approached and came to a halt not far behind Sui. The door swung open, revealing Zheng Ziqi and her father, Zheng Hongfeng. Mr. Sui, it is quite warm outside. Why do you not come in? Zheng Hongfeng inquired, perplexed. I would gladly do so, but alas, a dog is obstructing my path. Sui replied. What? Zheng Ziqi's expression darkened as she stepped forward, coldly directing her gaze towards the security guard. Is it you who is preventing him from entering? And no, that's not it. I merely... The guard stammered, his face paling as he desperately tried to clarify. He was not foolish. Zheng Ziqi's Porsche was a clear indication of her distinguished status. Ziqi, do not waste time with him. Call the manager to come out, Zheng Hongfeng instructed decisively. Understood. Zheng Ziqi promptly took out her phone and dialed the manager of the tea house. The security guard stood frozen in disbelief. Soon, a man in a suit hurriedly emerged from the tea house, and upon spotting Zheng Hongfeng, he rushed over. Mr. Zheng, Miss Zheng, what an honor it is to have you both here in person. Welcome. The man in the suit was none other than the manager of the tea house. Upon seeing Zheng Hongfeng and his daughter, he approached them with utmost enthusiasm. Zheng Hongfeng coldly remarked, How do you manage your subordinates? Master Zheng, I am unaware of any offense I may have caused you. I sincerely apologize and will make amends, the manager responded, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. How dare he? He had the audacity to obstruct a distinguished guest of the Zheng family. What shall be done about this? Zheng Ziqi pointed at the security guard. The manager turned to glance at the guard and without hesitation, delivered a resounding slap to his face. You are dismissed. Pack your belongings and leave at once. Afterward, he turned back with a smile. Zheng Hongfeng then looked at Sui, inquiring, Mr. Sui, what do you think? That will suffice, Sui replied, showing no interest in quarreling with a mere security guard. Hearing this, the manager felt relieved and quickly bowed, guiding them. Esteemed guests, please follow me. Under his guidance, Sui and the others ascended to the second floor of the tea house. Soon, they arrived at a private room. Please take a seat. I shall have someone bring you tea shortly, the manager stated before leaving the room. Meanwhile, downstairs, Xiao Zizi and the others continued their tea and conversation. Xiao Zizi casually glanced outside, noting the absence of Sui. Miss Xiao, no need to look. That country bumpkin must have fled in distress. Sun Tao remarked with a smile. Xiao Zizi beamed. Indeed, Sun Xiao is quite impressive. That bumpkin has suffered, allowing us a sense of relief. Ah, it's just a trivial matter, Sun Tao remarked nonchalantly. Suddenly, a sharp slap struck the back of his head. Damn it, who hit me? Sun Tao exclaimed angrily as he turned around, only to find a middle-aged man standing behind him. His expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, Dad, what are you doing here? The man was none other than Sun Tao's father, Sun Dafeng, who regarded his son with disdain, disapproving of his indulgent lifestyle filled with vice and excess. You haven't caused any trouble, have you? Chapter 35. He has offended me. How is that possible? Sun Tao rubbed the back of his head and shouted, Dad, I'm not foolish. When I encounter important figures, I certainly wouldn't provoke them. There is no way I would get into any trouble. His tone carried a hint of grievance. Humph, I know exactly what kind of person you are. Who are these two? Sun Dafeng retorted coldly, glancing at Han Mingfei and Xiao Zizi. Sun Tao quickly explained, Dad, this is Han Mingfei, the heir of the Han family, and this is Xiao Zizi, a friend of his who happens to work in real estate. I'm looking to buy an apartment from her. Greetings, Mr. Sun. Xiao Zizi and Han Mingfei promptly stood up to pay their respects. Sun Dafeng merely nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, Dad, what brings you here? Sun Tao inquired. Sun Dafeng slapped his forehead in realization. I almost forgot to mention, I received word that Master Zheng of the Zheng family is here. I came specifically to discuss a collaboration with him. You better behave yourself and avoid causing any trouble, otherwise, I won't spare you. With that, Sun Dafeng hastily ascended the stairs. Before long, Sun Dafeng arrived at the door of a private room on the second floor and knocked. Come in, came the voice of Zheng Hongfeng from within. Sun Dafeng promptly pushed the door open, hunched his body slightly, and entered with a beaming smile. Master Zheng, Miss Zheng. It is a great honor to finally meet you, he greeted with overwhelming enthusiasm. Suddenly, Sun Dafeng noticed a young man seated next to Zheng Hongfeng, dressed in simple black attire, appearing rather unremarkable. However, Sun Dafeng dared not show any negligence. Anyone who could sit alongside Zheng Hongfeng could not possibly be an ordinary person. Ah, it is Chairman's son, he acknowledged. Zheng Hongfeng offered a nonchalant nod and shook his hand. Master Zheng, may I ask who this is? Sun Dafeng inquired respectfully. Glancing towards Sui, a distinguished guest of the Zheng family, Zheng Hongfeng replied indifferently. Sun Dafeng's expression stiffened. It was evident that a guest of the Zheng family was no ordinary individual. In the next moment, he bent slightly at the waist, smiling broadly, and extended his hands forward. Greetings, I am Sun Dafeng, chairman of the Dafeng Group. It is a privilege to make your acquaintance. Sui regarded him coolly, not raising his hand, and inquired flatly, Sun Tao is your son, correct? Sun Dafeng's heart sank immediately, and he chuckled awkwardly. Yes, yes. But I am not aware. He has offended me, Sui stated bluntly, with no hint of subtlety. Sui's perspective was rather narrow. Although he disregarded Sun Tao, he had no intention of letting the matter slide. There must be some misunderstanding here. Sun Dafeng was flustered and hurried to explain, but Sui had already turned his gaze towards the window, disinterested in any of Sun Dafeng's justifications. Zheng Yi. Sun Dafeng attempted to resist further. Zheng Hongfeng's eyes turned cold. Instantly, Sun Dafeng felt silenced, awkwardly forcing a smile and pleading for mercy before swiftly departing the private room. As soon as he exited, his expression darkened, and he hastened downstairs. Upon reaching the lower level, he found Sun Tao engrossed in conversation with Han Mingfei and Xiao Zizi. It was unclear what flattering words Han Mingfei and Xiao Zizi had exchanged, but they seemed to have put Sun Tao in high spirits, evident by the contented expression on his face. The more Sun Dafeng observed, the angrier he became. In a moment of rage, he charged over and violently kicked both Sun Tao and his chair to the ground. Sun Tao's head struck the floor, and he cried out in pain, Dad, why are you hitting me for no reason? How dare you offend a distinguished guest of the Zheng family? If I don't incapacitate you today, then I shall at least teach you a lesson. Sun Dafeng's eyes blazed with fury as he lunged at Sun Tao, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Both Xiao Zizi and Han Mingfei were left in stunned silence. Sun Tao cried out in agony, repeatedly insisting he knew nothing of this esteemed guest from the Zheng family and had done no wrong. Yet Sun Dafeng paid no heed to his protests, channeling all his wrath on his son Tao until he could strike no more. Gasping for breath, he finally declared, from this moment forth, all your funds are suspended. You will reflect on your actions. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zizi's complexion drained of color. This effectively meant that Sun Tao would be unable to purchase a house from her. The realization struck her, causing her previously elated spirits to plummet to despair. Yet she remained entirely unaware that all of this was orchestrated by Sui. Within the private room, the waiter served tea. Zheng Hafeng rose, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, and bowed to Sui. Master Zheng, what is the meaning of this? Sui inquired, puzzled. Zhang Hongfeng solemnly replied, the debt of gratitude for saving my life is one I shall never forget. From now on, Mr. Su shall be our esteemed guest. Sui regarded Zhang Hongfeng and, after a moment's contemplation, nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to voice his opinion. In truth, he recognized that Zhang Hongfeng's gratitude extended beyond mere appreciation for his life-saving actions. There was also an underlying intent to win him over. However, Sui did not feel aversion or rejection towards this, for he too required the support of the Zheng family. With their backing, his endeavors in Jiancheng would be significantly more convenient and effortless. Now, let us not dwell on that. Master Zheng, have you managed to uncover who poisoned you? Sui shifted the topic, confident that this was also a matter of concern for Zheng Hongfeng. Zheng Hongfeng immediately adopted a serious demeanor and stated, to be candid with you, Mr. Su, after you helped me with the antidote, I promptly sent Ziki to investigate. After thorough inquiries, I have essentially narrowed it down to one individual. He then revealed to Sui that this person was a master whom the Zheng family had engaged. The origins of this master were, in fact, intertwined with Zheng Hongfeng himself. Having a keen interest in antiques, yet lacking expertise, Zheng Hongfeng fortuitously encountered this master several years prior. The master demonstrated his skills before Zheng Hongfeng, successfully identifying numerous genuine antiques, thereby saving Zheng Hongfeng from unnecessary detours. Consequently, he was honored as a distinguished guest of the Zheng family. However, upon discovering that he had been poisoned, Zheng Hongfeng instructed Zheng Ziki to investigate, which ultimately led to this master being implicated, because he harbored suspicions that this master might be connected to his adversary. In Jiancheng, apart from the prominent family, there were several first-tier families, and the Zheng family was one of them. However, during the early days of Zheng Ziki's grandfather's entrepreneurial endeavors, a rivalry was established with a peer from one of those first-tier families, which has since escalated to a state of enmity. Thus, Zheng Hongfeng suspected that this master was sent by his adversaries with the intent to eliminate him, yet they wished to remain discreet, opting instead to employ poison. Nevertheless, all of this remained mere speculation. Coincidentally, there was an auction taking place, and Mr. Su was present. I have also invited him, hoping he could lend his discerning eye to ascertain the truth about this individual. As Zheng Hafeng spoke, he bowed slightly once more. Chapter 36. Confrontation. Is that so? Very well. I shall assist you in examining this matter, Sui replied without hesitation. Having chosen to ally with the Zheng family, he felt compelled to aid them in resolving their troubles, starting with the master who had poisoned Zheng Hongfeng. While Zheng Hongfeng was uncertain, Sui held a firm belief that he was already on the verge of the truth, albeit lacking concrete evidence. Ziki, please pour a cup of tea for Mr. Su. Zheng Hongfeng added. Understood, Zheng Ziki responded, somewhat reluctant. While she felt gratitude towards Sui, her disdain for his shortcomings lingered. She lifted the teapot and rose to serve Sui, but as she bent forward, the neckline of her black t-shirt sagged due to gravity. At that moment, Sui inadvertently glanced over, and he found it difficult to tear his gaze away. The scene was striking, large, plump, and round, enveloped in a greenish-purple hue. This mere glance delivered a remarkable visual impact to Sui. You were spying on me. Zheng Ziki immediately sensed the intrusion, covering her chest with her hand and speaking in indignation. Please don't be angry. It was an accident, not intentional, Sui hastily clarified. Acutely aware of Zheng Hongfeng's presence, her father, and the impropriety of his gaze. Not intentional. It must have been deliberate. Zheng Ziki retorted icily. Sui was at a loss for words. After all, it was her bending down that had inadvertently revealed her to him. Ziki, Mr. Su did not mean it. You shouldn't be unreasonable, Zheng Hongfeng interjected, siding with Sui. Zheng Ziki was taken aback, staring in disbelief at her father, who maintained a stern expression. Why? She could not fathom why, despite Sui's transgression, her father chose to defend him. Did he no longer regard her as his daughter? However, Zheng Hongfeng's lips curled into a slight smile as he observed the furious Zheng Ziki and then glanced at Sui, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Just then, the atmosphere grew tense, and the door to the private room was flung open. An elderly man swaggered in, thin and gaunt, with a sharp nose resembling that of a rodent. Upon entering, He began to apologize profusely. I'm terribly sorry, head of the Zheng family. I am late. And I hope you can forgive me. Yet, despite his words of contrition, there was not a trace of remorse upon his face. Sui cast a glance at the elderly gentleman, and it was evident that he was the esteemed master spoken of by Zheng Hongfeng. Zheng Hongfeng, maintaining a cheerful demeanor, remarked, Master Wu, you flatter me. Please, take a seat. When the time comes, we shall proceed to the auction venue. The venerable Master Wu, known as Wu Changling, anticipated that Zheng Hongfeng would not dare to show anger. He strode confidently towards a chair and stood beside it, exhibiting no intention of sitting down. Ziki, why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry and come over. A flicker of displeasure towards Wu Changling crossed Zheng Hongfeng's eyes, and he deliberately adopted a stern expression. Reluctantly, Zhang Ziki rose from her seat and pulled the chair away, allowing Wu Changling to finally sit down. Master Wu, your journey here must have been arduous. I trust you are satisfied with the house I presented to you last time? Zheng Hongfeng inquired. Wu Changling's face radiated joy as he replied, Haha, indeed. I am thoroughly satisfied, head of the Zheng family. You were truly thoughtful. Not long ago, Zheng Hongfeng had gifted him a house worth several million, spacious and exquisitely furnished. Wu Changling had moved in, even hiring a few servants to entertain himself daily, reveling in his newfound luxury. This fool, having been sold out by himself, still received benefits. It was evident he lacked wit. Wu Changling mused with a silent chuckle. Alas, this time, he had not met his demise. Hee. I am glad to hear you are pleased, Master Wu. Zheng Hongfeng forced a smile. It was then that Wu Changling's attention was suddenly drawn to Sui, who sat quietly to the side. Zheng Hongfeng promptly remarked, Oh, I forgot to introduce Master Wu. This is Sui, an exceptional physician. And it is he who has cured my grave illness. Wu Changling's eyes narrowed instantly, his surprise evident. He had not anticipated that his scheme would be thwarted by such a young upstart. Nevertheless, he dismissed Sui with contempt. To him, Sui was merely a bumpkin. Even if he had managed to cure Zheng Hongfeng's ailment, it was merely a stroke of luck. He believed that dealing with him would be a trivial matter. After the auction, he intended to show Sui the extent of his prowess. A sinister smile curled at the corners of Wu Changling's mouth. As for Sui, he cast a casual glance at Wu Changling, fully aware of the disdain evident in his expression. Yet, it mattered little. He had never regarded Wu Changling with any respect either. Approximately half an hour later, Zhang Ziki received a phone call, stating, Dad, the auction is about to commence. All right, let us proceed together. Thus, the group departed from the tea house, making their way to the auction venue. With Zheng Hongfeng in their midst, they effortlessly gained entry. However, upon entering, they encountered a group of individuals head-on. Zhang Ziki's expression hardened as she exclaimed, Dad, it's the Feng family. Indeed, Zheng Hongfeng replied with a slight nod, his demeanor icy as he regarded the opposing party. The leader of the group was a middle-aged man, roughly the same age as Zheng Hongfeng. Zheng Hongfeng spoke coldly. Thanks to you, Feng Zhaohua. Although I nearly met my demise, fortune favors the worthy, and with the aid of a higher power, I have survived. I imagine you must be quite disappointed. Feng Zhaohua, the head of the Feng family, held a status in Jiangxing parallel to that of Zheng Hongfeng. The Feng family, a formidable adversary of the Zheng family, was a prominent clan in Jiangxing with immense strength and profound heritage. Humph, while it is true I am somewhat disappointed that you survived this time, do not delude yourself. Zheng Hongfeng, your luck will not always be so favorable. Feng Zhaohua's voice was icy, and he did not shy away from confrontation. Zheng Hongfeng retorted, At least I am alive, and the outcome of the hunt remains uncertain. Perhaps next time, it will be you who meets your end. Old fool, who do you think you are to threaten my father? A young man, bearing a fierce expression, suddenly stepped forth from behind Feng Zhaohua. He was Feng Zifeng, the son of Feng Zhaohua. Feng Zifeng, who are you to insult my father? Are you courting death? As Feng Zifeng advanced, Zhang Ziki immediately approached. Her demeanor as frosty as ice, unwavering in her stance. Feng Zifeng regarded Zhang Ziki with a chilling smile and said, Court death? Zhang Ziki, with your mere early-stage strength, do you think you can even disturb a hair on my body? Humph, let us see. Zhang Ziki remained unperturbed. Chapter 37, Flirtation. Within the auction house, Zhang Ziki stood her ground against Feng Zifeng, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Both parties were locked in a stalemate, the air crackling with the potential for conflict. A mere spark could ignite a full-blown explosion at any moment. Around them, those attending the auction turned their gaze, their expressions filled with astonishment. After all, one party represented the Zheng family, while the other represented the Feng family, two prominent clans in Jiangxing, only a step below the apex families. Whichever side one stood on, their mere presence could send ripples throughout Jiangxing. Zheng Hongfeng and Feng Zhaohua, as the heads of their respective families, were titans in their own right. The imminent confrontation between these two formidable figures hinted at an impending clash. At that moment, a figure approached with swift elegance, a stunning woman. This enchanting lady, approximately in her 30s, donned a flowing red gown that resembled flames, her cascading waves of hair framing a tall and voluptuous silhouette akin to a ripe peach. Her mature and captivating aura was nothing short of extraordinary. The instant she made her entrance, gasps of awe erupted from the crowd. It was Lu Xuanfei. Her presence alone was enough to stir excitement. Truly, she was renowned as the most beautiful supervisor of Hongyan Tower. Her beauty surpassed mere reputation, leaving all in attendance utterly mesmerized. The murmurs among the onlookers revealed that this exquisite woman held an exceptional status. Lu Xuanfei not only possessed striking looks and an alluring physique, but also wielded considerable influence as the supervisor of the Jiangxing branch of Hongyan Tower. In matters of this realm, her word was law. Moreover, her standing extended far and wide across the entirety of Jiangxing. All of this prestige emanated from the enigmatic Hongyan Tower, which, despite its mystery, was known for its unparalleled financial and material resources, alongside other remarkable attributes. At this moment, Su Yi was also gazing at the captivating woman named Lu Xuanfei, mesmerized by her elegance and beauty. Strangely, he sensed a hint of familiarity emanating from her. Su Yi furrowed his brow, unsure why Lu Xuanfei seemed somewhat recognizable to him. Lu Xuanfei spoke, her voice imbued with a magnetic maturity. Masters Feng and Zheng. This is the venue for the auction hosted by my Hongyan Tower. I kindly ask for your understanding. Her tone was composed. Yet her words caused both Feng Zhaohua and Zheng Hongfeng to stiffen in response. My apologies for the intrusion. I hope you can forgive me, Supervisor Lu, Zheng Hongfeng stated, stepping back to signal an end to the standoff. Feng Zhaohua chuckled. Since Supervisor Lu has spoken, I, Feng Zhaohua, shall certainly grant you this courtesy. Zheng Hongfeng, our matters are far from settled. I shall seek retribution in due course. Zheng Hongfeng replied coldly, I shall accompany you to the end. Despite the lingering tension, it was evident to onlookers that a confrontation was unlikely to erupt here. Thank you both for your consideration. I hope you enjoy the upcoming auction. Lu Xuanfei said with a serene smile, preparing to take her leave. Beautiful lady, wait a moment. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the air. Initially, Lu Xuanfei doubted her hearing, but upon turning around, she confirmed that she had not misheard. Someone was indeed calling her. As she turned, she beheld a young man clad in a black robe approaching her. Indeed, it was Su Yi. Upon encountering Lu Xuanfei, Su Yi felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, yet he could not discern the reason behind it. Dismissing the thought, he approached her directly to inquire. However, this action left the onlookers utterly astonished. After all, Su Yi appeared to be a mere country bumpkin, while Lu Xuanfei radiated celestial beauty and exuded an air of nobility, clearly belonging to an entirely different realm. The audacity of his approach, referring to her as beautiful sister, was nothing short of astonishing. His boldness rivaled that of a fortress wall. Meanwhile, Zhang Ziki was left dumbfounded at Su Yi's initiative to strike up a conversation. This guy, indeed, was a rogue, she thought bitterly. As Lu Xuanfei beheld Su Yi, an odd sensation washed over her, a fleeting moment of distraction, as she too felt a vague sense of recognition. May I inquire who you are? She asked, her exquisite, ethereal countenance remaining composed. I am Su Yi, he replied candidly. In an instant, Lu Xuanfei was engulfed in a void of disbelief, her mind blank. Beautiful sister, you seem familiar to me. Do we know each other? Su Yi pressed on, noticing her silence. His words rendered the surrounding crowd speechless. Indeed, he was attempting to flirt. Employing such a cliché method. How shameless. Apologies, but I do not recognize you, Lu Xuanfei replied, leaving Su Yi somewhat disheartened. My young friend, if there is nothing more, I shall take my leave, she said, turning swiftly to depart. As Lu Xuanfei walked away, a cacophony of laughter erupted from the crowd. Zheng Ziki, this rustic fellow must be one of your Zheng family, haha. He still dares to flirt with Supervisor Lu, without even taking a moment to reflect on his own appearance. It's utterly laughable, Feng Shifan mockingly remarked, before departing with his father Feng Zhaohua. Zheng Ziki glared at Su Yi, seething with indignation. However, Su Yi remained remarkably unfazed. All right, the auction is about to commence. Let us take our seats. Zheng Hongfeng interjected to ease the tension. The group made their way to the front row of the venue. Upon settling into their seats, Su Yi discovered a small booklet resting on his chair. He picked it up and began to peruse its contents, which detailed the items to be auctioned. At last, he spotted a particular herb, sky blue leaf. This was one of the 3 medicinal ingredients Su Yi desperately needed. A surge of excitement coursed through him. Yet as he continued to read, disappointment washed over him. This was the only herb listed. Nonetheless, having at least one was preferable to having none. Su Yi quickly composed himself and resumed his examination of the booklet. Nearby, the robed Wu Chongling cast a glance in his direction, his gaze briefly scanning Su Yi. What a pretentious fool, he scoffed inwardly. Suddenly, the lights in the venue dimmed entirely, leaving only the illumination from the stage ahead, where a podium stood. A mature and alluring woman ascended the stage. It was Lu Xuanfei. Her presence was striking, exuding a unique charisma that captivated all. Once settled, Lu Xuanfei addressed the audience through the microphone at the podium. I am Lu Xuanfei, the supervisor of Hongyun Tower's Jiangxing branch. I hereby declare that this auction is officially underway. The crowd erupted in a clamor, all adopting a serious demeanor. Soon, a stunning woman clad in a qipao ascended the stage, serving as the host of the auction. Ladies and gentlemen, the auction is about to commence. Let us present the first item for bidding, a pair of bangles crafted from jadeite, with a starting price of 100,000. As the auction item was brought forth and the enchanting hostess spoke, the event officially began. Su Yi set aside his booklet and turned his gaze towards the stage. Initially, the auction featured items of lesser value and quality, yet all were claimed by eager bidders. Gradually, as time progressed, various antiques began to appear. Zheng Hongfeng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He had a profound affection for antiques and had invested considerable resources in this passion. Just as some men revel in fishing or indulge in fine spirits, his ardor lay in antiques, though he lacked the discerning eye for their true worth. Zheng, this vase is authentic. It is an artifact from the Tang dynasty. If purchased, it would undoubtedly yield a substantial profit. Wu Chongling remarked with an air of confidence as an antique vase was presented on stage. Su Yi glanced over but dismissed it with a mere look, concluding it to be a counterfeit. Utilizing a secret technique from the Qianlong sect, known as the Qianlong True Eye, he discerned its falsity. The application of the Qianlong True Eye requires a Qianlong Qi, allowing one to perceive over 100 meters and penetrate numerous impurities to reveal the essence. Furthermore, it could evolve into the more advanced Qianlong Golden Eye, capable of emitting twin flames. However, this advancement would necessitate Su Yi mastering the Qianlong technique to the 9th level. Chapter 38. A mere 5 million. A profitable venture? Zheng Hongfeng appeared incredulous as he cast a glance at Wu Chongling and then at the antique vase on the stage, seemingly attempting to discern its authenticity with the naked eye. However, despite his fondness for antiques, he lacked the requisite talent in this domain and could not ascertain its genuineness. Zheng Yi, there is no need for further inspection. This antique vase is indeed authentic, and acquiring it would undoubtedly be a tremendous bargain, Wu Chongling urged. Noticing Zheng Hongfeng's hesitation, Zheng Hongfeng opened his mouth, preparing to signal Zhang Ziki to raise the placard. Just then, Su Yi interjected, Zheng Yi, this item is a counterfeit. Having accepted Zheng Hongfeng's goodwill and chosen to align himself with the Zheng family, Su Yi could not allow Zheng Hongfeng to fall into a trap and thus spoke up at that moment. Zheng Hongfeng was taken aback. A counterfeit? Indeed. It is a counterfeit, Su Yi affirmed with utmost certainty. Hey, do you even understand what you are saying? If you lack knowledge, refrain from making baseless claims here. This is the Hongyun auction house, and how could there be counterfeits? Zhang Ziki retorted, while she shared some discontent with Wu Chongling. She could not bring herself to label the items auctioned by Hongyun as forgeries. Moreover, being younger than herself, even if he had surpassed esteemed physicians like Li Fengchun in medical prowess, it did not imply he possessed expertise in antiques. One must understand that without years of experience in antique appraisal, one cannot achieve any significant insights. Indeed, Mr. Su, could it be that you have made an error in judgment? Zheng Hongfeng expressed his skepticism regarding Su Yi's claim. Wu Chongling scoffed, exclaiming, a mere boy, spouting nonsense, dares to claim that this antique vase is a counterfeit? Such folly. Yet, beneath his facade of disdain, he harbored a deep-seated displeasure, for he had already discerned the truth. The vase was indeed a forgery. It was precisely because it was a counterfeit that he had encouraged Zheng Hongfeng to purchase it, hoping to exploit him as a gullible fool. To his surprise, however, Su Yi had seen through the ruse. This young man possessed some skill after all. Nevertheless, Wu Chongling reassured himself that having been by Zheng Hongfeng's side for so long, the latter would undoubtedly place his trust in him and dismiss the words of a mere novice. Master Zhang, trust me and refrain from bidding. Should you choose to disregard my advice, then so be it. Su Yi refrained from elaborating further. He had already issued his warning. And if Zheng Hongfeng chose not to believe him, there was little he could do. Wu Chongling insisted, Master Zheng, he is but a fledgling. How could he possess my authority? Do not heed his unfounded claims. Listen to me and make the purchase. Better to err on the side of caution. Zheng Hongfeng ultimately decided, shaking his head to forego the auction. Wu Chongling, taken aback, exclaimed, Master Zheng. Enough, Master Wu. My decision is final. In that instant, Wu Chongling's expression turned icy. As more antiques were presented on stage, he grew increasingly brazen, specifically highlighting the fraudulent pieces for Zheng Hongfeng to acquire. Yet, each time, Su Yi's voice would interject, and it was only after Su Yi's approval that Zheng Hongfeng would engage in bidding or choose to withdraw. This relentless interference ignited Wu Chongling's ire, leaving him feeling utterly powerless. Ladies and gentlemen, the item about to be auctioned is a rare medicinal herb, announced a stunning woman clad in a cheongsam. On stage, a glass box was presented, revealing a plant with palm-sized leaves. A deep green hue resembling azure, a coveted Tianqing leaf that Su Yi had long anticipated. Zheng Yi, I will acquire this herb, regardless of the price, Su Yi declared. A hint of seriousness etched upon his face. Noticing the gravity of Su Yi's expression, Zheng Hongfeng nodded in acknowledgement. Ladies and gentlemen, this herb is known as Tianqing leaf. It invigorates blood circulation, alleviates lung ailments, and acts swiftly against various diseases. The starting bid is 50,000 yuan, with increments of 10,000. I kindly invite your bids. The alluring woman announced, her voice resonating throughout the venue. Soon, the bidding fervor ignited within the hall. 60,000, 70,000, 90,000, 110,000. The price for the Tianqing leaf continued to soar. Zheng Hongfeng refrained from urging Zheng Ziki to place a bid, preferring to wait for the opportune moment to intervene. As the bidding reached 150,000, the voices of contenders began to dwindle. After all, it was merely a herb. While its medicinal properties were remarkable, its rarity was not unequivocally assured. Ziki, you may now place a bid, Zheng Hongfeng instructed. Understood, Zheng Ziki replied, promptly stating 160,000. However, before her words could fully settle, a voice echoed from a distance, 200,000. The voice belonged to none other than Feng Shifan, the heir of the Feng family. Zheng Ziki immediately cast her gaze over, only to find Feng Shifan regarding her with a cold smile. 250,000. Zheng Ziki called out again. 300,000. Feng Shifan replied nonchalantly. 350,000. 400,000. Yet, regardless of how high Zheng Ziki bid, Feng Shifan would always raise the stakes. Pressing further, 1 million. In the end, Zheng Ziki boldly declared a bid of 1 million. This declaration instantly sparked a commotion. Had they lost their minds? It was merely a medicinal herb, yet the price soared to 1 million. It was evident that only the Zheng family possessed such wealth. Ordinary individuals lacked such financial prowess. Indeed, they were merely competing for prestige. Who would dare to underbid and thus embarrass themselves? The crowd murmured, perceiving this as a contest between the Zheng and Feng families, with neither willing to concede. After Zheng Ziki placed her bid, she provocatively gazed at Feng Shifan, implying that he should continue if he dared. However, Feng Shifan merely smirked coldly and raised his bid again, 1,050,000. Zheng Ziki was utterly enraged, ready to escalate her offer. 5 million. A detached voice emerged from Sui. Boom. This figure sent shockwaves through the room. All eyes turned towards Sui, including those of Zheng Hongfeng and Zheng Ziki, who were both taken aback. What a fool. Wu Chongling scoffed inwardly. Spending 5 million on a single herb seemed utterly ludicrous to him. Sui remained indifferent to the reactions of those around him. The reason he proclaimed such a lofty bid was his reluctance to engage in protracted negotiations. If things continued as they were, he could not fathom how much more time would be squandered. In any case, he was determined to acquire the Tianqing Yi at all costs. Meanwhile, Feng Shifan wore a look of astonishment. This country bumpkin, has he lost his mind? bidding 5 million. Father, should we continue? Feng Shifan turned to inquire of Feng Xiaohua. Continue? 5 million. Let that Zheng Hongfeng be the fool. Our primary objective today is not this. Feng Xiaohua replied. Feng Shifan nodded and then turned to Zheng Ziki, mocking, Zheng Ziki, I must commend you. Spending 5 million on a single herb. If anyone boasts wealth, it must be your Zheng family. Humph. Zheng Ziki lifted her chin, haughtily snorting. Yet she soon glared at Sui with a look that suggested she wished to devour him whole. Sui, unfazed, responded with a calm demeanor, rest assured. 5 million is but a trifling sum. I shall earn it back for you shortly. Chapter 39, Qingwu Villa. Zheng Ziki could not help but roll her eyes, gazing at Sui as if he were a fool. A mere 5 million. That is 5 million. Where does he find such confidence? Enough, Ziki. It is merely a small sum. Zheng Hongfeng interjected, halting Zheng Ziki's objections. At that moment, as the enchanting auctioneer's small hammer struck down, the Tianqing Yi officially became Su Yi's possession. The auction continued in the ensuing moments. Ladies and gentlemen, we now approach the pièce d'arrestance of this auction. The final item to be presented, the Qingwu Villa. As these 4 characters escape the lips of the enchanting lady before you, a palpable stir ripples through the entire venue. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Feng father and son, upon hearing the name Qingwu Villa, exhibit a noticeable shift in their demeanor, quickly breaking into smiles. Their sole purpose for attending this auction is indeed the Qingwu Villa, which they are determined to claim for the Feng family. The eyes of Feng Shifan glimmer with anticipation, and it is evident that extensive preparations have been made for this very day. Feng Xiaohua, too, wears a look of satisfaction, both father and son radiating hope and unwavering confidence. The Feng family has meticulously strategized to secure the villa, certain that they will outbid the Zheng family without a doubt. Simultaneously, on the side of Sui and his companions, Zhang Ziki expresses her reflections. The Qingwu Villa, the largest villa estate in Jiacheng, blessed with extraordinary geographical advantages. If only. At this point, Zhang Ziki shakes her head. If only what? Sui inquires, seemingly intrigued. Zhang Ziki responds, you cannot afford it. So why bother listening? Listening doesn't hurt, Sui retorts with a smile. Truly, his curiosity knows no bounds. With a roll of her eyes, Zhang Ziki does not withhold her insights, sharing the details. As she speaks, Sui gradually gains a deeper understanding of the Qingwu Villa, which, in truth, is a property of the Honyun Tower. When the Qingwu Mountain Villa was first announced for construction, it sparked immense excitement, as its location was the most expensive plot of land near Jiangqing. This high mountain, known as Qingwu Mountain, has enjoyed a prestigious reputation since modern times. Its proximity to Jiangqing, coupled with the pristine air quality, led most of the city's affluent residents to make reservations even before the villas were built. Despite the exorbitant prices, many wealthy individuals flocked to secure a residence there, taking great pride in owning a home at Qingwu Mountain Villa, as it symbolized status. However, a year ago, as the villas were completed and ready for sale, a series of horrifying events unfolded. For over 10 consecutive days, individuals mysteriously leaped from the rooftops, meeting their tragic end. Initially, this could be concealed, but eventually, the truth emerged, sending shockwaves throughout Jiangqing. Moreover, within the confines of the villa, an eerie fog enveloped the area daily, accompanied by ominous winds, creating an unsettling atmosphere. This led to speculations that Qingwu Mountain Villa was a cursed land. Even the esteemed practitioners summoned by Honyun Tower were unable to dispel the malevolence, instilling fear in the wealthy, who hastily withdrew their reservations. Consequently, within a year, the entire Qingwu Mountain Villa fell into desolation. It is worth noting that Honyun Tower had invested over 4 billion in acquiring the land and constructing the villas. The impending auction of Qingwu Mountain Villa was anticipated to yield a low selling price. However, even at such a discount, few dared to bid. Zheng Hongfeng remarked that if even the masters summoned by Honyun Tower could not remedy the situation, then for anyone else to purchase, it would merely mean acquiring a piece of wasteland. Is that so? Sui crossed his legs and stroked his chin, lost in thought. The starting bid is set at 1 billion, with increments of 200 million. Please place your bids. The enchanting voice of the beautiful lady resonated once more, announcing the formal commencement of the auction for the Qingwu Villa. However, as her words faded, an unsettling silence enveloped the entire venue, with no bids forthcoming. Although everyone was aware of the immense value and potential of Qingwu Villa, Its sinister reputation alone was sufficient to deter all bidders. To place a bid would be to throw money into the abyss, leaving not even a trace of a bubble. 12 billion. Amidst the stillness, a voice suddenly pierced through the air. Swiftly, astonished gazes turned towards Zheng Hongfeng and Zheng Ziki. No, more precisely. They were directed at Sui. How audacious. Are you out of your mind to dare place a bid? Zheng Ziki glared at Sui in fury. Zheng Hongfeng also furrowed his brow and remarked, Mr. Su, what do you mean by this? The Qingwu villa is not to be trifled with. Didn't Ziki just warn you? He too was displeased, unable to comprehend Su Yi's sudden audacity. The peculiarities of that villa, I can handle, Su Yi simply stated. Zheng Hongfeng's expression immediately turned serious. Is what you say true? You? This is sheer folly. Su Yi smiled faintly and replied, a master is a master. And I am myself. What they cannot resolve, for me, is a mere flick of the fingers. Insanity, pure insanity. Zheng Ziki felt that this individual was simply beyond redemption. However, what left Zheng Ziki utterly speechless was Zheng Hongfeng's contemplative remark. Mr. Su, if you can indeed resolve this issue, I might consider participating in this auction. Zheng Ziki was taken aback. How could her father have lost his senses as well? 14 billion. At that moment, not far away, Feng Shifan began to raise the bid. Why were they bidding as well? A look of astonishment flickered in Zheng Ziki's eyes. Logically speaking, the Feng family was not foolish. Why would they engage in an auction that was not merely a matter of pride? It was evident that they believed they could also address the malevolence of King Wang. Su Yi remarked nonchalantly. Humph, we must not allow them to succeed, Zheng Hongfeng declared, a domineering aura emanating from him. As the patriarch of the Zheng family, he had already made his decision and would not retreat. Meanwhile, Feng Jiabua and Feng Shifan wore grim expressions. Damn it, that old man Zheng Hongfeng is thwarting our every move. Feng Shifan cursed vehemently. To him, Su Yi's bidding was merely a signal from Zheng Hongfeng. With a darkened countenance, Feng Jiabua coldly stated, he is merely attempting to oppose us intentionally. He aims to inflate the price, forcing us to spend more, without daring to truly compete to the end. Indeed, even if they were to win the auction for King Wang, they would not be able to resolve the malevolence within. Feng Shifan added, we cannot allow him to acquire King Wang. It must be ours. Feng Jiabua asserted in a hushed tone. Yes. Feng Shifan nodded, then proclaimed loudly, 16 billion. Chapter 40. The mask is torn. At this moment, on the other side of the venue, within a tranquil private room, the stunningly beautiful Lu Xuanfei reclined elegantly on a single red sofa, her long, graceful legs crossed. Her fair, radiant skin resembled that of an ethereal being, captivating to the point of igniting desire in any man who dared to gaze upon her. With just a glance, one could easily succumb to overwhelming passion. Her delicate fingers, akin to peeled scallions, held a fine wine glass, gently swirling the crimson liquid within. A contemplative expression adorned her exquisite face as she murmured softly to herself, Su-yi. Su-yi. Could he truly be that little boy? Memories from over a decade ago flooded her mind. Recalling the image of a small boy trailing closely behind her, his voice ringing sweetly as he called her sister, his cherubic face adorably innocent. Even after all these years, the memory remained etched in her heart. Suddenly, a firm knock echoed at the door of the private room. Come in. A tall man clad in a suit and wearing sunglasses entered. Miss, we have the results of the investigation, he stated. Speak, she commanded. According to our findings, the individual named Su Yi arrived in Jiangxing just a week ago, and we possess no information regarding his background prior to that. After his arrival, he married Xin Qingyue, the daughter of a minor family, thus becoming a son-in-law to the Xin family. Furthermore, he has developed a close relationship with the Zheng family after saving the life of their patriarch, Zheng Hongfeng. The tall man succinctly relayed the intelligence to Lu Xuanfei, leaving her astonished at the revelations concerning Su Yi. Even the matter of Su Yi suppressing the Black Tiger Gang and the Blue Knife Gang was articulated by the towering man. The reason he could provide such intricate details was entirely due to the intelligence network of the Red Cloud Pavilion. Is there anything else? Lu Xuanfei inquired immediately after listening. The tall man replied, I apologize, miss, but that is all I have at the moment. Is that so? A subtle trace of disappointment flickered across Lu Xuanfei's countenance. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, a woman in uniform rushed in at a swift pace. Miss, the auction at Qingwu Mountain Villa has reached 40 billion. Initially, Lu Xuanfei's expression darkened, ready to unleash her wrath, but upon hearing that figure, She sprang to her feet in astonishment. What is the situation? Lu Xuanfei asked. The uniformed woman, recognizing the significance of the matter, did not dare to delay and quickly elaborated. Within the auction venue, 40 billion. Feng Zhao's voice thundered, resonating throughout the entire hall with a formidable presence. 40 billion. The Feng family has actually bid 40 billion. Is this madness? Indeed, everyone present was acutely aware of what Qingwu Mountain Villa represented, even if purchased. It would not resolve the issues there, leading to a tremendous loss. This is far too impulsive. The crowd buzzed with astonishment, shaken by the figure proclaimed by Feng Zhaohua. It is worth noting that the initial acquisition and construction of Qingwu Mountain Villa only amounted to just over 40 billion. Father, it's reached 40 billion. This is nearing our family's limit. Feng Shifan gazed at Feng Zhaohua, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice as he remarked that this was not in accordance with their initial plans. Feng Zhaohua, with an impassive expression, replied, not only are we nearing our limits, but the Zheng family is also approaching theirs. However, there is no however. Feng Zhaohua retorted coldly. This time, regardless of the cost, we must secure Qingwu Mountain Villa. At this moment, Zheng Hongfeng found himself wavering. 40 billion was a colossal sum for the Zheng family, one that could inflict significant damage. Su Yi, we cannot proceed any further. If we do, our family will crumble. Zheng Ziki fixed her gaze on Su Yi, her tone laced with warning. She was acutely aware of the limits of her family's resources. If this continued, the Zheng family would be unable to withstand it. Yet, Su Yi remained undeterred and declared, 42 billion. Zheng Ziki's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly causing her to faint. 44 billion. Feng Zhaohua immediately matched the increase. Su Yi, with a stoic demeanor, countered, 46 billion. Shut your mouth, you brat. In that moment, Feng Shifan could no longer contain himself, rising to his feet and shouting at Su Yi in anger. He could not fathom where Su Yi derived his audacity to bid, nor could he understand how Zheng Hongfeng could be so indulgent. Su Yi merely cast him a dispassionate glance and stated coolly, bid if you can afford it. If not, then be gone. How arrogant. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd was taken aback. After all, he was the heir of the Feng family. As we turn our gaze to Su Yi, who remains obscure and clad in simple attire, he embodies the essence of a rustic individual. His audacity to converse with Feng Shifan in such a manner is indeed astonishing. With a sharp glare, Feng Shifan rises and charges towards Su Yi. In that very moment, Zheng Ziki also springs into action, directly confronting him. Unlike their earlier standoff, the two parties engage in combat, and the venue reverberates with the sounds of fists and feet colliding. Zheng Hongfeng's expression grows grave. Concurrently, Feng Zhaohua's demeanor turns icy as he suddenly casts his gaze upon Wu Chongling. Their eyes meet, and Wu Chongling imperceptibly nods in acknowledgement. Without delay, Wu Chongling makes his move, extending a claw-like hand towards Su Yi. Zheng Hongfeng's countenance shifts dramatically as he swiftly intervenes to block Wu Chongling's attack. Master Wu, what are you doing? Su Yi exclaims. Zheng Yi, can you not see? He is of the Feng family. Zheng Hongfeng's expression darkens as he glares at Wu Chongling. At this juncture, I shall not conceal the truth any longer. Indeed, I am affiliated with the Feng family, sent by the family head to be by your side. It was I who poisoned you. Wu Chongling, now unmasking his true intentions, reveals everything to Zheng Hongfeng, including prior schemes where he led Zheng Hongfeng to waste money on counterfeit goods and other dealings that the Feng family had usurped from the Zheng family, which he had disclosed to Feng Zhaohua. Zheng Hongfeng, consumed by fury, retorts, Wu Chongling, I considered you a friend, yet you turn out to be such a person. Wu Chongling chuckled coldly. Ha! Victory and defeat are judged solely by results. Zheng Hongfeng, if you wish to assign blame, you can only fault your naivety. I shall end your life. Zheng Hongfeng, consumed by rage, could no longer contain himself and, with a furious shout, lunged at Wu Chongling. Yet, in the next moment, he felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. After merely 2 steps, he collapsed weakly into a chair. Ah, Zheng Hongfeng, you remain too innocent. Indeed, just moments ago, I poisoned you once more, Wu Chongling remarked with a sinister grin. Chapter 41. This jade pendant. From whence did you acquire it? Upon hearing Wu Chongling's words, Zheng Hongfeng was struck with both shock and anger. Initially, he had merely harbored suspicions towards Wu Chongling, never anticipating that he was the true culprit. Now, having been poisoned silently once again, regret gnawed at his heart. Master Wu, Cease this idle chatter and deal with that brat, came the voice of Feng Zhaohua. Unabashed and unreserved before the assembled crowd, cold and vicious. Master Feng. At that moment, the stunning woman on the podium interjected sharply. Feng Zhaohua, hands clasped behind his back, raised an eyebrow and replied, "What? Do you have an objection?" The captivating woman retorted, "This is my Hangyun Tower. Your actions here are exceedingly disrespectful towards my establishment." Feng Zhaohua responded with a smile, "While I certainly hold Hangyun Tower in high regard, this country bumpkin has continually thwarted my plans. If I do not teach him a lesson, how shall I preserve my dignity?" The enchanting woman had nothing more to say, as Feng Zhaohua had already turned his attention away from her, directing it instead towards Wu Chongling. Wu Chongling, fully comprehending Feng Zhaohua's intent, cast a glance at Su Yi. "You dare to thwart my endeavors, young man? Today, I shall spare your life, but rest assured, I will make you wish for death, and you will experience the torment of suffering far worse than death itself." Wu Chongling's gaze was icy and filled with disdain. In truth, he was a guest elder of the Feng family and a practitioner of the early stage of Mingjing. Although merely at the early stage, he ranked just below Zheng Hongfeng and Feng Zhaohua, rendering most opponents utterly incapable of standing against him. Su Yi, however, was merely a brash youth. How formidable could he truly be? In Wu Chongling's eyes, Su Yi was akin to an ant, easily crushed at will. In an instant, Wu Chongling made his move. Whoosh! He was upon Su Yi in the blink of an eye. "Stop right there." A sudden, authoritative voice rang out. It was Lu Xuanfei. Upon her arrival, she witnessed Wu Chongling making his move against Su Yi and immediately intervened. Yet, it was already too late. At this juncture, Wu Chongling was resolute. He would not relent until Su Yi was incapacitated. "You shall perish." Wu Chongling sneered malevolently at the approaching Su Yi. However, he failed to notice the subtle curve of mockery at the corner of Su Yi's mouth. With a swift motion, Su Yi raised his hand, clenched his fist, and thrust it forward. Bang! Wu Chongling was sent flying like a mere ball, crashing heavily against a chair. "What? That young man is unharmed?" It was said that Master Wu was a practitioner of Mingjing, yet he was struck down with a single blow. This young man is rather extraordinary. The onlookers were all taken aback by the scene before them. Even Feng Zhaohua's expression shifted dramatically. He had never anticipated such an outcome. In his view, it would be a trivial matter for Wu Chongling to deal with Su Yi. However, the current result defied his expectations. "Feng Zhaohua, it is your turn now." Meanwhile, Su Yi infused a trace of Xianlong energy into Zheng Hongfeng. The poison had only just entered Zheng Hongfeng's body and had not yet fully integrated, allowing Su Yi to easily neutralize it. He then turned his gaze towards Feng Zhaohua and spoke coldly. Boom! The crowd was immediately astonished. Not only had he sent Wu Chongling flying, but he also intended to confront Feng Zhaohua, displaying an audacity that was astounding. Feng Zhaohua had not anticipated this either. He chuckled coldly, saying, "You ignorant fool, if you seek death, I shall oblige." Feng Zhaohua ceased this at once. At that moment, Lu Xuanfei's icy voice resonated once more, followed by the sudden appearance of a tall man in a suit standing before Feng Zhaohua. The imposing figure exuded a chilling aura, instantly imposing immense pressure on Feng Zhaohua. "Director Lu, did you not hear this brat's provocation towards me?" Feng Zhaohua said, somewhat displeased. Lu Xuanfei replied coldly, "This is the venue for the auction hosted by my Hangyun Tower. While you are welcome to participate in the bidding, should you choose to engage in conflict, I will have no choice but to ask you to leave." Feng Zhaohua's expression darkened as he retorted, "An auction, is it? But how can this brat call out prices at will?" Lu Xuanfei turned to Su Yi and inquired, "Young friend, do you intend to call out prices freely?" Su Yi smiled and said, "Beautiful sister, I am a gentleman. I cannot casually call out prices like that. Nonsense. What money could a mere boy like you possibly possess?" Feng Zhaohua retorted coldly, "I will offer 50 billion now. What do you say?" Su Yi regarded him with a calm gaze and replied, 52 billion. Feng Zhaohua chuckled. "Manager Lu, do you see the antics of this boy? He is clearly trying to create chaos." "I am not," Su Yi stated calmly. "Not you? Very well, I withdraw. The Qingwu Mountain Villa is yours, boy. If you have the means, produce 52 billion now. If you cannot, then you have deceived Manager Lu, and the consequences will be dire." Feng Zhaohua's smile turned somewhat sinister, and all eyes were now fixed on Su Yi. 50 billion, a sum beyond what this boy could possibly muster. Indeed, this astronomical figure was far beyond his reach. It was clear he would be expelled. At that moment, Lu Xuanfei also observed Su Yi, her brow furrowing. Although she found him somewhat familiar and wished to assist him, she felt constrained by the presence of so many witnesses. Yet, seeing Su Yi's serene demeanor, he stated, "It is merely 52 billion. I am not without means." In the next moment, Su Yi strode towards Lu Xuanfei. A look of confusion crossed her exquisite face as she wondered what his intentions were. "Beautiful sister, do you accept items for pawn here?" Su Yi inquired with a smile. "Pawning?" Lu Xuanfei was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement. "Of course, but it depends on whether your item is truly worth that much. Here, take a look and assess its value." Su Yi produced his piece of Qilin jade. Though his exterior remained composed, a tumult of anxiety churned within him. The old man had once informed him that this Qilin jade was priceless, worth more than 100 billion, as its true worth was beyond measure. Upon arriving in Jiang City, when Su Yi's wallet was stolen, he was so destitute that he could not bring himself to reveal it. Yet now, he had no choice but to do so, hoping that the enchanting woman before him could recognize its worth. Otherwise, it would be futile. At the same time, Lu Xuanfei's gaze fell upon the Qilin jade in Su Yi's hand, and in an instant, she was rendered speechless. Her beautiful eyes widened, fixating intently on the jade. After a considerable pause, she finally lifted her gaze, her expression filled with complexity as she regarded Su Yi. "Where did you acquire this jade pendant?" Chapter 42. He appears quite appealing. Lu Xuanfei scrutinized Su Yi, her gaze seemingly piercing through to his very soul. "What do you mean? Where did I get it? This jade pendant has always belonged to me." In the face of Lu Xuanfei's penetrating stare, Su Yi did not shy away, stating plainly that this Qilin jade had indeed been with him since childhood. However, due to a lapse in memory before the age of 10, he could not recall who had given it to him. If it weren't for the old man's revelation, he would have assumed it was just an ordinary jade pendant. "It has always belonged to you." Lu Xuanfei's voice trembled slightly, her gaze growing even more intricate. As Su Yi gradually sensed something amiss, he noticed the other party's gaze fixated upon him, seemingly filled with excitement and joy. This made Su Yi feel somewhat uneasy, yet he nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed. Without a doubt, this jade pendant belongs to me." "Excellent," Lu Xuanfei replied with a single word of affirmation. However, this left Su Yi perplexed. "Beautiful sister, could you provide a definitive answer? Is this jade pendant truly worth such a fortune?" "You are mistaken. This jade pendant is hardly valuable," Lu Xuanfei replied, shaking her head with indifference. Su Yi was immediately taken aback. This was inconceivable. Could it be that the old man had deceived him? "Ha ha." As Lu Xuanfei's words echoed, Feng Zhaoguo burst into triumphant laughter. "Kid, what are you? Just a country bumpkin, thinking you can exchange a mere jade pendant for over 5 billion? Aren't you afraid of being the laughingstock?" Feng Zhaoguo reveled in his triumph. Feng Shifan also ceased his confrontation with Zhang Ziki, casting scornful remarks. "With this, you dare to compete with us? Lu's supervisor, he's merely creating a ruckus. Swiftly apprehend him and toss him out." Meanwhile, Zhang Ziki and Zheng Hongfeng wore expressions of discontent. This fellow only knew how to boast, and now he has made a fool of himself. "It's infuriating," Zhang Ziki exclaimed in exasperation, feeling a sense of disappointment. She had thought Su Yi's confidence stemmed from some hidden strength, but it turned out to be merely that jade pendant, which had now become a source of ridicule. "Feng family head, you may leave now," Lu Xuanfei calmly addressed Feng Zhaoguo. "What?" In an instant, everyone began to question whether their ears had deceived them. Feng Zhaoguo was momentarily taken aback. Lu Xuanfei, devoid of expression, coolly remarked, "Feng family head, did you fail to grasp my words? You may leave. I intend to transfer Qingwu Villa to him, not to your Feng family. Even if he does not participate in the bidding, it remains unchanged." Boom. Lu Xuanfei's declaration sent shockwaves throughout the venue. "Director Lu, what do you mean by this? This is an auction hosted by your Hongyan Tower. This feels excessively targeted against us. I refuse to accept this. You must provide us with a justification, so that everyone present can see how your Hongyan Tower conducts its affairs." Feng Shifan shouted defiantly. What he did not anticipate was Lu Xuanfei's determination to bestow Qingwu Villa upon Su Yi without requiring any payment. Was this not a direct affront to their Feng family? In the face of Feng Shifan's outburst, Lu Xuanfei remained composed, stating, "Do you wish to know the reason? I fear it may be too disheartening for you. My rationale is quite simple. I find this young man rather pleasing." Everyone was stunned. This was the reason? Simply because she found Su Yi agreeable? It seemed rather childish. However, the earnestness etched upon Lu Xuanfei's stunningly beautiful visage indicated she was not jesting. She was entirely serious. Dad. Feng Shifan looked toward Feng Zhaohua, seeking guidance on how to respond. We are leaving. Feng Zhaohua gritted his teeth and declared. Having said that, he strode towards the exit, with Feng Shifan reluctantly trailing behind. As the two individuals had only taken a few steps, the towering man who had previously obstructed Feng Zhaohua suddenly approached Feng Shifan, reaching out towards him. Feng Shifan instantly retaliated, but the imposing figure effortlessly neutralized his efforts, seizing Feng Shifan by the neck as if handling a mere chick. Witnessing this, Feng Zhaohua's fury erupted. Dare to lay a hand on my son? You seek death. He charged at the formidable man with a punch. However, in the blink of an eye, the man waved his hand dismissively, sending Feng Zhaohua flying several meters before crashing heavily to the ground. A hidden master. The astonishment rippled through the gathered crowd. Meanwhile, Feng Shifan's face turned ashen, his eyes filled with sheer terror. This is my territory, Hongyun Tower. How dare you instruct me? Lu Xuanfei within my domain. Take a moment to reflect upon your own worth. Montgomery, give him 3 slaps, commanded Lu Xuanfei coldly, her authority palpable. With a resounding thud, Feng Shifan fell to the ground, his face swollen and bloodied, utterly disheveled. Begone, Lu Xuanfei uttered icily, her tone final. This is not over. Struggling, Feng Zhaohua managed to rise, helping the disheveled Feng Shifan as they departed under the scrutinizing gazes of onlookers. Humph, a mere Feng family. Do you think I, Lu Xuanfei, am afraid of you? She scoffed disdainfully, turning her gaze towards Su Yi. Her expression was remarkably complex. Beautiful sister, you are truly formidable. Su Yi exclaimed with a bright smile, a hint of flattery in his tone. Lu Xuanfei's lips curled into a faint smile before quickly returning to composure as she said softly, follow me. Having spoken, Lu Xuanfei turned and departed from the venue. Su Yi immediately followed closely behind her. Along the way, Su Yi quickened his pace to draw alongside Lu Xuanfei and inquired, Dear sister, where are you taking me? Be patient, you shall soon discover, she replied. I hope you do not harbor any inappropriate thoughts towards me. Su Yi hesitated before asking. Alas, how could I not? What a pity, Lu Xuanfei sighed, eliciting a soft exhale of regret from Su Yi. Upon hearing his words, Lu Xuanfei nearly stumbled. This little rascal certainly had a cheeky side. In truth, Su Yi also felt a sense of loss. As he trailed behind Lu Xuanfei, his gaze inevitably fell upon her form. Her slender waist, delicate enough to be grasped in one hand, complemented by her generous curves, swayed enticingly in her high heels, creating a captivating allure that made it difficult for Su Yi to restrain himself. Here we are, Lu Xuanfei announced, halting in front of a private booth at the back of the venue. However, just as she stopped, Su Yi inadvertently collided with her from behind. Chapter 43. I would never harm you. The air fell suddenly still. Su Yi felt an unexpected softness and remarkable resilience. In that instant, he was momentarily entranced, as if his very soul had been ensnared. The sensation was unparalleled. Su Yi could hardly have anticipated such a collision with Lu Xuanfei's back. He swore to the heavens that he had merely indulged in a few lingering glances at her alluring figure. Any man in her presence would find it impossible not to steal a look. Su Yi was not a man devoid of emotions or desires. Being an utterly ordinary man who had merely tasted forbidden fruit once, combined with his vigorous dragon body, it was hardly surprising that he would gaze longer. Thus, when Lu Xuanfei came to a halt, Su Yi, lost in his reverie, inadvertently collided with her, resulting in such a misunderstanding. Beautiful sister. It was not my intention. Su Yi was uncertain of Lu Xuanfei's thoughts, and a few seconds later, he hastily began to defend himself. No, it was an explanation. He was even prepared to face Lu Xuanfei's wrath. Earlier at the venue, her domineering presence had been unmistakable, proving she was not a woman of gentle temperament. If it was unintentional, does that imply it was deliberate? Su Yi promptly retorted, it was not deliberate. Beautiful sister, please believe me, I am a gentleman. Oh really? Are you certain you are indeed a gentleman? I am. A fine gentleman indeed. Then please elucidate why you would. Su Yi's lips curled slightly as he murmured. Well, I would say this is a normal man's reaction. Do you believe that? I do. Su Yi exhaled in relief. But your continued presence here makes me skeptical. Lu Xuanfei's tone bore a hint of teasing. It was then that Su Yi realized they had remained in the same position all along. Immediately, he took a step back, creating distance between himself and Lu Xuanfei. Lu Xuanfei turned around, her stunningly beautiful face adorned with a delicate blush, reminiscent of a ripe apple, vibrant and alluring, evoking an irresistible desire to take a bite. Sui anticipated that Lu Xuanfei would erupt in anger and was preparing to defend himself. Yet he was taken aback as she merely cast him a fleeting glance and remarked, "Such a little rascal," before gracefully stepping into the private room. Sui exhaled in relief and hurriedly followed her inside. The private room was empty, containing only Sui and Lu Xuanfei. Once inside, Lu Xuanfei did not take a seat. Instead, she turned abruptly and fixed her intense gaze upon Sui, her eyes ablaze with fervor. Sui's heart skipped a beat, as he sensed that Lu Xuanfei harbored intentions beyond mere acquaintance. The reason for her sudden change of heart was not difficult to surmise. Their recent contact had surely awakened her admiration for his prowess. "Little one, do you remember me?" Just as Sui's mind was racing with thoughts, Lu Xuanfei spoke. He looked at her, hesitating slightly, and replied, "Have we met before? I am Lu Xuanfei." Lu Xuanfei? Sui pondered carefully, realizing that the name rang a bell. Yet he could not recall the specifics. "I apologize, beautiful sister, but I truly do not remember you. All my memories from before the age of 10 are gone." Sui candidly confessed. Memories lost. Upon hearing this, Lu Xuanfei initially displayed a flicker of excitement, only to softly murmur to herself moments later, "Indeed. What transpired back then was exceedingly cruel. Perhaps it is for the best that you do not remember." A flicker of realization crossed Sui's mind as he inquired, "Sister, have we met before? Do you possess knowledge of my origins?" "Indeed, we are acquainted. Back then, you were but a little brat, trailing behind me and calling me sister incessantly," Lu Xuanfei candidly replied. "That's wonderful. You must be aware of my lineage. Please share it with me," Sui exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Since being taken in by the old man, he had been deeply concerned about his heritage, particularly due to the blankness that shrouded his memories prior to the age of 10, instilling within him a profound sense of isolation, as though he had been forsaken by the world. Now that he learned Lu Xuanfei possessed insights into his background, his anticipation was undeniable. However, Lu Xuanfei shook her head. "What do you mean, sister?" Sui pressed. "I'm afraid I cannot divulge that information just yet," Lu Xuanfei responded. Anxiety gripped Sui as he stepped forward, his expression earnest. "Why not?" "I believe the time has not yet come," she replied. "And when will that time be?" With a gentle smile, Lu Xuanfei stated, "I shall tell you when I feel it is the right moment." Sui fell silent for a moment before conceding. "Very well. Since you choose not to share, I shall refrain from asking further. However, I am curious. How did you recognize me?" "Quite simply, it was the jade pendant you produced. I had seen it before," Lu Xuanfei elucidated. "Is that so? Then, sister, I truly was following you around back then?" Sui deftly shifted the topic, reverting to a relaxed demeanor. Yet his curiosity was piqued regarding the nature of his relationship with Lu Xuanfei. Upon hearing his inquiry, Lu Xuanfei offered a gentle smile, extending her delicate hand, untouched by the mundane, to lightly pinch Sui's cheek. "Of course, you should understand why I unconditionally bestowed Qingwu Villa upon you and summoned you here," she remarked. "In short, you need only to know that I, Lu Xuanfei, would never wish you harm." Her tone conveyed an unwavering resolve. Sui pondered this. After all, the cost of Qingwu Villa exceeded 40 billion. Previously, the Feng family had priced it at 50 billion, an astronomical figure by any measure. Yet, upon merely glimpsing his jade pendant, Lu Xuanfei recognized his identity and entrusted the entire estate to him without hesitation. What could this possibly signify? Even the wealthiest magnates would hesitate to relinquish such a valuable asset. Yet, Lu Xuanfei exhibited no pangs of regret, illustrating her profound trust in him, and thus, it was improbable she would mislead him regarding their relationship. At this realization, a warm current surged within Sui. Aside from the old man, he had never encountered anyone willing to place such trust in him. "Sister Xuanfei, I believe in you," he declared, altering his address towards her, his expression earnest. Upon hearing Sui's new form of address, a radiant smile graced Lu Xuanfei's stunningly beautiful visage, illuminating her features. In the next moment, she executed an unexpected gesture that took Sui by surprise. She extended her hand, embracing Sui's neck, drawing him into her warm embrace. In that fleeting moment, Sui felt his face enveloped by two soft, ample curves, nearly suffocating him. Chapter 44. Seeking Medicinal Herbs. Sui found himself ensnared in Lu Xuanfei's tender embrace. Sweet and indulgent, unable to extricate himself. After a considerable time, feeling somewhat starved for air, he could not help but exclaim, "Sister Xuanfei, You're going to smother me. Upon hearing this, Lu Xuanfei finally released him. Once they parted, Sui noticed a smile gracing Lu Xuanfei's face, her gaze imbued with a gentle affection, akin to that of a sister looking at her younger brother. Such a gaze cannot be feigned. Indeed, it was just like when they were children, initially. She would scold him fiercely, only to become shy afterwards. Lu Xuanfei chuckled. Su Yi's heart raced under her scrutiny, prompting him to divert the topic. Eager to inquire more about his childhood, suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the air. Lu Xuanfei, a man's voice resonated at the door, laced with a chilling severity. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Xuanfei's smile vanished instantly, replaced by an air of indifference. At that moment, Su Yi turned his gaze toward the entrance, where a man stood. He possessed a hawk-like nose and sharp brows, strikingly handsome, exuding an aura of authority. Behind him trailed several burly men clad in suits, all of whom appeared to be martial artists. It was evident that this man's status was anything but ordinary. Zhang Yinchuan, I recall you are from Cloud City. What brings you here? Lu Xuanfei remarked coldly. The man known as Zhang Yinchuan held an extraordinary identity within the Red Cloud Tower. His status paralleled that of Lu Xuanfei's. Yet, their relationship was akin to fire and water, having clashed countless times. This animosity stemmed from the factional disputes behind them, with each vying to eliminate the other. Zhang Yinchuan, known for his ruthless demeanor and violent temperament, had previously coveted Lu Xuanfei's beauty, intending to ensnare her and plan to spy within her faction. However, Lu Xuanfei would never acquiesce to his desires. During their previous confrontation, the atmosphere was charged with explosive tension, creating a significant uproar throughout the Red Cloud Tower. If I had not come, how would I have discovered your reckless behavior here? Lu Xuanfei, Zhang Yinchuan sneered. Qingwu Mountain Villa, that is a major project for our Red Cloud Tower, with costs exceeding 4 billion. I have heard you entrusted it to a mere youth. He then cast a cold, disdainful gaze towards Su Yi, his eyes sharp as blades. Upon first seeing Su Yi, Zhang Yinchuan dismissed him entirely. Clad in simple garments and barely 20, he appeared too inexperienced and lacked any imposing aura. In Zhang Yinchuan's view, he could effortlessly crush this young man if he so desired. Indeed, it is him. What can you do about it? Just as Su Yi prepared to step forward, Lu Xuanfei swiftly moved in front of him, shielding him with her presence. Zhang Yinchuan scoffed. You are so protective of him. Could it be that he is your kept man? Nonsense. Lu Xuanfei retorted coldly. Zhang Yinchuan continued. Lu Xuanfei, I shall not engage in idle chatter with you. I am here today to present you with 2 choices. One is to submit to me, and I will treat this entire affair as if it never occurred. The other, should you choose to refuse, I will inform the Council of Elders, and you can imagine the consequences that will ensue. Lu Xuanfei's expression darkened to an extreme. Zhang Yinchuan, you are truly despicable and shameless. Zhang Yinchuan chuckled mockingly. Say what you will. Now, make your choice. Zhang Yinchuan, let me be clear. Submit to you? Dream on. I will never allow you to lay a finger on me. You are not even worthy to lick my toes. Lu Xuanfei coldly declared her decision. Zhang Yinchuan's expression soured instantly. Very well, Lu Xuanfei, do not regret this. With that, Zhang Yinchuan did not linger and turned to leave the private room. A profound silence enveloped the space. Little one, were you frightened? Lu Xuanfei concealed her cold demeanor and smiled at Su Yi, her beauty radiant like the morning glow. Warmth surged within Su Yi's heart once more. He etched into his memory the moment Lu Xuanfei stood up for him. Do not underestimate me, Sister Xuanfei. With someone like him, if I wished, I could easily crush him with a single slap, Su Yi asserted. Just you? Lu Xuanfei shook her head, dismissing Su Yi's remarks as mere jest, unwilling to feign weakness before her. She was acutely aware of the capabilities of Zhang Yinchuan. To extinguish him with a single blow was an impossibility. Sister Xuanfei, Su Yi inquired. I just heard that Zhang Yinchuan mentioned you would relinquish Qingwu Villa to me without compensation. What does that imply for the Elder Council? Is that so? I seem to have burdened you. Su Yi expressed his regrets. Burdened? You little rascal, do not bear such guilt. As long as you manage Qingwu Villa and sell a few houses, I will have leverage with the Elder Council. In Lu Xuanfei's perspective, if Su Yi could sell even a handful of properties from Qingwu Villa, she would have sufficient grounds to address the council. However, she harbored no belief that Su Yi could genuinely resolve the malevolent forces plaguing Qingwu Villa. Nevertheless, upon hearing her concerns, Su Yi resolved to take action. Tomorrow, he would venture to Qingwu Villa and eradicate its sinister presence. As a descendant of the Xianshu sect, Sui was well-versed in numerous techniques of his lineage. In the realms of feng shui and the supernatural, he was not merely proficient. He had attained a remarkable level of expertise. This time, he would not let Lu Xuanfei down. He aimed to restore Qingwu Villa to its former glory, thereby reaping substantial profits and allowing Lu Xuanfei to stand tall before the Elder Council. By the way, Sister Xuanfei, could you assist me in procuring 2 types of medicinal herbs? Suddenly, Sui recalled the breaking qi pill, realizing he had only found 1 herb and required 2 more. At this moment, he felt an urgent desire to enhance his prowess. He believed that only by strengthening his own abilities would Lu Xuanfei reveal the truth to him. As for the medicinal herbs, a trivial matter, for the most formidable asset of my Hongyun Tower lies in its intelligence network. Simply provide me with the names. Lu Xuanfei smiled gently. Sui, feeling unreserved, disclosed the names of the other 2 herbs to her. Lu Xuanfei noted them down, assuring Sui that she would swiftly procure these 2 herbs. Chapter 45. Why haven't you left yet? Subsequently, Sui lingered in the private room for approximately another half-hour. He and Lu Xuanfei engaged in extensive conversation. Perhaps they had indeed known each other well in the past. As the more they conversed, the stronger the sense of familiarity Sui felt. Eventually, he departed the private room and stepped outside the venue. Upon his arrival outside, he encountered Zheng Ziki. What are you doing here? Where's your father? Sui inquired as he approached her. Zheng Ziki stood with her arms crossed over her ample chest, her expression icy, tinged with a hint of resentment. What does it matter to you? She retorted sharply. Sui was at a loss for words. What have I done to provoke you? Humph. You have managed to annoy me in every conceivable way, scoundrel. Zheng Ziki shot him a disdainful glance. The corner of Sui's mouth twitched slightly, and then, with a teasing glint in his eyes, he regarded Zheng Ziki with an amused expression. What are you laughing at? Zheng Ziki felt a twinge of unease. Sui replied, You seem so upset. Could it be that you are feeling jealous? Impossible. Zheng Ziki's face flushed, and she asserted defiantly, That is utterly inconceivable. I do not like you. How could I possibly be jealous? Sui, however, remained skeptical. Are you truly not envious? Certainly not. Zheng Ziki replied with unwavering conviction, her neck held high. Sui merely responded with a soft "oh," his gaze fixed upon her, imbued with a palpable disbelief. The intensity of his stare made Zheng Ziki uneasy, prompting her to swiftly open the car door and slip inside. She turned back to Sui and called out, If you don't get in, I'm leaving. After a brief pause, the vehicle departed, heading towards Shenqing Yue's residence. Meanwhile, in a private booth, Lu Xuanfei stood by the window, watching as Sui's car vanished from sight. Once the vehicle was completely out of view, she reached for her phone and dialed a number. Grandfather, I encountered Sui, she declared. Xuanfei, what did you say? Please repeat that, came an incredulous voice from the other end. Lu Xuanfei reiterated, I said, I encountered Sui. He is alive, and I saw him at today's auction. She recounted in detail her encounter with Sui. After a prolonged silence, the elderly voice on the other end, choked with emotion, responded, Good, good, good. Heaven is merciful. If your Uncle Su and Aunt Zhou knew their son was still alive, their spirits would surely find solace. Lu Xuanfei's expression turned pensive. Yes, they would be overjoyed. Yet, the events of that fateful night, when their entire family vanished without a trace, cannot simply be erased. Her delicate hand clenched tightly, revealing the intricate patterns of her veins. Within her beautiful eyes, a deep-seated hatred began to surface. The elderly voice sighed gently on the phone. Does Sui know about this matter? I did not inform him that all his memories prior to the age of 10 had already vanished. Moreover, even if he possessed the strength for vengeance, revealing this truth would only serve to add to his burdens. Lu Xuanfei remarked with a hint of indifference. The elderly voice on the other end of the line responded. Indeed, that family is exceedingly formidable. Even our entire Hongyun pavilion pales in comparison. Yes, they are indeed terrifying, for they stand atop the pinnacle of Qingzhou. Lu Xuanfei sighed softly, a profound sense of helplessness seeping through her words. As nightfall gradually enveloped the surroundings, Shenqing Yue trudged wearily downstairs. Although she had successfully secured the investment from the Fengtu Group today, providing her company with sufficient funds to overcome a significant hurdle, an overwhelming sense of discontent clouded her spirit. The success she achieved was not solely her own. It was largely due to that individual. Without his formula, she would have been utterly defenseless against Shen Manjiao's malicious schemes. The most disconcerting aspect was that his formula had garnered accolades even from the esteemed physician Li Fengchun, which ultimately led to the project's success. Despite her reluctance to acknowledge it, every bit of this triumph was attributable to Su Yi. Yet, it was precisely due to his contributions that Shen Qingyue felt so uncomfortable. Her cutting remarks the previous night had driven Su Yi away from home. And from morning until now, he had not attempted to contact her, clearly signaling a desire to sever their connection. With a deep breath, Shen Qingyue resolved to cast aside her thoughts, shook her head to dispel her worries, and, gritting her teeth, strode purposefully toward home. Shen Zeshan smiled warmly. Beside him sat Luo Yulan. With little enthusiasm, Shen Qingyue nodded and took a seat at the table, eagerly reaching for her chopsticks. Suddenly, Luo Yulan smacked her chopsticks with hers, exclaiming, "Dear daughter, what are you doing? There are still others who haven't joined us." Luo Yulan's tone bore a hint of discontent. "Indeed, there is still one more person," Shen Zeshan remarked with a knowing gaze. Shen Qingyue looked on, perplexed. "Soup is ready," came Su Yi's voice from the kitchen moments later. Shen Qingyue gazed in disbelief as Su Yi, donned in an apron, emerged from the kitchen, carrying a steaming bowl of soup. Setting it down, he smiled warmly at Shen Qingyue. You, she stammered, taken aback. While Shen Qingyue was momentarily stunned, Su Yi had already removed his apron and seated himself. "Dad, Aunt Luo, let us begin," he said. Shen Zeshan and Luo Yulan began to eat. Shen Qingyue had much to express, yet seeing Luo Yulan's incessant chatter, she resolutely held her tongue. Later that night, upon entering, Shen Qingyue spotted Su Yi reclining on the floor. He lay comfortably, hands behind his head, legs crossed, gazing intently at her as she entered. Their eyes locked. "Why haven't you left yet?" Shen Qingyue inquired abruptly. "Leave? I eat well, sleep well here, and I have such a beautiful wife. Why would I want to depart?" Su Yi looked at her as if she were foolish. Chapter 46. Dare to be late, you shall not escape. Shen Qingyue was left speechless. In the next moment, she shifted her gaze and inquired, "Is it comfortable to sleep on the floor?" "Of course, it is far from comfortable. It's quite restless." "If you believe it's a good place to sleep, then you should try it yourself," Su Yi replied with a hint of irritation. Although Su Yi had spent several nights on the floor, he had yet to acclimate to it. "Why don't you join me on the bed?" Shen Qingyue suggested softly. "What did you just say?" Su Yi sprang up, staring at her in disbelief, questioning whether he had misheard. Shen Qingyue's cheeks flushed slightly as she clarified. "Is there something wrong with your hearing? I said, you should come to the bed." Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yi dashed to the bed and lay down. "You said it yourself. I am already on the bed. Even if you try to push me off, I shall not budge." He wore a stubborn expression. Observing Su Yi's obstinacy, Shen Qingyue could only shake her head in exasperation, thinking he was rather too eager. "Am I someone who does not keep my word? Rest assured. Since I, Shen Qingyue, have said it, I shall certainly follow through and will not force you off the bed," she declared with a serious demeanor. "In that case, my dear wife, why are you still standing there? It is getting late. You should come to bed," he said with an expectant look. Shen Qingyue stood at the edge of the bed, looking down at him, and stated, before anything else, "You must understand that my allowing you to sleep on the bed is out of pity for your plight. It is an act of mercy. But you must know that I will not permit you to touch me in any way." This. Su Yi's face fell, disappointment creeping in. "What? Is there a problem?" Shen Qingyue inquired, gazing at him. "Certainly, there are issues at hand. We are sharing the same bed, yet you deny me even the slightest touch, making me feel as though I am less than a beast." Su Yi felt quite aggrieved. Being unable to touch her at all made sleeping on the floor seem no different. However, Shen Qingyue remained unfazed, casually stating, "If you agree, you may sleep in the bed. If not, you shall continue on the floor." "I agree. I promise. I am a gentleman and shall not lay a finger on you," Su Yi hastily replied. Regardless of the circumstances, this was, at least, a step forward. In the next moment, Su Yi gently patted the other side of the bed, his face alight with anticipation. "Wife, come to bed, please." Shen Qingyue hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath, raising her delicate, snow-white foot to step onto the bed. She then tiptoed past Su Yi, as if a thief, making her way to the opposite side. As she lay down, her voluptuous figure remained tense, her face flushed like jade, betraying her evident nervousness. Suddenly, Su Yi turned to her, his expression filled with eager anticipation. Yet, in the next instant, he saw Shen Qingyue produce a pair of scissors from beneath her pillow, a cold smirk gracing her lips as she regarded him. He felt despondent. With such a beautiful wife lying beside him, It felt akin to standing before a mountain of gold, an alluring sight, yet entirely out of reach, igniting an unbearable itch within him. That night, Sui experienced a blend of helplessness and discomfort. Meanwhile, Shen Qingwei discreetly cast a glance his way, the corners of her rosy lips curling into a subtle, triumphant smile. The following morning, as per his usual routine, Sui went downstairs to procure breakfast. The family gathered together to enjoy the morning meal. Sui, you have been at our home for several days now. Do you have any plans to work soon? During dinner, Luo Yunlan suddenly inquired. Not at the moment. I have my own matters to attend to. He needed to restore Qingwu Villa as quickly as possible and sell the property to earn money for Lu Xuanfei. He could not let her down. No plans for work. Moreover, we do not support idleness in this household. Collecting debts is one matter, while work is another. This is quite unsettling. Sui furrowed his brow and replied. Aunt Luo, what do you mean? Please be straightforward. It's nothing much. I received a call from a friend last night, mentioning that their company is in need of a security guard. Would you consider trying out for the position? Luo Yunlan suggested. Luo Yunlan, that is enough. Sui is Qing Yue's husband. After all, Qing Wei is the president of the company. If word gets out that Sui is to be a security guard, what will people think of our daughter? Have you lost your mind? Shun Zeshan interjected sharply. Father is right. I cannot support this either. It would be too embarrassing for me, Shun Qingwei added at that moment. The atmosphere became tense. Luo Yunlan, feeling aggrieved, said, I was merely suggesting, considering he spends his days idling about, which reflects poorly on our family. Humph. In any case, it is unacceptable. Absolutely not. Shun Zeshan declared resolutely. He then turned to Sui and, with a sense of helplessness, said, I apologize, Xiaoyi, she is just speaking nonsense. Please do not take it to heart. Sui responded nonchalantly. However, Shen Zeshan was apprehensive that although Sui claimed to be indifferent, he was secretly concerned. Thus, he shifted the conversation, inquiring about Shen Qingyue's company. Shen Qingwei cast a glance at Sui and then informed Shen Zeshan that just yesterday, she had secured an investment from a venture capital group, allowing the company to navigate a challenging period. Upon hearing this, Shen Zeshan was overjoyed. Excellent, excellent. My daughter, what about young Master Longhang? Any news? Luo Yunlan immediately interjected. Shen Qingwei replied, Mother, do you truly think young Master Longhang is an ordinary person? He is the second young master of Longting Group, known for his elusive nature. It is not something I can easily investigate. This is unacceptable. We must uncover the truth swiftly. Otherwise, if your second uncle and the others get ahead of us, we shall be unable to inherit your grandfather's estate, Luo Yunlan fretted. Shen Qingwei reassured her, Mother, do not worry. I actually have a lead. Really? Luo Yunlan exclaimed in delight. Shen Qingwei nodded. One of my classmates is the son of a manager at Feixiong Group. We are having a reunion tonight, and I intend to inquire if he has any information regarding young Master Longhang. In truth, her relationship with this classmate was rather tenuous. But for the sake of news about young Master Longhang, she was willing to lower her guard and make an effort. Above all, she could not allow Shen Manjia to outpace her. Qingwei, you are going to the reunion? Take Sui along, Shen Zeshan suggested at that moment. Huh? No, old Shen. Are you out of your mind? Why would our daughter bring him to a class reunion? Wouldn't that be utterly embarrassing? Due to Su Yi's earlier rejection, Luo Yunlan reverted to her previous demeanor. Indeed, Father, why would I bring him along? Wouldn't that be a source of embarrassment? Although Su Yi's formula had altered her perception of him to some extent, the thought of bringing him to a class reunion felt thoroughly uncomfortable. Regardless of the humiliation, little E is still your husband. That's settled. Shen Zeshan's stance was unyieldingly obstinate. Shen Qingyue, feeling quite helpless, turned to Su Yi and warned him fiercely. Did you hear that? If you dare to be late tonight, I will not let you off easily. Chapter 47. You are not allowed inside. Breakfast was swiftly concluded. Shen Qingyue changed into a sleek black uniform ensemble, her tall and curvaceous figure accentuated by black stockings, resembling an imposing iceberg, yet radiating an alluring charm. Remember, tonight is my class reunion, and you must not be late. Just as Shen Qingyue was about to leave, she noticed Su Yi tidying up and approached him once more to reiterate her warning. In truth, Su Yi had no desire to attend Shen Qingyue's class reunion, as he knew no one there apart from her. Additionally, he had commitments at Qingwu Mountain Villa, making his schedule quite packed, and he could not guarantee his punctuality, rendering him disinclined to attend. Is it possible for me to skip it? Su Yi inquired. Shen Qingyue replied, forcing you to attend my class reunion is quite a burden. isn't it? If it weren't for my father's insistence, do you think I would want to bring you along? I will do my best, Sui conceded, though he could not assure her of his arrival on time. Shen Qingwei raised an eyebrow. It's not about doing your best. It's a necessity. If you dare to be late, I will have words with you. However, I truly have matters of great importance today, Sui asserted. Shen Qingwei rolled her eyes, dismissing him with, what important matters could you possibly have? Enough of this, I'm leaving. To Shen Qingwei, it seemed that Sui was merely concocting excuses to evade her, fearing the embarrassment of appearing in public. What significant affairs could a man who idled away his days possibly possess? Without waiting for Sui to reply, she turned on her heel and departed. This woman. Sui sighed, shaking his head as he swiftly tidied up his household chores before setting out. His destination was the Qingwu villa. Lacking a vehicle of his own and unable to drive, he resorted to taking the bus, which took over an hour before he finally arrived at Qingwu villa. Upon his arrival, he beheld an array of opulent villas, at least 100 in number, nestled on the mountainside and atop the peaks, surrounded by lush greenery, an impressive sight indeed. The spiritual energy here is rather potent, Sui marveled, noticing a stark contrast to the outside world. Not only was there spiritual energy, but it was also quite dense. Practicing here would undoubtedly yield significant benefits. However, Sui was puzzled, for upon his arrival, he had not encountered any sinister anomalies. This was rather peculiar. He quickly discerned that the feng shui arrangement of the area was commendable. From the topography to the distribution of the villas, it exhibited a layout akin to a dragon traversing the mountains. It was likely that when Hongyun Tower originally constructed Qingwu Villa, they had enlisted a skilled master to oversee the layout. Since there were no apparent issues from the outside, he decided to venture inside for a closer inspection. As Sui contemplated, he prepared to officially enter and take a closer look. To be precise, this Qingwu Villa now belonged to him. Hey, kid, what are you staring at? At that moment, two security guards approached. One of them was tall and robust, exuding an intimidating aura, wielding a baton, while the other appeared frail, resembling a bookish scholar, lacking in physical presence. The imposing guard strode forward, chin raised, radiating arrogance. Who are you, kid? Do you even know where you are? He coldly inquired as he approached Sui. Calmly, Sui replied, I know this is Qingwu Villa. The guard scoffed, since you know, why don't you get lost? This is no place for a country bumpkin like you. Wu Bo stopped that. He might very well be the owner of Qingwu Villa, the weaker guard interjected, his expression serious. Wu Bo, however, slapped the frail guard, named Tao Yunwen, saying, Have you lost your mind? This country bumpkin is even worse off than us. How could he possibly be the owner here? Just as Wu Bo finished his statement, a woman's voice suddenly resonated from behind. A sleek black Porsche came to a halt, and as the door swung open, Zheng Ziki emerged, accompanied by another man and woman. Clad in athletic attire, she accentuated her graceful curves, her long legs seemingly capable of ensnaring anyone. What? This guy is indeed the owner here. The security guard, Wu Bo, was taken aback upon seeing Zheng Ziki, and a wave of jealousy surged within him towards Sui. How could a mere country bumpkin possibly know such a wealthy and beautiful woman? Zheng Ziki strode confidently towards Sui. What brings you here? Sui asked, somewhat puzzled. Zheng Ziki replied with a hint of irritation. Do you think I wanted to come? It's my father who sent me. He mentioned that the Feng family is mobilizing and instructed me to inform you. What does the Feng family's actions have to do with me? Sui raised an eyebrow. Have you already forgotten? Just yesterday, you were severely beaten by that old fool, Wu Chongling. He is a guest elder of the Feng family. She continued. And you snatched the Qingwu mountain villa from right under their noses. How could they not be plotting your demise? Zheng Ziki spoke with a hint of annoyance. She informed Sui that the Feng family had also dispatched individuals to Qingwu mountain villa, clearly seeking revenge on him. They think they can kill me? They are not worthy. Sui's expression suddenly turned icy. If he wasn't seeking trouble with the Feng family, they should consider themselves fortunate. Yet, they dared to send someone after him. It was nothing short of a death wish. Zheng Ziki's demeanor grew serious. My father said that not only Feng Shifan is coming, but also powerful guest elders from the Feng family, including one expert at the late Mingjing stage. I thought they might send someone at the Anjing level. But it's no matter. Let them come, Sui said nonchalantly. Zheng Ziki was at a loss for words, finding his arrogance excessive. Even if he was indeed stronger than her, he might still encounter unforeseen difficulties. Ziki, who is this person? Could you introduce us? At that moment, a pair of individuals who had accompanied Zheng Ziki emerged, one of whom, a woman with a mischievous smile, spoke playfully. This woman, akin in age to Zhang Ziqi, possessed an attractive figure and striking features, exuding an alluring charm. Allow me to introduce her. She is Yang Ru, my university roommate, and the other is Zhao Yu, a dear friend of mine. Zhang Ziqi cast a sharp glare at Yang Ru before addressing Su Yi. Yang Ru hails from the prestigious Yang family of Jiangqing, albeit a second-tier clan. As for Zhao Yu, he is the scion of the Zhao family in Jiangqing, sharing the same stature as the Yangs. Su Yi is it? Greetings. Over the past few days, Ziqi has spoken of you often. It is a delight to finally meet you in person, Yang Ru exclaimed with a beaming smile, exuding a sense of familiarity as she unabashedly scrutinized Su Yi. Is that so? She frequently mentions me? Su Yi replied with a smile. Yang Ru nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at grain. Absolutely. You have no idea how much she talks about you. Let me tell you. Yang Ru. Zhang Ziqi interjected sharply, cutting her off. Yang Ru stuck out her tongue and shrugged, refraining from further elaboration. All right, since we are here, let us proceed inside. Su Yi was unperturbed by Zhang Ziqi bringing her friends along, especially since they had come to convey news. He felt a warmth in his heart. Wait, you cannot enter. At that moment, a security guard named Tao Yunwen rushed forward, blocking their path with an air of urgency. Chapter 48. Entering the manor. Tao Yunwen spread his arms to obstruct Su Yi and the others, appearing quite anxious. Hey, you little security guard, why are you blocking our way? Step aside, Yang Ru said, clearly displeased. Tao Yunwen interjected, no, listen to me. You really shouldn't go in there. Otherwise, something terrible might happen. Something terrible? What could possibly happen to us? Yang Ru scoffed. In truth, she was also a martial artist. Though not as skilled as Zhang Ziqi, she had undergone training. Generally, 2 or 3 men would pose no threat to her, which filled her with confidence. Tao Yunwen, growing increasingly anxious, exclaimed, you have no idea. Oh, never mind. Let me be frank with you. There are ghosts in this villa. Ghosts. Yang Ru's eyes widened in disbelief. What nonsense. This is the modern age. There are no such things as ghosts. At that moment, Zhao Yu approached, wearing a mocking expression. Yang Ru retorted, exactly. How could there possibly be ghosts in this world? You little security guard, do you think you can deceive me? I assure you, what I say is true. I am not trying to fool you. Tao Yuan insisted, becoming even more anxious as he recounted a recent incident. Just a few days prior, a group of 5 homeless individuals had stealthily entered the villa while they were distracted. These 5 wanderers were rootless and alone, relying solely on themselves. They found a place to rest within the villa, but by the following morning, they discovered that 3 of their number were missing. Initially, the remaining 2 did not think much of it and began searching nearby. However, what they encountered next was utterly horrific. In a secluded grove, the ground was strewn with dismembered limbs, shredded flesh, and viscera, with blood-soaked intestines scattered about. 2 vagrants were so horrified that they immediately retched and fled, only to be discovered by the security personnel. The guards, upon arriving, were met with a scene that left many pale with terror. They promptly reported the incident to the authorities, and for several consecutive days, the police conducted an exhaustive investigation, scouring the entire estate, yet they found no traces or suspects. Under normal circumstances, such an event would undoubtedly make headlines and incite public discourse. However, inexplicably, the matter seemed to fade into silence, and the police ceased their inquiries. Both Su Yi and Zhang Ziqi understood that this was the work of Hongyun Tower, which had suppressed the incident. Given the numerous strange occurrences at Qingwu Villa, the recent events indicated that Hongyun Tower was indeed anxious, hastily putting Qingwu Villa up for auction at the upcoming sale. Listen to me. You must not enter. I am doing this for your own good, Tao Yunwen shouted. At that moment, Yang Ru scoffed, completely dismissing Tao Yunwen's warning. She forcefully pushed him aside and made her way inside. Humph, the word fear does not exist in my vocabulary. Whatever demons or monsters may dwell within, I shall vanquish them all. Yang Ru declared confidently as she advanced, issuing threats with every step. Zhang Ziqi hesitated to follow, instead turning to Su Yi and saying, Hey, what are your thoughts? Think it through. There might truly be ghosts inside. Although she did not genuinely believe in such entities, she said this merely to tease Su Yi. Ghosts. I have dealt with such matters before, Su Yi replied nonchalantly. During his time with the old man, he had confronted numerous restless spirits, including some formidable entities. Moreover, as a bearer of the burning dragon physique, he was innately endowed with extreme yang energy. his yang fire potent enough to consume malevolent spirits. Unless he faced entities several times more powerful than himself, he had little to fear. "You cannot enter. Please, I implore you." At that moment, Tao Yunwen, his face etched with anxiety, witnessed Su Yi and his companions stepping forward, his brows furrowing in desperation. "Stop shouting." With a swift motion, the fierce and intimidating Wu Bo delivered a sharp slap to the back of Tao Yunwen's head. "Do you think they will heed your cries? Let them venture forth into their doom. This is unacceptable," Tao Yunwen retorted angrily. Wu Bo raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you have quite the audacity to glare at me. Just watch me. Touch him again, and I shall render your hand useless. Do you believe me?" Su Yi's voice cut through the air, icy and menacing. Wu Bo quickly forced a smile. "I was merely jesting with him." Disregarding Wu Bo, Su Yi turned to Tao Yunwen and inquired, "You must be quite familiar with the estate, correct?" "Of course." As he spoke, pride illuminated Tao Yunwen's expression. On his very first day as a security guard, he had taken the initiative to explore the entire estate, becoming thoroughly acquainted with it. "Excellent. Then come forth and guide us." Su Yi remarked that he was unfamiliar with the area, and that Tao Yunwen was indeed an excellent choice as a guide. After a moment of hesitation, Tao Yunwen considered that with his presence, should any danger arise, he would be able to navigate and lead them to safety, and thus he nodded in agreement. "Where are we headed?" he asked, grasping his police baton as he looked at Su Yi. After a brief contemplation, Su Yi replied, "Let us first investigate the locations where those homeless individuals encountered trouble." "What?" Tao Yunwen's expression shifted dramatically. Moments later, Su Yi and his companions traversed a narrow path paved with cobblestones. The Qingwu mountain villa was expansive, encompassing at least several dozen acres. The terrain was not overly steep, and the environment was tranquil, with lush trees and opulent villas nestled among them. Tao Yunwen took the lead earnestly, his police baton in hand, his senses heightened and alert to any impending danger. Meanwhile, Su Yi and the others trailed behind him. Initially, Su Yi's demeanor was calm, but as they ventured deeper, subtle changes began to manifest in his expression. Though still at the foot of the mountain, the spiritual energy here was considerably weaker than that found higher up. Yet, amidst this diminished energy, Su Yi sensed a chill that felt distinctly reminiscent of an otherworldly presence. Could it be that there truly were spirits lurking within this villa? He pondered, considering that if this were indeed the case, the solution would be straightforward. They merely had to locate the spirits and eliminate them. "Hey, have you noticed anything?" Zheng Ziki suddenly inquired of Su Yi. "Let us take a closer look." Su Yi did not express it explicitly. At that moment, Yang Ru approached with a beaming smile. Teasing, "Really, Su Yi, do you actually believe in ghosts? You seem rather timid." He had come from the countryside, influenced by superstitions, so such thoughts were to be expected. Zhao Yu explained, and although it sounded like he was defending Su Yi, there was an underlying hint of mockery. Su Yi cast a glance at Zhao Yu, puzzled by the man's hostility towards him, yet he dismissed it, quietly attuning himself to his surroundings. "Mr. Su Yi, we have arrived," Tao Yunwen said hesitantly as he halted in front of a small grove. Chapter 49, Feng Yuqing. At the entrance of the villa, within the security booth, Wu Bo lounged in a chair, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his face twisted in indignation. Damn it, that wretched Tao Yunwen has truly struck it lucky. The more he thought about it, the more displeased he became. Typically, Tao Yunwen was bullied by him and hardly regarded with any respect. Now, he had been chosen to guide others, even alongside the stunning Zheng Ziki. Wu Bo was intensely envious of such fortune, yet it was not his turn, which only fueled his anger. As Wu Bo brooded, his expression grew menacing. Suddenly, he heard the sound of approaching cars. Snatching up his baton, he dashed out of the booth, only to be left dumbfounded. A few luxury vehicles had come to a halt at the entrance, each one extravagantly expensive, unmistakably extraordinary. The car door swung open, and a throng of individuals emerged, elderly and youthful alike, each adorned in high-end attire of considerable value. At the forefront stood a young man, his demeanor haughty, exuding an air of arrogance. Were Su Yi and Zheng Ziki present, they would instantly recognize him as Feng Shifan, the heir of the Feng family. However, Feng Shifan's bravado was fleeting. He soon donned a conciliatory smile and approached the elderly man with quick, eager steps. The elder, clad in a simple long robe, appeared unassuming, as if anyone could easily take advantage of him. "Elder Feng, we have arrived," Feng Shifan said with a beaming smile. Elder Feng, known as Feng Yuqing, was a guest of the Feng family, his origins shrouded in mystery. Even the Feng family was unaware of them. Yet, Feng Shifan had witnessed Feng Yuqing's prowess firsthand. Once, a peak master of Mingjing from afar had clashed with the Feng family, mistakenly believing them to be mere fledglings to be easily subdued. One fateful night, that master brazenly confronted the Feng family, but before he could assert his dominance, a surge of concealed energy obliterated him, an overwhelming force emanating from Feng Yuqing. Beyond his martial prowess, Feng Yuqing possessed formidable skills in feng shui, equally fearsome in their own right. Feng Yuqing mused, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed upon the enigmatic Qingwu villa before them. It is said that Qingwu villa is quite mysterious. However, I believe with your abilities, Elder Feng, discerning its secrets should be a simple task. Feng Shifan flattered, for it was Elder Feng's presence that emboldened the Feng family to bid on Qingwu villa at the auction held at Hanyun Tower. This place, indeed, presents a moderately auspicious feng shui arrangement. Wen Yuqing suddenly interjected. A moderately auspicious feng shui arrangement? Feng Shifan expressed his confusion. Wen Yuqing, remaining unperturbed, proceeded to elucidate. Within the realm of feng shui, there exists a myriad of arrangements, each categorized by rank. A lower-tier arrangement may subtly aid in enhancing one's fortune, yet it requires an extensive duration, sometimes necessitating 3 generations to see any change, hence its classification as inferior. In contrast, a moderate arrangement yields more pronounced effects, often revealing significant results within just a few years. Following this, we have the superior feng shui arrangements, which manifest their benefits within a mere year, demonstrating the most effective outcomes, often aligning one's desires with reality without fail. Beyond the superior, there exists the ultimate feng shui arrangement, which can produce remarkable transformations in as little as a month. It is so potent that even a beggar residing in such an arrangement could ascend to wealth and power with ease. Feng Shifan, listening intently, felt his eyes brighten. Then what about my Feng family? You, of course, can arrange for an ultimate feng shui setup. But this requires not only an exceptional location but also rare materials, each one difficult to procure in this world. Moreover, even if you could gather them all, I am unable to set it up myself, Wen Yuqing replied calmly. Feng Shifan remained speechless for a moment before stating, Old Feng, the peculiarities here. Rest assured, the arrangement of this feng shui layout is not the work of any extraordinary individual. I can resolve it myself, Feng Yuqing replied, his tone brimming with confidence. Very well. Knowing that you are here brings me peace of mind. However, there is one more matter to address. Before Feng Shifan could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Feng Yuqing. I am already aware of the events at yesterday's auction. Should we encounter that young man here, I shall take action myself. Very well. Your assurance brings me comfort. Feng Shifan had already received news that Zhang Ziki was also present. With her here, Sui was undoubtedly nearby as well. Acquiring Qingwu Villa today is of great significance. Eliminating that young man would merely be a matter of convenience. Young master, please wait. Just as Feng Shifan intended to lead everyone into the villa, Wu Bo hurriedly approached. Upon realizing that it was a security guard, disdain and contempt flickered in Feng Shifan's eyes. Tell him to leave, he commanded his subordinates. Young master, I have something to discuss. I just saw a few individuals enter the villa, Wu Bo exclaimed urgently. Feng Shifan raised an eyebrow, casting a sharp glance at Wu Bo. What manner of individuals are they? Speak to me about it. As Tao Yunwen's words echoed, Sui and the others simultaneously turned their gazes towards the small grove. Despite the bright sunshine and pleasant weather above, the grove exuded an unusually dark and chilling aura. As Suyi's gaze flickered slightly, he sensed a palpable aura of malevolence surrounding him. Moments later, he took a step forward, making his way toward the grove. Mr. Su, Tao Yunwen exclaimed, startled by Suyi's initiative, and immediately sought to deter him. However, Suyi had already reached the edge of the thicket, channeling the Xianlong energy into his eyes to activate the Xianlong True Eye, allowing him to scrutinize his surroundings. Soon, he discerned several desiccated bloodstains and remnants of human tissue, details imperceptible to the naked eye. Sui, what have you discovered? Yang Ru inquired, her tone laced with playful mockery as she approached. Zhang Ziki joined, her gaze fixed intently upon him. You all stay here. I shall venture in alone, Sui declared, having spotted a trail of footprints leading deeper into the grove. What do you mean by waiting? I want to go in too, Yang Ru retorted, her spirit for adventure ignited. She would not be content merely to linger outside. I wish to see as well, Zhao Yu remarked coolly. Finally, Su Yi turned to Zhang Ziki. Since they all wish to enter, I will certainly accompany them. She stated boldly, her chest held high. Chapter 50. The decayed man. Sui cast a mild glance at Zhang Ziqi and the others. Recognizing their determination to proceed despite his earlier counsel, he chose not to protest further. With that, he pivoted and strode into the thicket. Zhang Ziqi and her companions also took action, promptly following suit. The only one left was the security guard, Tao Yuan, who gazed at Sui entering the eerie, foreboding grove. Hesitating for a considerable time, he finally gritted his teeth and stepped forward to follow. In Tao Yuan's perspective, Sui was quite commendable. He had called him in at the entrance of the villa and guided him. This was not solely due to his familiarity with the premises, but also an act of protection to prevent him from being bullied by Wu Bo. Thus, despite his trepidation towards the grove, Tao Yuan resolutely chose to accompany Sui. As they ventured into the grove, Sui and the others immediately noticed a faint, ethereal mist enveloping the trees. This white mist permeated the air, invisible from the outside, only discernible within the grove. It bore a chilling aura, imparting an immediate sense of coldness upon entry. The weather outside was rather peculiar, under the blazing sun. A mist lingered within. Yang Ru expressed her astonishment, remarking that she felt no sense of unease, but rather excitement. Zhao Yu nodded in agreement, smiling, indeed. It's quite refreshing here, a perfect retreat from the summer heat. The two felt comfortably at ease, oblivious to any underlying issues. Zhang Ziqi, however, turned her gaze towards Sui. What's wrong? She inquired, sensing his awareness. Have you noticed anything? Sui responded, haven't you detected it? Zhang Ziqi paused. What do you mean? The scent of blood. Sui gazed into the depths of the grove, where the terrain rose steeply rather than lying flat. Moreover, the white mist deep within the thicket grew increasingly dense, casting a shadow over the light of day. Is there a scent of blood? I perceive none, Zhang Ziqi remarked. Inhaling deeply yet failing to detect the odor, Sui mentioned. Where is this supposed scent of blood? It seems you are merely indulging in alarmist rhetoric to frighten us. Zhao Yu interjected, his tone laced with mockery. Indeed, there is nothing to be found. I too have detected no such thing. Yang Ru added. Meanwhile, Tao Yuan hesitated, as he felt he had caught a faint whiff of something unusual. Sui maintained a calm demeanor, choosing not to elaborate. Their inability to sense it only indicated their lack of perceptiveness. Furthermore, upon entering the grove, Sui became acutely aware of a chilling aura, which intensified as they ventured deeper, transforming from a mere whisper to a palpable presence. He turned to Tao Yuan and inquired, Are you aware of where this grove leads? To the mountaintop, came the reply. The mountaintop, you say? It appears my conjectures were not far off, Sui mused, nodding thoughtfully. His demeanor left Zhang Ziqi and the others bewildered. Without further ado, Sui pressed onward. The mist thickened further, diminishing visibility, while the surrounding trees morphed into vague silhouettes, casting indistinct shadows that obscured their true forms. How much farther must we go? I feel utterly exhausted. Although she could be considered a martial artist, her strength was lacking. The rugged terrain of the small forest had fatigued her, prompting her to lean against a tree for respite. Yet, in the next moment, Yang Ru was suddenly taken aback. What on earth is this? Could there be large wild beasts lurking here? Above the tree trunk, there was an enormous claw mark, roughly the size of a basketball, slashing diagonally, its sharpness undeniable. A wild beast? Impossible. There could be no such creatures in the manor. Tao Yuan exclaimed immediately. No wild beasts. Humph. Then how do you explain this claw mark? Do you take me for a fool? Yang Ru retorted with a cold laugh. Tao Yuan opened his mouth, eager to counter her claim, his face flushing with urgency as he realized he had no argument against the existence of wild beasts in the manor. However, the idea that Qingwu Manor might indeed harbor large creatures, likely bears, was exhilarating. Yang Ru felt no fear. Instead, she was invigorated for their lives. As children of affluent families had become too mundane, and they thrived on excitement. Hey, what's with that look in your eyes? Why are you staring at me like that? Are you still unconvinced? Yang Ru called out to Tao Yuan, having noticed him gaping at her as if he had encountered something truly terrifying. Am I really that frightening? Yang Ru, don't move. Zhang Ziqi suddenly whispered, her expression grave. At that moment, behind Yang Ru stood a man. His face was decayed, his skin an ominous black, his entire being rigid, resembling a zombie, exuding a chilling and sinister aura. Upon witnessing Zhang Ziqi's demeanor, Yang Ru felt a tremor of apprehension. Ziqi, what do you mean by that? I am your closest friend. Please do not frighten me. As she uttered these words, she instinctively turned her head, only to find a gnarled, blackened hand resting ominously upon her shoulder. In an instant, Yang Ru's eyes widened in terror, a palpable fear washing over her, and she instinctively let out a piercing scream, struggling to break free. Just as she began to thrash, the withered hand tightened its grip, clutching her delicate shoulder with an iron hold. Yang Ru, do not panic. I will save you, Zhang Ziki shouted, leaping forward. Her fingers poised to strike the decayed man's arm. Yet, to her astonishment, his arm remained unyielding. What? Zhang Ziki gasped. For she possessed initial mastery of the inner strength. A punch from her could fracture stone, yet she found herself unable to inflict any harm upon that arm. At that moment, the rotting man moved, seizing Yang Ru's shoulder and dragging her deeper into the thicket. Ah, Ziki, save me, Yang Ru cried out in terror, her voice laced with desperation. Humph, think you can escape? Not without consulting me first. Suddenly, a figure darted forth. It was Zhao Yu. He rushed towards Yang Ru in haste. Upon reaching the decayed man, Zhao Yu unleashed a powerful punch. Humph, perish. However, in the next moment, the rotting man merely waved his hand, sending Zhao Yu flying, crashing violently against a tree, blood gushing from his mouth. Meanwhile, the decayed man abandoned Yang Ru, casting her to the ground, and then surged toward Zhao Yu with a ferocious intensity. Like a bolt of black lightning, the decayed man closed the distance in an instant, extending his withered, black claws towards Zhao Yu's chest. No, Zhao Yu exclaimed in terror. Chapter 51, Zombie. The decayed man was now mere inches from Zhao Yu, his sinister claws poised to pierce through flesh and reach for his heart. In that moment of dire peril, Zhang Ziki sprang into action. Zhao Yu was her comrade. She could not stand idly by while he faced certain demise. With all her might, Zhang Ziki unleashed a powerful strike, causing the decayed man's arm to falter just enough for her to grasp Zhao Yu and pull him away. Ziki, thank you. Zhao Yu expressed his heartfelt gratitude. No need. Zhang Ziki began to reply, but suddenly felt a fierce gust of wind approaching. Instinctively, she raised her arm to shield herself, only to be struck as if a massive stone had crashed down upon it, sending a jolt through her body. Both Zhang Ziki and Zhao Yu were propelled backward. With a resounding thud, Zhang Ziki's delicate form hit the ground, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. The decayed man, showing no hesitation, charged at her once more. It was over. A wave of despair washed over Zhang Ziki. This decayed man was terrifying. His strength far surpassed her own, an absolute force of obliteration. His speed was astonishing, like lightning, as he closed in on Zhang Ziki. In that fleeting moment, a figure suddenly emerged, swiftly positioning itself before Zhang Ziki. It was Sui. He raised his right hand, fingers curling into a fist, and delivered a powerful straight punch that struck the decaying man with explosive force. In the next instant, the decaying man's body was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, carving a deep trench of 3 to 4 meters into the ground. Yet, before long, the decaying man rose once more, seemingly impervious to pain and sensation, fixating his gaze upon Su Yi and charging at him again. A cold glint flashed in Su Yi's eyes as he lifted his hand, this time extending both his index and middle fingers. A crimson beam erupted from his fingertips, piercing straight into the decaying man's forehead, penetrating deep. The decaying man halted in his tracks, and with a resounding thud, collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. Indeed, it is that kind of creature. I never expected to encounter such a being, Sui murmured. Just moments ago, taking down the decaying man had drained at least a third of his Xianlong energy. What on earth is this abomination? Yang Ru's voice broke through as she approached, her body trembling, her beautiful eyes still reflecting the remnants of panic. This is a zombie, Sui replied calmly. His earlier hesitation to strike had been a strategic observation of its weaknesses. Zombies? What nonsense. Isn't that merely a figment of folklore? How could they possibly exist? Zhang Ziki questioned, her disbelief evident. Su Yi interjected, whether or not they truly exist, you have all witnessed it firsthand. A decaying individual. How could they possibly still be alive? This, in itself, is an exceedingly bizarre phenomenon. If that is the case, then the strangeness here arises from such an entity? Zhang Ziki quickly regained her composure and contemplated this notion. Su Yi nodded in agreement, saying, there is a significant likelihood of that. What shall we do next? This is a zombie, and there might be more lurking behind, Yang Ru remarked, her resolve beginning to wane. Sui replied calmly, if you are afraid, you may withdraw. Absolutely not. I shall accompany you, she exclaimed, attempting to charm Su Yi to the best of her abilities. Su Yi's earlier gesture had left a profound impact on her. Yang Ru, Release me at once. Zheng Ziki shouted emphatically. I won't. This is a stronghold. I must hold on. Yang Ru retorted cheerfully. Fuming, Zheng Ziki exclaimed, You. Yang Ru, with a playful wink, teased, Ziki, judging by your demeanor, could it be that you are feeling envious? Impossible. I have no affection for him. Zheng Ziki hastily denied, though, in truth, when Sui had stood before her moments ago, her heart had momentarily ceased to beat. Had it not been for Sui, she might have truly perished. Very well, let go of me. If you genuinely care, once we exit, reserve a room, and we shall share our thoughts leisurely. Sui instructed Yang Ru, though he felt a twinge of reluctance to part with her enticing embrace, knowing there were matters yet to attend to. All right, I adore sharing thoughts, Yang Ru replied, her enchanting eyes sparkling as she continuously cast her allure upon Sui. Sui fell silent, choosing not to utter another word as he continued deeper into the thicket, leading the group while the others trailed behind him. Their gazes varied, each reflecting a different sentiment towards Sui. His earlier display of strength, demonstrated with a mere gesture, left them profoundly awed. It was truly formidable. I never anticipated Mr. Sui to possess such prowess. I previously advised him against entering. I had underestimated him, Tao Yunwen mused wryly. As they progressed, they encountered several zombies. But with Su Yi's intervention, these creatures were swiftly dispatched. These zombies were merely the most ordinary black zombies, posing little challenge for Sui. After approximately half an hour, they finally emerged from the thicket. Phew, we're finally out. Yang Ru exhaled deeply, releasing a heavy breath. They found themselves atop a mountain, where an extraordinarily luxurious villa loomed before them. Peering ahead, Sui activated his Xianyuan True Eye and discerned a thick crimson aura swirling ominously above the villa, resembling ominous blood clouds. He also sensed an intense presence of yin energy emanating from the mansion, indicating it was the very epicenter of the Jiao Longyu Mountain's peculiar terrain. It's so cold. Yang Ru wrapped her arms around herself, shivering slightly. It was evident to anyone with common sense that this villa harbored secrets. All right, I shall enter alone this time. You all remain outside, Sui declared, feeling an instinctive sense of danger emanating from within the villa. Understood. Yang Ru was the first to agree. This time, she dared not act recklessly. Zheng Ziki also refrained from insisting on entering. She gazed at Sui, her eyes betraying a hint of concern, saying, You, be careful. Sui nodded and turned towards the grand villa. The imposing iron gate of the villa was closed, and the surrounding wall was quite high, making it impossible for an ordinary person to scale. However, this posed no challenge for Sui. With a single leap, he vaulted over the wall and landed in the villa's courtyard. In the next moment, Sui's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 52, Blood Corpses, Breakthrough. The courtyard was spacious, with lush green grass sprawling before him. Ahead, beneath the eaves of the villa, stood several corpses, a total of 5 or 6 zombies. Most of these zombies were in a state of decay, their skin a deep, ominous black corpses. Zombies are known to fear sunlight, particularly these low-level black corpses, which would be incinerated at the mere touch of sunlight. Therefore, they lingered in the shadows of the eaves. However, upon Su Yi's arrival, their gazes all turned sharply towards him. Yet, they were filled with unwillingness, fixating on him with fierce, menacing stares. Su Yi remained unfazed, lost in thought. The zombies he had previously vanquished each possessed strength equivalent to the late stages of the Ming Jin realm. This meant that each one was comparable to Luohu. And if word of this spread, it would undoubtedly cause a stir in Jiangxing. Now, with the presence of these zombies, combined with those he had encountered earlier, there were a total of 10 zombies. This was certainly not a trivial number. Moreover, the process of creating them would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. Although Su Yi possessed the capability to accomplish this task, it would require an immense expenditure of mental energy and resources. It could be stated that the cost of creating a single zombie amounts to no less than 3 million. This is merely the prerequisite. An ordinary individual cannot fabricate a zombie. It necessitates the presence of magical prowess, and furthermore, one must possess profound mastery in this realm. Such individuals, endowed with formidable strength, are beyond Su Yi's current capabilities. Who, then, is behind the orchestration of such an elaborate undertaking? Su Yi sensed that the peculiarities surrounding Qingwu Villa were not mere coincidences, but rather the result of deliberate intent. However, having arrived at this juncture, Su Yi would not falter. For the sake of Lu Xuanfei, he must resolve all the anomalies of Qingwu Villa today. Casting aside further contemplation, he beheld 5 zombies lurking beneath the eaves, eager yet hesitant to charge forth. With a sudden, forceful step, he surged forward. The zombies lunged at him in an instant. Swish, 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 swish. Harnessing the essence of the Xianlong Qi, Su-Yi unleashed a flurry of crimson beams from his fingertips. Each of these 5 scarlet rays struck the foreheads of the zombies, causing their heads to detonate like ripe watermelons, leaving only their necks and bodies to collapse in a resounding thud. Without a second glance, Su-Yi strode into the depths of the villa. Upon entry, he was immediately enveloped by the pungent stench of blood, and his gaze fell upon a multitude of dismembered corpses. Severed heads, arms, legs, and various entrails bore the marks of consumption, with blood pooling abundantly, creating a scene reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. This gruesome sight prompted Su-Yi to furrow his brow, pondering the cruelty of the individual responsible for such brutality. What manner of creature had they been nurturing within this villa? Su-Yi is not a virtuous individual. However, upon witnessing such a scene, a surge of fury welled up within him. He inhaled deeply, his gaze flickering as he directed his attention towards the entrance of the basement. He sensed that the true peril of this villa lay within. Without hesitation, Su-Yi navigated through the remnants of severed limbs and approached the entrance of the basement. Striding boldly inside, the passage was engulfed in darkness, and with each step he descended, the stench of blood intensified. Before long, he arrived in the basement itself. Activating his mystical dragon eye, he surveyed the expanse before him. The basement was as vast as a basketball court, astonishingly spacious. At the very center stood a redwood coffin, adorned with numerous yellow talismans. Su-Yi immediately recognized that these talismans were intended to suppress malevolent entities. It appeared that the only place that abomination could reside was within this coffin. With a flicker of determination in his eyes, Su-Yi approached the redwood coffin without a moment's hesitation. He extended his hand, gripping the edge of the coffin lid, and with a forceful motion, he heaved it open. A wave of the foul, blood-soaked air escaped, more pungent than before. Inside the coffin lay what resembled a small pool of blood, glaringly crimson. Within this sanguine abyss rested a young man, hair long and pale, completely unclothed, lying in eerie stillness. The youth's face was pallid yet strikingly handsome. A red talisman affixed to his forehead, exuding an ominous chill. It was, astonishingly, a blood corpse. Su-Yi was taken aback, his astonishment profound. The blood corpse, birthed from a multitude of deceased bodies, is said to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, emerging naturally with a semblance of consciousness. As it matures, it grows increasingly formidable, its physical form reaching a terrifying state, impervious to blades and flames, akin to gold or stone. Furthermore, the blood corpse serves as an exceptional vessel for the spirit. Upon the death of an individual, if their spirit is drawn into the blood corpse, rebirth is possible. This is akin to seizing control of another's life, granting a second chance at existence. Yet, it is not without its imperfections, once inhabited. The host can only survive for a limited number of years, necessitating the search for alternative means. Nevertheless, this is more than sufficient. Before Su-Yi lay a blood corpse, nearing maturity, its interior brimming with an unfathomable amount of essence. Should it emerge into the world, it would undoubtedly unleash catastrophic calamity. Leveraging the spiritual energy of this locale and feeding the blood corpse with the vitality of the living, one wonders who you truly are. However, today, this blood corpse shall be mine. Su-Yi's gaze flickered. Beyond the formidable physicality of the corpse, the essence contained within was ripe for absorption, a means to advance his mastery of the Xianlong art. Moreover, the eradication of the blood corpse was essential for the restoration of tranquility to the Qingwu mountain manor. Resolute in his intent, Su-Yi extended his hand, pulling the blood corpse from its coffin and casting it onto the ground. He then seated himself in a meditative posture beside the corpse, activating the Xianlong art to swiftly absorb the essence within. In an instant, the blood corpse's eyes snapped open, 2 crimson, icy orbs fixating intently on Su-Yi, preparing to strike. At that moment, Su-Yi's palm struck the head of the blood corpse, and a surge of white flames erupted, enveloping its entire skull. The blood corpse was rendered immobile. Su-Yi, possessing the innate body of the burning dragon, exuded a vigorous yang fire, which was particularly effective against malevolent entities. This white flame was a manifestation of Su-Yi's inherent abilities, capable of subduing dark creatures, and thus it could easily overpower the blood corpse. If you had matured, perhaps I would not stand a chance against you, but you remain unripe. so I shall have my way. Su Yi sneered coldly, drawing forth the essence from within the blood corpse. A vast amount of essence flowed into Su Yi's dantian, which he guided to strike against the membrane of the third layer of his Qianlong art. Initially, the membrane remained unyielding, but as more essence surged in, it soon began to loosen. The results were indeed promising. Qianlong art, fourth layer, grant me breakthrough. Su Yi urged inwardly, striving for advancement. Chapter 53, the fourth layer of Qianlong art. Su Yi was in the basement, undergoing his breakthrough. Outside the grand iron door of the villa, Zheng Ziki, Yang Ru, Zhao Yu, and the young security guard Tao Yunwen were all waiting there. At first, Yang Ru and Zhao Yu exhibited considerable patience, but as time wore on, their endurance began to wane. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. As evening approached, Yang Ru could no longer contain her impatience and exclaimed, Ziki, what on earth is taking that guy so long? It's been over 3 hours. Why hasn't he come out yet? Zheng Ziki furrowed her brows, hesitant to call Su Yi for fear of causing trouble, so she opted to send a message instead. This caused a sense of unease to stir within Zheng Ziki's heart. The elapsed time felt excessively long. Su Yi had yet to emerge, prompting Zheng Ziki to entertain the unsettling thought that something may have befallen him. Although they had previously witnessed Su Yi effortlessly vanquishing a zombie, a creature akin to a late-stage master of Mingjin, the sheer magnitude of his prowess had been nothing short of astonishing. Yet, one cannot wander by the riverbank without the risk of getting their shoes wet. It was entirely plausible that Su Yi had encountered a more formidable zombie. If he was not facing a rival, then death would be a most natural outcome. The mere contemplation of Su Yi's potential demise gripped Zheng Ziki's heart with an invisible hand. That fellow must not come to harm. Unbeknownst to her, the essence of Su Yi had already etched itself into her heart. Yang Ru began to grow anxious, a look of terror creeping onto her delicate face. What if he dies? What shall we do? There are zombies here. We cannot possibly escape. Miss Yang, please do not speak thus. I firmly believe that Mr. Su will be just fine, interjected the nearby security officer, Tao Yunwen. Unable to suppress his urge to counter her fears, he sought to provide some rebuttal to Yang Ru's distress, but found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, the passage of time felt interminable. Enough, Yang Ru. Please refrain from further lamentations. Regardless of the circumstances, we must remain here and wait. If you find it unbearable, you are free to leave at once. Zheng Ziki remarked, her brows furrowing slightly as she spoke with an icy demeanor. Yang Ru stuck out her tongue, somewhat disgruntled, and chose not to speak further. Zheng Ziki. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced through the tension, startling Zheng Ziki and causing her to tremble. At that very moment, she turned her gaze toward the source of the voice. A group of individuals approached, and at the forefront was Feng Shifan. Zheng Ziki's expression instantly soured, and she muttered, Damn it, how did this guy show up? Feng Shifan approached with a broad smile, which only intensified upon seeing Zheng Ziki. What a coincidence, Zheng Ziki, he remarked. His gaze brazenly roamed over her tall and statuesque figure. In the basement of the grand villa, a handsome young man lay bare upon the ground. He appeared harmless, and no one could discern that he was a blood corpse. Once fully matured and unleashed, he would become impervious to blades and firearms. Only cannon fire could inflict any genuine harm upon him, for his physical form was extraordinarily robust. Yet, he would bring forth terrifying calamities, as he would consume the living and siphon their vital essence, an entity both brutal and fearsome. Ancient records spoke of blood corpses emerging, leaving desolation for miles, showcasing unparalleled strength. However, at present, a layer of white flames enveloped his head, binding him completely. Initially, he struggled violently, emitting furious roars. Yet, as Su Yi swiftly and fiercely absorbed the essence within him, his struggles gradually subsided. In the end, this blood corpse was forced to resign to his fate. He was indeed unfortunate to encounter Su Yi. Born with the dragon-burning physique, Su Yi possessed the most potent yang fire, specifically designed to counter such. Not to mention, as a disciple of the Su-In dragon sect, Su Yi could effortlessly wield various arcane techniques, making the task of dealing with this blood corpse well within his capabilities. The vital essence continued to flow into Su Yi's body. As the essence within the blood corpse was drained away, its surface skin began to undergo a transformation, becoming parched and seemingly aging several-fold in an instant. Meanwhile, within Su Yi's dantian, a fissure finally appeared in the membrane of the third layer of the Qianlong technique. This was akin to a door being opened slightly, If he continued, it would ultimately be completely unsealed. Time passed, though it was unclear how much. And the fissure in the membrane gradually widened. At long last, it was entirely torn open. The chi within Su Yi's dantian rapidly expanded, once, twice, thrice, up to sixfold. The chi swelled to 6 times its original size before finally coming to a halt. Simultaneously, the blood corpse on the ground completely desiccated, transforming into a withered shell devoid of any life force. Su Yi had thoroughly drained the blood corpse. With a deep breath, Su Yi opened his eyes, radiating with brilliance. He had broken through. He had finally achieved a breakthrough. In this moment, he felt an indescribable ease throughout his entire being, as if he had been liberated countless times over. His entire aura also underwent a subtle transformation. The expansion of the chi within Su Yi's dantian meant that it could now accommodate greater quantities of Xianlong qi. This signified that Su Yi was now capable of employing more advanced techniques from the Xianlong sect. Within the Xianlong sect, the hierarchy of techniques is categorized from high to low as celestial, earth, Xian, and yellow. Previously, with his strength at the 3rd layer of the Xianlong technique, he could only utilize yellow-level techniques. However, now he was empowered to wield Xian-level techniques, whose potency surpassed that of yellow-level techniques by several times. He estimated that at the 3rd layer of the Xianlong technique, he was already comparable to a master of the dark strength realm. Now, having ascended to the 4th layer, he was undoubtedly at the late stage or pinnacle of the dark strength realm. At the pinnacle of Jiang City, there are merely a handful of experts in the realm of hidden strength. Regardless of the circumstances, the greater one's power, the clearer one's understanding of their own origins and identity becomes. Since meeting Lu Xuanfei, although she remains silent, Su Yi senses that his heritage may be far from simple, possibly intertwined with bloodshed. The reason Lu Xuanfei refrains from revealing this to Su Yi is that she deems his strength insufficient to comprehend the truth. Su Yi harbors no obsession about this. He is confident that once he ascends to the summit of Jiang City, Lu Xuanfei will divulge the secrets of his lineage. With a slight shake of his head, he dispels his thoughts and glances at his phone, realizing that over 3 hours have elapsed. There is a message from Zheng Ziki inquiring about his well-being. It is time to exit. Su Yi rises and strides toward the door. Chapter 54. From now on, leave everything to me. Outside the villa, before the imposing iron gate, Zheng Ziki fixed her gaze coldly upon Feng Shifan. What brings you here? She demanded. His gaze was brazen and aggressive, filled with an unmistakable desire, clearly intentional. Feng Shifan chuckled. I heard the scenery here is splendid, so I thought I would take a look. Is that a mistake? Surely you understand whose territory this is. Zheng Ziki retorted. Feng Shifan replied, I am aware. This is the domain of that country bumpkin. It is a pity, though, that a mere commoner can be punished for possessing something precious. What do you mean by that? Zheng Ziki's expression darkened. Is it not clear what I mean? Feng Shifan smiled. It is quite simple. This Qingwu mountain villa belongs solely to my Feng family, and no one else shall seize it. Even if they manage to obtain it, they must possess the means to hold on to it. Zheng Ziki clenched her right fist, the veins on the back of her hand prominently visible, and fiercely declared, Do you intend to lay hands on Su Yi? You shall first contend with me. With that, Zheng Ziki stepped forward, her dark hair billowing in the wind as her fighting spirit surged. However, Feng Shifan merely smiled faintly. Behind him, a man in a suit stepped forward. Zheng Ziki, do you truly believe I will waste time here with you? If that is your assumption, you are gravely mistaken. As Feng Shifan's words fell, the suited man stamped his foot on the ground, and with a thunderous sound, he charged forward. Undaunted, Zheng Ziki immediately met him head-on, their fists colliding. Bang! The impact of their fists sent Zheng Ziki reeling backward, unable to withstand the overwhelming force of the strike. She fell to the ground, sliding back several meters before finally coming to a halt on one knee, a trickle of crimson blood seeping from the corner of her lips. Ziki! Yang Ru exclaimed in shock upon witnessing the scene. Zhao Yu's expression shifted dramatically. A martial artist at the mid-stage of Mingjin. As Zheng Ziki wiped the blood from her lips, she rose to her feet, fixing her gaze upon Feng Shifan with gritted teeth. Feng Shifan, I did not expect you to summon even your family's guest elder. Feng Shifan chuckled softly and replied, Even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a hare. This time, I aim to thoroughly crush that boy, so I must be fully prepared. I reiterate, if you wish to see him, you must first seek my permission. Zheng Ziki spoke with a composed demeanor. Feng Shifan narrowed his eyes and commanded, Make your move. The man in the suit advanced with determination, striking once more. Zhang Ziqi did not hesitate in the slightest and met him head-on. The two engaged in fierce combat, yet it became increasingly evident that a disparity existed between them. A gap that would only widen as the battle continued. Within a minute, Zhang Ziqi was sent flying once again. Gritting her teeth, she rose to her feet and charged forward again. Bang, bang, bang. Time and again, Zhang Ziqi was hurled away, only to pause briefly before resuming her assault. Bang. Once more, she was launched across the ground, this time crashing heavily, fracturing 2 ribs on her left side, with excruciating pain radiating throughout her body. Ziqi, you are no match for him. Do not rise again, Yang Ru shouted emphatically. Despite her grievous injuries, Zhang Ziqi still endeavored to stand and continue the fight against the man in the suit. For that rustic fool, it is hardly worth it, Zhao Yu murmured. In truth, he harbored feelings for Zhang Ziqi, which had fueled his hostility towards Su Yi when they first met. Now, witnessing Zhang Ziqi's unwavering resolve to protect Su Yi, despite her considerable strength, left him in disbelief. It was known that Zhang Ziqi had never gone to such lengths for any man. Zhang Ziqi, do you truly believe I am afraid to kill you? Feng Shifan's gaze grew increasingly frigid as it rested upon her. Zhang Ziqi smiled faintly and replied, if you are not afraid of provoking a bloody conflict with the Zhang family, then by all means, give it a try. Feng Shifan narrowed his eyes. Indeed, he did not dare to kill Zhang Ziqi at present, for it would undoubtedly incite Zhang Hongfeng's fury. Furthermore, the Feng family was not yet adequately prepared for such a confrontation. Humph, Zhang Ziqi, you have guessed correctly. I truly refrain from taking your life at this moment. However, inflicting torment upon you is still within my capabilities. A chilling expression crossed Feng Shifan's face. Since that country bumpkin can only hide behind a woman, I shall torment you mercilessly to see how long he can remain concealed. With that, he gestured to the man in the suit. The man stepped forward once more. Ziqi, Yang Ru exclaimed in panic, instinctively lunging forward. After all, she and Zhang Ziqi were the best of friends. Zhao Yu also attempted to advance. Do not come any closer, Zhang Ziqi shouted emphatically. Yet, there are no buts here. This matter does not concern you. I do not wish to implicate you, Zhang Ziqi stated coldly. If you two are so disbelieving, you may certainly test it. But before you do, consider whether your families are willing to oppose the Feng family. Feng Shifan remarked with a sinister smile. Yang Ru and Zhao Yu's expressions darkened. Ultimately, for the sake of their families, they chose to halt their advance. Feng Shifan, let me make myself clear. As long as I am alive, you shall not lay a finger on Su Yi. Moreover, I shall remember this incident today, and I will seek my vengeance, Zhang Ziqi coldly declared, fixing her gaze upon Feng Shifan. Feng Shifan laughed heartily, showing no concern for Zhang Ziqi's threats. Your words are rather obstinate. In that case, I shall have my guest from the Feng family deliver a few slaps to you, rendering your limbs useless. As long as your wretched life remains, that will suffice, Feng Shifan remarked with a smile. At that moment, the man in the suit approached Zhang Ziqi. He extended his hand, fingers splayed wide, resembling a tiger-esque claw, aimed directly at Zhang Ziqi's delicate neck. Suddenly, a crimson flash darted forth, landing upon the man's hand. With a resounding explosion, his palm disintegrated into a cloud of blood mist. A cry of anguish escaped the man in the suit as he staggered backward, shocking everyone present, who had not anticipated such an unforeseen turn of events. Zhang Ziqi was equally taken aback. Sui, it's him. He has come, Yang Ru exclaimed joyfully. Zhang Ziqi quickly turned to see Su Yi slowly approaching. Thank heavens, you are unharmed. She beamed, her smile genuine and heartfelt. As Su Yi reached Zhang Ziqi, he gazed at her, battered yet smiling, and felt a mix of warmth and fury within. I apologize for my tardiness, Su Yi stated, rising to his feet. From now on, everything shall be entrusted to me. Chapter 55. Today, you shall surely perish. Zhang Ziqi stared at Su Yi's back, momentarily entranced. In that instant, a profound sense of safety enveloped her, leaving her unable to articulate the source of her inexplicable comfort. However, she bore no concerns, for Su Yi was capable of effortlessly vanquishing even the formidable Luo Hu, who had reached the later stages of Mingjing. Even if Feng Shifan brought along the esteemed guest of the Feng family, it would prove futile against Su Yi. At that moment, Su Yi cast a glance at Feng Shifan, his gaze chillingly indifferent. You finally emerged, country bumpkin. I thought you would forever cower behind a woman's skirts. Feng Shifan remarked, his tone laced with mockery. Have you come to kill me? Su Yi inquired coolly. Indeed, I'm here to take your life. Feng Shifan bellowed. You, a mere rustic, have the audacity to seize what my Feng family covets. A commoner is unjustly punished for possessing something precious. Today, you shall pay the price. As you descend, ponder how you met your end, and perhaps in your next life, you shall be wiser. Feng Shifan regarded Su Yi with utter disdain. Although Su Yi had injured one of his family's guests earlier, he dismissed it as a mere ambush. Furthermore, he had brought not just one guest but 6, representing half of the Feng family's esteemed guests. Additionally, Elder Feng was present, ensuring his overwhelming advantage, with no possibility of defeat in sight. Su Yi's expression remained tranquil as he coldly uttered, "Today, you shall die?" For daring to harm Zhang Ziki, he had already sentenced Feng Shifan to death in his heart. Is that so? Kill him. Feng Shifan growled, showing no interest in further discourse. In the next instant, shadows surged forward, all of whom were the guests of the Feng family. They accepted the rewards and favors from the Feng family and were thus obliged to serve them. Previously, they had not shied away from such deeds, collectively striking down their targets if it served their purpose. In an instant, the first guest elder stood before Su Yi. Su Yi remained motionless, his gaze cold and indifferent. Suddenly, he raised his hand and unleashed a punch, enveloped in a faint crimson light, akin to a delicate flame. With a sickening sound, the first guest elder's head exploded like a watermelon. Su Yi had obliterated this elder's head with a single strike, showing no mercy. If they sought to kill him, they must be prepared for their own demise. In the blink of an eye, the second guest elder approached, only to meet the same fate with another casual punch from Su Yi. The third followed suit, and the air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, overwhelmingly pungent. The remaining 3 guest elders abruptly halted, their faces ashen with terror. In the next moment, they turned to flee. 3 comrades had perished in an instant, and their advance had merely been a futile offering. How dare they, as guests of the Feng family, who dined and resided under their roof, attempt to escape? Feng Shifan was consumed with rage at the sight of the fleeing elders. The 3 guest elders scoffed. While that may be true, we do not wish to sacrifice our lives. This young man is a true monster. It would be best for you to handle this yourself, young Master Feng. Feng Shifan was incensed beyond measure, as the 3 guest elders hastily retreated. However, at that moment, a figure swiftly caught up and, with a slight acceleration, positioned themselves directly in front of them. The 3 were taken aback in unison. "Have I granted you permission to leave?" Su Yi remarked coldly. Today, he had no intention of sparing Feng Shifan or any of his companions. The 3 individuals were filled with terror, repeatedly explaining that they were merely following the orders of the Feng family and were willing to retreat. However, Su Yi was disinterested in their pleas and simply raised his fist. In an instant, his figure flickered and he unleashed a powerful strike. The chests of the 3 guest elders were penetrated, creating gaping wounds the size of basketballs, and their life forces extinguished as they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Thus, every guest elder brought by Feng Shifan was eradicated. In that moment, all eyes turned to Su Yi, filled with astonishment. This individual was remarkably formidable, after all. These were guest elders from the Feng family, 6 in total. Yang Ru's mouth fell agape in shock. Furthermore, it was a single punch that obliterated them, all of whom were masters of the Ming Jin level. Indeed, it was truly impressive, Zhao Yu mused. At that moment, Zhang Ziki also witnessed the scene, a faint smile appearing on her lips. Meanwhile, Feng Shifan's expression darkened, his face clouded with fury. He had never anticipated that the numerous guest elders he summoned would prove utterly powerless against Su Yi, resembling mere chicks before him, completely annihilated. This represented a significant loss for the Feng family. Feng Shifan, now it is your turn. Suddenly, Su Yi's gaze shifted to Feng Shifan, his icy stare plunging Feng Shifan into a state of dread. Feng Shifan immediately bellowed, "How dare you?" Su Yi replied nonchalantly, "There is nothing in this world that I fear." In the next moment, Su Yi advanced directly towards him. With each step he took, drawing ever closer, it felt as though he was treading upon the very heart of Feng Shifan, instilling within him an overwhelming sense of dread. Feng Shifan grew increasingly terrified. Those guest cultivators were no match for him. How could he possibly stand against them? "Oomph, young man, you wish to confront young Master Feng? You are sorely unqualified." At that moment, a resonant voice, deep and powerful, echoed from a distance, reminiscent of thunder. In an instant, a figure approached with remarkable speed, arriving at Feng Shifan's side in mere moments. Upon seeing the elder, Feng Shifan's heart soared with joy. Elder Feng. Elder Feng. The very one who had accompanied Feng Shifan earlier was Feng Yuqing, the most formidable guest cultivator of the Feng family. Young Master Feng, I was merely taking a stroll. Never did I anticipate such an incident, Feng Yuqing remarked. Elder Feng, you need not say such things. These worthless individuals are better off dead. Their existence is merely a drain on the Feng family's resources, Feng Shifan replied nonchalantly. Meanwhile, over with Zheng Ziki and her companions. Their expressions shifted dramatically upon hearing the name Elder Feng. Good heavens, it was indeed Elder Feng Yuqing, the foremost protector of the Feng family, rumored to be a master at the pinnacle of Mingjing. Yang Ru's delicate face appeared as though she might burst into tears, her voice trembling. Zheng Ziki's countenance also darkened as she exclaimed, "How can this be? Wasn't it said he was in seclusion? How could he possibly be here?" As a rival of the Feng family, Zheng Ziki was acutely aware of the formidable terror that was Feng Yuqing. Had it not been for her grandfather's stronghold over the Zheng family, Feng Yuqing alone could have obliterated the entire clan. She never anticipated that this individual would appear here. A veritable bolt from the blue. Chapter 56. Overwhelming Power. The emergence of Feng Yuqing utterly astonished Zheng Ziki and her companions. Initially, they believed that Sui had triumphed, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief, but now they were confronted with an unforeseen calamity, a sense of despair welling up within them. Feng Yuqing, the foremost guest elder of the Feng family, a master at the pinnacle of Mingjing, stood as one of the most formidable figures in the entire Jiang city, surpassed only by a few adepts in the Dark Realm. At this moment, Feng Shifan wore a triumphant expression, his face radiating satisfaction at Zheng Ziki's reaction. Fortuitously, his father had summoned Feng Yuqing from seclusion. Otherwise, the misfortune would have befallen him. With Feng Yuqing present, the situation was one of absolute domination. That wretched country bumpkin. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Let us see you maintain that bravado. Feng Shifan fixed his gaze on Sui, a cruel smirk crossing his face. Humph. Daring to slay so many of my family's guest elders, you shall pay dearly for that. Today, this place shall be your grave. You don't truly believe that this old man alone can vanquish me, do you? Sui replied coolly, as he began to approach. Feng Shifan's eyes widened, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. You ignorant country bumpkin, do you even know who old Feng is? He is the premier guest elder of my Feng family, a master at the pinnacle of Mingjing. To crush you would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Crushing an ant is as simple as that. Yet, Sui chuckled. Feng Shifan promptly turned his head, gazing at Feng Yuqing with eager anticipation. Elder Feng, this young man is exceedingly arrogant. We shall now see what you can do. Feng Yuqing, with his hands clasped behind his back, exhibited a demeanor of calm indifference. Rest assured, within a single move, I shall compel him to kneel and weep in remorse. His voice brimmed with confidence. In the next moment, Feng Yuqing fixed his gaze upon Sui, coldly stating, "Young man, judging by your appearance, you indeed possess some skill, yet before me, you remain woefully inexperienced. Do you truly believe you can overpower me?" Sui replied nonchalantly, "Humph, if I cannot overpower you, then I shan't be called Feng Yuqing." Feng Yuqing retorted with a disdainful snort. In an instant, he advanced a step forward, his figure appearing like a phantom. A fleeting shadow remained in place. With a swish, Feng Yuqing found himself before Sui. Explosive stone fist. He bellowed, as his right fist surged towards Sui, accompanied by a tempestuous wind and a thunderous crack, sharp enough to pierce the senses. The explosive stone fist, one of Feng Yuqing's most formidable techniques, could leave cracks even in the hardest granite, splitting it inch by inch. And here stood a mere young man, a master of Mingjing, flesh and blood. How could he possibly withstand such force? Sui regarded the ferocious punch, his expression unchanging, and met it with a punch of his own. Humph, courting death. Feng Yuqing sneered, taken aback by Sui's audacity to confront him directly. This was undoubtedly a path to self-destruction. Bang! The two fists collided, and an invisible shockwave instantaneously swept outward in all directions. What? Feng Yuqing's expression suddenly shifted. In that instant, he felt as though his fist had collided with a small car. With a resounding thud, Feng Yuqing lost control of his body and stumbled backward. Just as he retreated, Sui vanished from his original position and appeared before him in an instant. 9 waves, infinite fist. Sui uttered, enunciating the name of the technique. The 9 waves infinite fist is a martial art from the Xianlong sect, classified as a profound level skill, and is among the most elite within that category. It comprises 9 levels, each increment yielding exponentially greater power. When Su Yi was at the 3rd layer of the Xianlong decision, his supply of Xianlong Qi was insufficient to execute it. However, upon reaching the 4th layer, his Qi surged dramatically, enabling its use. Then, Su Yi clenched his fist once more and unleashed a powerful blow. In an instant, Feng Yuqing felt a torrent of waves rushing toward him. Bang! Once again, Feng Yuqing was sent flying. He crashed heavily to the ground, every bone in his body fracturing one by one. The onlookers were left in shock. How dare you injure me, boy? I swear, even if it costs me everything, I will see you dead. Feng Yuqing's eyes turned crimson, his expression frenzied. He retrieved a pill, placing it in his mouth with a swift motion. In an instant, Feng Yuqing's aura transformed. He rose to his feet, trembling all over, producing a sound akin to popping beans, as the air around him seemed to swirl ominously. Dark energy. My heavens! This is dark energy, Yang Ru exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Zhang Ziqi's expression was one of profound anxiety. How is this possible? Feng Yuqing has just reached the pinnacle of Mingjin. How could he possibly attain Anjin? It must be the effect of that pill. He cannot sustain this for long. Yet even so, Su Yi is undoubtedly doomed, Yang Ru remarked. Zhang Ziqi fell silent. Even if that pill had a time limit, the chasm between Mingjin and Anjin was vast, akin to the height from the 1st to the 5th or 6th floor. I never expected old Feng to possess such a hand. Anjin, no matter how strong that young man is, he is surely doomed. At this moment, Feng Shifan was overwhelmed with joy, laughing uproariously. Anjin. Meanwhile, Su Yi naturally observed the transformation in Feng Yuqing. However, he felt no trepidation. Instead, a sense of exhilaration surged within him. I hope he does not disappoint me. Boy, perish. Feng Yuqing adjusted himself and charged once more at Su Yi. Explosive rock fist. Feng Yuqing unleashed his most formidable technique, and this time, the power behind his fist had increased more than tenfold. 9 waves of infinite fists, 2nd layer. Su Yi continued to employ the same technique. As their fists collided again, a tumultuous wave surged forth, relentless and overwhelming. Crack! Feng Yuqing's arm shattered. How is this possible? This can't be. Feng Yuqing was horrified. He had already reached Anjin. This punch should have obliterated his opponent, yet the unimaginable occurred. His own arm had broken. You are far too weak. I am quite disappointed, came Su Yi's indifferent voice. Although he sensed a surge in his opponent's power, it still failed to compel him to exert his full strength. At present, Su Yi could only unleash the 2nd level of the 9 waves infinite fist. Yet his opponent was utterly incapable of withstanding it. Su Yi, weary of prolonging the encounter, exerted a slight force. No. Feng Yuqing was seized by terror, his frantic cries echoing as he sensed the impending approach of death. However, it was too late. Bang! Feng Yuqing was mercilessly struck to the ground by Su Yi's fist. A cloud of dust billowing forth. As the dust settled, Feng Yuqing's body lay entrenched in the earth, devoid of any movement. Life extinguished. Feng Yuqing was dead. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Chapter 57. There is no need for courtesy between us. Feng Yuqing had perished. The onlookers were left speechless, their astonishment palpable. It took several seconds for a thunderous uproar to erupt. Feng Yuqing, at the pinnacle of the Mingjing realm, was a figure atop the hierarchy in the entire Jiang city. Wow, this individual is incredibly formidable, truly astonishing. Yang Ru gazed at Su Yi, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and a shimmering brilliance akin to stars. Beside her, Zhao Yu quietly expressed his admiration. This person is indeed exceptionally powerful. Even Feng Yuqing is no match for him. I am inferior to him. Initially harboring hostility towards Su Yi due to Zhang Ziqi, Zhao Yu had looked down upon him from the depths of his heart. Yet, witnessing Su Yi completely vanquish Feng Yuqing along their journey, he realized such prowess was beyond his reach, perhaps unattainable in his lifetime. The vast disparity left him in despair, devoid of any motivation to compare himself with Su Yi. Among the most astonished was Zhang Ziqi. She beheld the solitary figure in the arena, her beautiful eyes glimmering with brilliance. Indeed, her father's judgment was formidable, Zhang Ziqi mused. Had it not been for Zheng Hongfeng's initiative to befriend Su Yi, the Zheng family would have undoubtedly missed the opportunity to engage with such an individual. The news of Feng Yuqing's demise, once disseminated, would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar in Jiangxing. Who could have fathomed that the esteemed and formidable Feng Yuqing would meet his end at the hands of such a young man? Meanwhile, Sui remained composed. He cast a mere glance at the deceased Feng Yuqing before shifting his gaze to Feng Shifan, initially caught in the same state of shock as the others. Feng Shifan's body trembled, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Sui, the previous events were all misunderstandings. I apologize. Feng Shifan exclaimed urgently. Genuine fear gripped him. With Feng Yuqing dead, if he did not concede, he was certain to meet a grim fate. Misunderstanding? Sui approached, unhurried, as if strolling leisurely. Indeed, indeed. It is all a misunderstanding. Feng Shifan nodded fervently like a chick pecking at grains. Everything was my family's fault. I apologize. And I assure you that the Feng family will never oppose you again. Spare me. Let me go, and I swear I shall not seek revenge. Furthermore, regarding Feng Yuqing's death, my family will not interfere. Please believe me. I, Feng Shifan, am a man of my word. Feng Shifan uttered a torrent of words. His demeanor humble, completely shedding the arrogance he once displayed as the scion of the Feng family. At this moment, his only desire was to survive. Sui now stood before Feng Shifan, observing him for a few moments before stating, I have declared that today, you shall meet your end. The countenance of Feng Shifan suddenly transformed dramatically. Sui no? Zheng Ziki hastily exclaimed. Should Feng Shifan meet his demise, Feng Zhaoguo would undoubtedly erupt in wrath, resulting in unimaginable repercussions. You cannot kill me. If you dare to take my life, the entire Feng family will not let you off. Feng Shifan shouted furiously, attempting to intimidate Sui by invoking the power of his family. However, Sui remained expressionless, responding coolly, even if I spare you, the Feng family would certainly not allow me to live in peace. Having already made an enemy, Sui felt no trepidation and resolved to end Feng Shifan's life without hesitation. As for the Feng family, he truly regarded them with disdain. With a flick of his finger, a scarlet beam pierced Feng Shifan's forehead, creating a gaping wound. Feng Shifan, perish. This scene left Zheng Ziki and the others utterly astonished once more. Yangru Zhaoyu. Zheng Ziki turned to the two, her expression exceedingly grave. What is it? Yangru asked in a hushed tone. Zheng Ziki replied, I do not wish for the events that transpired here today to be divulged. Can you ensure this remains confidential? She aimed to eliminate any future troubles for Sui. Although Sui had the capability to slay Feng Yuqing, there existed even more formidable adversaries in Jiangxing. Better safe than sorry. I understand now. Ziki, do not worry. I swear, my lips will remain sealed. I will not speak of this to anyone. Yangru immediately vowed with utmost sincerity. Zheng Ziki nodded, and then turned her gaze toward Zhaoyu. If this information escapes my lips, Ziki, you may deal with me as you see fit. Zhaoyu also assured Zheng Ziki. Very well, I trust both of you. I hope you will not let me down. Zheng Ziki then turned her gaze towards the young security guard, Tao Yuan. In an instant, Tao Yuan felt an overwhelming pressure, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The scene that unfolded today had completely upended his worldview. He had never imagined that beyond the realm of ordinary individuals, there existed such a world. As for him, he trusted her, believing she would not speak recklessly. At that moment, Sui approached, personally vouching for Tao Yunwen. Upon hearing this, Tao Yunwen nodded fervently, exclaiming, Rest assured. Mr. Su, I will not divulge anything that occurred here today. From this day forth, you shall be the captain of the security team at the villa, Sui declared. Having formed a favorable impression of him, and thus willing to promote him, instantly, joy illuminated Tao Yunwen's face, as if he had ascended to paradise. Thank you, Mr. Su, he exclaimed, vowing in his heart to diligently follow Sui from now on, hopeful that he could reach even greater heights. The gentleman before him was undoubtedly destined for more than this. All right, you may go, Sui said. Tao Yunwen nodded and departed. Suddenly, a fit of violent coughing erupted. It was Zheng Ziki. Having fought against the guest elder of the Feng family earlier, she had sustained grave injuries, with 2 of her ribs fractured. Throughout the ordeal, she had remained tense, momentarily overlooking her wounds. However, now that she relaxed, the excruciating pain surged forth. Yangru swiftly supported her, expressing concern. Ziki, you are gravely injured. We must go to the hospital. No need, she replied. I have yet to resolve matters here, and my injuries are not severe. I can endure. Zhang Ziki waved her hand in refusal. Do you think you can endure this? Suyi's voice resonated as he approached her. Zhang Ziki, caught in a dilemma, replied. But the matters here. It would be the same to address them after my injuries are treated. Sui responded with an undeniable tone. Very well. Zhang Ziki nodded, preparing for Yang Ru to assist her in going to the hospital. However, Sui obstructed their path. "Did you not ask me to treat your wounds?" Zhang Ziki asked, her expression puzzled as she wondered why he was stopping her. "Who said that only a hospital can heal wounds?" Sui countered. Zhang Ziki was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in realization. "You mean you? Of course, I can even neutralize the poison from your father. Healing wounds is merely a trifling matter for me," Sui replied nonchalantly. "No, I don't need you to." Zhang Ziki thought of the location of her injury. If treated, he would undoubtedly see it. Thus, she promptly declined. Yet, Sui executed an unexpected maneuver. He stepped forward, extending his arms, one hand lifting Zhang Ziki's legs while the other embraced her waist, hoisting her effortlessly into his arms. "There is no need for formality between us," Sui said with a smile, his demeanor a stark contrast to his previous cold and intimidating presence. "Hey, what are you doing? Put me down. I don't want you to treat my wounds." Zhang Ziki's face flushed with embarrassment as she struggled vigorously. Chapter 58, A Kiss. Despite her fervent attempts to escape, Zhang Ziki found her efforts futile against Suyi's hold. In the midst of her struggle, Sui embraced her and departed from the scene. "How envious I am of Ziki, to be cherished in such a manner. How delightful it would be if I were in her place," thought Yang Ru. Gazing longingly at the retreating figures, Zhao Yu scoffed, proclaiming, "Stop dreaming, they're gone." "Humph, one can never be certain," came the retort, as the two gradually distanced themselves. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, devoid of life. Shortly thereafter, a figure emerged in the vicinity, a middle-aged man, unremarkable in appearance, who would easily blend into a crowd without attracting notice. At this moment, he furrowed his brow, intensely fixated on the direction in which Sui had vanished. The arrangements by Lord Mu had been thwarted. This matter must be reported to him. The middle-aged man muttered, a glint of icy resolve flashing in his eyes. "To dare disrupt Lord Mu's affairs, young man, you shall pay a price beyond your imagination. You will regret it even in death." In the confines of an unoccupied villa room, "No, truly, it's unnecessary. Sui, I beg you, I really do not need your help with my injuries." On the bed, Zhang Ziki sat, pressing herself against the headboard in a state of panic. Her eyes were filled with terror, for the location of her injuries was far too intimate. The mere thought of Sui tending to her wounds caused her face to flush, prompting her vehement refusal. Sui stood at the foot of the bed, observing Zhang Ziki's fervent rejection with a smile. "There is no need to be anxious. I will be very gentle." His smile sent a shiver down Zhang Ziki's spine. "No, please." In a sudden burst of urgency, she bolted towards the edge of the bed. Such a scene, if witnessed by an uninformed individual, would undoubtedly lead them to believe that Sui was forcing himself upon Zhang Ziki. Despair gripped Zhang Ziki's heart. "Do not be afraid. I am not a villain. I am merely here to attend to your injuries, and I shall not impose upon you further." Suyi's voice resonated once more. Zhang Ziki clenched her teeth, glaring fiercely at him. "You are only permitted to treat my wounds. Do not overstep your bounds. Rest assured, I am a gentleman." Sui replied with a smile. Zhang Ziki rolled her eyes in exasperation. This man was nothing more than a scoundrel who could not resist the allure of beauty. If he were truly a gentleman, then goodness would be a rarity in this world. Meanwhile, Sui commenced the treatment for Zhang Ziki's injuries. The primary source of her pain stemmed from her fractured rib, which, in the case of an ordinary person, would necessitate surgical intervention. However, for Sui, this was merely a trivial matter. The crux of the issue lay in the necessity of removing Zhang Ziki's garments. Sui informed her of this requirement. In an instant, Zhang Ziki's expression shifted dramatically, her reaction intense and visceral. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, turning her head away, resigned to her fate. "I am coming," Sui announced. "You were quite decisive when it came to taking lives. Why the hesitance now?" "Hurry up," Zhang Ziki said with a stern face. Since she had voiced her sentiments so plainly, Sui felt no need for further decorum. He extended 2 fingers, grasping the hem of Zhang Ziki's clothing, and began to lift it slowly. Before his eyes lay her abdomen, smooth and fair as cream, captivating enough to momentarily distract his senses. Soon, he found himself gazing at her navel. This was an unavoidable circumstance. "Hey, could you be any quicker?" At this moment, Zhang Ziki could no longer contain herself and urged him on. It was the first time she had been scrutinized so intimately by Sui. The sensation was utterly mortifying. Meanwhile, Sui, upon hearing Zhang Ziki's urging, remained unhurried, for he had yet to satiate his gaze. Time ticked by second, until at last, the hem of Zheng Ziqi's garment was lifted to a position just below her chest. In that instant, Su Yi could vaguely discern the delicate purple lace trim and the rounded contours. His composure faltered once more. How ample she was. A thought of admiration crossed Su Yi's mind, yet he refrained from proceeding further, shifting his focus to tend to Zheng Ziqi's injuries. He extended 2 fingers, placing them gently upon the skin where her rib was fractured. The skin felt warm and smooth to the touch. Su Yi centered his thoughts and immediately channeled his Xianlong energy into Zheng Ziqi's body. This energy possessed the dual capacity to both harm and heal. Su Yi was utilizing Xianlong energy to mend her bones. Throughout this process, neither spoke a word. Although Zheng Ziqi appeared composed, her cheeks had reddened, resembling ripe apples, as if they might weep with moisture. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a mobile phone shattered the tranquility between them. Su Yi retrieved his phone, and upon seeing the caller ID, he was taken aback. How could a call come at such a moment? The caller was Shen Qingwei. Why not answer it? Are you afraid your girlfriend might find out? Zheng Ziqi remarked with a hint of melancholy in her tone. What do I have to fear? Su Yi retorted, promptly answering Shen Qingwei's call. Su Yi, where are you? As the phone rang, the voice of Shen Qingwei immediately came through. Indeed, it was a woman. Upon hearing Shen Qingwei's voice, Zheng Ziqi felt a surge of anger welling up within her, her expression tinged with resentment. Observing her demeanor, Su Yi was at a loss for words. He could not offer any explanation and felt quite overwhelmed. I am busy with matters outside. Is there something you need? Su Yi inquired of Shen Qingwei. Is there something I need? It seems you have not taken me to heart. You have completely forgotten what I told you this morning, haven't you? Shen Qingwei responded furiously. Su Yi pondered for a moment and quickly recalled that tonight was indeed Shen Qingwei's class reunion. I remember now. I will be there shortly, he said hastily. You have 10 minutes. If you do not come, then do not bother. Without waiting for Su Yi to reply, Shen Qingwei abruptly hung up the phone. 10 minutes? How could that possibly be enough time? Su Yi felt exasperated, and suddenly, he noticed that Zheng Ziqi on the bed had also begun to move. Did I not tell you to stay still? Why are you moving? Su Yi said helplessly. I want to move. What can you do about it? Zheng Ziqi retorted defiantly. With frustration mounting, Su Yi smacked her lightly on the backside. You! Zheng Ziqi exclaimed, wide-eyed. I am quite irritable at the moment. If you dare to move again, it won't be just a light smack, Su Yi warned fiercely. Zheng Ziqi's expression turned melancholic. But, weren't you about to leave? That must wait until I help you with your injury. Otherwise, why would I leave? Su Yi replied. Zheng Ziqi bit her lip. Yet a hint of a smile flickered in her beautiful eyes. Time passed, second by second. Approximately 5 minutes later, Zheng Ziqi's ribs were thoroughly healed by Su Yi using the mystical energy of the Xianlong. Furthermore, Su Yi applied the same energy to address Zheng Ziqi's other injuries. All right, you may leave now, Zheng Ziqi remarked as Su Yi withdrew his energy. Are you so eager to send me away? What, do you intend to stay? I am not your girlfriend, Zheng Ziqi mumbled, her gaze lowered. As soon as she uttered those words, she felt a sudden silence, and upon lifting her head, she was startled to find Su Yi's face merely inches away from hers. Then, before her widened eyes, Su Yi gently lifted her chin and pressed his lips against hers. Zheng Ziqi's mind went blank. After a considerable moment, Su Yi finally parted from her. You, what have you done? Zheng Ziqi glared at him in indignation. Su Yi smiled slightly and replied, now it has happened. Chapter 59. Apologies for my late arrival. Su Yi departed from the vacant villa with haste. He moved swiftly, employing a technique from the Xianlong sect to expedite his journey. In just a few minutes, he had traversed from the mountaintop to the foot of the hill. Upon exiting the estate, Su Yi hailed a taxi and drove away. Meanwhile, at a waterside restaurant in Jiangcheng, the establishment featured a unique design where the dining area floated above a serene body of water, adorned with ancient architectural elements. The atmosphere was elegant and tranquil, with vibrant red koi gracefully swimming beneath the clear water, occasionally darting beneath emerald lily pads. By the edge of a small bridge, a woman clad in a flowing white gown stood gracefully. She possessed an elegant physique, tall and curvaceous, exuding an air of cool, captivating beauty. It was none other than Shen Qingwei. However, her countenance was far from pleasant, and she held her phone tightly in hand. Damn it! This scoundrel has utterly disregarded my presence, daring to forget what I instructed. Having just concluded a phone call, Shen Qingwei was seething with anger. Allowing him to share her bed last night was already a tremendous favor. Yet this fellow seems to have no memory of the arrangement. He was supposed to arrive over half an hour ago, and still, he had not shown up. Numerous classmates had already arrived, and to deter any advances from male peers, Shen Qingwei had asserted that she was married and her husband would be arriving shortly. Nevertheless, Su's continued absence had left many classmates casting sidelong glances, their eyes laced with subtle mockery. Shen Qingwei could hardly endure this any longer and stepped out of the private room to vent her frustrations. When that scoundrel finally arrives, I shall make him regret it. Shen Qingwei vowed silently. At that moment, two individuals approached from behind her. One was the voluptuous and alluring Qiao Zizi, while the other was the demure and graceful Zhang Yutong. Qingwei, that country bumpkin hasn't he arrived yet? Qiao Zizi inquired immediately. Shen Qingwei nodded, a hint of embarrassment washing over her. Qiao Zizi, incensed, declared, who does he think he is? Just a mere country bumpkin. To be invited to our class reunion is already a privilege for him, and yet he dares to be late. It's as if he doesn't regard you, Qingwei, at all. Please don't say that. I believe he might be held up by some urgent matter, Shen Qingwei replied. Beside her, the composed and elegant Zhang Yutong spoke up in defense of Yi. Qiao Zizi scoffed, retorting, what urgent matter could a mere country bumpkin like him have? I've heard he doesn't even have a job. He is nothing but an idle individual. Zhang Yutong shook her head and turned to Shen Qingwei, saying, Qingwei, please be patient. Perhaps he will arrive shortly. I hope so, Shen Qingwei replied frostily. All right, let us head inside. The trio entered the private room, and as they did, an abrasive voice pierced the air. Shen Qingwei, why are only the three of you here? Where's your husband? Why hasn't he arrived yet? The speaker was a man clad in a tailored suit, adorned with designer labels, his slick-back hair shining with an oily sheen, a quintessential nouveau riche. This individual was Gao Peng, one of Shen Qingyue's university classmates. During their time in school, Gao Peng was a figure of prominence, a star on the basketball team, and quite popular among the female students. He had once pursued Shen Qingyue in private, but after several unsuccessful attempts, he had given up. Yet, it seemed he still harbored a grudge against her. Otherwise, he would not have brought it up at this moment. As anticipated, Gao Peng's words prompted a chorus of mocking remarks from the others. Still late, huh? Clearly, he doesn't hold you in high regard. It seems the class beauty has settled for less in her choice of husband. Both men and women spoke with a tone laced with derision and schadenfreude. Back in university, Shen Qingwei had been the undeniable belle of the class, and even earned the title of campus beauty. Unbeknownst to the countless boys who harbor her as their goddess, she stands resplendent. Yet, it is precisely this allure that incites the envy of many girls, who now revel in her misfortune. Shen Qingwei remains silent, her heart heavy with anguish, yet words elude her. The undeniable truth is that Yi has indeed not arrived, a fact that leaves her without any grounds for rebuttal. Hey, we are all classmates here. Can we not speak with such malice? Zhang Yutong interjected coldly, unable to endure the situation any longer. Malice? Zhang Yutong, you are gravely mistaken, Gao Peng replied with a smile. We are merely concerned for Shen Qingwei, and our intentions are entirely benevolent. After all, she was the belle of our class. Her husband must surely be a person of stature, and we are genuinely eager to make his acquaintance. Indeed, with Shen Qingwei's remarkable qualities, her husband must be equally exceptional. Wouldn't you agree? If he pales in comparison to us, that would be quite the jest. Their words dripped with sarcasm as they continued their taunts. Zhang Yutong's expression darkened, fury bubbling within her, her hands itching to slam the table. At that moment, a voice suddenly pierced the air. Although I may not yet measure up to the elite families, I can effortlessly overshadow you. As the voice resonated, the door to the private room swung open to reveal a young man clad in black robes. The instant he entered, all eyes turned toward him. The newcomer was none other than Yi. Having rushed through, he had finally arrived at this juncture, under the watchful gaze of the crowd. Yi approached Shen Qingwei with measured steps, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he spoke. I apologize for my tardiness. You still remember to come? Shen Qingwei replied softly, her tone tinged with a hint of resentment. Yi explained, I was preoccupied with some business matters, which caused the delay. Well, now that you are here, please take a seat. Shen Qingwei dismissed his excuse, considering it a mere pretext, yet with the presence of so many people, she refrained from calling him out and motioned for him to sit. Upon glancing around, Yi noticed there was no available seat beside Shen Qingwei. as Qiao Ziji and Zhang Yutong occupied the space on either side. Qiao Ziji sat there with a bemused smile, showing no inclination to make room. Sui, come. Sit here, Zhang Yutong said cheerfully, rising to offer her seat. Sui nodded in acknowledgement, not one to refuse. He settled himself beside Shen Qinghua. The lively atmosphere of the private room fell into a momentary hush upon his arrival, with all eyes drawn to him, each gaze reflecting a myriad of sentiments. Unfazed, Sui lifted his glass and declared, I apologize, everyone, for my late arrival. I shall drink a cup as penance. After all, maintaining appearances was paramount. He drained his glass in one swift motion. Chapter 60. What pretense is this? Shen Qinghua observed Sui as he emptied his glass. For reasons unknown, she sensed a subtle transformation in him compared to before. Yet, she could not quite articulate what had changed. It was merely an intuition that his aura had shifted. It was as though his very presence commanded a formidable energy, filling the space around him. All eyes were fixed upon Sui, and soon, mockery danced within those gazes. They beheld his attire, a simple garment that, in stark contrast to their fashionable ensembles, appeared utterly rustic and pitifully shabby. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd. Fingers gesturing towards Sui. So, this is Shen Qinghua's husband? How dreadfully unfashionable he is. Indeed, such a dismal appearance. A beautiful flower planted in a pile of dung. How could Shen Qinghua possibly choose such a husband? Their laughter echoed with malicious delight. Sui's keen hearing captured every derisive word, and his gaze shifted to Shen Qinghua, whose expression was one of evident distress. At that moment, Gao Peng, with his slick-back hair, regarded Sui with a hint of scornful amusement. I am Gao Peng, a university classmate of Shen Qinghua. May I inquire how you are addressed? He inquired with a smirk. Sui, came the subdued reply. Gao Peng nodded. Ah, so it is Sui. May I ask where you find employment? Employment is hardly the term. Recently, I've been renovating a property for sale, Sui responded. He had already resolved the peculiarities of Qingwu Mountain Villa. Now, all that remained was to establish a feng shui arrangement to transform the atmosphere, rejuvenating the place entirely before putting the villas on the market. Once sold, the profits would undoubtedly exceed 50 billion. So, he is merely a renovation worker, someone scoffed derisively. I once thought you were engaged in some grand enterprise. But compared to Gao Peng, you fall woefully short. He is an executive in a prominent local conglomerate, earning over $1 million annually. Beside Gao Peng, another individual spoke with palpable disdain towards Sui. Even Gao Peng's eyes betrayed a hint of contempt. Upon noticing Sui clad in simple attire, he deemed him rather unsophisticated, yet there was an undeniable aura about him. However, when he heard Sui mention renovating houses, he could not help but conclude that he was merely a decorator. A humble decorator, yet he harbored an air of arrogance. One could only wonder where his confidence originated. So, you are just a decorator. How convenient. I happen to be in the market for a house. Sui, do enlighten me about where you are doing renovations. I might just purchase one and lend a hand to your business. Gao Peng deliberately ridiculed Sui, teasing him. Sui met his gaze with calm composure and replied, You cannot afford it. Gao Peng immediately responded with a cold chuckle. Oh, Sui, there is no need for embarrassment. Feel free to speak. In Jiangqing, there is no property that I cannot acquire. Indeed, with Gao Peng's financial resources, there was little in Jiangqing that he could not afford. Others chimed in, extolling Gao Peng's wealth. Qingwu Villa, Sui stated succinctly, revealing his domain. The moment those words escaped his lips, the smile on Gao Peng's face froze instantly. Where? He questioned, doubting his own hearing. I said Qingwu Villa. What is the matter? Are you interested in purchasing? Considering you are a classmate of Shen Qinghua, I could offer you a 20% discount, Sui replied nonchalantly. Qingwu Villa. That, however, is the most expensive place in Jiacheng, with rumors suggesting a staggering price of 10,000 yuan per square meter, rendering it accessible only to the affluent. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Upon glancing at Gao Peng's expression, his smile had vanished, replaced by a hint of awkwardness. He never anticipated that Sui would mention the Qingwu Mountain Villa. While he harbored aspirations of purchasing a property there, he was acutely aware of his financial limitations. The villas in that locale start at a minimum of 40 to 50 million, far beyond the reach of anyone not belonging to the elite class. Now tell me, are you going to buy or not? As Gao Peng squirmed in his discomfort, Sui pressed on, his impatience evident. Gao Peng's lips twitched before he awkwardly replied, Perhaps I shall pass. I am not particularly fond of the residences at Qingwu Mountain Villa. Just admit you can't afford it. There's no need to put on airs. Sui retorted without a hint of tact, exposing Gao Peng's pretense. At this remark, Gao Peng's countenance darkened, revealing his displeasure. It was a rather humiliating moment. Oh, they've arrived. Just then, the door to the private room swung open, and someone strode in. Upon seeing the newcomer, Gao Peng was taken aback. Cheng Xiao. Cheng Xiao has actually come. Ah, we have been waiting for you for quite some time. The atmosphere shifted as everyone buzzed with excitement, rising eagerly to welcome him. Xiao Zizi hurried over as well. Leading the entourage was a young man adorned in bespoke, luxurious attire, exuding an air of arrogance and pride. Upon seeing him, a flicker of terror crossed Xiao Zizi's eyes. Sui sensed that something was amiss, and thus directly inquired. "And nothing." Shen Qingyue immediately shook her head in denial, feigning nonchalance. Meanwhile, a group of individuals warmly greeted the young man, gradually dispersing after a considerable time. Ultimately, Gao Peng, like an obsequious lackey, led the young man to the table and said, "Cheng Xiao, this seat has been reserved especially for you. Please, have a seat." Gao Peng swiftly pulled out a chair. Speaking in an exceedingly flattering manner, Cheng Qirui nodded and took his place upon the chair. In the next moment, Cheng Qirui's gaze fell upon Shen Qingyue. "Shen Qingyue, it has been a while. I trust you have been well." Shen Qingyue shivered slightly, then, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, "Yes, I have been well. All right. Since Cheng Xiao has arrived, let us commence with the dishes. Waitstaff." Gao Peng called out loudly for the servers to bring forth the food. Soon, a succession of dishes began to grace the table. Sui observed that Cheng Qirui's gaze remained fixated on Shen Qingyue, occasionally curling into a faint smile. In contrast, Shen Qingyue seemed to evade his gaze. Beside Cheng Qirui, Gao Peng continued to ingratiate himself, informing Cheng Qirui of Sui's identity. Sui sat adjacent to Shen Qingyue, making it impossible for Cheng Qirui to overlook him. Upon learning of Sui's identity, a hint of coldness flickered in Cheng Qirui's eyes. The next moment, he turned his attention to Sui, smiling as he remarked, "Sui, is it? I never imagined you would be Shen Qingyue's husband. How surprising. I never would have thought she would take a liking to someone like you. However, in deference to her, I would not mind sharing a drink with you." As he spoke, he raised his glass towards Sui. Chapter 61. I hope you won't regret it. Cheng Qirui lifted his cup, proclaiming a toast to Sui with an air of arrogance, as if he were bestowing a favor upon him. Who is Cheng Qirui, after all? He is the young master of the Cheng family. The Cheng family is a prominent lineage in Jiangxing, capable of standing tall among the elite families, save for the top-tier families and a few others. Among the younger generation, several distinguished heirs exist, and Cheng Qirui is among them, being a direct descendant. Furthermore, due to his exceptional qualities, he has already been designated as one of the heirs, with a significant likelihood of ascending as the head of the Cheng family in the future. Thus, he looked down upon Sui, dismissing him as an insignificant rural bumpkin. All eyes were fixed upon Sui. He sat there, showing no inclination to lift his glass. "Sui, what are you pretending for? Cheng Xiao is drinking with you, and you dare to show such disrespect?" Gao Peng immediately shouted, addressing Sui with a loud voice, resembling a sycophant. "Cheng Xiao toasting you is a sign of grace. Do not be so obtuse, you bumpkin." Xiao Zizi chimed in, echoing the outcry. Sui's expression remained indifferent, disregarding the two of them, and coldly gazed at Cheng Qirui. "You wish to share a drink with me? You are not worthy," Sui stated with an air of indifference. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. What audacious words! Who does he think he is to speak thus to Cheng Xiao? Cheng Xiao is indeed the eldest son of the Cheng family, a direct descendant. Yet he dares to claim that Cheng Xiao lacks the qualifications. He must think highly of himself. The crowd regarded him with disdain. However, they were unaware that Sui was not merely arrogant, but possessed genuine confidence. The individuals Sui associated with included Zheng Hongfeng, Luo Hu, and Yang Chengfeng, each a prominent figure in Jiangxing. Cheng Qirui was merely a young master of the Cheng family. What qualifications could he possibly possess? "Very well. You dare to say I lack qualifications, Sui. You are the first to do so, and I shall remember this." Upon finishing his words, Cheng Qirui shifted his gaze toward Shen Qingyue. "I'm sorry, young Master Cheng, but I cannot drink today." Cheng Qirui appeared to have anticipated this response and chuckled. "I heard from Xiao Zizi that you seem to wish to collaborate with young Master Longheng." At this remark, Shen Qingyue displayed a look of surprise, followed by a hesitant inquiry. "You know young Master Longheng?" "Huh. What kind of person is young Master Long Hung that I could possibly know him? However, I do possess some insider information regarding his whereabouts, Cheng Chirue replied, his smile broadening. Where is he? Shen Qingwei immediately pressed for an answer. Yet, Cheng Chirue merely swirled the wine in his glass, smiling silently. Shen Qingwei understood his implication and reached for her glass, preparing to drink. However, she was stopped by Sui. I will drink it for you. In response to Shen Qingwei's puzzled gaze, Sui declared this. Yet, Shen Qingwei, with a stern expression, retorted, No need. I can drink myself. I do not require your assistance. With that, she tilted her head back and downed the contents of her glass in one go. Meanwhile, the air was thick with suppressed laughter. Led by Gao Peng, the onlookers regarded Sui with derision, as if he were a fool. How self-deluded. Someone openly declared. Although Cheng Chirue said nothing, the smugness etched on his face was unmistakable. Cheng Xiao, I have finished my drink. May I speak now? Shen Qingwei set down her glass and inquired. Cheng Chirue replied with a smile. There's no hurry. We have plenty of time. The gathering isn't over yet. Before it concludes, I shall reveal to you what I know. You. Shen Qingwei seethed with anger, wishing to rise, but ultimately forced herself to remain seated. However, Sui could not contain himself. He abruptly stood and strode towards Cheng Chirue. His action startled everyone present. Sui, what are you doing? Stop right there. Xiao Zizi shouted. Sui's expression remained calm, devoid of any words. Hey, I said stop. You think you're something special just because you're Shen Qingyue's husband? Yao Ping sneered as he approached, taking advantage of the opportunity to regain his lost pride after Sui had humiliated him moments before. In the next instant, Gao Peng's outstretched finger was seized by Sui, twisted, and broken with a swift motion. Gasps of astonishment echoed through the room as all eyes widened in shock at Sui's boldness. Amidst their astonishment, Sui reached Cheng Chirue's side. Just then, a flurry of figures burst into the private room, standing protectively beside Cheng Chirue. These individuals were his bodyguards, yet Sui chose to disregard them entirely. I will give you but one chance. Will you speak, or will you remain silent? Sui remarked coldly. He was indifferent to the humiliation he faced from Shen Qingwei, for his purpose in Jiangqing was solely to repay an old man's kindness. Thus, the disdain and ridicule from Shen Qingyue's family held no weight in his heart. Moreover, since Shen Qingwei had already bestowed her virtue upon him, what did it matter if she hurled a few insults his way? However, the audacity of Cheng Chirue to toy with Shen Qingwei was something he could not abide. Just then, Shen Qingwei suddenly stood up and addressed Sui loudly. He frowned slightly as he met her gaze. Shen Qingwei spoke again with a tone that brooked no opposition. Taking a deep breath, Sui finally said, There is no need for you to sit down. I shall take a stroll outside, but I do hope you will not come to regret this. With that, he shoved his hands into his pockets and strode out of the room. Once he departed, the laughter erupted within the private room. Shen Qingwei bit her lip and sat down, her face flushed. Qingwei, that was a bit excessive, Zhang Yutong remarked, shaking her head at Shen Qingwei. Excessive? You do not understand how important young Master Long Hung is to Qingwei. Only Cheng knows where young Master Long Hung resides. That bumpkin should have considered Qingyue's feelings. He deserved what he got, Xiao Zizi asserted defiantly. At that moment, Shen Qingwei pondered the words of her two friends, questioning herself. Would she regret this? No, she would never regret it. She was determined to prove to others that, although she was merely a woman, she could achieve no less than any man. The partnership with young Master Longheng is one she must secure. Shen Qingwei took a deep breath to compose herself. As for that fellow, she would prove to him that her patience was indeed justified. Sui exited the private room without delay, making his way directly out of the waterfront restaurant. Since Shen Qingwei had allowed him to leave, there was no reason for him to remain and subject himself to humiliation. Hey, stop right there. Suddenly, a voice called out to him. Chapter 62. You are impotent. Sui found the voice somewhat familiar. Raising an eyebrow, he realized the coincidence. This young lady was none other than Yin Xiaoxiao, whom he had encountered at the small inn that night. Initially, Yin Xiaoxiao was uncertain if it was truly Sui, but it mattered little. All she needed was to call out to confirm. To her surprise, it was indeed him. Yin Xiaoxiao was tall and statuesque, her long legs curvaceous rather than resembling the typical slender frames of most women. Instead, she possessed a bit of softness that made her figure particularly alluring. Yet, what truly captivated was the ample bosom that, even concealed beneath her clothing, showcased a striking silhouette. full of astonishing curves. It was this very feature that had first drawn Su Yi's attention in the inn's restroom. "Pervert, I've finally found you." Yin Xiaoxiao approached with a smirk, exuding an air of triumph, fully aware of how he had playfully slapped her backside several times back then. Su Yi's mood was less than cheerful as he regarded her, responding with indifference. "Is there something you need? What's wrong? Can't I seek you out if there's nothing at hand?" Yin Xiaoxiao straightened her chest. Su Yi remarked, "I am currently quite irate, so do not provoke me." However, Yin Xiaoxiao dismissed his words as mere intimidation, showing no sign of fear. Moreover, with a formidable ally at home, what was there to fear from him? "You are quite angry? How can I possibly believe that? If you have the ability, go ahead and unleash your fury," she deliberately taunted. Suddenly, Su Yi's gaze turned cold, sharp as a blade. The nonchalant demeanor of Yin Xiaoxiao was instantly replaced by an icy chill that enveloped her, sending shivers down her spine. For a moment, she dared not provoke him further. Then, her eyes reddened, tears welling in her gaze. "Isn't this your own doing? Why are you crying?" Su Yi felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He had only intended to intimidate her. "And yet you frightened me," Yin Xiaoxiao said, her voice laced with grievance. "I was merely a bit upset. Why did you leave without a word that day? You were so fierce. You took advantage of me. And now you wish to resort to violence. What a disgraceful display for a man." Su Yi was at a loss for words. How had everything become his fault? In that moment, his own anger dissipated. "All right, I admit my mistake. I apologize to you. Surely that suffices?" he said. "Hee, that's more like it," Yin Xiaoxiao replied, her expression shifting in an instant, breaking into a smile. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Until next time." As Su Yi prepared to depart, Yin Xiaoxiao quickly grabbed his arm. She had finally encountered this fellow and could not allow him to escape so easily. "Do you have something else to address?" Su Yi inquired, looking at her. Yin Xiaoxiao broke into a smile, her cheeks adorned with two charming dimples. "Don't rush to leave," she implored. "I have a favor to ask of you." "What is it?" "It's rather simple. I've made a wager with someone, and the stakes are quite valuable," Yin Xiaoxiao explained. "However, I'm not entirely confident. Given your remarkable skills, if you could assist me, I assure you, the benefits will be considerable." Then, in a hushed tone, she revealed a figure to Su Yi, 5 million. Su Yi pondered for a moment before responding, "What benefit could I possibly gain?" I could treat you to a meal," Yin Xiaoxiao suggested tentatively. "Goodbye, 2080, she exclaimed immediately. 50-50, Su Yi countered. 46. Deal. When it came to the division of the stakes, Su Yi displayed no hesitation, readily agreeing, leaving Yin Xiaoxiao, who had intended to negotiate, utterly dumbfounded. "No, I misspoke," she realized, completely ensnared by Su Yi's resolve. Yet, the decision was irrevocable, and even if she wished to retract, it was too late. Following this, Yin Xiaoxiao led the way, and the pair arrived at a leisure area within a waterfront restaurant. It was a quaint little courtyard, equipped with a game room, a movie room, and a billiard room. Yin Xiaoxiao brought Su Yi to the billiard room. With a resounding kick, she swung the door open, hands on her hips, and called out exuberantly, "Long Heng, I've arrived. Come out and face your doom." Long Heng? Upon hearing this name, Su Yi's brow arched slightly. He swiftly grasped Yin Xiaoxiao's delicate arm. "What is it?" she inquired, puzzled. Su Yi asked, "The Long Heng you just mentioned. Is he the one from the Longting group in Nanjun?" "Of course, who else could it be?" Yin Xiaoxiao replied, her expression suggesting disbelief at his question. Just as Su Yi was about to continue, a cold snort resonated through the air. Accompanying this sound, a stout man ambled into view. This rotund individual appeared to be around 24 or 25, with a ruddy complexion and a broad, jovial face that exuded an air of affluence. However, no one would ever guess that this person was none other than Long Heng, the second heir of the Longting group. Truly, one should not judge a book by its cover. Long Heng, do not let your arrogance cloud your judgment. I have summoned a skilled opponent, Yin Xiaoxiao asserted. Long Heng's gaze swiftly settled upon Su Yi, followed by a derisive laugh. "Him? He's just a bumpkin who probably doesn't even know what billiards is." Yet, Yin Xiaoxiao remained unfazed, brimming with confidence as she declared, "Long Heng, I assure you, do not be so complacent. He is exceptionally formidable and will easily defeat you." "I refuse to wager," Long Heng replied, shaking his head dismissively. Yin Xiaoxiao shot him an incredulous glare. "Are you planning to flee after winning?" Long Heng chuckled slyly. "I simply won't bet. What can you do about it?" He wore a defiant expression, seemingly unbothered by the situation. Coupled with his plump visage, he appeared rather insufferable. Even Sui found himself at a loss for words, as it was hard to imagine that the heir of the Lontan group would present himself in such a manner. "Allow me," In Xiaoxiao said, clearly exasperated. She attempted to say more, but was halted by Sui, who raised his hand to stop her. "Do not waste your efforts." Despite his status as the young master of the Lontan group, he is, in truth, quite shameless, remarked In Xiaoxiao, feeling helpless about the situation. Little did she know that Sui was the most adept at dealing with shameless individuals. Meanwhile, Long Hung, noticing Sui approaching, immediately scoffed with disdain. After all, he had already secured the prize. There was no way he would relinquish it. Furthermore, this bumpkin, whom even In Xiaoxiao could not persuade, had no chance against him. Sui stood firmly before Long Hung and spoke first. Long Hung laughed derisively. "Who are you, kid? On what grounds do you? You are impotent." Sui replied calmly. In an instant, Long Hung was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Sui. Could it be that this was his first time engaging in such matters? Surprise flickered in Long Hang's eyes, quickly transforming into a chilling demeanor. The secret of his impotence was known only to him. The esteemed doctors he had consulted had all been warned, and none dared to utter a word outside. For a man, impotence was an unprecedented humiliation. No man desires for others to know of such a condition. It is far too disgraceful. Nothing could be more demeaning to a man than impotence. Now, this young man before him had the audacity to directly acknowledge his condition. In that fleeting moment, a cold murderous intent glimmered in Long Hang's eyes. Sui, sensing this, remained unfazed and offered, "I can help you." "You, what did you say?" The murderous intent in Long Hang's eyes gradually diminished. Sui replied nonchalantly, "I said, I can heal you, restore your former glory, and also..." "What?" Long Hung immediately inquired. "Not only can I help you regain your vigor, but I can also ensure your endurance lasts through the night." "Enduring battles without pause is indeed feasible," Sui stated. An evident excitement flickered across Long Hang's plump face, yet he quickly regained his composure and sneered. "Kid, no matter how you put it, I am the second young master of the Lontan group. Do you really expect me to believe your words?" Long Hang was not a fool. He had consulted several renowned physicians, all of whom were esteemed and possessed exceptional medical skills, yet none could provide a remedy. How could this seemingly rustic individual possibly surpass those esteemed doctors? With that thought, Sui decided to demonstrate his abilities. Without further ado, he approached Long Hang. In mere moments, he was standing close to him. At that instant, Long Hang's corpulent body instinctively tensed. He inexplicably sensed an intangible aura emanating from Sui, instilling a twinge of fear within him, as if he were being subdued. Then, Sui's index finger prodded Long Hang's lower abdomen. "Kid, let me warn you. I have no interest in that sort of thing. If you dare to act recklessly, I swear." Long Hang could not help but curse. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a warm sensation in his lower abdomen, which swiftly directed to that particular area. And then, he was healed. "What the hell? I'm actually cured." Long Hang was taken aback. "Bah, shameless," In Xiaoxiao scoffed. Long Hang, in a state of elation, chose to ignore her. For this moment, he had consulted numerous esteemed physicians, consumed countless remedies, and endeavored various methods, yet all had proven futile. However, today, astonishingly, he felt restored. This long-lost sensation was undeniably exhilarating. But wait, why had it faltered again? Just as Long Hang was savoring his joy, he was horrified to discover that his condition had returned. To watch videos, one must subscribe to avoid advertisements. Without a subscription, I find myself in a predicament. Sui remarked nonchalantly. Long Hang immediately responded, "All right, let's wager. If I win, you shall cure me at once. And if you lose?" Sui inquired. "I shall return In Xiaoxiao's belongings," Long Hang declared without hesitation. Furthermore, the fine items from before must be included. In Xiaoxiao seized the opportunity, unwilling to let such a favorable chance slip away. "No problem," Long Hang chuckled, adding, "But, of course, this is contingent upon my victory." "Naturally, I, In Xiaoxiao, am not unreasonable," she agreed readily. Only Sui, at that moment, realized he had yet to ascertain the nature of the wager. Thus, he inquired directly, "What shall we bet on?" "Billiards, of course, my friend. Do not tell me you lack experience," Long Hang replied. Sui shrugged, saying, "I have never played." In Xiaoxiao was equally astonished. "Wait, you're so skilled, yet you've never played billiards?" She distinctly recalled how the last group of assassins had been effortlessly dispatched by Sui with a single move. Logically, If he were to play billiards, he would undoubtedly excel. Yet now, Sui revealed that he had never played before, plunging Yin Xiaoxiao's heart into despair. Ha ha ha. I have won. Victory is mine. At that moment, Long Heng erupted into jubilant laughter, the flesh on his chubby face quivering with delight. He was a skilled billiards player, having even obtained a certificate just shy of professional status. With his opponent lacking any experience, victory seemed assured. Long Heng, wait a moment, this round doesn't count. Yin Xiaoxiao shouted. Long Heng, unabashed, grasped the cue and coldly declared, a gentleman's word is as unyielding as a chariot drawn by 4 horses. I firmly believe this brother will not back out, right? He turned to Sui. Very well, let us proceed. I shall give it a try. Sui, indifferent to switching games, accepted the challenge. Moreover, with the mystic dragon True Eye, he could fully comprehend the intricacies of billiards, so he might not be at a disadvantage. Long Heng, brimming with confidence, proposed a best-of-3 format, eager to be the first to initiate the game. He then assumed a remarkably standard billiard stance and began to strike the balls. Meanwhile, Yin Xiaoxiao approached Sui and quietly explained the rules. Since there was no escaping the situation, she could only hope for the best, praying not to lose too embarrassingly. As Sui absorbed the rules, he also utilized the mystic dragon True Eye to observe Long Heng's playing style and techniques. Gradually, he began to grasp the game. Although Long Heng appeared outwardly exuberant, he remained cautious, for it is wise to tread carefully in all endeavors. The first game concluded. Yet the billiard balls on the table had not entirely sunk into the pockets. However, Long Heng had already secured victory. Brother, let us do it this way. I want to take advantage of you. Let us make it a best-of-5. How does that sound? Long Heng said with a cheerful smile directed at Sui. All right, so it's my turn now? Sui nodded and inquired. Indeed, it is your turn. Long Heng remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Sui chose not to elaborate further and instead moved to retrieve a suitable cue from the side. Approaching the table, he bent down. With a resounding crack, Sui struck the cue ball, sending a red ball directly into a pocket. Long Heng let out a soft gasp. Then, Sui began to strike the other colored balls. The black ball, the one with the highest value among all the colored balls, was next. Crack. It sank into the pocket. Just luck. He must be fortunate, Long Heng reassured himself. Crack. Another red ball fell into a pocket. Still luck. Long Heng insisted on his belief. Amidst his steadfastness, Sui proceeded to hit the black ball again. And once more, it found its way into a pocket. Good fortune. It's definitely just good fortune. Long Heng clenched his fists, shouting internally. However, as the black balls continued to fall one after another, his conviction began to shatter. Fine beads of sweat began to form on Long Heng's forehead. Yin Xiaoxiao, tell me the truth. Is this really his first time playing? Chapter 64, Drugged. With the final black ball sinking into the pocket, this round came to an end. Throughout the process, the red and various colored balls fell accurately into the pockets under Sui's cue, achieving the maximum score. Both Long Heng and Yin Xiaoxiao were left speechless by the scene before them. Not only did Long Heng doubt whether Sui was a novice, but even Yin Xiaoxiao was filled with skepticism. He must be feigning ignorance, Long Heng thought fervently. At that moment, Sui turned to face them and said, This is indeed my first time. If I falter in any regard, I humbly request your guidance. How audacious. This was a slap in Long Heng's face. Come on, brother. Just admit it. Are you truly a novice? Long Heng fixed his gaze upon Sui. Though Long Heng had undergone specialized training to become a professional player, he could not achieve the smoothness that Sui displayed. Who would believe that he was a first-timer? I assure you, this is my first experience. Is there a problem with that? Sui replied calmly, exhibiting no signs of deceit. Long Heng's lips twitched as he stammered, No? No problem. Very well. Let us proceed. Nodding, Sui stepped aside, indicating that it was Long Heng's turn. However, Long Heng offered a wry smile and said, Brother, please spare me. You're clearly toying with me. Toying with you? Sui replied, perplexed. Let us be honest. I concede, you have won. Long Heng was not foolish. Continuing would only lead to his inevitable defeat. All right then, since you concede, we shall leave it at that. Just then, Yin Xiaoxiao rushed over, giving Sui a thumbs up. You sly devil. I didn't expect you to be this capable. I truly did not misjudge you, she exclaimed with a beaming smile. Entrusted with the affairs of others, I only ask that you remember to return my 40%, Sui remarked nonchalantly. Wait, wasn't he at 30-70? How did it become 40-60? Yin Xiaoxiao's expression shifted dramatically. Maintaining an impassive demeanor, Su Yi replied, "It is indeed 4060. Am I perhaps mistaken?" Upon witnessing Su Yi's serious countenance, Yin Xiaoxiao began to doubt her own recollection. "Brother, may I ask your name?" On the other side, Long Hung approached with a beaming smile, his chubby face almost squinting with friendliness. Yin Xiaoxiao listened intently. She still did not know Su Yi's name. "Su Yi." He candidly introduced himself. Long Hang's eyes lit up upon hearing the name, and he exclaimed warmly, "Su Yi, what a splendid name. It seems we are truly fated to meet. Henceforth, I shall refer to you as Brother Su, if you don't mind." "Of course, I don't mind," Su Yi replied. Although Long Hung displayed a certain shamelessness, he paled in comparison to others. Moreover, Su Yi found a certain camaraderie with him, appreciating his willingness to take risks. "Splendid." Long Hang's enthusiasm surged as he draped an arm around Su Yi's shoulders and leaned in closer, grinning. "I am curious about the method you employed earlier that so invigorated me. Are you interested in women?" Su Yi asked directly. Long Hung's expression faltered slightly, and he hurriedly responded, "What do you mean by interested in women? We are scholars, after all. It should be termed reviving our spirits instead." "You see, not at the moment," Su Yi interjected. The expression on Long Hang's face instantly changed, becoming somewhat somber. "Brother Su, it seems you do not regard me as a true brother," he remarked. "We have known each other for barely an hour. Do you really believe we share any brotherly bond?" Su Yi regarded him thoughtfully. "Well," Long Hung scratched his head, realizing the predicament was rather complicated. Su Yi continued, "At this moment, I lack the necessary medicinal herbs. Please fetch me some paper and a pen. I shall compose a prescription. Once I have concocted the remedy, you shall consume it, and you will be reinvigorated." Long Hang's face brightened with a smile, and he promptly instructed his subordinates to retrieve the requested materials. Soon, paper and pen were presented to Su Yi by a beaming Long Hung. Without hesitation, Su Yi drafted a prescription and handed it over to Long Hung, who treated it as a treasured artifact, summoning an elderly man to assist. Though the old man appeared unremarkable, he emanated an extraordinary aura, clearly indicating he was no ordinary individual. Long Hung entrusted the prescription to the elder, urging him to procure the ingredients at any cost. Observing Long Hang's eagerness, Su Yi couldn't help but recall a saying, "Form is emptiness, emptiness is form." This fellow was nearly embodying that sentiment. Suddenly, a woman's voice resonated in the air. Su Yi felt a flicker of recognition, suspecting he might have misheard, and turned towards the entrance. There stood a woman, Zhang Yutong. Su Yi expressed mild surprise. "Aren't you supposed to be at that gathering? What brings you here?" "I specifically came to find you," Zhang Yutong replied. "Looking for me?" Su Yi raised an eyebrow. Zhang Yutong nodded affirmatively. "Very well, what brings you to me?" Zhang Yutong's expression was somewhat intricate as she bit her silver teeth and said, "Qinghua has gone with Cheng Chirue." Su Yi's eyes narrowed instantly. "What do you mean?" "Cheng Chirue, relying on his connection to young Master Longhong, has coerced Shin Qinghua into accompanying him for a private conversation in another room." Su Yi's demeanor darkened immediately. "Is she a fool?" Zhang Yutong hurriedly replied, "Su Yi, please do not rush to judgment. I have advised her as well. You cannot fathom how desperately she needs this information. So she is willing to engage in a private conversation with Cheng Chirue for that?" Su Yi scoffed, his laughter tinged with disdain. Zhang Yutong shook her head. "You misunderstand her. She is reluctant, but in order to inherit her family's business, she must comply. She is an exceptionally strong-willed woman, determined not to fall behind her cousin. Therefore, whenever an opportunity arises, she will seize it with all her might, a trait she has demonstrated clearly during her university years." At this juncture, Zhang Yutong sighed softly. In truth, Qingyue's seemingly aloof exterior is merely a product of her upbringing. She is genuinely kind-hearted. Whenever I or Qiao Zizi face difficulties, she always strives to assist us. Regardless, Su Yi, you and Qingyue share a unique bond. I implore you to save her. I beg you." Her eyes were filled with a pleading look as she gazed at Su Yi. Su Yi pondered for a moment and replied, "She is merely conversing with Cheng Chirue in private, and right here at that. Does Cheng Chirue truly dare to harm her?" After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Yutong said, "Su Yi, you are unaware that Cheng Chirue had drugged Qinghua back in university." Chapter 65. If you don't want to die, step aside. Drugged? In an instant. Su Yi narrowed his eyes, emanating a chilling and formidable gaze. Zhang Yutong took a deep breath and nodded. Indeed. If one were to claim that Gao Peng pursued Qingyue fervently during university, it would seem true on the surface. However, unbeknownst to many, Cheng Chirue had been obsessively pursuing Qingyue to an alarming degree. Under the radar, Cheng Chirue had relentlessly sought after Shen Qingyue. After his initial confession, Shen Qingyue decisively rejected him. At first, Cheng Chirue appeared to take it in stride, exhibiting no extreme behavior. Yet, he would wait outside Shen Qingyue's dormitory almost every night, insisting that she be his girlfriend. Shen Qingyue, known for her resolute nature, refused to relent, remaining steadfast in her rejection. What was unexpected was Cheng Chirue's audacity to spread rumors in the girl's dormitory, tarnishing Shen Qingyue's reputation by branding her as promiscuous. Allegations circulated about her purportedly sleeping with numerous men and engaging in passionate encounters behind the dormitory. After enduring this torment for a considerable time, Shen Qingyue could no longer remain silent and confronted Cheng Chirue. Yet, he cowardly evaded her, as there was no evidence. Thus, Shen Qingyue inquired how he could be persuaded to relinquish his pursuit. At that time, Cheng Chirue insidiously suggested that she meet him at a hotel that evening for further discussion. Zhang Yutong accompanied Shen Qingyue on that occasion. After Shen Qingyue entered, Zhang Yutong waited anxiously outside. Suddenly, she received a call from Shen Qingyue, but there was silence on the line. Zhang Yutong immediately sensed that something was amiss and reported the situation to the police, instructing the staff to open the door. Once the door was opened, they rushed in, only to discover that Shen Qingyue had locked herself in the bathroom. Meanwhile, Cheng Chirue, clad only in shorts, was frantically kicking the door in desperation. In the aftermath, Shen Qingyue naturally sought retribution, yet due to the pressure the Cheng family exerted on the Shen family, she was left with no choice but to swallow her grievances in silence. As Zhang Yutong recounted the events, Sui reflected on Shen Qingyue's discomfort upon seeing Cheng Chirue earlier in the private room. So that was the reason. Sui, I implore you, you must save Qingyue. If she has wronged you in any way, I apologize on her behalf, Zhang Yutong reiterated, her tone imbued with sincerity. Sui glanced at her, paused in contemplation, and finally said, lead the way. Zhang Yutong's heart leapt with joy as she nodded and promptly took the lead. Sui followed closely behind. Although Shen Qingyue had not shown him respect in the private room, he held fast to the belief that she was his woman and also the daughter of Shen Zeshan. From any perspective, he could not stand idly by while she was harmed. Shen Qingyue belonged to him. If anyone were to bully her, it would only be him. Such were Sui's thoughts. Meanwhile, Long Heng and Yin Xiaoxiao peeked out, exchanging glances. Shall we go? Long Heng asked, looking at Yin Xiaoxiao. Of course, I must go, Yin Xiaoxiao declared without hesitation, determined to lend her support to this individual. Upon hearing this, Long Heng promptly responded, I shall accompany you as well. Humph. You merely wish to cultivate a sense of indebtedness in him, hoping to procure the medicine sooner. Yin Xiaoxiao astutely discerned his intentions. Long Heng feigned righteousness, asserting, you slander me. I am a brother to Sui, and I cannot stand idly by. Meanwhile, Sui and Zhang Yutong arrived at the grand hall of the lakeside restaurant, making their way toward a private room. At that moment, Gao Peng and his companions were gathered, leisurely sipping tea. As they caught sight of Sui approaching, their expressions shifted to one of peculiar discomfort. Notably, Gao Peng wore a particularly sinister grin. Xiao Zizi stepped forth from the crowd, calling out to Sui. He cast her a cold glance, which instantly chilled the once aggressive Xiao Zizi, as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over her. Ignoring her, Sui continued forward, while Xiao Zizi quickly regained her composure, growing increasingly incensed. She was about to raise her voice again when Zhang Yutong seized her arm, whispering, you need to be quiet. Qingyue has been taken away by Cheng Chirue, do you understand? Xiao Zizi gasped in shock. How could this be? Could it be? Clearly, she was aware of the incident from years past. Yet, she thought, how could this bumpkin possibly contend with Cheng Chirue? To confront him now would be tantamount to courting disaster. Xiao Zizi added. In her view, Sui and Cheng Chirue were simply not of the same caliber. Cheng Chirue, the heir of the prominent Cheng family, stood in stark contrast to Sui, who was merely a rustic fool. How could he possibly contend with Cheng Chirue? Zhang Yutong gently bit her lip and remarked, yet it is preferable to witnessing that event unfold once more. As the two conversed in hushed tones, Sui had already approached Gao Peng and his entourage. Gao Peng sprang to his feet with a flourish. Sui, where are you off to? Pray, enlighten me. He sneered, puffing out his chest as he confronted Sui. Su Yi regarded him coolly and retorted with a single word, scram. Gao Peng, taken aback, chuckled derisively. You dare tell me to scram? Boy, you've overstepped your bounds. I was merely careless before, but now. Before he could finish, Su Yi delivered a resounding slap, sending Gao Peng sprawling to the ground. Gao Peng emitted a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig, blood and teeth mingling as they spilled from his mouth. The crowd gasped in astonishment. None had anticipated that Su Yi would dare to strike. You damned bumpkin, how dare you lay a hand on me? You're searching for Shen Qinghua, are you? Let me inform you. You will not find her today. Gao Peng shouted furiously, a sinister grin creeping across his face. Su Yi did not spare him a glance, continuing his advance. At that moment, Zhang Yutong rushed to catch up. You don't know what I know, she said coldly, revealing that she had been trailing them. Zhang Yutong, you wretched woman. Gao Peng bellowed. Even if you know where Shen Qinghua is, it makes no difference. There are Cheng Xiao's bodyguards there. A mere bumpkin like you stands no chance. Unfazed, Su Yi and Zhang Yutong pressed onward. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of a private room, where several individuals were indeed stationed. These were bodyguards brought by Cheng Qirue. If you wish to live, step aside. Su Yi remarked coldly, casting a disdainful glance at them. Where did these curs come from? The bodyguards sneered and charged forward. Seeking death, Su Yi advanced with determination. In an instant, several bodyguards were sent sprawling, akin to kites severed from their strings, crashing to the ground and moving feebly like shrimp before falling silent. Chapter 66. What can you do? Everyone was taken aback. Shen Qingyue's husband was surprisingly formidable. They had not anticipated that the seemingly unassuming Su Yi could effortlessly dispatch Cheng Chirue's bodyguards. Given Cheng Chirue's status, his bodyguards were undoubtedly skilled. Yet, they were crushed without even putting up a fight. My brother Su possesses extraordinary skills, someone mused. Not far away, Long Hung observed the scene with narrowed eyes. In Xiao Xiao, with her arms crossed over her voluptuous figure, proclaimed proudly, of course. The person I, In Xiao Xiao, have chosen is anything but ordinary. Su Yi cast a cold glance at the bodyguards sprawled on the ground. Then, his gaze fell upon the door of the private room, and without hesitation, he strode forward. Inside the private room, which served as a dining area, there were round tables, chairs, and cabinets for placing items. However, it was now in disarray. Tables and chairs lay haphazardly on the floor, and the cabinets had been overturned, with shattered glassware and dishes strewn everywhere. In one corner, Shen Qinghua cowered in fear. Before her stood only a single chair as a barrier. Shen Qingyue's raven hair cascaded in disarray over her shoulders, and faint crimson marks adorned her snow-white arms, as if she had been clawed. At this moment, her eyes were filled with an overwhelming sense of panic. Not far from her, Cheng Qirue stood with a devilish smile etched upon his face. Cheng Qirue, who would have thought that after all these years, you would still be so despicable? Shen Qinghua clenched her teeth and shouted at him, I have already called the police. If you dare to act recklessly again, you will definitely regret it. Regret? Indeed. I do harbor regret, but it pertains to a few years ago when I failed to take care of you. Cheng Qirue leered. You. Cheng Qirue continued. Let me be frank, Shen Qinghua. You may call the police as you please, but I am determined to have my way with you today. No one can save you. Your classmates are still outside. Do you not fear they will learn of your beastly conduct? Shen Qingyue's anxiety intensified, yet she felt compelled to hold her ground. The slightest lapse in her resolve could lead to her downfall. So what if they know? Do you think they would dare to speak of it? Cheng Qirue dismissed her threats with indifference. What was his status? Even if those classmates were to discover the truth, none would dare to utter a word. Rather, they would seek to ingratiate themselves with him. As he spoke, Cheng Qirue advanced, seizing the chair before Shen Qinghua, his devilish grin growing ever more sinister. Upon witnessing this, Shen Qinghua instinctively clutched the chair with all her might. This was her final line of defense. Yet, how could the strength of a mere woman compare to that of Cheng Qirue? With a single exertion, Cheng Qirue forcefully pulled the chair away. At that moment, there existed no barriers between the two. Cheng Qirue, how dare you? Shen Qinghua exclaimed with fury. I have already come this far. There is nothing I fear. Cheng Qirue retorted with a cold smile as he strode forward. Humph, Shen Qinghua, shout all you want. The louder you scream, the more exhilarated I become. In no time, Cheng Qirue stood right before Shen Qinghua, his devilish grin intensifying. But in the next instant, Cheng Qirue suddenly let out a piercing scream. A gash appeared on the palm of his outstretched hand. Glancing at Shen Qinghua, he noticed a dagger had somehow manifested in her grip. This dagger had always been kept in her bag, a precaution against unforeseen circumstances, and she never expected to utilize it today. However, this only served to further infuriate Cheng Chirui. Shin Qingyue, you vile woman, I will utterly destroy you. Cheng Chirui snarled. His expression twisted with rage as he violently swatted the dagger from her grasp. In the next moment, he lunged towards her. At that instant, a profound sense of despair enveloped Shin Qingyue, causing her to momentarily forget about resistance. Slowly, she closed her eyes. A singular thought crystallized in her mind: death. To die would be liberation. She contemplated crashing into a wall to end it all. Bang! Just then, the door to the private room was forcefully kicked open. Both Shin Qingyue and Cheng Chirui froze, turning to look towards the entrance. Suddenly, a man entered with a cold expression. Is it you, you country bumpkin? Cheng Chirui exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Su-yi, having previously dismissed him entirely. Su-yi. Shin Qingyue widened her eyes, momentarily doubting her own sight. Su-yi also turned to face her, their gazes locking. Aware of her own shortcomings, Shin Qingyue gradually lowered her head, resembling a child who has misbehaved. When Su-yi had left earlier, he had warned her not to regret her decision, and she had adamantly claimed she would not. However, after the recent events, her heart was filled with remorse. Had she known, she would have heeded his advice. Consequently, the more regretful she felt, the less daring she was to meet Su-yi's gaze. Yet, Su-yi had no intention of letting her off the hook so easily. His words only deepened Shin Qingyue's sense of guilt. At that moment, his eyes were filled with an icy resolve. How dare Cheng Chirui actually lay hands on Shin Qingyue, attempting to humiliate her and force her into such a predicament? As Shin Qingyue's man, Su-yi would never let this pass unchallenged. Cheng Chirui spoke, surprised yet disdainful that someone like Su-yi could enter this place. Dare to touch my woman? You seek death, Su-yi said with chilling intensity. Cheng Chirui burst into laughter at Su-yi's words. I have indeed touched her. What can you do about it? You, a mere country bumpkin, dare to threaten me? It's utterly ridiculous. A glimmer of frost flashed in Su-yi's eyes. Humph, boy, I am right here. Try to lay a finger on me, Cheng Chirui retorted, emboldened by his arrogance. For behind him stood the Cheng family, a prominent lineage in Jiangxing. To provoke them would be tantamount to courting death. He harbored absolute confidence that his adversary would not dare to lay a finger on him. Otherwise, they would face dire consequences. However, scarcely had Cheng Chirui's words faded when, with a swift motion, Su-yi appeared before him in the blink of an eye. Cheng Chirui was taken aback, exclaiming, How dare you? With a disdainful snort, Su-yi felt no need for further conversation. He reached out, seizing Cheng Chirui by the throat. In that moment, Cheng Chirui felt as fragile as a chick in Su-yi's grasp. With a thunderous crash, Su-yi slammed Cheng Chirui to the ground. What can you do about it? Chapter 67, Severing Lineage. Cheng Chirui emitted a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. His body racked with excruciating pain as though his bones were shattering. Agonizing sensations coursed through him, contorting his face in sheer torment. Damn it! How could this rustic dare to lay hands on him? Cheng Chirui's eyes widened in disbelief. Young Master Cheng. Heaven above. This fellow truly dared to strike against young Master Cheng. At that moment, Gao Peng and others rushed in. Their astonishment deepened upon seeing the disheveled Cheng Chirui. Long Hung and Yin Xiaoxiao were equally startled, having learned of Cheng Chirui's status through their classmate Shin Qingyue. The disparity between Su-yi and Cheng Chirui was insurmountable, yet he still had the audacity to act. Su-yi, how dare you lay hands on young Master Cheng? You are courting death. Gao Peng shouted vehemently. Upon hearing these words, Gao Peng instinctively covered his mouth, hesitant to speak further. Yet, within his heart, resentment and wrath simmered. What good is it to threaten me? You wretched creature, daring to assault Cheng Xiao, you are already doomed. He chuckled darkly. Damn country bumpkin, you shall meet your end. I will ensure your demise. Even the Shin family, behind Shin Qingyue, cannot shield you. Cheng Chirui leaned against the wall, enduring the excruciating pain of his fractured bones, and bellowed furiously at Su-yi. Su-yi's expression remained tranquil, unmoved. Do you think you are worthy to kill me? As his words fell, Su-yi lifted his leg and, with a forceful stomp, crushed Cheng Chirui's calf. A resounding crack echoed as Cheng Chirui emitted a piercing scream of agony. If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, I will not only take your life, but also that of everyone around you. I, Cheng Chirui, will not spare anyone. Cheng Chirui roared in a fit of madness. Su-yi's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a chilling glint. I detest being threatened above all. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. This declaration instantly stirred a tempest of shock. They all believed Su Yi had lost his mind. He actually intended to kill Qingqiruei? Little did they know for Su Yi. Taking a life was merely a task. He had been assigned by the old man and had left rivers of blood overseas. In that moment, a frigid and bloody aura emanated from Su Yi. The once confident and frenzied Qingqiruei suddenly felt a prick of fear, as if pierced by a needle in his heart. Su Yi, stop. Just as Su Yi was about to take action, Shen Qinghua suddenly interjected. Su Yi looked at her with confusion. I beg you, do not kill him. Shen Qinghua was certainly not pleading for Qingqiruei, but rather for the Shen family and for Su Yi himself. Qingqiruei held too high a position among the younger generation of the Qing family. If he were to perish, the entire Qing family would descend into madness. In such a scenario, not only the Shen family would be unable to withstand the repercussions, but even Su Yi himself would face dire consequences. She did not believe that Su Yi could contend with a prominent family like the Changs. Su Yi regarded her with a faint glance and, after a moment's contemplation, nodded. Very well, since you insist on sparing him, I shall comply. Ha. Upon realizing that Su Yi would not take his life, Qingqiruei erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter. However, while he may escape the death penalty, he could not evade the punishment of living. Before he could revel in his amusement, Su Yi coldly interjected, do you understand what it means to be rendered incapable of procreation? Qingqiruei, who had a particular fondness for women, was about to face the ultimate humiliation, being stripped of his manhood. Qingqiruei's expression instantly froze. The thought of being rendered incapable of fathering children was the most profound disgrace for a man. This time, Qingqiruei was genuinely terrified. If that part of him were to vanish, living on would become a fate worse than death. You dare. Qingqiruei shouted, his voice trembling with fear. Meanwhile, at the back of the crowd, Long Hung instinctively adjusted his stance. Fully aware of the torment that awaited a man who loses that which defines him, truly a fate worse than death. Long Hung couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Qingqiruei. At that moment, Su Yi's voice resonated. Hey, he is calling you. In Xiaoxiao lightly tapped Long Hung. He froze for a moment. Then his face broke into a smile as he swiftly navigated through the crowd to stand before Su Yi. Brother Su, what can I do for you? The happiness of Long Hang's future hinged entirely on Su Yi, which fueled his enthusiasm. Su Yi remarked, you consider me a brother, right? Absolutely. Anyone who dares to say you are not my brother will have to answer to me, Long Hang asserted, patting his chest with utmost seriousness. Good brother, Su Yi responded, giving his shoulder a friendly pat. I entrust this matter to you. If one wishes to gain benefits from him, one must first be willing to give. Long Hung was momentarily taken aback. Su Yi's expression turned stern. What is this? You don't regard me as a brother? No, it's just Though Long Hung dismissed the Chung family as inconsequential, he realized that Su Yi was clearly intending to use him as a pawn. Who in their right mind would treat him as such? Brother Long, it appears you truly do not see me as a brother. At this juncture, Su Yi's voice returned, tinged with dissatisfaction. How could that be? Brother Su, rest assured, I will handle this matter, Long Hung declared, thumping his chest with bravado. Good, then I shall rely on you, Su Yi replied with a smile. Long Hang's lips twitched slightly, and in the next moment, his gaze shifted to Qingqiruei. Qingqiruei immediately glared, his voice filled with malice as he shouted, Fatty, do you know who I am? Dare to touch me and see what happens. Long Hung smiled once more, a radiant grin lighting up his face. In the next instant, he lunged forward, lifting his foot and delivering a crushing blow between Qingqiruei's legs. Qingqiruei's face contorted in agony, veins bulging, as he emitted a piercing scream of pain, louder than any before. So you're a dead fatty, huh? Afraid to move, are you? Today, I will make my move against you. What can you do about it? Long Hung muttered to himself, applying pressure with his foot while twisting it slightly. Though Long Hung appeared simple-minded and somewhat amusing, he was, in fact, the second young master of the Longting group, having navigated a world of intrigue from a young age. His apparent naivety was merely a facade. Beneath it lay a heart as ruthless as they come, far surpassing Qingqiruei. Moreover, despite his size, he detested being called fatty. On the ground, Qingqiruei writhed in excruciating pain from Long Hang's brutal assault, leaving onlookers like Gao Peng and others utterly dumbfounded. Even Shen Qinghua was left speechless, astonished at how ruthless Su Yi's companion was. Chapter 68. Get out of the Shun family. Cheng Chirui's cries of despair continued. His face a mask of horror as he struggled futilely, his hands desperately pushing against Long Heng's foot. Yet, all his efforts were in vain. Under Long Heng's merciless assault, Cheng Chirui's attempts to resist appeared particularly ridiculous. Ultimately, his head drooped, and he fell silent, no longer able to scream. He was directly overwhelmed by the pain of the past. Alas, I haven't even exerted myself yet. How could it have hurt so profoundly? Long Heng appeared rather disappointed. The onlookers observed his foolish demeanor, feeling an unsettling chill within. This rotund fellow seemed to regard Cheng Chirui as less than human. They were oblivious to the reality of the survival of the fittest. In terms of status, Long Heng completely overshadowed Cheng Chirui. Under normal circumstances, Long Heng wouldn't even spare Cheng Chirui a glance. Long Heng resumed his foolish expression, a broad grin breaking across his chubby visage. Brother Su, what do you think of my efforts? Su-yi nodded slightly. It's quite commendable. Haha, that's good to hear. Long Heng hesitated, rubbing his hands together, his face alight with anticipation as he gazed at him. Su-yi was well aware of his intentions. Rest assured, once you gather the medicinal materials, it will be completed in no time, Su-yi assured him. Long Heng was instantly invigorated. By the way, could I ask you for another favor? Su-yi continued. Long Heng's smile vanished momentarily, and he promptly replied, I do not kill. I'm not asking you to commit murder. I merely need your assistance in securing a collaboration order from the Longting Group for my wife. The amount need not be substantial, just a modest sum will suffice. Su-yi, adhering to the principle of prudent utilization, figured that since Long Heng sought his assistance, he might as well extract a significant benefit from it. Long Heng raised an eyebrow, contemplated for a moment, deemed it a trivial matter, and readily agreed. All right, then it's settled. Su-yi left behind his phone number. He then turned to Zhang Yutong, offering her a warm smile. Had it not been for Zhang Yutong today, it is likely that Cheng Chirui would have succeeded in his endeavors. This incident left Su-yi with a favorable impression of her. Zhang Yutong smiled modestly, indicating that it was nothing of significance. Su-yi responded affirmatively. Meanwhile, Shen Qingwei lowered her head slightly, unable to meet Su-yi's gaze, responding in a voice as faint as a whisper. As Su-yi made his way outside, Shen Qingwei trailed closely behind him, resembling a wayward child. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, the two departed from the private room. Once they left, the room erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. Is this truly Shen Qingyue's husband? Who would have thought he possessed such a domineering side? Indeed, he showed no fear even towards Cheng Chirui. He acted decisively in defense of Shen Qingwei. How impressive! How I wish I had a husband like that. It truly incites jealousy. Among the crowd, many female classmates voiced their admiration. Although they harbored feelings of jealousy towards Shen Qingyue, they could not deny their desire for a partner like Su-yi. Su-yi is indeed fortunate. His wife is stunningly beautiful, like a celestial being, which is simply enviable. Long Heng wore a lovesick expression, filled with admiration. Yet, none of the women he had encountered could compare to Su-yi's wife in beauty and allure. Suddenly, Long Heng noticed Yin Xiaoxiao staring intently towards the entrance, her fair and delicate features marked by frostiness. Yin Xiaoxiao remarked, Can you believe this guy is actually married? Indeed. It is quite surprising that such a young man like Su-yi already has a wife. Long Heng nodded in agreement. Long Heng, what do you think of me? Yin Xiaoxiao inquired in a teasing manner. Long Heng paused momentarily, then cast a glance over Yin Xiaoxiao, grinning mischievously as he replied, If you're willing. Once I regain my former glory, I could indulge you 10 times in a single night. It seems I still possess quite a charm. Yin Xiaoxiao chuckled in response. Long Heng thought to himself, Of course, you rank 10th on the list of beauties in Nanjun. Undoubtedly, you are a stunning woman. How could you lack allure? Even if I have a wife, with my charm, I could still make my way in. With a proud posture, Yin Xiaoxiao suddenly declared with fervor. Above, the night sky enveloped the world as Su-yi and Shen Qingyue shared a ride in the same vehicle. Naturally, it was Shen Qingyue who was at the wheel, while Su-yi occupied the passenger seat. Compared to before, it seemed that their roles and statuses had shifted. Throughout the journey, Shen Qingyue remained reticent, her hands firmly gripping the steering wheel, her gaze fixed on the road ahead. Despite her concentration, she found herself zoning out several times, nearly veering into the greenery by the roadside. If you wish to court danger, just say so. Do not drag me down with you, Su-yi remarked coldly. Oh, I will be more attentive, Shen Qingyue replied softly. Su Yi merely acknowledged her with a slight hum and refrained from further comments. Yet, Shin Qinghua could no longer contain herself. Her cheeks flushed. She took a deep breath and said, "I apologize." "Apologize for what?" Su Yi asked. "I was rude earlier and misunderstood you. I owe you an apology," Shin Qinghua confessed. Su Yi let out a cold laugh, saying, "Do you think a mere apology suffices for this matter? What? What else do you want?" Shin Qinghua stammered. Shin Qinghua softly inquired, "At the very least, should I not receive some compensation?" Su Yi replied, "Compensation?" Shin Qinghua gently pressed her delicate lips together and asked, "What sort of compensation do you seek?" "Oh," he said, as they parked the car and ascended the stairs together. However, just as they reached the doorstep, they noticed the door ajar, with a cacophony of shouting emanating from within. Upon entering, they were met with the sight of Shun Manjiao, her husband Lu Jiping, and her father Shin Zili. Even Shin Junjiang had arrived, their demeanor aggressive, as though they were on a crusade, their voices raised in a fervent uproar. Before them stood Shin Zeshan and Luo Yunlan, their expressions sheepish, unable to lift their heads under the barrage of reprimands. The moment Shin Manjiao spotted Shin Qinghua, she let out a piercing scream. "Ah, Shin Qinghua, you have brought calamity upon our family, and yet you dare to argue your case. Grandfather, you must have witnessed this. She is utterly shameless." Without hesitation, Shin Manjiao turned to Shin Junjiang to lodge her complaint. His expression darkened as he glared at Su Yi, coldly commanding, "Shin Qinghua, you are to immediately evict this fellow from our family." Chapter 69, Impatience. "What?" Shin Qinghua was taken aback, doubting her own hearing. Shin Junjiang reiterated with a stern voice, "Did you not hear me clearly? I shall repeat myself. Expel him from the Shin family." "Why?" Shin Qinghua pressed, her curiosity piqued. Meanwhile, Shin Manjiao sneered and remarked, "Humph. What other reason could there be? Just an hour ago, this bumpkin injured young Master Cheng Chirue of the Cheng family, and furthermore, he has rendered young Master Cheng's esteemed possession useless. Cheng Xiao, the eldest son of the Cheng family, is a figure of considerable influence, belonging to a prestigious lineage capable of crushing our Shun family with the ease of squashing an ant. If he does not depart, will he not implicate our entire clan? Therefore, he must leave at once." Shun Junjiang's expression remained impassive as he declared, "Shin Qinghua, if you still consider yourself a member of the Shin family, you must make him leave immediately. Otherwise, I, Shin Junjiang, shall disown you as my granddaughter." His words were frigid, laden with a clear threat. Beside him, Shun Zeshan's expression shifted, and he quickly interjected with a forced smile. "Father, the situation hasn't escalated to that extent, has it? This concerns the very survival of our Shin family. It must be done." Shin Junjiang asserted with unwavering firmness, leaving no room for debate. All eyes turned toward Shin Qinghua, who stood resolute. Su Yi glanced at her, but refrained from speaking. The weight of the decision rested upon her shoulders. Should she choose the Shin family over herself, it would be a misfortune of her own making, and he would truly withdraw, no longer entangled in the affairs of Shun Qinghua's family. "I'm sorry, grandfather, but I will not allow Su Yi to leave." Shin Qinghua lifted her head, her gaze imbued with determination. Shin Junjiang immediately retorted, "What did you just say?" Unfazed, Shin Qinghua replied, "Su Yi acted to save me and, in doing so, was compelled to injure Cheng Chirue. This predicament was entirely of Cheng Chirue's own making. Su Yi bears no blame." "Very well," Shin Junjiang, furious yet ironically amused, responded, "And what if the Cheng family retaliates?" Shin Qinghua declared, "You may take it upon yourself. I shall bear the brunt of this matter." "Very well. This is your promise," Shin Junjiang exclaimed, dramatically sweeping his sleeves as he departed. "Shin Qinghua, you possess true grit. Yet I implore you not to involve us. The wrath of the Cheng family will be yours to endure." Shin Manjiao's face was alight with schadenfreude as she, alongside others, exited the household. The living room fell into a profound silence. "Oh dear, my foolish daughter, why do you insist on keeping this lad around? He will bring ruin upon us," Luo Yunlan shouted, casting a disdainful glance at Su Yi. Shin Qinghua replied, her expression unwavering, "Mother, I have made my decision. There is no need for further discussion." "Very well, Qinghua, your father stands firmly behind you," Shin Zeshan said, his face radiating pride. He then turned to Su Yi, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Rest assured, Xiao Yi, I, Shin Zeshan, support you wholeheartedly. If you wish to stay, then stay. I harbor no grievances." Su Yi felt a wave of warmth enveloping him. "Thank you, Uncle Shen. However, you need not worry. With me here, The Chung family shall not harm you, Sui asserted. To this, Luo Yunlan scoffed derisively. Humph, such bravado. If you truly possess such prowess, why not make the Chung family vanish from Jiangqing? Vanishing is not beyond the realm of possibility, particularly if the Chung family dares to retaliate against Chung Tre, Sui mused, acknowledging his newfound influence. Bolstered by the Zheng family and the Black Tiger gang standing behind him. Certainly, he knew that Luo Yunlan would not believe him even if he spoke, so he refrained from explaining. That night, within Shun Qingyue's chamber, she had gone to take a bath. Sui lay on the floor, his hands serving as a pillow, legs crossed, and he gently swayed his feet. His thoughts wandered to the matters concerning Qingwu Villa. Today, he had resolved the peculiarities surrounding Qingwu Villa, eradicating them entirely. From this moment forth, no more fatalities would occur there. Now, Qingwu Villa had been entrusted to him by Lu Xianyan, not out of a genuine belief in his capability to dispel its anomalies, but rather as a strategic move to align with him in preventing the Feng family from prevailing. The pressure Lu Xianyan faced was immense, with Zhang Yunchuan's constant scrutiny and the Elder Council of Hongyan Tower looming over her. Any missteps at Qingwu Villa would result in significant repercussions for her. Thus, Suyi's forthcoming task was to make Qingwu Villa profitable, using its benefits to support Lu Xianyan and alleviate her burdens. However, the rumors surrounding Qingwu Villa's peculiarities had already spread throughout Jiaqing, making it nearly impossible to entice wealthy individuals to purchase properties there. Therefore, Sui resolved to alter the narrative regarding Qingwu Villa. After much contemplation, he devised a plan to first establish a new feng shui arrangement for Qingwu Villa. The villa, situated in a prime location akin to a dragon soaring through the mountains, was inherently blessed. Enhancing it with a feng shui arrangement would elevate it further. Yet, the previous individual who had arranged the feng shui had clearly harbored ill intentions. Thus Sui aimed to reconfigure the arrangement to rejuvenate Qingwu Villa. He had already devised a plan for arranging the feng shui formation, but he merely required some materials. Tomorrow, he would seek out Sister Xuanfei to borrow a few supplies. Sui was unreserved in his approach. Once the house was sold, he would repay Xuanfei for the materials without hesitation. For now, the priority was to breathe life into the Qingwu Villa. Suddenly, a sound of slippers echoed from outside the bedroom door, interrupting Suyi's thoughts. He turned to gaze at the entrance as the door swung open, revealing Shen Qingwei. Suyi's eyes widened in astonishment. At the threshold, Shen Qingwei was wrapped in a pristine white bath towel, exposing her delicate arms, pale and smooth as jade. Her collarbone was exquisitely shaped like a butterfly, and her neck was slender and elegant, reminiscent of a swan. As he looked lower, the neckline of the towel barely concealed her ample figure, which seemed ready to spill forth, alluring and abundant. Shen Qingyue's hair, freshly dried, cascaded down her snow-white shoulders in a voluminous waterfall, creating an enchanting allure. Sui felt himself captivated by the sight before him. In the past, Shen Qingwei would enter dressed in pajamas, but tonight, she appeared before him swathed only in a bath towel, a stark contrast that left him momentarily speechless. Wife. Sui couldn't help but utter, his throat suddenly parched. A faint blush graced Shen Qingyue's cheeks as she replied, "Why are you sleeping on the floor again? Did I not permit you to sleep on the bed last time?" "Ah, I thought it was just that one time," Sui responded. "From now on, you may always sleep on the bed," Shen Qingyue said softly, her lips slightly pursed, blooming with color. "All right then," he replied, as Sui abruptly rose. He swiftly made his way to the bed and lay down. This fellow, as expected, remained unchanged. Shen Qingyue was left speechless. "Wife, why are you dawdling? Hurry and come to bed," Sui urged, patting the space beside him, clearly impatient. In the dimly lit bedroom, the lights had been extinguished, leaving only the gentle moonlight filtering through the window. Sui inhaled the intoxicating fragrance emanating from beside him as the fiery essence within him, known as the burning dragon body, began to stir once more. If not promptly released or subdued, it could inflict considerable harm upon his body. After being taken in by the old man, this solar fire had come into existence, referred to as the burning dragon fire. This fire was exceedingly domineering and required extreme yin and cold to be suppressed. According to the old man, such yin and cold could only be found in women of exceptional beauty. Females are innately associated with yin, while males with yang, through mutual cultivation. They could achieve a harmonious fusion of these forces. Women possessing extraordinary beauty naturally exuded a potent yin energy, perfectly capable of harmonizing with Su Yi's exceedingly fierce burning dragon fire. When he was in the old man's care, the latter's cultivation level, combined with the frigid environment he had provided, allowed Su Yi to suppress the fire within him. However, now devoid of such conditions, he found himself in need of alternatives. Yet, after an extended period, the burning dragon fire could no longer be contained and erupted once again. The delicate fragrance wafted into Su Yi's nostrils, inciting the fire within him, igniting a feverish heat throughout his body. Although the lights were off, the soft moonlight allowed Su Yi to faintly perceive the alluring curves of Shen Yue's exquisite form, shrouded in a hazy allure. "Wife," Su Yi softly uttered. Are you asleep?" "Almost. Oh, I cannot seem to fall asleep." As Su Yi leaned closer, Shen Yue instinctively shifted back a few inches. "What are you doing?" Shen Yue immediately whispered sharply. "I can't sleep. I thought we could engage in some exercise." In the darkness, Shen Yue's face flushed slightly. "The kind of exercise you speak of might not be so innocent." Su Yi promptly responded with seriousness. "What are you saying, my dear? I am a gentleman. I merely wish to engage in pure exercise with you. Nothing more, absolutely no ulterior motives." "Is that so? Then perhaps we should forego it and just sleep." Shen Yue replied coolly, fully aware that she held the reins in this domain. However, in the next moment, Shen Yue's expression abruptly changed. Su Yi's hand suddenly reached out. What are you doing?" A tremor laced her voice. Su Yi calmly replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I was merely contemplating how you might compensate me." Earlier, in the car, Su Yi had mentioned that Shen Yue's apology was insufficient and that she owed him a form of compensation, though he hadn't formulated his thoughts at that time. Now, he had devised a plan. Shen Yue's cheeks turned a deep crimson, her beauty almost intoxicating. Aware of her own shortcomings, she quietly inquired, What kind of compensation do you seek?" "Yet," she added firmly, "but I must be clear from the outset. If you desire that, I shall absolutely refuse." Though she had experienced it once before, Shen Yue could never quite overcome that hurdle in her heart. She had yet to fully accept Su Yi. Upon hearing Shen Yue's words, Su Yi felt a twinge of disappointment, yet he considered it far better than being completely rebuffed. Without hesitation, he moved closer, only for Shen Yue to instinctively retreat. However, she found herself against a wall, with no space left to escape. Su Yi, with an air of assertiveness, pressed forward and smiled, saying, "No matter how loudly you cry out today, no one will come. Spare me the pleasantries. Tell me what compensation you seek, and be quick about it." Shen Yue maintained her composure, replying, "It's nothing much. I'm merely feeling irritable and wish to vent." Su Yi, somewhat bashful, responded, "I've mentioned it before. It's impossible for us to be." Before Shen Yue could finish her sentence, Su Yi uttered a single phrase that left her utterly stunned. "It can be." The following morning, Su Yi rose with renewed vigor. He began with a refreshing shower, attending to his grooming, and changed into a simple yet casual outfit, putting his black robe aside for laundering. Although the black robe was perpetually free from dust, offering warmth in winter and coolness in summer, he deemed it prudent to present a different image when visiting Lu Xuanfei. Whistling a cheerful tune, he prepared breakfast in the kitchen. His buoyant mood stemmed from having taken the first step with Shen Yue the night before. While it was merely a gesture of touch, it was infinitely more fulfilling than mere superficiality. Furthermore, with this initial breakthrough, he believed that their relationship could progress further. Breakfast was prepared in no time, and as he set it on the table, Shun Zeshan and Luo Yunlan emerged. As usual, Luo Yunlan felt a surge of anger upon seeing Su Yi, particularly due to the events of the previous day. Her gaze was lethal. How could he maintain such a cheerful demeanor after bringing our family to this state? It was utterly shameless. Luo Yunlan exclaimed indignantly. Su Yi, however, filtered her words from his mind and cordially invited her to join him for breakfast. In his perspective, having shared a bed with her daughter, he thought that a few words from her wouldn't cost him anything. If anything, he felt he had gained an advantage. Su Yi's nonchalant demeanor only served to infuriate Luo Yunlan further, prompting her to skip breakfast entirely and declare her intention to play mahjong instead. Shen Zeshan offered Su Yi an apologetic smile before reluctantly following her. Once they left, Shen Qingwei sheepishly emerged from the bedroom. "Darling, you're out. I've prepared breakfast. Come eat," Su Yi exclaimed with genuine warmth upon seeing her. At that moment, Shen Qingwei still had her long black hair cascading over her fair, delicate shoulders. wrapped in a pristine white towel, radiating a sensual elegance while exuding an air of cool aloofness. A soft flush adorned her fair cheeks, tender and almost fragile, betraying a hint of shyness. How could she not feel embarrassed, especially after last night? Shen Qingyue had always possessed a reserved demeanor, unfamiliar with matters of intimacy. Yet, Su Yi's audacity in devising such a scheme was utterly mortifying. I can't eat. I must head to the office, Shen Qingyue firmly declared, unwilling to linger for breakfast, too embarrassed to remain in his presence. After freshening up, Shen Qingyue donned a fitted office lady uniform, clutching her bag and striding out of her home in a manner akin to fleeing for her life. Su Yi, observing Shen Qingyue's demeanor, realized that making further advances would be a formidable challenge. Consequently, he decided to have his meal alone. While dining, Su Yi retrieved his phone and dialed Lu Xuanfei. The call connected swiftly, but he was greeted by the sound of her heavy breathing. "Hello, Xuanfei, what are you up to?" Su Yi inquired with curiosity. "I'm out for a run," she replied. Chapter 71. Flattening the Zheng family. Running? Su Yi's tone immediately shifted to one of incredulity. "Little rascal, what are you implying?" "I'm simply jogging. If you don't believe me, we can do a video call." With that, Lu Xuanfei ended the call and promptly initiated a video chat with Su Yi. "Great, let us do it." Su Yi eagerly accepted the call. In an instant, his breath caught, and his eyes widened in astonishment. On the screen, Lu Xuanfei was captured on a cobbled running path within an upscale residential area. Holding her phone at an overhead angle, the view revealed her upper body clad in a sleek black tank top. Her arms were slender, her skin flawless, and her collarbones exquisitely defined. The skin above her chest radiated a pristine whiteness. Slightly descending, one could glimpse her full, curvaceous figure, with a subtle cleavage hinting at allure. Below, she wore light, gray fitted leggings that accentuated her shapely hips and voluptuous thighs. Lu Xuanfei's ebony hair was elegantly tied into a ponytail, exuding an air of competence. A sheen of perspiration adorned her alluring visage, bestowing upon her an intriguing mature charm. In comparison to Shen Qingyue's aloofness, Lu Xuanfei appeared more sophisticated, akin to a ripe, succulent peach. Su Yi was momentarily entranced, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, "Sister Xuanfei, you are truly beautiful. Such a mischievous little rascal, your lecherous gaze speaks volumes." "Now you believe what I've said?" Lu Xuanfei teased. Su Yi nodded fervently. "I was mistaken, Sister Xuanfei. I truly believe you now." "Ah, your apology lacks sincerity," Lu Xuanfei retorted playfully. Su Yi scratched his head and proposed, "Then how about, I pledge myself to you?" Lu Xuanfei shot him a disdainful glance, replying, "You haven't even grown a full set of hair, and yet you entertain such fanciful thoughts. Enough of this. What brings you here?" "Well, Sister Xuanfei, I would like to request a favor," Su Yi said, his expression becoming serious. "Is it regarding the medicinal herbs?" Lu Xuanfei inquired apologetically. "I regret to inform you, little one, that the two herbs you mentioned are rather elusive, and I have yet to acquire any news about them." "That's not the matter," Su Yi shook his head. He had recently ascended to the 4th level of the Xianlong art and no longer required the breaking chi pill for the time being. He could afford to postpone this issue. It would suffice to concoct the pill when he was ready to advance to the 5th level. "Not that. Then what is it?" Lu Xuanfei asked, a hint of surprise in her voice. "I wish to procure some other materials for use in the Qingwu villa," he explained. "Are you planning to renovate again?" Lu Xuanfei inquired. Su Yi replied with a smile. "Well, I won't tell you just yet. When the time comes and everything is ready, I will take you to see for yourself." It was quite mysterious. Lu Xuanfei chuckled, displaying her magnanimity. "All right, you say so. Send me a copy, and I will have someone take care of it." "Thank you, Sister Xuanfei," Su Yi said hurriedly. Lu Xuanfei smiled seductively. "You little rascal. Do you really need to thank me? If you need anything, just let me know. I will certainly assist you if I can." Su Yi hesitated. "What else is there?" "Sister Xuanfei, I must say, yours are quite impressive." Upon hearing this, Lu Xuanfei in the video momentarily froze. She then cast Su Yi a captivating glance, drew her phone screen a bit closer, and said in an irresistibly alluring voice, "So impressive, would you like to touch them?" "Absolutely." Su Yi nodded earnestly. "Then sleep early tonight. You might find them in your dreams." "Sister Xuanfei, are you teasing me?" "Haha, indeed I am. You're just too adorable." Amidst Lu Xuanfei's laughter, their video call ended. Su Yi, both amused and exasperated, swiftly finished his breakfast, tidied up, and left his home, heading towards Qingwu Mountain Villa. Although the materials had yet to arrive, Su Yi still needed to make some preliminary arrangements. At the Feng residence, Feng Zhaohua had been unable to eat or sleep for the past few days, his complexion appearing quite pallid. Sleep eluded him, and he was gradually becoming haggard, his temper growing increasingly frayed. At the outset, Feng Zhaohua did not take the matter to heart, merely believing that they had ventured off to enjoy themselves. After all, Feng Yuqing, though aged, had a notable penchant for beauty. During this time, Feng Zhaohua attempted to make contact via telephone, but the line was promptly disconnected. One day turned into two, then three. Eventually, Feng Zhaohua came to the grim realization that his son and Feng Yuqing might have encountered misfortune. Yet, he hesitated to accept this possibility. While others remained oblivious, Feng Zhaohua was acutely aware that Feng Yuqing was not merely a master at the pinnacle of Mingjing. He had already set foot into the realm of Anjing. With Feng Yuqing's prowess, he could navigate Jiangsheng without fear of trouble, provided he did not provoke the few Anjing masters. Regardless, as long as no body was found, there remained a glimmer of hope. Just then, a servant rushed in, breathless. Feng Zhaohua immediately inquired, "Have you found my son?" The servant's face was ashen, hesitating momentarily before responding, "Master, we have found young Master S' body." The news struck Feng Zhaohua like a bolt from the blue, crashing into his mind with devastating force. His body swayed, and he barely managed to grasp the chair to prevent himself from collapsing. His complexion turned pale, contorted by a fierce expression, as he gritted his teeth and demanded, "Take me there." Shortly thereafter, under the guidance of his subordinates, Feng Zhaohua arrived in the outskirts of Jiangsheng, where he beheld the lifeless form of his son, Feng Shifan. The corpse was already in a state of decay, covered in dirt, maggots, and rot, rendered unrecognizable. Yet, through his intimate knowledge of Feng Shifan, Feng Zhaohua was still able to identify him. At this moment, Feng Zhaohua's heart felt as though it were ensnared by an invisible hand, causing him excruciating pain. Who is it? Who has slain my son? Feng Zhaohua had but one son, now tragically lost in this manner, igniting a fury within him. A tempest of wrath surged within his heart. "I report to you, master. We have discovered that the one who discarded the body here is Zhang Ziki from the Zhang family," a subordinate whispered at Feng Zhaohua's side. "Zhang Hongfeng's daughter?" Feng Zhaohua's countenance twisted in rage. "Very well, Zhang Hongfeng, I had not yet taken action against you, yet you have dared to strike at my son first. In that case, I shall no longer remain dormant." Gritting his teeth, his eyes appeared nearly bloodshot. "Convey my orders to summon all members of the Feng family to the ancestral home. I shall utterly annihilate the Zheng family." Chapter 72, Otherwise Death. Su Yi arrived at Qingwu Mountain Villa. Upon his arrival, he encountered the patrolling Tao Yunwen. "Mr. Su," Tao Yunwen approached swiftly, greeting him with utmost respect. Su Yi glanced at him and remarked, "Aren't you the captain here? Why are you still personally patrolling?" "Hiki, it's a habit. I feel uneasy unless I roam about." Tao Yunwen replied. Su Yi nodded and said, "You arrived just in time. Please provide me with a map of the villa." He needed to comprehend the entire layout and structure of the villa for his arrangements. Upon hearing this, Tao Yunwen promptly set off, and shortly thereafter, he returned with a map to present to Su Yi. Su Yi meticulously examined the map and, after a moment, instructed Tao Yunwen to summon some individuals and bring along shovels and various tools to accompany him. Tao Yunwen was quite perplexed, unsure of Su Yi's intentions, yet complied with his request. Subsequently, approximately a dozen security guards followed Su Yi to a secluded corner of the villa. Upon arrival, Su Yi surveyed the area and then directed them to commence digging. Any trees or obstacles that obstructed their efforts were to be removed without hesitation. "Mr. Su, what exactly are we doing?" Tao Yunwen could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired. Su Yi replied nonchalantly, "We are arranging the feng shui." "Feng shui? Isn't that considered feudal superstition?" Tao Yunwen scratched his head in confusion. Su Yi responded calmly, "That is a misconception born from the prevalence of falsehoods. True feng shui possesses the power to alter one's fate. Is it really that extraordinary?" Tao Yunwen expressed his astonishment. "Once I have fully arranged the feng shui, you shall experience it firsthand and understand," Su Yi assured him. Suddenly, one of the security guards, who were digging, let out a loud cry. Tao Yunwen hurried over to inquire what had transpired. "Captain, there is a human skull here. We have found a human skull," one of them stammered. The faces of all the security guards turned ashen. Following their gaze, Tao Yunwen indeed saw a red cloth bundle lying at the bottom of a deep pit. Upon unwrapping the cloth, they discovered a skull resting quietly inside, its pale surface marred by swirling black energy, creating an unsettling atmosphere. What is this dark energy emanating from the skull? It's utterly horrifying. Could there be a ghost within? It must be a ghost. Haven T, we always had them here? I no longer wish to continue. Some individuals began to harbor thoughts of retreat, fearing that their presence might bring misfortune upon themselves. Anxiety quickly spread among the crowd. Silence. With Mr. Su here, no ghost can harm us, shouted Tao Yunwen. Yet, the security personnel appeared skeptical, having never encountered such phenomena. And given Su Yi's youth, their disbelief lingered. There is no need for fear. I am here, and this entity cannot harm you. Just as panic enveloped the group, Su Yi approached, a crimson flame flickering at his fingertips. This was the dragon flame, specifically designed to incinerate malevolent entities. The flame descended upon the pale skull, igniting it instantly, and a chilling scream echoed from within. The crowd trembled in terror. However, soon enough, they beheld the skull reduced to a pile of black ash. All is well now. Let us proceed, Su Yi declared. The security personnel hesitated, but he discerned their trepidation and proposed a raise in their wages. Upon hearing this, their courage was bolstered, and they resumed their excavation. Su Yi, meanwhile, stood over the pit, his expression contemplative. Before long, the security team completed their digging, and Su Yi promptly led them to the next site. Similar to the previous location, they unearthed a red cloth bundle. Upon unwrapping it, they discovered a desiccated arm bone. Having experienced a prior omen, the security personnel felt somewhat steadied this time. Once again, Su Yi employed the dragon flame to turn it to ash. The process continued at the third, fourth, and eventually the fifth site. Within this locale, the security personnel unearthed a dismembered arm bone, as well as 2 leg bones. Ultimately, it was Su Yi who intervened, incinerating them entirely. With this, the matter was concluded. Su Yi found himself in a state of bewilderment. The skull, the limbs, all exuded a profound malevolence. It appeared that the orchestrator of this geomantic array possessed not only a sinister mindset, but also formidable abilities. Indeed, these bones were employed to establish a blood-raising corpse. Everything had been meticulously arranged to harness the local topography, absorbing the ambient yin energy to nourish the blood corpse. Had the process continued unimpeded, the blood corpse would soon have reached maturity and emerged into the world. Alas, Su Yi had intercepted this scheme. Had that individual been aware of this development, they would undoubtedly have been enraged to the point of vomiting blood, harboring an intense animosity towards Su Yi. However, since Su Yi dared to act, he was unperturbed by the prospect of discovery. All right, it's time to wrap up, Su Yi informed Tao Yuan, who promptly relayed the message. Instantly, the security personnel erupted in joy, for Su Yi had instructed Tao Yunwan to arrange a reward for them after their arduous day. Su Yi joined them in their repast, savoring a bottle of chilled beer that offered a refreshing respite. Suddenly, a thunderous engine roared outside the security room, startling everyone present. Most of the guards, having indulged in alcohol, were taken aback by the commotion and hastily rushed outside, their displeasure palpable. Yet soon, a series of anguished cries pierced the air. Su Yi furrowed his brow, setting down his beer bottle, and strode purposefully outside. Upon arriving at the security area, he beheld a formidable black Hummer. In front of the vehicle stood several burly men, exuding an aura of subtle yet menacing ferocity. On the ground lay a multitude of security guards, writhing in agony. Among them was Tao Yunwan, bloodied and struggling to rise. Just as he managed to elevate himself slightly, a heavy boot forcefully pressed down on his back, pinning him to the earth like a lifeless dog, rendering him immobile. We, the Thunderblade Gang, are conducting business. Yet you insignificant guards dare to obstruct us? You must be tired of living, sneered several imposing figures, each exuding arrogance. Release him, or face death. Amidst their bravado, a voice, cold and indifferent, resonated. They turned their gaze towards Su Yi, and upon seeing him, they erupted into derisive laughter. Compared to them, Su Yi appeared exceedingly feeble, an easy target for their might. A glint of cold light flickered in Su Yi's eyes, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood before the burly man who was trampling on Tao Yunwen. The brute suddenly howled in anguish, for the leg he had been standing on had, unbeknownst to him, been severed at the knee. Blood flowed freely as the man writhed on the ground, emitting cries akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The expressions of the other hulking figures shifted drastically. Soon, their eyes blazed with fury, revealing their malevolent intent as they charged at Su Yi. You damned brat. How dare you harm a member of the Thunderblade Gang? You seek death. Su Yi's countenance remained icy. This was his territory. The adversary arrived here with unparalleled arrogance, injuring all the security personnel and trampling upon Tao Yunwen in a display of utter humiliation. To now claim that he seeks death is nothing short of absurd. Su Yi showed no restraint, striking with ruthless precision. In the blink of an eye, several burly men lay sprawled on the ground, writhing in agony. They were either missing arms or legs, their blood staining the earth beneath them. Now, I implore you to ponder, who is truly seeking death? Su Yi remarked with a calm demeanor. You brat. You dare to impede the operations of the Thunderblade Gang. This is tantamount to declaring war against the entire organization. You shall regret this, bellowed the leader among the maimed men, his voice filled with fury. Su Yi remained expressionless. He had heard of the Thunderblade Gang from Luo Hu. It was led by the formidable Lei Yi, a master of the dark energy realm. Perhaps in his previous state at the third level of the Xianlong technique, he might have felt some trepidation, but now having ascended to the fourth level, only a master in the late stages of dark energy could pose a threat to him. I do not wish to repeat myself. Leave. Su Yi stated coldly. The burly men exchanged glances, hesitating no longer, as they struggled to rise. Brothers, I have found that girl. At that moment, one of the men emerged from the entrance, a young girl in his grasp, shouting to the others. Upon hearing the commotion, Su Yi turned his gaze, landing upon the girl. She wore a tattered white dress, soiled and nearly blackened with dirt. Her body bore numerous scars, both old and fresh. The girl's hair was disheveled and unkempt, with patches of bare scalp where hair had been violently torn away. Her face was smeared with dirt, tears glistening in her eyes, and an expression of utter panic and fear marred her features, rendering her pitiable. For reasons unknown, upon seeing this girl, a sudden pang of compassion gripped Su Yi's heart, as if an invisible hand had clutched it tightly. In an instant, Su Yi found himself standing before her. The burly man holding the girl was momentarily taken aback upon noticing Su Yi, only to let out a horrific scream as Su Yi's mystical energy severed his hand. Ignoring the brute, Su Yi stepped forward to grasp the fleeing girl, who began to thrash violently in his hold. Let me go? I won't dare steal again. Auntie, cousin. I swear I won't do it again. Uncle, please, don't hit me. I'm scared. She cried out, her mind clearly unraveling in distress. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Su Yi felt an increasing ache in his heart as he witnessed her turmoil. Realizing that her struggles were futile, he infused her with a wave of mystical energy, lulling her into a deep slumber, thus restoring a semblance of calm. You dare to protect this girl? Do you mean to oppose the entire Thunderblade Gang? At that moment, members of the gang shouted menacingly at Su Yi, their words dripping with cold threats. Su Yi cast a cool glance in their direction and replied, Leave now, or face death. His words sliced through the air like icy blades. The burly men fell silent, their unwillingness to retreat palpable. Yet they were gripped by a sense of utter frustration. Shall we depart in this manner? Yet, this fellow is exceptionally formidable. We are utterly no match for him. Their faces were etched with despair. A few robust men, dragging their weary bodies, climbed into a black Hummer and left in a huff. Once they had departed, Tao Yunwen approached Su Yi's side. Dissolve this in boiling water and administer it to them. Su Yi retrieved a healing pill, one he had brought from the village, known for its swift efficacy. Understood. Tao Yunwen acknowledged the command. Su Yi then gazed upon the young girl lying unconscious on the ground. She appeared to be around 14 or 15 years of age, her face grimy and tear-streaked. Her body bore numerous wounds, both large and small. Some were lash marks. Others were burns, resembling little red serpents that were distressing to behold. Coupled with the incoherent ramblings she had uttered earlier, it was evident that she had endured inhumane torment and suffering. After some contemplation, Su Yi resolved to take the girl to the hospital. He looked around but found no one suitable to care for her. Moreover, he had his own matters to attend to. Delivering her to the hospital was the least he could do. Consequently, Su Yi carried the girl all the way to the hospital. Upon arrival, after settling the medical fees, the doctor furrowed his brow at the sight of the girl's battered body. The doctor then scrutinized Su Yi with suspicion, clearly questioning his involvement. Su Yi, disinclined to offer explanations, left his phone number and instructed the doctor to allow the girl to decide her fate upon regaining consciousness, assuring him that she could reach out to him if needed. With that, Su Yi departed from the premises. Su Yi. Suddenly, a familiar exclamation pierced the air. Yongru. Su Yi raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the unexpected encounter. Are you here for a consultation? he inquired casually. Yang Ru promptly replied, "How could that be? I am in excellent health. I came to visit Uncle Zheng." Visiting Uncle Zheng? Su Yi's brow furrowed in concern. "Yes, didn't you know? Something has happened to Uncle Zheng." Something happened? A grave expression washed over Su Yi's face. He was completely unaware of the situation. Observing his reaction, Yang Ru realized, "Oh, so you weren't informed. It seems Ziqi didn't share this news with you." She then explained that she had heard it from her father and, out of concern for her friend Zheng Ziqi, had come to the hospital. However, despite her search, she had been unable to locate Zheng Hongfeng or Zheng Ziqi. "All right, I understand," Sui nodded. After Yang Ru departed, he took out his phone and dialed Zheng Ziqi's number. After a considerable wait, the call connected, and a weary voice responded, "Hello. Something has happened to Uncle Zheng. Why didn't you tell me?" Sui asked coldly. I didn't want to trouble you." Zheng Ziqi replied softly. Do you think that by not involving me, it has nothing to do with me?" Sui challenged. A heavy silence ensued on the other end. "I am coming to your house now." Without waiting for Zheng Ziqi to respond, Sui hung up and hailed a taxi, swiftly making his way to the Zheng residence. Chapter 74. Zheng Ziqi's brother. At this moment, the Zheng family was shrouded in a cloud of despair. An unfortunate incident had befallen Zheng Hongfeng. Despite Zheng Ziqi's efforts to suppress the news, the whispers spread among the many onlookers, and she had summoned several renowned physicians, leading to the inevitable leakage of information. In her helplessness, Zheng Ziqi could only hope that Su Yi remained unaware of the situation, as she truly wished to avoid troubling him further. However, to her astonishment, Su Yi had learned of the matter and sought confirmation from her. Realizing that she could no longer conceal the truth, Zheng Ziqi reluctantly admitted it. Shortly thereafter, Su Yi made his way to her, likely already en route. In a dimly lit bedroom, Zheng Ziqi sat at the edge of the bed, her delicate features marred by a look of despondency, her entire being exuding an overwhelming fatigue. Lying on the bed was Zheng Hongfeng, who had succumbed to unconsciousness. An intravenous drip hung beside him, leaving his awakening uncertain. The mere thought of this pierced Zheng Ziqi's heart. "Sister." Suddenly, the bedroom door swung open, and a young man strode in with purpose. It was Zheng Zifen, Zheng Ziqi's younger brother, 2 or 3 years her junior, currently attending university in another city. Zheng Zifen was also a martial artist, possessing talents that surpassed even those of Zheng Ziqi. Consequently, Zheng Hongfeng had resolutely invested substantial resources and treasures to ensure that Zheng Zifen received training under a distinguished master during his time at university. By the time he left home, he had already reached the initial stage of the Mingjing realm, and it was uncertain how much he had progressed since then. Even the proud Zheng Ziqi had to concede that her brother was indeed impressive. Zheng Zifen scoffed softly before hastening to the bedside, gazing intently at Zheng Hongfeng. Upon glancing at the situation, Zheng Zifen's fists gradually clenched, and a surge of anger washed over his face. "Zifen, please allow me to explain," Zheng Ziqi said softly. "I will not listen. You are the cause of all this calamity. You are the true villain." Zheng Zifen exclaimed vehemently. "I." Zheng Ziqi opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. Suddenly, there was a gentle knock on the door. A servant stood at the threshold, whispering, Mr. Su has arrived." "Wonderful. Please let him in." Zheng Ziqi replied eagerly. "Yes, at once," the servant responded, promptly retreating. As soon as the servant departed, Zheng Zifen turned to Zheng Ziqi with a piercing gaze. "Who exactly is this Mr. Su? He is a formidable expert we have encountered, with remarkable strength and exceptional medical skills. His arrival surely indicates that father is safe now," Zheng Ziqi quickly explained. Although she hesitated to trouble Sui, his presence reignited all her hopes. Soon, guided by the servant, Sui appeared at the bedroom door. Upon seeing him, Zheng Zifen's expression darkened immediately. "Sister, is this the so-called young master you mentioned? He seems only a few years older than I. Can he truly be considered an expert?" Zheng Zifen scoffed, his disdain evident in his gaze towards Sui. Zheng Ziqi shook her head and replied, "No, Zifen, you have yet to witness Mr. Su in action. He has even defeated dark energy masters." "He has killed dark energy masters?" In Zheng Zifen's gaze, there was an unmistakable disdain. This so-called master of hidden energy was utterly pathetic. To put it simply, he could not possibly believe that such a person could slay a master of hidden energy. It was simply ludicrous. At this moment, Sui overheard their conversation and discerned some clues from their expressions, understanding Zheng Zifen's true identity. Without offering any explanations, Su Yi's attention shifted to Zheng Hongfeng. Saving him was paramount. Thus, Su Yi approached Zheng Hongfeng directly. "Stop right there," Zheng Zifen interjected, stepping forward to obstruct Su Yi's path. Su Yi cast a calm glance in his direction, his pace unyielding. Witnessing Su Yi's audacity to disregard him ignited Zheng Zifen's fury, and he was poised to strike. He had no faith in Su Yi's ability to treat Zheng Hongfeng. At that moment, Zheng Ziqi swiftly stepped in, attempting to restrain Zheng Zifen. "Su Yi, I entrust the rest to you," Zheng Ziqi implored, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of desperation. Su Yi nodded slightly, assuring her, "Do not worry, leave it to me." He settled at the bedside, extending his fingers to hover above Zheng Hongfeng's abdomen, and immediately began channeling his Xianlong energy. Upon first laying eyes on Zheng Hongfeng, Su Yi utilized his Xianlong true essence to assess the severity of the injuries. Grave, exceedingly grave. Zheng Hongfeng's internal organs were severely damaged, numerous bones fractured, and his dantian was affected. Yet, remarkably, his heart remained unscathed. This indicated that his assailant harbored the intent not to kill him, but rather to keep him alive in a state worse than death. Such a malicious and vicious mindset was truly sinister. However, this severe injury was deemed irreparable in the eyes of ordinary physicians, yet for Su Yi, it posed no insurmountable challenge. Su Yi infused his Xianlong qi into Zheng Hongfeng's body. Soon, the Xianlong qi commenced its restorative work, rejuvenating Zheng Hongfeng's damaged internal organs with the intensity of a torrential rain. Gradually, a flush of color began to return to Zheng Hongfeng's pallid visage. Next, the fractured bones were seamlessly reconnected by Su Yi's Xianlong qi. The entire process was gradual, yet the results were remarkable. However, upon reaching Zheng Hongfeng's dantian, Su Yi encountered a dilemma. The dantian, unlike other organs, harbors the warrior's vital energy. Any damage to it would result in a leakage of energy, complicating the restoration process exponentially. Thus, Su Yi could only temporarily seal Zheng Hongfeng's dantian with Xianlong qi, awaiting the time when he reached the 5th level of the Xianlong technique, at which point he would possess sufficient Xianlong qi to effect a direct and forceful repair. "Mr. Su?" At some point, Zheng Hongfeng, lying on the hospital bed, opened his eyes. Zheng Zifen, who had been engaged in a struggle with Zheng Ziqi, immediately ceased his actions upon noticing Zheng Hongfeng's awakening. "Dad!" Zheng Zifen exclaimed hurriedly. With a sense of righteousness, Zheng Zifen declared, "This man is utterly unworthy." Zheng Hongfeng regarded him for a moment before letting out a gentle sigh. He then turned to Su Yi and said, "Mr. Su, this is the second time you have saved my life. I am at a loss for how to repay you, but I can only declare that the Zheng family will forever be your ally." This statement left Zheng Zifen in utter astonishment. Yet, Su Yi remained unfazed by such sentiments and simply inquired, "Old Zheng, who inflicted such grievous harm upon you?" Upon mentioning this matter, Zheng Hongfeng's expression turned grave, his eyes glinting with a chilling light as he gritted his teeth and uttered, "The Feng family, Feng Zhaohua." Chapter 75, Why Don't You Give It a Try? Indeed, it is the Feng family. Upon hearing this name, Zheng Ziqi's fists clenched tightly, her eyes widening with intense fury. Although she had anticipated this, the confirmation of the Feng family's involvement left her unable to maintain her composure. Zheng Zifen, aware of the long-standing enmity between the Zheng and Feng families, slammed his palm down, shattering the armrest of a nearby chair, his anger palpable. "Feng Zhaohua, that damned old wretch, dares to harm my father. I want him dead," Zheng Zifen declared through gritted teeth. In contrast to this brother-sister duo, Su Yi appeared remarkably composed. He regarded Zheng Hongfeng with a calm demeanor and inquired, "Zheng Yi, logically speaking, Feng Zhaohua possesses strength comparable to yours. If he were to confront you, even if you were unable to defeat him, you should have been able to escape. Why then were you injured?" "Indeed, why is that so?" Zhang Ziqi echoed in confusion. Zheng Hongfeng replied coldly, "Feng Zhaohua alone could not inflict harm upon me. However, he enlisted the aid of other skilled fighters and launched a surprise attack, which is why I was unable to withstand it." "I see. But what prompted him to take such action against you?" Su Yi pressed on, his curiosity piqued. The long-standing feud between the Zheng and Feng families had persisted for many years. Although they were sworn enemies, they had always maintained a precarious balance, each family unable to overpower the other. Once violence erupted, it could trigger a cascade of consequences, and Feng Zhaohua would not act recklessly. Zheng Hongfeng offered saying, "Mr. Su, it seems you are truly unaware. You killed Feng Xiaogu's son at Qingwu Villa, and this incident has only recently transpired. Sui realized, so it was this matter. It wasn't that he had forgotten. Rather, he had never regarded Feng Shifan with any seriousness. Additionally, he had never anticipated that Feng Xiaogu would seek direct retribution through Zheng Hongfeng. Was it you who instigated this? You killed Feng Shifan, yet dare not admit it. Instead, framing my father. I shall kill you. Zheng Zifen's eyes glinted with cold fury as he sought to confront Sui once more. However, Zheng Ziki stepped forward, shielding Sui. Zheng Zifen, this matter has nothing to do with Mr. Sui. He was coerced, she asserted vehemently. Zheng Zifen retorted icily. Why do you protect him so fervently? Is there something more between you two? Zheng Ziki's expression shifted. How could that be? If that's not the case, then why do you shield him? Do you? Zheng Zifen sneered, poised to continue. Enough. Zheng Hongfeng's stern voice interrupted him, silencing Zheng Zifen. Zifen, I have long been aware of this situation, and I harbor no grievances. I wholeheartedly trust Mr. Sui. But, there is no but, this is how it shall be. Zheng Hongfeng's tone brooked no dissent. Zheng Zifen's face betrayed his discontent, yet he refrained from speaking further under Zheng Hongfeng's imposing gaze. At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed from outside. Hongfeng. Immediately, a voice belonging to an elderly man resonated through the air. Excitement flickered across the faces of Zheng Hongfeng and his companions. Soon, two venerable figures strode into the room. The foremost elder appeared to be in his 60s, yet he exuded none of the frailty typically associated with old age. Instead, he radiated vitality, with a vigor surpassing that of many younger individuals. The elder accompanying him was similarly robust. It was evident that both men were martial artists. Father, grandfather. Upon seeing the imposing elder, Zheng Hongfeng, Zheng Ziki, and Zheng Zifen all greeted him in unison. The elder's identity was unmistakable. He was none other than Zheng Xiaokai, the patriarch of the Zheng family. Although Zheng Hongfeng held the title of family head, it was Zheng Xiaokai who truly wielded authority within the clan. His presence was the bedrock upon which the Zheng family stood resiliently in Jiangxing. Behind these prominent families lies not only profound heritage, but also the backing of formidable power, supported by potent martial artists. Without such strength, they would have long been crushed and absorbed by others. Zheng Xiaokai gazed somberly at his son, who lay in bed, his expression as tranquil as water. Grandfather, here's what happened. Zheng Ziki began to elucidate the situation. However, Zheng Xiaokai raised his hand, interrupting her. I am already aware of the events that transpired. All of this stems from this young man, does it not? As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Sui, his eyes cold and piercing. Sui met his stare without flinching, maintaining a calm demeanor, neither servile nor arrogant. Simultaneously, the atmosphere plummeted to a freezing point, as if the very air within the room had turned frigid. The hearts of Zheng Hongfeng and the others raced with apprehension. Zheng Ziki, feeling increasingly restless, yearned to articulate something to alleviate the tension, yet she understood the old man's temperament. Opposing him at such a moment was ill-advised. This stifling atmosphere persisted for over half a minute until Zheng Xiaokai's resonant voice shattered the silence. Young man, commendable. You are the first to maintain your composure under my scrutiny, he remarked with evident approval. Senior Zheng, you flatter me, Sui replied, recognizing that the elder bore no malice. Otherwise, he would not have merely locked gazes with Zheng Xiaokai moments earlier. Zheng Xiaokai then turned his attention to Zheng Hongfeng, lying on the bed, and inquired, Hongfeng, how is your health? Thanks to Sui, who intervened earlier to treat my injuries. I believe I shall be able to move by tomorrow, Zheng Hongfeng responded. Tomorrow, we shall visit the Feng family to engage in earnest discourse and ascertain the truth. Zheng Xiaokai stated matter-of-factly. Yet, beneath his calm demeanor lay a palpable undercurrent of murderous intent. The Feng family had already encroached upon their territory. As the true pillar of the Zheng family, he could not allow this affront to go unpunished. However, Father, Feng Xiaogui's audacity indicates he possesses considerable confidence. And his father still lives. Should we take action? Zheng Hongfeng hesitated. Zheng Xiaokai interjected. The gentleman beside me is Yu Wensong, a friend I have made outside. He shares my prowess at the pinnacle of Mingjing. At this declaration, Zheng Hongfeng and the others instantly adopted a solemn demeanor, their respect evident. We have the honor of meeting Elder Yu, they said in unison, bowing respectfully. Zheng Xiaokai continued. Even if that old man from the Feng family possesses greater talent than I, he was injured in his youth and is unable to step into the realm of hidden strength. Thus, The two of us can certainly handle him effortlessly. Though Zheng Xiaokai refrained from elaborating further, his implication was unmistakable. Even if we encounter additional troubles, one of us can distract Feng Zhao's father while the other can easily overpower him. Grandfather, I wish to join as well. Zheng Zifen interjected suddenly, his expression resolute. You? Zheng Xiaokai responded, somewhat taken aback, before calmly stating, you will exert your utmost strength against me. Clearly, this was a test of Zheng Zifen's capabilities. Without further ado, Zheng Zifen unleashed all his might and struck out toward Zheng Xiaokai with a powerful punch. However, Zheng Xiaokai effortlessly met the attack with an open palm, nonchalantly absorbing the blow. Seeing his strike thwarted, Zheng Zifen did not retreat, but instead pressed forward with even greater determination. Well done, Zifen. You have reached the mid-stage of the bright strength realm, which is quite commendable, Zheng Xiaokai remarked, his eyes filled with admiration. Achieving such a level at a young age is indeed impressive. Yu Wensong also offered his praise. What? He has attained the mid-stage of bright strength? Zheng Ziki exclaimed in surprise, as she herself had only just reached the early stage. In comparison to her brother, she felt her own talent, as a woman, to be rather lacking. Zheng Zifen wore a proud expression. He turned to Su Yi and said, Su Yi, right? My sister mentioned your prowess. Why not give it a try? Chapter 76, A Moment of Peaking. In the hearts of Zheng Zifen and Zheng Hongfeng, there was not the slightest affection for Su Yi. Even though Su Yi had saved Zheng Hongfeng, it made no difference. To Zheng Zifen, all of this stemmed from Su Yi's act of killing Feng Shifan. Had it not been for him, how could his father have suffered an ambush and been injured? As Zheng Zifen's words fell, both Zheng Xiaokai and Yu Wensong turned their gazes towards Su Yi. Grandfather, Su Yi's strength is formidable. He should be left alone, Zheng Ziki hurriedly interjected. For she had witnessed Su Yi slay Feng Yuqing with her own eyes. If he were to act, her grandfather might not be able to withstand it. Humph, sister, you jest too much. If he were truly powerful, would he fear grandfather's test? Zheng Zifen retorted. Upon finishing, he turned to Su Yi, arrogantly proclaiming, What is the matter? Are you, a grown man, afraid? Or are you worried I might surpass you? Su Yi replied calmly, You need not provoke me. I will not make a move. You are indeed afraid. Zheng Zifen exclaimed immediately. Yes, I am afraid, but my concern lies with whether Zheng Laojiao can endure it, Su Yi said with composure. This statement instantly stirred a commotion. Zheng Xiaokai and Yu Wensong both furrowed their brows. Young man, confidence is commendable, but being unaware of one's limitations is sheer arrogance. Yu Wensong could not help but interject, seemingly offering counsel, while actually reprimanding Su Yi. Zheng Xiaokai clasped his hands behind his back and said in a deep voice, Su Yi, although you have saved my son and thus aided the Zheng family, your arrogance is rather dismissive of my stature. Su Yi remarked, You are Ziki's grandfather. I do not hold you in disdain, but merely speak the truth. How dare you? Zheng Zhao's voice resonated with a low reprimand. Observing the escalating tension, Zhang Ziki quickly intervened. Grandfather, he is simply being thoughtless. I shall take him away at once. With that, Zhang Ziki grasped Su Yi's arm, attempting to lead him away. Initially, Su Yi had no intention of departing, yet upon witnessing the pleading glimmer in Zhang Ziki's eyes, his resolve softened, and he acquiesced to leave Zheng Hongfeng's chamber with her. As soon as they stepped outside, Zhang Ziki could no longer contain her frustration, exclaiming, Su Yi, do not go too far. Am I going too far? Su Yi raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Indeed, your prowess is formidable. You could vanquish Feng Yuqing. Yet, you confronted my grandfather directly, showing him no regard. Is that not excessive? Zhang Ziki glared at him, her eyes ablaze with indignation. Could you not simply consider my feelings and exhibit a modicum of humility? However, she sighed, acknowledging that the words had already been spoken. After all, Zheng Hongfeng's injuries stemmed from his actions, and out of both sentiment and reason, she felt compelled to lend her support. The night passed in silence. At the break of dawn the following day, Su Yi rose early. However, Shen Qingyue had risen even earlier, leaving without partaking in breakfast. In the distance, Su Yi caught wind of Shen Qingyue mentioning a collaboration order from Longding Group. He surmised that this was likely a result of Long Heng's agreement to his proposal. Although the order was not particularly substantial, it was indeed the most significant one she had received compared to her previous undertakings. Thus, Shen Qingyue exerted herself diligently. Venturing out before dawn, Su Yi also rose early, adhering to his usual routine of preparing breakfast. Awaiting the arrival of Shen Zeshan and Luo Yunlan to partake in the meal, he then retreated to the bathroom for a shower. This lad is becoming increasingly outrageous. Is this breakfast truly fit for consumption? Luo Yunlan seated herself, casting a glance at the table laden with vegetable congee, eggs, pickled cabbage, and steamed buns accompanied by deep-fried dough sticks, and immediately began to voice her complaints. Shinzeshan remarked, "Enough. What more do you wish for at this early hour? A feast of delicacies? Yet, it cannot perpetually consist of merely these items." Luo Yunlan felt quite aggrieved. What of it? Little E has risen early to prepare this for us. If you possess the ability, refrain from sleeping in and arise early to cook for yourself. Shinzeshan maintained a stern demeanor. Luo Yunlan opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. She refused. With such a rustic son-in-law to toil away, why should she not take advantage of it? Just then, the doorbell chimed. Shinzeshan approached to open the door. Upon doing so, he beheld a poised and capable young woman standing outside. The young lady exuded an extraordinary aura, unmistakably not the daughter of an ordinary family. "Young lady, you are." Shinzeshan began, his voice measured. Zhang Ziki promptly replied, "Hello, uncle. My name is Zhang Ziki, and I am a friend of Sui. Here to take him out for some leisure." "Sui's friend, you say? Excellent. Please come in." Shinzeshan readily welcomed Zhang Ziki into the living room. Once inside, Zhang Ziki discreetly surveyed her surroundings, her expression betraying a hint of disdain. In comparison to her own home, this place seemed exceedingly modest and ordinary. At this moment, Luo Yunlan learned about Zhang Ziki's background from Shinzeshan, and her expression instantly darkened. She realized that Zhang Ziki's beauty was indeed on par with her daughter's. That boy had truly struck an incredible fortune. "Uncle, where is Sui? I haven't seen him around," Zhang Ziki inquired politely, adopting a demure demeanor. "Oh, he's inside. Why don't you go look for him yourself?" Shinzeshan replied as he sat down to continue his meal. "All right, uncle." Zhang Ziki promptly made her way toward the bedroom. Just as she reached the door, she noticed one of the bedroom doors ajar, with sounds emanating from within. A flicker of realization crossed Zhang Ziki's mind. Sui was certainly inside. She hurried over and, upon arriving at the entrance, peered inside. In that instant, Zhang Ziki beheld Sui, who was in the midst of changing clothes. Fresh from a shower, he wore nothing but a pair of black shorts, leaving his skin bare. His lightly tanned complexion, well-defined limbs, and the subtle contours of his abdomen, which were not apparent when clothed, were now displayed with remarkable clarity, reminiscent of a classical oil painting. Exuding an indescribable allure, Zhang Ziki's cheeks flushed crimson. It was her first time witnessing Sui in such a state, causing her breath to quicken and her heart to race, rendering her quite flustered. Perhaps overwhelmed by embarrassment, her legs buckled, and she fell to the ground. "Who is it?" Chapter 77. I do not hold you in high regard. This was Zhang Ziki's first experience of secretly watching a man change clothes, and that man was Sui. She was perplexed as to why her slender legs suddenly felt weak, rendering her powerless. By the time she instinctively sought refuge by the door, it was already too late. Zhang Ziki leaned against the doorframe, caught in a dilemma of whether to advance or retreat. "What brings you here?" Sui inquired, raising an eyebrow. "I came to fetch you," Zhang Ziki replied with unwavering confidence. Having been discovered, she decided to drop the pretense. After all, as a woman, she felt justified in observing him. If anything, he was the one at a disadvantage. "Is it really necessary to come all the way to my bedroom for that?" Sui remarked. With her hands firmly on her hips, Zhang Ziki retorted boldly, "I did come. And what are you going to do about it? What can you do?" "Yes, I am here, watching you. What can you possibly do to me?" Zhang Ziki exuded confidence. With Shun Qingyue's parents just outside in the living room, she knew that if he dared to act inappropriately, she could easily draw attention to herself, ensuring that he would be the one to suffer. This was Zhang Ziki's source of courage. Sui, well aware of this, observed her self-assured demeanor, and a wicked smile crept across his lips. This smile sent a shiver of unease through Zhang Ziki, igniting a sense of foreboding within her. In the next moment, Sui raised his voice, calling out, "Help! Assault!" Minutes later, clad in casual attire with his hands tucked into his pockets, Sui emerged from the apartment building, humming a tune, with Zhang Ziki trailing behind him. Compared to her earlier demeanor indoors, her cheeks were now flushed, resembling the hue of a ripe peach, and she felt utterly embarrassed. Her ample bosom rose and fell dramatically, her breaths coming in quick succession. She followed closely behind Sui, her pace resembling a light jog, watching his relaxed demeanor ahead, wishing she could kick him a couple of times. Zhang Ziki never anticipated that Sui would boldly cry out in decency, summoning Shen Zeshan and Luo Yunlan to their side. How could he, a man, commit such shameless acts? In truth, Zhang Ziki had approached today with a hint of bravado. However, the outcome was starkly different. She entered brimming with confidence but emerged utterly humiliated. How embarrassing. At that moment, in Shenqing Yue's residence, by the windows, Shen Zeshan and Luo Yunlan observed the two figures below, one trailing the other. Both wore disapproving expressions, particularly Luo Yunlan, who gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "This fellow is quite the master of disguise, seeking women right under our noses without our knowledge. Do not speak recklessly. Xiao Yi is not that kind of person," Shen Zeshan reprimanded, furrowing his brow. "But he has come to our home. How can you still deny it?" Luo Yunlan retorted. Shen Zeshan opened his mouth to respond. Although he trusted Sui, he was at a loss for words. This is utterly outrageous. This scoundrel is betraying us. He intends to abandon Xingwei, does he? I shall not permit it. Luo Yunlan grew increasingly anxious. Having previously overlooked Su Yi's merits, the arrival of Zhang Ziki now filled her with unease. If Su Yi were truly to elope with that woman, who would prepare breakfast for their family, who would attend to their needs? The more she pondered, the more her fears escalated. In the car, Zhang Ziki was driving, with Su Yi seated in the passenger seat as they journeyed toward the Feng family. As they proceeded, Zhang Ziki adopted a serious tone and began to inform Su Yi of certain matters. Last night, all the adept members of the Zhang family, along with their esteemed guests, were summoned for a clandestine assembly, the nature of which remained unknown to outsiders. The focus of their deliberations was the whereabouts of Feng Zhaohua, who was confirmed to be at the Feng residence, having not ventured beyond its confines. Su Yi listened intently, choosing not to interject. In truth, he held little concern for such matters. The intricate webs of schemes and conspiracies paled in comparison to genuine strength, rendering them mere paper tigers. At that moment, Zheng Hongfeng and his companions were awaiting within their home. Initially, the venerable patriarch Zheng Shaokai intended to proceed without delay. Yet Zheng Hongfeng insisted on waiting for Su Yi's arrival. This request incited considerable displeasure in Zheng Zifen, who voiced his objections. Nevertheless, Zheng Hongfeng stood firm, asserting that they must remain until Su Yi appeared. He further conveyed to Zheng Shaokai that he had come to regard Su Yi as the foremost esteemed guest of the Zheng family, pledging to maintain goodwill towards him. Zheng Shaokai, upon hearing this, shared Zheng Zifen's discontent. "Old Zheng, it seems your son has lost his way," Yu Wensong remarked, his insinuation clear though unspoken. Zheng Shaokai, acknowledging the truth of it, expressed his dissatisfaction. "That lad Su Yi has merely saved Hongfeng twice and possesses some medical prowess. My son and granddaughter have clearly misjudged him. Not to worry. Once this matter concludes, you shall provide him with a proper lesson," Yu Wensong responded with a smile. "That is assured," Zheng Shaokai nodded in agreement. Just as their conversation progressed, Su Yi and Zhang Ziki arrived. "Grandfather, father, we have arrived," proclaimed Zhang Ziki with a clear voice. Zheng Hongfeng nodded, and then turned his gaze towards Zheng Shaokai. If he were absent, everything here would fall under Zheng Hongfeng's management. However, since he was present, all matters concerning the Zheng family would be subject to his authority. "All right, now that everyone is gathered, let us depart," Zheng Shaokai stated without further ado, his face stern and his eyes glinting with a sharp intensity. At his command, the group exited the Zheng residence, heading towards the Feng family. The elite members and guest experts of the Zheng family were not present, having instead positioned themselves in ambush near the Feng estate. Nonetheless, there were still some matters requiring Zhang Ziki's coordination. After her departure, Zheng Zifen deliberately approached Su Yi. "You harbor feelings for my sister, do you not?" Zheng Zifen whispered. Su Yi raised an eyebrow, remaining silent as he cast a nonchalant glance in his direction. A cold smirk appeared on Zheng Zifen's face as he continued. "I understand your intentions. Your close proximity to the Zheng family is solely to win my sister's affection, thereby securing your own path to success through our family. Am I correct?" Su Yi remained reticent, yet his gaze suggested he regarded Zheng Zifen as somewhat foolish. This fellow has quite the imagination. Zheng Zifen, oblivious to the disdain in Su Yi's eyes, persisted. "However, let me make this clear. As long as I am here, you shall not be with my sister. And as for the Zheng family, do not entertain such thoughts. I will not allow your schemes to succeed. So, abandon any such aspirations." Su Yi regarded him for a moment before coldly uttering 4 words, "Utterly ridiculous." "Ridiculous?" Zheng Zifen's expression darkened. "You think too much. To put it bluntly, your Zheng family does not concern me, Su Yi," he stated calmly. Chapter 78. Overstepping Boundaries. After speaking, Su Yi paid no heed to Zhang Zifen's furious and displeased gaze, slightly quickening his pace to distance himself from him. Su Yi's inclination towards the Zhang family stemmed from his connection with Zhang Ziqi and the respectful treatment he received from Zhang Hongfeng. Absent these ties, Su Yi would have had no inclination to associate with the Zhang family. At present, Su Yi had reached the 4th level of the Xianlong Ju, his strength comparable to that of a late-stage dark energy master. Yet, within the entire Zhang family, there was not a single dark energy expert. By this measure alone, the Zhang family was already ill-suited to him. It was laughable that Zhang Zifen remained so self-assured. Was it not utterly ridiculous? Naturally, Su Yi had no desire to explain anything. Given Zhang Zifen's obstinacy and arrogance, attempting to alter his perception through mere words would be a waste of breath. Under the leadership of Zhang Shaokai, the group departed from the Zhang family estate. They each boarded a vehicle, heading directly to the Feng family. Meanwhile, at the Feng residence, the hall was exceedingly spacious and opulent, capable of accommodating over 20 tables. It boasted a lavish red carpet, exquisite furniture, renowned paintings, and an array of antique items that showcased wealth, nearly everything one could desire. At this moment, in the hall, the patriarch, Feng Zhaohua, was entertaining guests. Among them was a strikingly handsome man in his late 20s, with an aquiline nose and a hint of an enigmatic charm. His name was Wang Hao, and he hailed from the prominent Wang family of Yuncheng, carrying with him considerable influence. Yuncheng, situated adjacent to Jiangcheng, falls under the administration of Nanjun. In Yuncheng, the Wang family stands as a prominent lineage, rivaling the Feng family in both heritage and strength. The Feng family has established a substantial business, extending its reach beyond the local sphere, with operations in Yuncheng as well. A year ago, a business collaboration commenced between the Feng and Wang families. Over the course of the year, their partnership has deepened, fostering an exceptionally close relationship. The death of Feng Shifan has lingered in the air for some time, becoming increasingly difficult to conceal. Upon learning of this, the Wang family dispatched their eldest son, Wang Hao, to pay a visit to Feng Zhaohua, thereby honoring him. Wang Hao offered words of comfort, to which Feng Zhaohua replied with a smile, "Rest assured, my dear nephew, I have come to terms with it, and I am already in pursuit of vengeance. Soon, my son will find peace in his final resting place." Wang Hao responded, "So, Uncle Feng is already taking action. That is commendable. If you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. The Wang family will undoubtedly lend our full support." Feng Zhaohua smiled and said, "Your kindness is appreciated. Should I need anything, I will certainly reach out." Wang Hao nodded in agreement. "That is good to hear. Now, let us enjoy some tea together." He raised his teacup, and Feng Zhaohua mirrored the gesture, their cups lightly clinking in the air. At that moment, a servant entered and respectfully announced, "Master Feng, there is someone requesting an audience." Feng Zhaohua inquired nonchalantly, "Who is it?" "It is Zhang Yozhong, who visited you last time," the servant replied. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Zhaohua suddenly recalled, him. "Do you not see that I am entertaining esteemed guests? Tell him to leave." "Understood," the servant replied, and prepared to usher the visitor away. "Feng Zhaohua, step aside. I demand to see Feng Zhaohua." At that moment, a middle-aged man burst into the room, followed closely by a poised young woman. If Su Yi were present, he would instantly recognize the composed young lady as Zhang Yutong. The middle-aged man was none other than Zhang Yutong's father, Zhang Yozhong. Zhang Yozhong was visibly agitated, with numerous fresh wounds adorning his body, remnants of a struggle as he forcefully entered, having been assaulted by the guards of the Feng family. Behind him, Zhang Yutong trailed closely, her face etched with deep concern. Feng Zhaohua. Upon spotting Feng Zhaohua, Zhang Yozhong's fury intensified, and he charged forward with determination. However, a guard stepped in, seizing Zhang Yozhong by the hair. In one swift motion, the guard delivered a kick to the back of Zhang Yozhong's knee, forcing him to the ground in submission. Zhang Yozhong, grasped by his hair, felt the strain in his veins, and despite his desperate attempts to break free, he could not advance an inch. "Dad!" Zhang Yutong cried out, her eyes wide with horror as she rushed to push the guard away, only to be thrown to the ground herself. Zhang Yozhong struggled in vain, his efforts proving futile. From his elevated position, Feng Zhaohua regarded the scene with cold indifference, observing Zhang Yozhong, now on his knees, resembling a beaten dog. "Zhang Yozhong, how many times must I tell you? Why do you insist on causing a scene?" Feng Zhaohua remarked, his tone filled with disdain. "Look at you now. reduced to this pathetic state. Do you not feel ashamed before your daughter? Zhang Yozhong, consumed by fury, exclaimed, Feng Zhaohua, you have gone too far. That bracelet is a treasured heirloom of my family, valued at no less than 10 million, yet you only offered me 100,000. Your heart is as dark as it gets. Upon hearing this, Feng Zhaohua let out a hearty laugh and replied, I apologize, but I, Feng Zhaohua, am indeed as merciless as you perceive. What do you intend to do about it? He unabashedly acknowledged his ruthlessness. Initially, Feng Zhaohua had chanced upon Zhang Yozhong's ancestral treasure, a bracelet, and instantly recognized its worth, coveting it for himself. His approach was remarkably straightforward. He intended to purchase it. But Zhang Yozhong refused to agree. Subsequently, Feng Zhaohua orchestrated a car accident, leaving Zhang Yozhong hospitalized. In a moment of desperation, Zhang Yutong sold the bracelet to Feng Zhaohua. Although they had initially agreed on a price of 10 million, Feng Zhaohua only provided Zhang Yutong with a mere 100,000. When Zhang Yozhong regained consciousness and learned of these events, he was incensed and rushed to the Feng residence to demand an explanation. The outcome of this confrontation led to the current predicament. Witnessing her father being dragged by his hair, Zhang Yutong felt a sharp pang of anguish in her heart. Before her stood an imposing figure, Feng Zhaohua, the head of the Feng family, a force they could not contend with. No, your life is worth next to nothing. Sneered Feng Zhaohua, you have overstepped your bounds. If you wish to perish, I shall oblige. He signaled to his bodyguard, who instantly understood, his eyes glinting coldly. With a powerful punch, he struck Zhang Yozhong to the ground. Blood obscured Zhang Yozhong's face as he lay there. Dad! Zhang Yutong let out a piercing scream and hurriedly crawled to Zhang Yozhong's side, weeping uncontrollably. Dear nephew, I am truly sorry for having caused you this embarrassment. At that moment, Feng Zhaohuang turned his head and smiled at Wang Hao. Ha! It appears that my dear nephew possesses a sensible disposition. Feng Zhaohuang laughed heartily. Feng Zhaohuang, come out here this instant. Just then, a booming shout echoed from outside. The smile on Feng Zhaohuang's face froze, quickly replaced by a sinister grin. At last, they have arrived. Chapter 79, The Contest of Experts. Outside the Feng family's living room lay a picturesque courtyard adorned with rockeries and fountains, exuding an air of nobility. The courtyard was as expansive as a basketball court. At this moment, Su Yi followed Zheng Xiaokai and his entourage into this space. They did not enter as guests summoned by the homeowner. Rather, they had forcefully intruded. Upon their arrival at the Feng residence, they encountered resistance. However, with the prowess of the Zheng family's experts and their allies, such obstacles were nothing, and they surged in with unyielding momentum. Once inside the courtyard, Zheng Xiaokai bellowed Feng Zhaohuang's name with resounding power, his voice reverberating like thunder throughout the entire courtyard. Su Yi stood beside Zheng Ziki, with Zheng Zifen not far off. Throughout their journey, Zheng Zifen regarded Su Yi with disdain, yet Su Yi never cast a glance in his direction, deliberately staying close to Zheng Ziki to provoke Zheng Zifen. To be honest, it was intentional. If you show me disrespect, I see no reason to extend you courtesy. Zheng Xiaokai. Within the villa, the voice of Feng Zhao was suddenly resonated, its volume and authority matching that of Zheng Xiaokai. Soon, under Feng Zhaohua's leadership, a group emerged from within. Zheng Ziki and her companions turned their gaze towards them, as did Su Yi. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed sharply, for he had spotted Zhang Yutong. Zhang Yutong stood at the rear of the crowd, supporting a middle-aged man. However, the man's disheveled appearance clearly indicated that Zhang Yutong was not aligned with the Feng family. At that moment, Zhang Yutong also noticed Su Yi amidst the throng. Her eyes widened in astonishment. It was Su Yi. How could he possibly be here? Does he harbor a grudge against the Feng family? Their gazes locked. In the midst of Zhang Yutong's surprise, Su Yi offered her a slight nod, a gesture of greeting. Zhang Yutong quickly regained her composure, pulling Zhang Yozhong aside, whispering, Dad, it seems the Feng family's adversaries have arrived. Her intention was to distance herself from the Feng family to avoid entangling the fish pond in their conflict. Moreover, they had always been at odds with the Feng family. Had it not been for the sudden arrival of the Zheng family members, the outcome of today could have been entirely different. Zhang Yozhong, his face smeared with blood, clenched his fists in righteous indignation, stating, Indeed, I hope they can prevail. Zheng Ziki also gazed expectantly at Zheng Xiaokai and his companions. At that moment, the atmosphere in the courtyard had begun to grow oppressive, with all present sensing an unprecedented weight of pressure. Zheng Xiaokai stood firm, confronting Feng Zhaohua. Ultimately, It was Feng Zhaohua who first spoke, shattering the silence. Zheng Xiaokai, you have brought so many people to my Feng family. You must not intend to completely sever ties with us, right? Feng Zhaohua remarked, his demeanor replete with audacity. Zheng Xiaokai, with his hands clasped behind his back, retorted, you dare to ambush my son. What of severing ties? Is that so? Very well, today, I shall ensure that your Zheng family vanishes entirely from Jiacheng. Becoming nothing more than a jest, Feng Zhaohua declared with a booming voice, you are not worthy to summon that old man. Feng Yu, let him come forth. Zheng Xiaokai's gaze at Feng Zhaohua was laced with contempt. Feng Zhaohua, incensed, shouted, what are you, old man? You wish to see my father? Today. There's no need for his intervention. You shall all perish. Huh, just you? Zheng Xiaokai remained dismissive. Everyone come forth. Feng Zhaohua bellowed. In an instant, shadows darted in from all directions, like lightning. Within mere seconds, the Zheng family found themselves encircled, their escape routes completely blocked. The number of Feng family's elite far surpassed that of the Zheng family by threefold. The faces of the Zheng clan paled as they realized that the Feng family had long been prepared, lying in wait for them to walk into their trap. At that moment, a burly middle-aged man stepped forward. As he emerged, he lifted his foot and slammed it down onto the ground with great force. Instantly, the bricks beneath shattered, and cracks spread across the ground within a radius of 3 meters. The middle-aged man exuded a formidable presence, causing Zheng Xiaokai to narrow his eyes. Is he at the pinnacle of Mingjing? Ha, splendid. This esteemed individual is a master of the Mingjing Peak. Invited by my family, the Fengs. Feng Zhaohua chuckled. Boom. However, in the next moment, Yu Wensong, standing beside Zheng Xiaokai, stepped forward. Just like the middle-aged man, he stomped his foot on the ground. The bricks beneath him were sent flying by his sheer force, his aura rivaling that of the middle-aged man. Humph. It is merely one person. May I ask how he could possibly overcome both of us? Yu Wensong remarked coldly. Feng Zhaohua's eyes narrowed. Yu Wensong's sudden appearance was exceedingly unexpected. That may not necessarily be the case. At that moment, Wang Hao, who had been beside Feng Zhaohua, smiled lightly and snapped his fingers. Then, an elderly man emerged slowly from behind Wang Hao. Although this elder displayed no overt signs, his aura unmistakably signified mastery at the peak of Mingjing. Nephew, what is this? Feng Zhaohua looked at Wang Hao with a mix of astonishment and delight. Wang Hao smiled slightly, saying, our families have long been close allies. How could I, Wang Hao, stand idly by while Uncle Feng is in need? You are truly thoughtful. Nephew, I, Feng Zhaohua, shall remember this favor. Once this matter is resolved, a share of the Zheng family's fortune shall undoubtedly be yours. Feng Zhaohua stated. Wang Hao laughed heartily, replying, since Uncle Feng has said so, I shall not be modest. The exchange between the two completely disregarded Zheng Xiaokai and his company. Brimming with confidence, Zheng Xiaokai's gaze darkened as he inquired, young man, who are you? And why do you stand with the Feng family against the Zheng family? Wang Hao from the Wang family of Yin City. Wang Hao replied with an air of arrogance, lifting his chin defiantly. What? You hail from the Wang family of Yin City? Zheng Xiaokai's expression soured. Initially, he had presumed that the Feng family possessed only one peak master, Feng Yu, the father of Feng Zhaohua. On the other hand, he and Yu Wensong formed a formidable duo. A 2-on-1 scenario would easily lead to their triumph. However, the situation had shifted. Both sides now boasted 2 peak masters, thereby neutralizing their advantage. The remaining experts from the Zheng family and their allies paled in comparison to the numbers on the Feng family's side. Unbeknownst to them, they had unwittingly found themselves at a disadvantage. Feng Zhaohua, even if your numbers are greater, victory is not guaranteed. Zheng Xiaokai declared coldly, taking a deep breath. In a 2-on-2 confrontation, as long as he and Yu Wensong could swiftly subdue their 2 opponents, they could still emerge victorious. Yet, Feng Zhaohua smiled confidently and said, Old Zhang, do you think I came here unprepared? What do you mean? Zheng Xiaokai raised an eyebrow. Clap, clap, clap. Feng Zhaohua applauded loudly and commanded. You need not hide any longer. Come out. As his words echoed, 3 figures emerged from one side of the courtyard. These 3, comprising 2 men and 1 woman, were not young, and their presence exuded a formidable aura. Upon their arrival, the faces of the Zheng family members turned pale, overwhelmed by an immense sense of pressure. Without a doubt, the prowess of these 3 individuals summoned by Feng Zhaohua is evident. They're at the pinnacle of Mingjing. 3 masters at the peak of Mingjing. Along with the 2 who appeared earlier, that totals 5 masters at this level. At this moment, both Zheng Xiaokai and Yu Wensong's expressions shifted dramatically. If we include the yet-to-emerge Feng Yu, that would amount to 6 masters at the pinnacle of Mingjing. In Jiangcheng, aside from the experts of Anjing, who could possibly contend with them? It is inconceivable. 5 masters at the pinnacle of Mingjing. Zheng Hongfeng, witnessing this scene, appeared utterly defeated, as though he had lost his very spirit. Zhang Zifan, who had previously exuded confidence and arrogance, now wore a ghastly expression, stripped of his earlier bravado. Any one of these 5 masters at the pinnacle of Mingjing could effortlessly crush him. The experts of the Zheng family, along with the visiting guests, displayed pallid faces. It was evident to all, unless one were a fool, who held the upper hand. The members of the Zheng family, once brimming with confidence, now found their spirits utterly shattered in this moment. Besides Su Yi, Zheng Ziqi's complexion had turned ashen. Simultaneously, Yu Wensong observed the assembly of masters at the pinnacle of Mingjing. Their collective presence exuded an overwhelming pressure, causing a tremor within him. Gritting his teeth, Yu Wensong finally spoke. "Old Zheng, I must apologize." Zheng Xiaokai was taken aback by these words. "Old you. Those who recognize the times are true heroes. I have sons and grandsons who require my care, thus I must beg your forgiveness." As Yu Wensong spoke, he began to sidestep, creating distance between himself and Zheng Xiaokai. The actions of Yu Wensong unmistakably convey his stance. He has chosen not to participate any further. "Master Zheng, I too find myself unable to engage in this matter." Indeed, despite being esteemed guest scholars of the Zheng family and receiving compensation, this does not imply that we are bound to sacrifice our lives, with responsibilities both above and below. I kindly ask for your understanding, Master Zheng. At this moment, the other guest scholars of the Zheng family also spoke up, each presenting their own reasons and excuses, yet all aimed at distancing themselves from the Zheng family. In an instant, the guest scholars withdrew, leaving only the members of the Zheng family, who appeared sparse and diminished. Comparatively, they seemed feeble when juxtaposed with the people of the Feng family. "Ha ha!" Feng Zhaoguo erupted in a triumphant and boisterous laugh. "Old man Zheng, did you ever anticipate this? You approached with such fervor, only to find yourself in this predicament. Are you not on the verge of vomiting blood?" Feng Zhaoguo mocked, reveling in his elation, fully in control of the situation. "This is simply hilarious. The old man of the Zheng family has utterly disgraced himself. He thought he had us at his mercy, yet he did not foresee the betrayal. Now, not only is he unable to salvage the situation, but he also risks losing his life here. If it were me, just the thought alone would be enough to incite fury to the point of bloodshed." Ha 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 ha. The members of the Feng family joined in the raucous laughter, hurling a barrage of scornful remarks. "Enough of this banter, everyone. Let us unite and eliminate him." Feng Zhaoguo's smile vanished, his eyes turning ominously cold. Even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit, for it seeks to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Should Zheng Xiaokai perish, the entire Zheng family would lose his protection, becoming as malleable as a soft persimmon, easily manipulated at will. "Shifan, today I shall annihilate the entire Zheng clan to avenge you," Feng Zhaoguo silently vowed. In a swift motion, 3 formidable figures emerged, each a master at the pinnacle of their craft, simultaneously launching an assault on Zheng Xiaokai. Acting instinctively, Zheng Xiaokai attempted to defend himself, yet he was but a solitary warrior. In mere moments, he was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spewing forth from his mouth. "The old man has fallen. It is over. We are doomed. It seems that today, the Zheng family shall be irrevocably erased from Jiangcheng." Despair washed over the faces of the Zheng family members, their hopes extinguished. Zheng Hongfeng, Zheng Ziqi, and Zheng Zifan all wore expressions of trepidation. "Sui, I implore you, help us." Zheng Ziqi suddenly thought of Su Yi, her eyes pleading as she turned to him. "Sister, what are you doing? If even grandfather cannot withstand them, what can he do?" Zheng Zifan, already agitated, reprimanded Zheng Ziqi for her plea to Su Yi. With a gentle sigh, Zheng Hongfeng interjected, "Ziqi, do not burden Mr. Su. The adversaries before us are far too numerous. Even if he intervenes, it is likely he could only shake his head in sorrow. Rest assured, grandfather, since I am here today, I shall ensure your victory." Su Yi finally spoke, affirming his resolve. Zheng Hongfeng was taken aback. "But a mere Feng family is nothing to me." Su Yi replied nonchalantly, his demeanor light as air, exuding disdain for the Feng family. "Kill him. Eliminate this old fool." On the other side, Feng Zhaoguo shouted loudly. The three pinnacle masters of the Mingjing realm coldly regarded Zheng Shaokai. In the next moment, one of them struck out directly, aiming to eliminate Zheng Shaokai. Previously, the trio had already inflicted severe injuries upon him, and now, with just one of them, it was more than sufficient to eradicate Zheng Shaokai entirely. The assailant moved with blinding speed, extending his hand, fingers splayed like an eagle's talon, capable of shattering rock. This hand lunged straight for Zheng Shaokai's head, evidently intent on crushing it. Whoosh! A striking crimson light suddenly shot forth. The master's outstretched hand was as if severed by an extraordinarily sharp blade, falling to the ground in an instant. Blood gushed forth, and a scream echoed throughout the courtyard. Everyone was astonished, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Logically, it should have been Zheng Shaokai screaming in agony, yet it was the attacker instead. As they stood in bewilderment, Su Yi slowly emerged. At that moment, all eyes turned to him in unison. This boy, Zheng Shaokai, who had narrowly escaped death, was shocked to see Su Yi. Yu Wensong, who had retreated a short distance away, was equally astonished. How did he come out? Nearby, Zhang Yutong, upon seeing Su Yi step forward, gasped in surprise, her delicate face quickly morphing into one of deep concern. This fellow, why does he not simply hide away? As for Su Yi, although she was astonished by his arrival and had witnessed him decisively defeating Qing Qirue, rendering him incapacitated, he now faced the entirety of the Feng family. How could one man possibly contend against such a formidable clan? Today, with my presence here, you shall not take the life of a single member of the Zheng family. Su Yi maintained an impassive gaze towards Feng Zhaohua and others, emanating an aura of icy resolve, as if transformed into another being. Chapter 81. Peak of Mingjing. What can you do to me? Initially, Su Yi believed that with Zheng Shaokai and Yu Wensong by his side, they could at least achieve a stalemate, if not dominate. However, Feng Zhaohua had long been prepared, meticulously orchestrating everything, waiting for them to fall into his trap. Now, Zheng Shaokai had been betrayed, left adrift, and gravely injured. Had Su Yi not intervened, Zheng Shaokai would have already perished. If this trend continued, the annihilation of the Zheng family was inevitable. Yet, this turmoil stemmed from Su Yi's actions. Standing with the Zheng family, he could not permit such a calamity to unfold. Thus, Su Yi ultimately chose to take action. Today, with my presence here, you shall not take the life of a single member of the Zheng family. Su Yi spoke coldly, brimming with unwavering confidence. You brat, is it you? Feng Zhaohua exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with fury upon seeing Su Yi. The latter had first thwarted his grand scheme at the Hongyan Tower auction, snatching the Qingwu villa from him, and now he had ambushed his skilled associates, allowing Zheng Shaokai to escape by mere chance. Having been provoked twice in succession, how could he not be enraged? Furthermore, the youthfulness of the opponent, being so easily disrupted by a mere fledgling, rendered Feng Zhaohua, the patriarch of the Feng family, rather ineffectual. He could hardly maintain his composure. You, a mere boy, cannot even contend with that old man Zheng Shaokai, yet you dare to seek your own demise. Your audacity is remarkable, Feng Zhaohua remarked coldly, his words laced with mockery. Su Yi retorted indifferently, he is far too weak, and so are you. Arrogant. The moment Su Yi spoke, it provoked an uproar of indignation from Feng Zhaohua's entourage. Among them, the least skilled was at the early stage of Mingjing, each having honed their abilities through relentless practice. For someone as young as Su Yi, appearing to be merely in his 20s, to declare them weak was nothing short of contempt. How could this inexperienced youth dare to belittle them? It was an utter display of ignorance and extreme arrogance. In the crowd, Wang Hao observed Su Yi with a smirk, murmuring to himself, an utterly oblivious fool. His eyes brimmed with derision. What do you think you are? Daring to spout such nonsense here? At that moment, a middle-aged man spoke up. He was a peak expert of Mingjing, summoned by Feng Zhaohua. With an icy gaze, he stated, you merely capitalized on a sneak attack to injure someone. But do you truly believe you can withstand the combined might of so many peak Mingjing experts? Such delusions are foolish. Indeed, boy, what qualifications do you possess to protect the Zheng family? You are merely courting death. Feng Zhaohua echoed loudly. Feng Yuqing, I shall eliminate. Su Yi gazed calmly at Feng Zhaohua and spoke. Feng Zhaohua was momentarily taken aback, convinced he had misheard. What did you say? Su Yi replied. Did you not hear clearly? Allow me to reiterate. Feng Yuqing was slain by my hand, and your son, too, met the same fate at my hands. As for the Zheng family, they merely assisted me in concealing the bodies. Upon hearing these words, Feng Zhaohua's face contorted with rage, his features marred by the throbbing veins of fury. So it was you. You dare to kill my son. I will see you dead. Feng Zhibo bellowed. Sui, unfazed, retorted, to wish for my death. You and your ilk are woefully insufficient. Do you truly believe that with so many masters at the pinnacle of Mingjing, I could not vanquish you? Feng Zhibo pointed an accusatory finger at Sui and shouted, Kill him. Whoever can bring me this boy's head. I shall reward him 50 million. 50 million. Even for a master at the pinnacle of Mingjing, that was an astronomical sum. Although they ranked among the elite in the realm of ordinary people, this was a high-tech era where martial artists were but fodder against bullets and artillery. Thus, while they were distinct from commoners, they dared not recklessly kill for monetary gain. Yet, Feng Zhiao's outright offer of 50 million was enough to stir the hearts of all present. 50 million. It shall be mine, exclaimed a rather portly man. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode forward, charging directly at Sui. This individual was not a master at the pinnacle of Mingjing. Rather, he was a guest of the Feng family, possessing strength in the mid-stage of Mingjing. In his eyes, Sui was merely a callow youth, and dealing with him was a trivial task. The rotund man charged directly towards Sui, extending his plump hand to grasp at Sui's face. In an instant, however, the man's hand and arm were severed at the shoulder. A piercing scream echoed throughout the courtyard. Humph, worthless. You dare to claim that 50 million? Just watch me, mocked a bystander, who then lunged at Sui. Yet, in the blink of an eye, this individual met the same fate, his arm also severed. Despite the grim examples set by these two, the allure of such a staggering sum of money drove others to advance recklessly. Shadows surged towards Sui with alarming speed. At that moment, Sui maintained an air of tranquility, his eyes reflecting a fleeting glimmer of indifference. Suddenly, he vanished from sight. Bang, bang, bang. The encroaching figures were sent flying in all directions, akin to kites severed from their strings. This transpired in a mere 10 seconds. All lay sprawled on the ground, emitting anguished cries. Ah, my hand, my leg, my dantian has been shattered. They screamed in terror. Each was either missing limbs or rendered impotent, their dantian destroyed, doomed to a life of helplessness. This was the price they paid for their insatiable greed. Sui's decision not to kill them outright was a testament to his considerable mercy. What a ruthless fellow, remarked a master at the pinnacle of the Ming realm coldly. The brutality of his actions was unparalleled. Relying on his meager skills, he behaved with utter impunity. Some echoed his sentiments, believing him invincible. How naive. Before the likes of us, he is but a mere jester. As these words fell, a middle-aged man stepped forward, and with his footfall, the ground fissured beneath him. All gazes fixated upon him. A master at the pinnacle of Mingjing had finally made his move. With such prowess unleashed, this individual, regardless of his strength, could never hope to contend. Beside Zhang Ziki, Zhang Zifen exclaimed with excitement. Meanwhile, Zhang Yutong watched anxiously, fully aware of what a master at the pinnacle of Mingjing represented, far beyond the capabilities of someone like Cheng Shui, who was born into privilege. Such individuals were revered even in the most illustrious families. But could Sui truly be a match for him? Pinnacle of Mingjing? What could he possibly do to me? At that moment, Sui merely replied with indifference. Arrogant boy, perish. The middle-aged man growled, a wave of energy erupting from him. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight, only to reappear before Sui. Black Hawk Claw, his fingers curled like talons, lunging towards Sui's head with incredible speed. Chapter 82. Sweeping away the pinnacle of Mingjing. The distinction between a master at the pinnacle of Mingjing and one at the threshold of Anjing is but a razor's edge. As the middle-aged man's claw-like fingers approached Sui, even the air crackled with the sound of exploding beans, and a gust of wind brushed against Sui's face. Amidst the gazes of the onlookers, everyone anticipated that Sui's head would be crushed by the middle-aged man. After all, this was a master at the pinnacle of Mingjing. Concurrently, Sui raised his hand, spreading his fingers wide as he met the middle-aged man's claw-like grip head-on. How foolish. The middle-aged man's face twisted into a cruel smile upon realizing Sui's intention to confront him directly. However, the next moment, his smile vanished. As his claw collided with Sui's palm, it felt as if he had struck a steel plate, an excruciating pain coursing through his fingertips. Sui's body, though not yet impervious to blades and bullets, was fortified by the profound dragon energy he had unleashed to shield his hand. Unless one possessed the strength of a late-stage dark energy master, it was nearly impossible to break through. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in astonishment. But it was too late. Su Yi swiftly clenched his fingers, seizing the man's hand. Crack, crack, crack. The middle-aged man's fingers were crushed one by one, his palm meeting the same fate, rendering his hand utterly useless. But the ordeal was not over. Su Yi gripped the man's arm, lifting him before violently slamming him down. Akin to swinging a rope. Thud. The middle-aged man's body crashed into the ground, creating a substantial crater as dust and debris filled the air. Silence enveloped the scene. The man rendered completely voiceless. Was that all? Su Yi turned his gaze toward Feng Zhaohua. He had dispatched this peak Mingjing master in less than half a minute. At most a mere 10 seconds. The entire arena fell into a hushed stillness. Everyone gazed at the scene, rendered utterly speechless. This Su Yi. How could he possibly be so formidable? Zheng Shaokai was astonished at the sight, realizing that he could never achieve such prowess among his peers. Zhang Zifen was equally taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. A master at the pinnacle of Mingjing had been so effortlessly vanquished. Meanwhile, Zhang Yutong was filled with astonishment. She had previously worried for Su Yi, only to find her concerns entirely unwarranted. Impossible. This lad cannot possibly be this strong. What are you all dawdling for? Hurry and take action. He could not fathom that even a few masters at the pinnacle of Mingjing could not subdue Su Yi. With Feng Zhaohua's loud command, the others exchanged glances and nodded slightly. Originally, there were 5 masters at the pinnacle of Mingjing on their side. After Su Yi had dispatched one, only 4 remained. Together, we shall strike. Yes, even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. This youth must also be a master at the pinnacle of Mingjing, and we cannot underestimate him. As long as we unleash our full force, even if he is at the pinnacle, he shall undoubtedly meet his demise. The remaining 4 insisted. 4 against 1. They were confident that even if the opponent was among the elite of the pinnacle masters, they could not possibly prevail against their combined might. Before their words had fully settled, the 4 surged forward. As they charged, an astonishing aura emanated from them. The onlookers felt an overwhelming sense of intimidation and pressure. The simultaneous assault of 4 masters at the pinnacle of Mingjing was a sight they had never witnessed before. Yet today, here they were. Moreover, they struck simultaneously. Yet their target was merely one individual, a youth in his 20s. Rock-solid palm. Bellowed a burly man, his palms as unyielding as stone. Feather needles. The only woman among them brandished a handful of silver needles. Raining fist. An elder, protector of Wang Hao, clenched his fist, radiating an imposing presence equal to the other 3. Whipping cloud leg. The last was a middle-aged man in his 50s, his bald head gleaming, exhibiting an extraordinarily fierce leg technique. In an instant, they converged from all directions towards Su Yi, who remained at the center, his expression tranquil, devoid of any panic or disarray. Just as the figures of the 4 approached simultaneously, Su Yi made his move. Whoosh! He vanished from his position, his speed akin to lightning, far surpassing the 4. He was the first to reach the bald man, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the man's thigh. Instantly, the bald man crashed to the ground, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. Before the second cry could escape his lips, Su Yi was already before the woman. Next came the burly man. Their palms met briefly before Su Yi obliterated his hand. Finally, he confronted the elder, tearing his entire arm apart with ease. Su Yi's figure materialized, standing resolute in a singular spot. Bang, 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 bang. The 4 fell around him, crashing to the ground, each emitting cries of anguish. This entire spectacle transpired in less than 20 seconds. The onlookers were left utterly speechless, witnessing an overwhelming display of dominance and absolute annihilation. Moments later, a thunderous sound echoed. Good heavens! All 4 pinnacle masters of the Ming level have been utterly defeated. He is undeniably not merely a master of the Ming level. He has transcended to the realm of the N-level. What? N-level? How is this possible? How old could he possibly be? Everyone was astounded. At that instant, they all contemplated this possibility. Su Yi is indeed a master of the N-level. Otherwise, such a feat would be inconceivable. Yet, Su Yi is far too young. A mere 20-year-old at the N-level is unprecedented. This is simply monstrous. In that moment, Feng Zhaohua, along with the entire Feng family, was left in utter shock. With all the pinnacle masters of the Ming level vanquished, the situation has been irrevocably altered by Su Yi. They were all destined for calamity, especially Feng Zhaohua, whose heart was seized by an unparalleled dread. What stroke of fortune has Zheng Hongfeng experienced to have encountered such a young master? He felt a tumult of anger and jealousy. Suddenly, Feng Zhaohua felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, chilling him to the bone. This was because Su Yi had turned his gaze towards him, an unmistakable murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. Feng Zhaohua, it is your turn. Su Yi spoke calmly. He raised his hand and pointed at Feng Zhaohua, a crimson light shooting forth towards him. Just as the crimson light was about to reach Feng Zhaohua, a blinding white light surged forth, colliding with the crimson beam in a spectacular explosion. From where did this reckless youth emerge, daring to threaten the son of Feng Yu? Seeking death, a fierce voice rang out. Su Yi raised an eyebrow. Chapter 83. Feng Zhaohua's father, a master of the in-level. This fierce shout reverberated throughout the entire courtyard. It is that old man, Feng Yu. Zheng Xiao's expression instantly turned stern as he spoke. Upon hearing this voice, the members of the Feng family were filled with immense joy. Wonderful. We are saved. Each of them was exceedingly exhilarated. Feng Zhaohua was particularly overjoyed. His pride evident as he proclaimed, he is not merely an ordinary pinnacle of Mingjing, but one of its finest exemplars. No matter how strong you are, your demise is inevitable. Su Yi remained silent, calmly observing him. Just as Feng Zhaohua's words fell silent, a figure suddenly burst forth from beyond the courtyard, leaping over the wall and crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The earth trembled, dust swirling into the air. As the dust gradually settled, it revealed an elderly man. Clad in a long blue robe, he possessed a robust physique, his muscles defined and his demeanor vibrant. His eyes sparkled with the ferocity of a tiger, and his mere presence exuded an overwhelming pressure, surpassing even the pinnacle masters present. The elderly man was none other than Feng Zhaohua's father, the true pillar of the entire Feng family. Feng Yu. Father. Feng Zhaohua rushed to Feng Yu's side. Overwhelmed with joy, Feng Yu spoke, his voice tinged with a slight hoarseness. Where is Shifan? Bring him to me. I have been away for over a year, and I wish to see if he has made any progress. However, upon hearing these words, the smile on Feng Zhaohua's face vanished, replaced by an expression of sorrow. Dad. Shifan. He is dead. What? Feng Yu's expression abruptly changed, and an overwhelming aura erupted from him. After a moment, he gloomily inquired, who did this? It was this brat. Feng Zhaohua immediately pointed at Su Yi. Feng Yu's gaze shifted to Su Yi. Dad, it's all this brat-ass doing. He killed Shifan. You must avenge him. Feng Zhaohua cried out in anguish. Feng Yu took a deep breath and declared, rest assured, Shifan is my grandson. Whoever dares to take his life will find no place to rest in death. His words were clearly directed at Su Yi, laden with murderous intent. The fury within him was unimaginable. He had only one grandson, and now he was taken by this impudent youth. Brat, I present you with two choices. 1. Take your own life and die peacefully. 2. I will take action and ensure you experience endless agony before your demise. Which will you choose? Feng Yu coldly regarded Su Yi. Su Yi calmly replied, do you truly believe you can kill me? Feng Yu let out a chilling laugh, then extended his hand and flicked his fingers. Bang! An explosive sound erupted from his fingertip, and a deep, bottomless crater appeared on the ground. Dark energy. Zheng Xiao exclaimed in shock, his face reflecting his astonishment. Ming Jin is the force generated through physical attacks, thus termed Ming energy. In contrast, dark energy is formless and can transcend the body, allowing for aerial assaults. This illustrates the disparity between the overt and covert strength. The methods of attack are not only more varied, but also considerably more ruthless. Furthermore, the potency of the covert strength far surpasses that of the overt by several magnitudes, akin to an overwhelming dominance. Zheng Xiaokai was astonished not merely by the revelation that Feng Yu had become a master of covert strength, but even more so by the fact that Feng Yu had previously suffered internal injuries and yet managed to attain this level, a feat far beyond what an ordinary person could achieve. Simultaneously, the entire audience was left in utter shock upon learning that Feng Yu was a master of covert strength. Even Zheng Ziqi displayed a look of anxiety. Although she had witnessed Su Yi slay Feng Yuqing, it must be noted that Feng Yuqing was merely at the pinnacle of overt strength, a half-step into covert strength. Now, however, Feng Yu stood as a true and legitimate master of covert strength. A master of covert strength. Haha, father, you have truly become a master of covert strength. Congratulations. Father. Feng Zhaoguo exclaimed joyously, congratulating Feng Yu. Feng Yu, however, remained expressionless, replying coolly, this is merely the beginning. There is nothing to celebrate. Despite his indifference, Feng Zhaoguo and the rest of the Feng family were filled with exuberance and delight. A master of covert strength, we are doomed, remarked Zhang Zifan, his face reflecting utter despondency as he stood beside Zhang Ziqi. She too glanced at her father, Zhang Hongfeng, bearing a similar expression. Could it truly be the end? On the other side, Zhang Yutong was filled with deep sighs. She took out her phone, intending to call Shen Qingyu. But after a moment's hesitation, she ultimately refrained. Perhaps it would be best to consider him missing if he indeed perished here. If Shen Qingyu were to learn that the elder of the Feng family had slain Su Yi, it would only serve to exacerbate her troubles. Young man, my patience is limited. You must make a choice. Feng Yu gazed at Su Yi and spoke once more. Reflecting on the countless hardships he had endured over the past year in pursuit of breaking through to the dark force, he found himself indifferent to these concerns. The dark force was merely a starting point. He aspired to ascend to even greater realms. Those Su Yi before him might contend with the pinnacle of bright force masters. What significance did that hold? In the presence of true dark force experts, even the mightiest bright force practitioners were akin to mere children, easily extinguished at will. I shall make no choice. Feng Yu's gaze instantly turned frigid, exuding an icy demeanor. Ignorant fool, prepare to meet your demise. Do you think you are worthy of my life? Su Yi replied with a cold smile. Without waiting for his opponent to strike, he stepped forward, closing the distance in an instant, arriving just 10 meters away from Feng Yu. Ninth wave of boundless boxing, first layer. Su Yi's expression remained impassive as he unleashed a powerful punch. The formidable energy of the Xianlong enveloped his fist, surging directly toward Feng Yu. Upon witnessing the punch, Feng Yu's countenance swiftly altered. Even before the strike reached him, a sharp, tempestuous wind had already arrived. How is this possible? Feng Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. The intensity of this force reminded him of an encounter with a mid-level dark force master, where a single move had nearly sent him to the brink of death, leaving him no choice but to kneel and plead for mercy like a dog, barely preserving his life. And now, he faced a mere 20-year-old youth. Chapter 84, Dark Force? With a single punch, he shattered everything. Ha! This fool dared to strike at my father, utterly oblivious to his own limitations. Feng Zhaoguo erupted in laughter once more, his face illuminated with arrogance. In his eyes, his father was a master of hidden strength. Thus, the reckless assault by Su Yi was akin to a fragile egg attempting to break a stone. It was merely a swift path to self-destruction. However, scarcely had Feng Zhaoguo's laughter faded when his expression abruptly froze. Bang! Su Yi's fist, like a thunderbolt, pierced through Feng Yu's chest with unstoppable force. In that instant, Feng Yu instinctively raised his hand to block, attempting to defend himself. Yet, this so-called defense crumbled like paper before Su Yi's might, utterly ineffective. Su Yi's fist penetrated Feng Yu's chest and emerged from his back, blood spraying forth in a violent eruption. Remarkably, Su Yi's fist remained untouched, shielded by an enigmatic dragon aura. At that moment, the entire courtyard fell into an eerie silence. All present stood dumbfounded, rendered speechless by the shock. Then, with a swift motion, Su Yi yanked his arm back. With a thud, Feng Yu's lifeless body crashed to the ground like a stone. What of hidden strength? It was extinguished by my single blow. Su Yi regarded Feng Yu's corpse, his expression devoid of emotion. No. Feng Zhaoguo let out a heart-wrenching scream. He could not fathom that his father had fallen to Su Yi, but he was a master of hidden strength. The old man is dead. It's over. Our Feng family is doomed. Wails of grief echoed through the air. This individual is truly extraordinary. He is nothing short of a marvel. There are those who gaze upon Su Yi, their eyes filled with profound terror. Feng Yu was slain by a single punch from Su Yi, decisive, fierce, and unrelenting. At this moment, in the hearts of the Feng family members, he appears as a malevolent demon, even without uttering a word. A mere glance from Su Yi sends chills through them, as if they have plunged into the depths of winter, leaving them ice cold. Su Yi is indeed fearsome. I had seriously underestimated him before, mused Zheng Shaokai, feeling a wave of guilt wash over him. Had it not been for Su Yi, the Zheng family might have faced utter ruin today. Reflecting on his previous disdain for Su Yi, an overwhelming sense of remorse engulfed him, leaving him quite embarrassed. He was not alone in this sentiment. Yu Wensong felt similarly. Dark energy. It is indeed dark energy. Yu Wensong's face was a mask of disbelief, and within him brewed a profound regret. Like Zheng Shaokai, he had also looked down upon Su Yi, yet he never anticipated that this young man could be so terrifying. While Zheng Shaokai could still rely on his son and granddaughter to forge a connection with Su Yi, Yuan Song had just retreated and betrayed him. Any hope of establishing a rapport was now utterly impossible. Alas, who could have foreseen that such a young man would possess such monstrous abilities? Yuan Song sighed inwardly. Had he been able to befriend Su Yi and offer guidance to his own descendants, it would have been a tremendous fortune. Regrettably, due to his prior actions, all such prospects had vanished. Meanwhile, Zhang Zifen stood beside Zheng Ziki, his mouth agape and eyes wide, filled with astonishment. Zheng Zifen, what do you think of Su Yi now? The figure in the arena etched a profound imprint upon Zheng Ziki's heart. Previously, her confidence in Su Yi was rather lacking. However, that single punch he delivered was nothing short of extraordinary in her eyes. It shattered not only Feng Yu's ribcage, but also pierced through the very essence of the Feng family. I was mistaken. Zheng Zifen lowered his head, his face awash with shame. He had not intended to concede, yet the undeniable reality compelled him to acknowledge it. In Jiangqing, there were but a few renowned masters of the hidden strength, each recognized by name. A single master could easily overpower a first-tier family. Had it not been for Su Yi, the Zheng family would undoubtedly have met their demise. Thus, no matter how stubborn Zheng Zifen was, he could not deny that Su Yi was indeed superior to him. It is good that you recognize your mistake. Zheng Ziki felt a sense of joy and chose not to press Zheng Zifen further. Sister, may I pose a question? Zheng Zifen inquired once more. What question do you wish to ask? Just speak. Did you and him have any sort of affair? Zheng Zifen's face was filled with curiosity. Zheng Ziki's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shot Zhang Zifen a fierce glare, exclaiming, No. What a pity that is. Zhang Zifen sighed softly. Zheng Ziki parted her lips, eager to clarify, yet found herself at a loss for words. Reflecting on the current Su Yi, she could not deny that such thoughts had crossed her mind. However, given his remarkable prowess, the chasm between them was insurmountable. Even if she wished for it, he would likely not reciprocate. In the arena, every gaze was fixated upon Su Yi. His expression remained tranquil, devoid of any signs of excitement. In his eyes, although Feng Yu was indeed a master of the hidden strength technique, he was several tiers above those at the pinnacle of the overt strength level, equivalent to at least 10 of the latter. However, he possessed only about 1/3 of his true power, merely at the early stage of hidden strength. This rendered Su Yi incapable of exerting any of his prowess, leaving him devoid of even the slightest fighting spirit. How could he feel excitement when he could simply crush his opponent? Su Yi's gaze fell upon Feng Zhaohua, his eyes sharp as blades, instilling a profound sense of despair in Feng Zhaohua. No, please, do not kill me. I am willing to submit. Feng Zhaohua hastily knelt before Su Yi, bowing his head in supplication. He yearned for survival. With a flick of his finger, Su Yi unleashed a crimson beam that penetrated Feng Zhaohua's skull. Feng Zhaohua was no more. Su Yi harbored no mercy for his foes. Meanwhile, Wang Hao, who had come from the Wang family in Yunqing, was rendered utterly dumbfounded by this scene. In the next moment, he was overcome by an icy dread. As though he were being targeted by an ancient beast. It was Su Yi. He turned towards Wang Hao, whose body trembled violently, his legs weak and his face etched with terror. He had never anticipated such a turn of events. Both Feng Zhaohua and his father, Feng Yu, lay dead at the hands of this young man. The entire Feng family was thereby crushed, with no hope of resurgence. All of this transpired because of one youth. This was simply extraordinary. In Jiangqing, even the scions of the most elite families lacked such capabilities. It was utterly terrifying. Do you wish to die? As fear and astonishment gripped Wang Hao, Su Yi's indifferent voice echoed. Young Master Su, please spare my life. With a thud, Wang Hao immediately knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head before Su Yi. Su Yi replied coolly, It seems you still wish to live. Who, in their right mind, would desire to die without reason? Wang Hao hastily shook his head, exclaiming, I do not wish to die. Please, Master Su, spare my life. You may set any condition, and I shall comply. Is that so? Then I have a condition for you, Su Yi stated indifferently. What condition? Please, Master Su, do speak. Wang Hao urged, his anxiety palpable. He would not flinch at even 10 conditions if it meant securing his life. Su Yi regarded the visibly anxious Wang Hao and remarked, The Feng family will no longer exist in Jiangqing. Henceforth, your Wang family must collaborate with the Zheng family. Can you manage that? Of course, I can manage it. I will certainly see to it. Wang Hao replied without a moment's hesitation. Su Yi then inquired, You seem to agree quite readily. Are you aware of the consequences of breaching this agreement? Wang Hao's expression faltered at this question. The consequence of betrayal is the demise of your entire family. Su Yi stated bluntly. His chilling words swept through the air like a cold wind, piercing Wang Hao's ears. Yes, I understand. Rest assured, Master Su. I will remember your admonition. Wang Hao trembled, too fearful to utter another word, and hastily acquiesced. In truth, to Su Yi, Wang Hao was inconsequential. He could be spared or eliminated at will. After a brief contemplation, he deemed that sparing this life was far more beneficial than letting it perish. Thus he chose to grant him mercy and allow him to collaborate with the Zheng family, which would indeed prove advantageous for them. After all, if it costs nothing, why not? Subsequently, Su Yi turned to the members of the Zheng family. Salute the king of Wuji Fist. Suddenly, Zheng Hongfeng's booming voice resonated throughout the courtyard. Following his declaration, the others joined in unison, exclaiming, Salute the king of Wuji Fist. Su Yi was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he inquired, Zheng Yi, what is the meaning of this? Zheng Hongfeng hurriedly responded, Mr. Su, please do not address me in such a manner. I am unworthy of such a title. If you must, simply call me uncle. Very well, Uncle Zheng, what is your intention? Su Yi adjusted his address. Zheng Hongfeng smiled and explained, Mr. Su, your single strike, that felled Feng Yu has secured your place at the pinnacle of Jiangqing. The title of King of Wuji Fist represents the respect from both myself and the Zheng family towards you. He then conveyed to Su Yi that there was another reason behind this. The events of today were bound to spread, and it would not be long before they reached the ears of the entire Jiangqing. With Su Yi now closely allied with the Zheng family, Zheng Hongfeng sought to use the title of King of Wuji Fist as a means to intimidate those with ill intentions, thereby sparing Su Yi from numerous troubles. After a moment's reflection, Su Yi replied, The King of Wuji Fist, you say? That is acceptable. It is merely a title, of which I am indifferent. At that juncture, Zheng Shaokai approached, clasping his hands together and bowing deeply to Su Yi. Su Xiaoyu, this time I, Zheng Xiao, have acted foolishly. I hope you can forgive my earlier disrespect. Su Yi shook his head and replied, It's of no consequence. He bore no grudge regarding this matter. Soon after, Zheng Ziki and Zheng Zifen approached. Zheng Zifen, facing Su Yi, appeared quite embarrassed but nonetheless sincerely apologized. Zheng Ziki also interceded on his behalf, stating it should not happen again. Su Yi merely uttered those words, signifying that the matter was settled. However, he noticed that Zheng Ziki's demeanor towards him had shifted from its previous ease. She seemed to have become much more reserved, creating a subtle distance between them. Su Yi was puzzled by this change and resolved to inquire further when they were alone. Subsequently, Zheng Hongfeng informed Su Yi that he should continue residing at the Zheng household for the next few days, as there were matters to discuss. After acknowledging this, Su Yi turned and walked directly towards Zhang Yutong, who was not far away. At that moment, Zhang Yutong, supporting her father Zhang Yozhong, felt her cheeks flush with warmth upon seeing Su Yi approaching. Meanwhile, Zhang Yozhong, astonished by Su Yi's presence, could hardly believe his eyes. Yutong, that young man is coming over. Do you know him? He inquired eagerly. Zhang Yutong nodded slightly and responded softly. That's wonderful. You actually know this remarkable young man. Zhang Yozhong exclaimed, a mix of astonishment and excitement in his voice. What an honor it is that my daughter knows such an impressive individual. As Su Yi drew near, he called out to her. Before Zhang Yuzhong could utter a word, he freed himself from Zhang Yutong's support and swiftly approached Su Yi, dropping to his knees with a thud. Young man, you are truly remarkable. Thank you. I am immensely grateful. As he spoke, Zhang Yuzhong bowed deeply to Su Yi. Su Yi hurriedly helped him to his feet, saying, Uncle, please do not be so formal. Zhang Yutong is a dear friend of mine. Assisting you is simply the right thing to do. Dear friend. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Yutong's eyes brightened slightly. However, upon recalling that Su Yi was Shun Qingyue's husband, the glimmer in her gaze dimmed once more. Qingyue, you are indeed fortunate to have such an extraordinary husband. I truly envy you, Zhang Yutong mused silently, feeling a blend of admiration and a tinge of jealousy towards her close friend Shen Qingyue. With Su Yi's assurance, Zhang Yuzhong was filled with joy, for he was Zhang Yutong's father. Su Yi discreetly infused a trace of mysterious energy into his body to aid in his healing. Soon, Zhang Yuzhong, overjoyed, retreated to offer the pair some privacy. Su Yi, thank you, Zhang Yutong said, her cheeks flushed as she gazed at him. A flicker of admiration in her eyes. No woman could resist admiring a strong man. If one did, it was only because he lacked sufficient strength. Su Yi shook his head, replying, "I have already stated that you are my good friend. There is no need for thanks between us." Zhang Yutong's heart fluttered, and she continued, "You are so powerful. It's a pity Qingyue is unaware. If she knew, she certainly would not treat you as she has before. Are you planning to tell her?" Su Yi asked with a smile. "Is it possible?" Zhang Yutong queried in a tone laced with skepticism. "That is for you to decide." Su Yi replied with a hint of indifference. Zhang Yutong continued, "Then perhaps it's best to forget it. Even if I were to speak up, she may not believe me. Indeed, that woman is rather foolish." Although Su Yi's words carried a semblance of jest, they bore no malice. The two engaged in conversation for a while longer before exchanging contact information. It was amusing to realize that they had not done so since their acquaintance began. Shortly thereafter, Su Yi departed with Zheng Ziqi, leaving Zhang Yutong gazing vacantly at his receding figure, her lips pressed together in contemplation, hesitating as if to speak. In truth, she harbored a tinge of selfishness. She wished for Shen Qingyue to remain oblivious to this side of Su Yi. Only in such a scenario could she possibly hold a chance. Chapter 86. A Sensation in Jiangqing. The upper echelons of Jiangqing were destined for unrest today. The affairs of the Feng family swiftly spread like wildfire, reaching the ears of numerous influential figures in Jiangqing. Prominent families were soon engulfed in shock. What? The Feng family has fallen? Even Feng Yu, a master who had attained the dark level, was struck down with a single blow by a mere 20-year-old youth? An elder from a leading family was left astounded upon learning this news. He was familiar with Feng Yu, if not intimately, and understood the weight of his reputation. Even more astonishing was the fact that Feng Yu, having reached the dark level, was obliterated by a youth with a single punch. Such a revelation was truly staggering. Within another prominent family, the astonishment only deepened. Upon receiving the news, an elderly man was profoundly shaken, filled with wrath. This venerable individual shared a close friendship with Feng Yu, their bond akin to that of iron and stone, unbreakable and deeply cherished. The title of King of Wujiquan. What audacity it takes to slay my dear friend. Cursed be this fate. Consumed by fury, the elder's visage turned crimson as he wreaked havoc upon the furnishings of the room. The servants, along with his descendants, were taken aback, having never witnessed such madness from him before. Eventually, silence fell over the chamber. With a sorrowful sigh, the old man's lament transformed into a deep, bitter ache. "Forgive me, old friend. Even you have been obliterated by this king of Wujiquan's might. How can I possibly seek vengeance on your behalf?" He shook his head, resolutely banishing the thought from his mind. In a luxurious villa adorned with European architecture, the grand hall resonated with the ethereal strains of classical music emanating from a limited edition phonograph. Lu Xuanfei, barefoot and with her delicate, fair feet gracing the opulent purple-patterned carpet, approached the sofa with a steaming cup of coffee, crossing her legs elegantly as she settled down. Her figure was a harmonious blend of grace and voluptuousness, each curve seemingly sculpted by a divine hand, flawless and exquisite. Coupled with her sophisticated and mature demeanor, Lu Xuanfei radiated an unparalleled beauty in that moment. Just then, a tall, imposing man clad in black entered the room. Bowing respectfully, he addressed her. "Meng Wei, is there something you wish to discuss?" Lu Xuanfei gently blew on her hot coffee before taking a delicate sip. "There is grave news. The Feng family has been annihilated." Meng Wei, still with his head bowed, conveyed this alarming tidings to Lu Xuanfei. Lu Xuanfei immediately became intrigued. "The Zheng family?" Meng Wei replied. "The Zheng family is involved, but the primary perpetrator is a young man, known as the King of Wujiquan. It is said that with one punch, he killed the esteemed elder of the Feng family, Feng Yu, who was at the dark energy level." Originally somewhat languid and casual, Lu Xuanfei was momentarily taken aback and quickly inquired, "Are you certain?" "I have verified the information. It is indeed accurate, and—" Meng Wei hesitated. Lu Xuanfei, slightly impatient, urged, "Speak plainly. You know I despise beating around the bush." "Indeed." Meng Wei took a deep breath and continued. "It is said that this king of Wujiquan is referred to as Su Xiao." "Su Xiao? Could it be that little fellow?" Lu Xuanfei instantly thought of Su Yi, unable to believe it. However, she soon shook her head, dismissing the notion as mere fanciful thinking. Meanwhile, in a private bar, Long Hung, his face round and jowly, held a glass of whiskey and was taken aback by the news relayed by his subordinate. "Wow, this brother Su is quite formidable. He actually killed an initial dark energy master with a single punch. Truly, the ocean is unfathomable." To prevent Su Yi from fleeing, he had specifically instructed someone to keep an eye on him. ensuring he would not escape. He had not anticipated such shocking news. Although the Feng family is a prominent clan in Jiangxing, they are considered low-tier in Nanjun. Long Hung would not regard them highly. However, a dark energy master holds some weight in Nanjun, at least enough to be coveted by the second-tier families there. In the second-tier family of Nanjun, arriving in Jiang City would undoubtedly be akin to a colossal force. It appears that this brother Su possesses considerable potential. Cultivating a friendship with him would indeed be advantageous. Long Hung stroked his chin, deep in contemplation. Simultaneously, news regarding the Feng family reached Long Hung, and naturally, Yin Xiaoxiao was informed as well. Upon hearing the report that Su Yi had dispatched Feng Yu with a single punch, her initial surprise quickly transformed into laughter. Hee, the man I, Yin Xiaoxiao, have set my sights on is truly extraordinary. Her eyes narrowed into crescent moons. With the demise of the Feng family, their assets changed hands. The title of the martial King Su began to circulate throughout Jiang City, leaving the upper echelons in a state of astonishment. However, the Zheng family still had matters to attend to concerning the Feng family's enterprises. Finding himself bored, Sui decided to engage in solitary cultivation within his quarters. He sensed the qi in his dantian. Presently, Sui was at the initial stage of the fourth layer of the Xianlong technique. Having only recently entered this stage, coupled with various circumstances, he had found little time to cultivate, but now, at last, he was free. With nothing else to occupy his time, Su-Yi closed his eyes and began to absorb the faint spiritual energy present between heaven and earth. It was unclear how much time passed before he opened his eyes once more. The results of his absorption were disappointing. Inferior even to those he experienced at Qingwu Mountain Manor, where the spiritual energy was notably more abundant. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. "Come in," Sui called out. The door swung open, and Zheng Ziki stepped inside. Upon seeing her, Su-Yi's eyes lit up, for Zheng Ziki had donned a new outfit. She once favored wearing form-fitting attire, yet now she adorned herself in a leisurely, billowy, dark gray dress. Her arms, smooth as snow, contrasted starkly with the loose neckline that could scarcely conceal her ample bosom. Her slender waist was delicate to the touch, remarkably taut. Below, her perky, rounded hips were accentuated, and though her beautiful legs were enveloped by the fabric, one could still envision their voluptuous curves. Zheng Ziki's ponytail had been released, cascading her lustrous black hair over her shoulders, bestowing upon her an air of intellectual charm. In her hands, she held a tray replete with exquisite and sumptuous dishes. She was acutely aware of Su-Yi's gaze, her cheeks flushing a delicate hue, yet she proceeded into the room and placed the meal upon the table. "It's already evening. I thought you might be hungry, so I had the kitchen prepare something for you." With her slender fingers gripping the hem of her dress, she lowered her head slightly, hesitant to meet Su-Yi's eyes. "Thank you," Sui replied. And also, regarding the Feng family, Zheng Ziki intended to continue, but was abruptly interrupted by Sui. In the midst of her confusion, Sui instructed, "Wait a moment, come over here." Zheng Ziki, visibly perplexed, complied and approached Sui. "Turn around," he commanded. "What?" Zheng Ziki questioned, doubting her own hearing. Sui frowned slightly and said, "Is my request not clear enough? Do you intend to defy my wishes?" Zheng Ziki took a deep breath, her heart filled with trepidation, yet she complied and turned around. Prior to this moment, she had engaged in a discussion with Zhang Hafeng and Zhang Shaokai. Both had given her a directive: she must forge a favorable relationship with Sui, leaving no room for animosity. Whatever requests Sui might articulate, she was obliged to fulfill, with the exception of anything of an intimate nature. Zheng Ziki understood that her father and grandfather had not descended into madness to that extent. At present, Sui merely asked her to turn around, and she naturally obliged, though she remained uncertain of his intentions. Suddenly, as Zheng Ziki completed her turn, Sui raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to her pert posterior. "Ah!" Zheng Ziki exclaimed in shock, immediately spinning around, her face flushed with both embarrassment and anger. "What do you think you're doing?" she demanded. Sui replied nonchalantly, "Are you still playing the fool?" Before she could fully process his words, he reached out and effortlessly pulled Zheng Ziki onto his lap. In that instant, she panicked, instinctively trying to escape. However, the disparity in strength between them was painfully apparent, rendering her struggles futile and almost akin to a reluctant invitation. "You scoundrel! How dare you lay your hands on me? Let me go?" Zheng Ziki shouted indignantly. Sui nodded with a smile. "Now that's more like it." What he desired was precisely the fiery spirit of Zhang Ziqi. Her previous demeanor, so refined and respectful, had left Sui feeling rather displeased. Sui was not a saint, nor was he a cold individual. When faced with familiar company, he abhorred any sense of distance. Moreover, this was Zhang Ziqi, who had risked her life without betraying him during their encounter at Qingwu Villa. This singular act had already etched a mark upon Su Yi's heart. At that moment, Zhang Ziqi gazed at Su Yi in astonishment, as if she had encountered a ghost, and could not help but exclaim, "Are you insane?" She had never seen anyone so fond of suffering. "Indeed, I am unwell, perhaps even in a rather lascivious manner. Would you care to experience it?" Sui retorted, his hands growing restless, gliding over Zhang Ziqi's rounded form through her skirt. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, resembling the glow of twilight. Realizing escape was futile, she ceased to struggle. Before long, Zhang Ziqi's body turned limp, collapsing into Su Yi's embrace. Witnessing her vulnerability, a heat surged within Su Yi's core, stirring his desires. With a beautiful woman in his arms, what man could remain composed? He was not Lu Xiaohui, nor did he wish to emulate him. At that moment, Su Yi's other hand began to move as well. "Sister, sister." Suddenly, the voice of Zheng Zifan echoed from outside, and before long, the door was forcefully swung open. Zheng Zifan burst into the room, only to be met with the sight of the two entwined together, rendering him momentarily speechless, his eyes widening in shock as if he had seen a ghost. Sister, brother-in-law, I didn't mean to intrude. Please, continue." He thought to himself, bemused by the thought that his sister was truly suffering for the sake of maintaining her pride. Still claiming there's nothing between you two? This has been firmly established. Zhang Ziqi's voice rang out. Zheng Zifan turned around with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, offering a bitter smile. "Sister, I had no idea you were so close with brother-in-law. I truly didn't mean to." "What brother-in-law? I merely slipped and accidentally fell onto him." Zhang Ziqi quickly retorted. "Accidentally fell onto him? Then why is your face as red as a baboon's behind? Who would believe that?" Zhang Zifan refrained from exposing her, nodding eagerly. Yes, I believe you, sister. You just accidentally fell onto him." Although he uttered his belief, he harbored doubts in his heart. Zhang Ziqi recognized that correcting him was futile, so she shifted the topic. "Weren't you at Father S? What brings you here?" "Oh, it's like this. Father has compiled the wealth acquired from the Feng family, and he asked me to bring it to you." Zhang Zifan hurriedly produced a document, presenting it to Zhang Ziqi with both hands. "All right, understood. You may leave now." Zhang Ziqi waved her hand dismissively. Zhang Zifan felt a sense of reluctance, but dared not linger, and departed. Once he was gone, Zhang Ziqi turned with a serious expression, handing the document to Su Yi. "What is this?" Su Yi inquired. "This is the entirety of the Feng family's assets, which we have successfully consolidated," Zhang Ziqi explained. "This illustrates the brutality of the rivalry between two families. Once the pillar of strength is removed, it leads to collapse and annihilation. Had it not been for Su Yi's involvement, the Zheng family would have faced such a fate." Su Yi casually flipped through the documents, noting the detailed financial assets within. Each entry was meticulously recorded, clearly indicating the amount of wealth. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon the total assets, over 6 billion. This was the aggregate wealth of one of Jiangqin's prominent families. Su Yi felt a surge of excitement in his heart. He had never encountered such a staggering sum before. However, he could not help but wonder why he was being shown this. Suppressing his fervor, he inquired with a hint of confusion. Zhang Ziqi replied earnestly. "It is as follows. My grandfather has stated that your assistance has been invaluable to the Zheng family, and you are deserving of the primary credit. Therefore, you are entitled to 2/3 of the Feng family's assets, which amounts to over 4 billion. Such a vast sum?" Su Yi exclaimed, taken aback. This truly was a windfall. Indeed, robbery was a venture fraught with profit. "This is all due to your efforts. Without you, it would have been the Zheng family facing misfortune today." Zhang Ziqi perceived no impropriety in this arrangement. Not just her, but the entirety of the Zheng family would not dare to voice any dissent. It seemed that accepting this money was inevitable for Su Yi. He acknowledged her with a nod. Then she clarified that the 4 billion was not entirely liquid assets, but included numerous properties, vehicles, and shares. The actual cash amounted to around 500 million. Nevertheless, even this was enough to elate Su Yi, especially considering that when he first arrived in Jiangqing, he had barely a few hundred in his pocket. Although he maintained an outward calm, internally, he was overwhelmed with joy. "By the way, may I ask you something?" Su Yi suddenly recalled an inquiry he wished to make. "What is it?" Does the Zheng family have any enemies left? Sui inquired, his face brimming with anticipation. Zhang Ziki was momentarily taken aback, only to swiftly grasp Su Yi's intention, promptly rolling her eyes in response. The presence of the Feng family alone had already stretched the Zheng family to their limits. If more adversaries were to emerge, the Zheng family would have long ceased to exist. Su Yi let out a soft sigh, feeling it was quite a pity. Chapter 88. Coercion. A trap. Su Yi conversed with Zhang Ziki for a while longer. Suddenly, his phone rang. He picked it up, only to find it was an unfamiliar number. Yet, it did not seem like a spam call, so Su Yi answered. As soon as the line connected, a cold voice belonging to a middle-aged man came through. Are you Su Yi? I am. Who are you? Su Yi retorted. I am a doctor from XX hospital. The girl has awakened, the middle-aged man stated. Awakened? Su Yi's heart stirred. It had been at least 5 days since that incident. He had almost forgotten about it. The image of the girl, so pitiable, flashed through his mind. As long as she has woken up, that's sufficient. If she wishes to leave, please allow her to do so. She may leave, but you must first come and settle the expenses. The middle-aged man's tone was devoid of any warmth, rather brusque and uncomfortable to hear. However, Su Yi refrained from voicing any objections, simply agreeing to come over shortly. After all, if one aids another, one should see it through to the end. Thus, Su Yi resolved to make the trip. Thus, Su Yi exchanged greetings with Zhang Ziki, entrusting his substantial fortune of 4 billion to the Zheng family, with the intention of retrieving it when necessary. He then departed from the Zheng residence and made his way directly to the hospital. Lanru Company. This establishment belonged to Shun Qingyue's family. At this moment, Shun Qingyue was diligently reviewing documents in her office, as she did routinely. Adorned with a pair of black-framed glasses and clad in a fitted black uniform that accentuated her graceful figure, she exuded an air of icy composure from behind her desk. Suddenly, a woman's urgent voice pierced the silence from outside, attempting to deter an intruder. However, her efforts were in vain. With a resounding bang, the office door was forcefully kicked open. Startled by the commotion, Shun Qingyue dropped her pen, which clattered to the floor. At that moment, a tall man with slick-back hair strode in, accompanied by a woman dressed in an office attire. This woman was Shun Qingyue's secretary, who endeavored to block the imposing figure's entrance. I'm sorry, sir, you really cannot enter. President Shun is still working, she pleaded, positioning herself in front of the towering man. Get out of my way, he growled, abruptly shoving the secretary to the ground. The impact sent a jolt of pain through her, causing tears to spring to her eyes, rendering her unable to rise. Look at you. I told you to move aside. Yet you insisted on obstructing me. What was the point? Observing the tear-streaked visage of his female secretary, the tall man displayed no hint of embarrassment. Instead, a mocking smile graced his features. Gaopeng. Shun Qingyue rose from the card table, her voice laced with fury. Gaopeng chuckled softly and replied, Shun Qingyue, you insolent servant, I am merely assisting you in teaching her a lesson. You are nothing but a dog to Qing Chirui, and it is hardly your place to issue commands. How dare you? Shun Qingyue retorted coldly. Upon hearing the term dog, Gao Peng's expression darkened instantly, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light. However, he quickly reverted to laughter. Indeed, you are correct. I am but a dog for young Master Cheng. I am here on his behalf to inform you that should you fail to apologize within 3 days, the consequences will be dire. I refuse to apologize. What can he possibly do to me? Shun Qingyue declared defiantly. You possess spirit, but what of that rustic fellow? The expression on Shun Qingyue's stunning face shifted abruptly. Are you planning to harm him? Gao Peng smirked, saying, what sort of person is young Master Cheng? You are well aware of his stature. That rustic dared to sever his essence. Naturally, young Master Cheng will seek retribution. Last time, he did not bring any experts, which allowed that fellow to prevail. However, this time, young Master Cheng has prepared to unleash his family's guest experts. Do you truly believe that boy stands a chance of survival? Shun Qingyue's countenance darkened as she envisioned Su Yi's face. Although she had already discerned that Su Yi was far from an ordinary country bumpkin and possessed some extraordinary qualities, how could one man possibly contend against the entire Qing family? If I were to apologize to Cheng Chirui, would that mean he would let him go? Shun Qingyue was not naive. She was well aware of the other party's intentions, yet she still posed the question. Heh, I assure you, if you go, Cheng Shao will undoubtedly spare that country bumpkin. Gao Peng said with a sinister grin, but if you choose not to go, the fate of that lad remains uncertain. Give me a day to consider. Shun Qingyue pondered for a moment before speaking. Gao Peng replied, "Very well, one day it is. Shen Qingyue, Cheng Xiao awaits your decision." Meanwhile, Su Yi remained oblivious to the events unfolding with Shen Qingyue. He arrived at the hospital where the girl was staying. This hospital could be classified as a private institution, with fees that were quite substantial. Previously, when Yang Ru learned of Zheng Hongfeng's injury, she came to this hospital seeking Zheng Ziki to offer her comfort, indicating that this private hospital primarily catered to the affluent. Su Yi had not given this much thought at the time. He merely chose this hospital for its pleasant environment and quality medical care. Upon his arrival, he went directly to the front desk and inquired with the nurse about the location of the girl's ward. Before coming, the middle-aged doctor had informed him of the ward number. After learning where it was, Su Yi promptly made his way there and soon arrived. The ward was located on the 3rd floor. Upon reaching the door, he could not be bothered to knock and simply walked in. Inside the ward, there were 2 hospital beds, yet no one was present. Su Yi raised an eyebrow. Where had everyone gone? As Su Yi was about to leave, he suddenly heard a faint sound of weeping emanating from the hospital room. He halted his steps and entered the ward. Navigating around the hospital bed, he discovered a girl crouched in the corner. Her hair was disheveled, her back turned to him, and she held her knees, softly sobbing. Just as Su Yi was about to approach her, a middle-aged man in a white coat entered the room. "Who are you, and what do you want?" The doctor barked at Su Yi. Recognizing the voice as that of the person who had called him earlier, Su Yi paused and replied, "I am the one who brought this girl to the hospital. You were the one who called me. Is that so?" The doctor said skeptically, stepping closer to scrutinize Su Yi. "But how can I be sure you know her?" Su Yi furrowed his brow slightly. "Call her. If she acknowledges you, then you are acquainted. But if not..." The doctor's words trailed off, accompanied by a cold smirk. Su Yi shot a glance at the middle-aged man, but chose not to respond, instead turning to approach the girl huddled in the corner. At that moment, as he turned, the doctor's right hand slipped into the pocket of his coat. A dagger, imbued with a dark, lethal poison, glimmered in his grasp. Chapter 89. The Thunderblade Gang again. The dagger was exceptionally sharp. The dagger glistened with a lethal black venom, extracted from the fangs of a viper indigenous to Africa, ensuring that even the slightest contact would result in certain death within 10 minutes. The middle-aged man before us was not a true physician. Rather, he was a charlatan in disguise. His true identity was shrouded in obscurity, save for a singular moniker, Poison Blade. In truth, Poison Blade was a formidable member of the Thunderblade Gang, holding a position of considerable influence due to his adeptness in eliminating adversaries and resolving critical issues. Possessing the prowess of a late-stage Mingjing practitioner, he was one of no more than 5 within the entire gang to wield such power. Whenever the lower ranks of the Thunderblade Gang encountered insurmountable challenges, they invariably turned to him for resolution. Many had met their demise at his hands. Victims often comprised of the arrogant and those of high standing, including the scions of influential families and wealthy elites. Poison Blade relished in not confronting his targets directly. Instead, he preferred to ensnare them within meticulously crafted traps, leading them step by step into their own demise. By the time they recognized their peril, it was far too late, leaving only despair in its wake. He derived immense satisfaction from witnessing the hopelessness of his victims, a sensation that invigorated him profoundly. Thus, in carrying out his latest assignment, Poison Blade employed his nefarious tactics, plunging a poison dagger into the lower back of his target, allowing the toxin to spread and ensuring a death steeped in agony and despair. His excitement was boundless, an exhilarating thrill coursing through him. In but a fleeting moment, an exhilarating glimmer illuminated the eyes of the Poison Blade. He struck with astonishing swiftness, akin to lightning, directing the black dagger towards Su Yi's lower back. In an instant, he was nearly upon his target. Victory! The Poison Blade's heart surged with exhilaration. Suddenly, a resounding clang echoed as the tip of the black dagger seemed to collide with an unyielding rock, rendering further advance impossible. The sensation he had envisioned, of the dagger piercing flesh, did not materialize. The Poison Blade's eyes widened in disbelief, as if confronted by a phantom. How could this be? What are you doing? Just as the Poison Blade was engulfed in astonishment, Su Yi's voice pierced through the air. The Poison Blade slowly raised his gaze. Locking eyes with Su Yi, he was enveloped in the protective aura of the Xianlong Qi. Unless confronted by a bullet, no metallic weapon could breach his defenses. Su Yi cast a glance at the black dagger in his hand and remarked, "A mere knife dares to threaten me? Perhaps you are being overly naive. You are mortal, and mortals must die. Prepare to meet your end." The poison blade's eyes darkened with a frigid intensity as he altered the trajectory of the black dagger, thrusting it directly towards Su Yi's chest. Surely, it was merely an obstruction on the lower back that had thwarted his earlier attempt. He could not fathom that the chest might also be protected. Clang! Another resounding impact echoed. The poison blade was once again astounded. How could this be possible? His scalp tingled with confusion, unable to comprehend the phenomenon before him. Yet there was no time for contemplation. He had to resort to a different tactic. What are you standing there for, you wretched fool? Attack! The poison blade bellowed at those behind Su Yi. Behind Su Yi, the girl in the corner suddenly sprang into action, lunging at him from behind. Thud! Su Yi forcefully slammed the girl's head against the wall. The sound of her skull shattering echoed in the air, yet she did not utter a single cry of agony. When she fell to the ground, she was already lifeless. A chill ran through Poison Blade. This girl, though not his equal, possessed the strength of an initial stage of Ming Jing, having claimed the lives of at least a dozen men. And now, she lay dead, just like that? Speak. Where is that girl, and who sent you? As the dread of Poison Blade lingered, Su Yi's voice resonated once more, posing two direct questions. A glimmer of mockery flashed in Poison Blade's eyes. Humph. You wish to know? But I shall not tell you. With that, Poison Blade turned to flee, unable to match him in combat. He believed he could at least outrun him. However, before he had taken more than a few steps, Su Yi's hand seized the back of his neck. In an instant, Su Yi threw him against the wall as if he were a rag doll. The sound of countless bones fracturing filled the air. When Poison Blade collapsed to the ground, Su Yi approached and placed a foot upon his chest. He applied a slight downward pressure. In that moment, Poison Blade felt as though his chest would explode. Engulfed by the terror of death, he hastily cried out, I will tell you. Then speak. Su Yi replied coldly. That girl is in the adjacent hospital room, and I was sent by the vice leader of the Thunderblade gang, Lei Ming. A hint of surprise flickered in Su Yi's eyes. In truth, he had already roughly surmised that the identity of the other party stemmed from the Thunderblade gang. The earlier encounter was merely a confirmation. However, what took Su Yi by surprise was that it was indeed a representative sent by the young master of the Thunderblade gang. It is well known that within the underworld of Jiang City, the Thunderblade gang reigns supreme. Other factions, such as the Black Tiger Gang and the Green Blade Gang, must bow their heads in submission before it. Even the likes of Luo, who would adopt a humble demeanor and a welcoming smile in the presence of such a young master. Furthermore, the formidable Master Lei, a master of the hidden arts, presides over the Thunderblade Gang. What perplexed Su Yi, however, was the reason behind the gang's relentless pursuit of a mere girl. What extraordinary qualities could a girl possess to warrant such attention? Unable to fathom this, Su Yi directly inquired of the Poison Blade. Alas, esteemed one, this is solely the young master's directive. Though I hold some standing within the Thunderblade gang, I dare not question further without his word, the Poison Blade replied. Is that so? In that case, regardless of his intentions, convey this message to him. Cease any further designs on that girl. Otherwise, even if he is the young master of the Thunderblade gang, his life will not be spared, Su Yi stated coldly. The Poison Blade hastily responded, unable to conceal his excitement. He had never anticipated that Su Yi would grant him a reprieve. Little did he know, Su Yi's decision to spare him was not without purpose. It was quite possible that one day, Su Yi would pay a visit to the headquarters of the Thunderblade gang, and this Poison Blade would serve as the most excellent guide. Shortly thereafter, Su Yi infused a mysterious dragon energy into the Poison Blade's body, granting him the ability to control him at will, before proceeding to the adjacent hospital room. Upon pushing open the door, indeed, as the poison-tipped blade had indicated, the young maiden was within. She lay on the hospital bed, appearing as if she were in a deep slumber. No longer did she bear the dirt and grime of her previous state. It was evident that she had bathed. The girl appeared to be around 14 or 15 years of age, with a delicate oval face, youthful and charming, yet exceedingly thin, her lips pale, suggesting a degree of malnourishment. Suddenly, the maiden opened her eyes. Upon seeing Su Yi, she froze in place. Little sister, you are awake, Su Yi remarked, donning what he believed to be his most benevolent expression. However, to Su Yi's astonishment, the girl stared at him for a considerable time before abruptly rising and throwing herself into his embrace, clinging tightly to him while exclaiming, Brother. Chapter 90. Su Yu. The girl had leapt into Su Yi's arms, her face pressed firmly against his abdomen, her hands gripping his waist as if terrified he might vanish. The girl, overwhelmed with genuine emotion, repeatedly called out to him, Brother. I finally found you. I am so happy. Please, do not leave me. I do not wish to be beaten by my aunts anymore. My uncles are so frightening. Woo woo woo. As she expressed her feelings with increasing fervor, her voice cracked with the weight of tears, evoking a deep sense of compassion in those who listened. Sui, too, felt his heart soften upon hearing her plight. After rescuing her the first time, he had noticed the scars marring her fair skin, a testament to the inhumane treatment she had endured. However, given that he was a stranger to her, despite feeling sympathy, he could not possibly take her in. At this moment, upon hearing her refer to him as her brother, Sui felt a sense of surprise, yet he attributed it merely to a case of mistaken identity. Little sister, you have made an error. I am not your brother, he decided to clarify. Although such a revelation might be disheartening, he believed that facing the truth was preferable to prolonging the inevitable pain. He wished to spare her the anguish of discovering the reality herself. However, to Suyi's astonishment, the girl tilted her head back, her big, watery eyes fixed upon him, filled with unwavering conviction. I am not mistaken. You are indeed my brother, she declared with certainty. Sui found himself at a loss for words, responding, I truly am not. You are my brother, and I even know your name, she asserted. With a smile, Sui challenged her, Oh really? Then tell me, what is my name? You are called Sui, is that not so? The girl replied without a hint of hesitation, reciting his name effortlessly. In an instant, the smile vanished from Suyi's face. He was certain he had not disclosed his name to her, and there was no conceivable way she could have learned it from any other source. How then? Did she know? Brother, my name is Suyu, she continued, as Sui momentarily lost his train of thought. Upon hearing this name, a faint image began to materialize in his mind. It was a scene set in a backyard. The grass was a vibrant green, surrounded by white picket fences and lush trees, creating a serene and delightful atmosphere. In the midst of this idyllic setting, a little girl with short legs joyfully chased after a dragonfly. Her hair was styled in two playful pigtails, and her cherubic face was round and rosy, reminiscent of a porcelain doll. With a thud, the little girl fell to the ground. Yet, she quickly rose and continued her pursuit of the dragonfly. As she ran, she called out, Brother, brother, Yu is so happy. Come and help me catch the little bugs. The image of the girl was somewhat blurred, but it faintly overlapped with that of the young woman named Suyu before him. On a lounge chair sat a young woman, sewing something with needle and thread in hand. Sui felt as though his heart skipped a beat. He yearned to discern the young woman's features, but clarity eluded him. The more he tried to approach, the more distant she became. Eventually, a sharp pain surged in his head, jolting him fully awake. Sui's breath became rapid, and his body was drenched in cold sweat. Yet, he was not foolish. He instinctively surmised that the young woman might perhaps be his mother, and the girl named Suyu before him was undeniably his sister. Sui had lost his memories from a decade ago, and he was certain that a monumental change had transpired within his family, leading to his amnesia. However, what that monumental change entailed, which had caused the separation from his loved ones, remained a mystery to him. Brother? Suyu noticed something amiss in Suyi's demeanor and cautiously called his name. Sui smiled gently and said, If you truly are my sister, then from this moment forth, you shall stay by my side. Really, is it true? Suyu was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. Tears shimmered in her eyes, as if she had found solace in the midst of her loneliness and helplessness. Indeed. Sui extended his hand, gently caressing Suyu's head. How wonderful it is to have an elder brother, whenever I am bullied. I can come to you to pour out my grievances, Suyu exclaimed joyfully. Sensing an underlying concern in her words, Sui responded, If you are bullied, you should inform me, and I shall seek justice on your behalf. However, Suyu quickly shook her head. No, brother, you cannot avenge me. They are far too formidable, and you would only find yourself bullied in turn. I do not wish for you to suffer as well, she said innocently. These words pierced Suyi's heart, for she bore the burden of her anguish in silence instead of seeking retribution. From her earlier murmurs, it was evident that those who tormented her were relatives, likely her uncles and aunts. Reflecting upon the scars upon her delicate form, a surge of indignation ignited within Sui. How could family treat a 14 or 15-year-old girl in such a manner? Though Sui remained unaware of the precise nature of Suyu's torment, he had marked this grievance in his heart. Subsequently, he inquired if she had any knowledge of the events that transpired within their family in the past. Sui shook her head, indicating her ignorance of the matter, as she had been residing with their grandfather at that time. The revelation that she still had a grandfather sent a tremor through Suyi's heart. and he felt a pang of regret that Su Yu remained oblivious to the occurrences of those years. Nevertheless, from her, he gleaned fragments of information. Their family had once held prominence as a notable clan in the southern county. The precise size eluded Su Yu. Yet she was aware that there were more than a dozen servants, substantial wealth, and an impressively large residence. This indicated that Su Yi's family circumstances had once been remarkably affluent. There was an unspoken sense that his family was quite extraordinary, the specifics of which Su Yi would need to investigate further. Accompanied by Su Yu, Su Yi departed from the hospital, heading towards Qingwu Villa. Having pledged to care for Su Yu, he would certainly not allow her to reside in a commonplace environment. During their journey, Su Yi inquired about various matters known to Su Yu, such as her escape from Yin City. The rationale behind her flight was straightforward. She had been terrified by the violence she endured, and upon seizing an opportunity, she resolutely chose to flee. Throughout her arduous journey, Su Yu survived by begging, occasionally encountering kind souls who offered her rides. However, she also faced the threat of depraved individuals who coveted her beauty and sought to violate her. Fortunately, Su Yu proved to be quite astute, managing to evade their advances. Nevertheless, Su Yi understood that for an ordinary girl, such experiences were undeniably harrowing. This realization deepened his compassion for her and fueled his resentment towards those relatives who had wronged her. Chapter 91. Never heard of it. Wow. What an enormous house. Atop the summit of Qingwu Villa stood the largest villa, valued at over 100 million. Su Yi brought Su Yu to this grand abode. Upon gazing at the villa, Su Yu gasped in astonishment, her eyes, pure and gem-like, brimming with wonder. She had never laid eyes on a house of such magnitude. As for the remnants of the undead and the bloody corpse within the villa, Su Yi had long since dealt with them, ensuring that no issues would arise. Moreover, since he is now the master of the Qingwu Mountain Villa, it is only fitting that he resides in the finest accommodations available. This place stands as the unequivocal choice. With little else to occupy his time, Su Yi decided to bring Su Yu here to stay. From now on, consider this your home, Su Yi declared. But, Su Yu hesitated, struggling to articulate her thoughts. What troubles you? It's just that this place is rather vast. Living here alone seems rather extravagant. Su Yu murmured, pressing her lips together. In truth, a small room would suffice, as long as it is a tad larger than the storage room I previously occupied. I would be utterly content. Su Yi's expression grew slightly frosty. Storage room? Su Yu nodded softly. Yes, my grandfather had prepared a place for me to stay. But when he fell ill, they moved me out of that room and into the storage area instead. A pang of sorrow struck Su Yi's heart, rendering him momentarily speechless. Well, regardless of the past, from this day forth, this shall be your dwelling. I assure you, you will never again find yourself in a storage room. Su Yi stated emphatically. But Su Yu wished to protest once more. However, upon witnessing the sudden sternness in Su Yi's demeanor, she quickly relented. All right, I will stay. Please don't be angry, brother. With that, Su Yi led Su Yu into the villa, guiding her through a tour of the entire residence. In truth, aside from his last visit to resolve the issue of the blood corpse, this was only Su Yi's second time here. It must be said, the villa is indeed opulent. Equipped with every imaginable amenity. Apart from a few necessities, one can move in directly. However, Su Yi could not remain here indefinitely. He still needed to visit Qingwu and could not continuously attend to Su Yu. It was imperative to find someone dedicated to taking care of her. Yet, in the short term, Su Yi could not recall anyone suitable. During the following time, with nothing pressing, Su Yi took Su Yu to meet Tao Yunwen, allowing him to make her acquaintance and encouraging him to keep an eye on the grand villa atop the mountain during his patrols. Upon learning that Su Yu was Su Yi's sister, Tao Yunwen immediately assured him with unwavering confidence, promising that Su Yi need not worry. As for other necessities, Tao Yunwen would procure everything needed. On the phone, Long Hung was exceedingly anxious, persistently urging Su Yi. Clearly, he regarded the task of revitalization as paramount and could hardly contain his eagerness. In every city, there exists a bar street, a lively area lined with numerous bars, KTVs, and nightclubs. However, these establishments vary in quality. Some are expensive, while others are more affordable, accessible to the average person. The pricier venues can see expenditures exceeding 10,000 yuan in a single night. Long Hung had chosen the most luxurious bar on this street. Su Yi was puzzled by Long Hung's choice, but upon entering, he was greeted by a vibrant scene of young men and women dressed in flamboyant attire beneath the colorful lights. The men were stylishly adorned, many clad in designer labels, while others sported unique, carefree styles. The women, on the other hand, donned provocative outfits, covering only the bare essentials, leaving little to the imagination. Among them, there were certainly some who exuded an air of boldness. Brother Su. He heard someone calling his name. He looked up and spotted Long Hung on the second floor, puffing on a large cigar and waving at him. Long Hung's face was round and jovial, dressed casually, exuding a somewhat endearing demeanor, with his hands tucked into his pockets. He ascended the staircase with purposeful strides. Upon reaching the second floor, Long Hung greeted him with exuberant enthusiasm, his smile so broad that his eyes nearly squinted shut, radiating an aura of harmlessness. Sui furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, "Why did you choose this place for our meeting?" Su brother, don't you like it?" "I prefer a quieter environment," Sui replied, expressing his aversion to noise. "Oh, I see. How about we change locations?" Long Hung quickly suggested. Sui shook his head. "No, it's fine here. Where are the medicinal herbs?" Long Hung threw an arm around Su Yi's shoulders in a gesture of camaraderie, exclaiming, "Come on, Su brother, don't rush. Since you're here, let's enjoy ourselves a bit. I'll introduce you to some friends." He led Su Yi to the side. Reluctantly, Sui followed him. After a short while, Long Hang brought Sui to a bar table where several young men and women were already seated. They appeared to be of a similar age to Long Hong, but their attire suggested they were either affluent or of high status. Among them, a slender young man stood out, seated beside a young woman. They occupied the prominent seats, clearly distinguished from the rest. "Everyone, hold on a moment. Let me introduce you. This is my good brother, Su Yi," Long Hung declared loudly. Upon hearing this, a group of individuals immediately turned their gaze towards Su Yi, scrutinizing him intently. Their stares were rather indifferent, for Su Yi was clad in casual attire worth merely a few hundred, a stark contrast to their outfits that cost thousands. Though they held a disdainful view of Su Yi, none dared to express it openly, especially in light of Long Hang's casual embrace with him. In contrast to their demeanor, a slender young man appeared quite animated, rising to his feet. "Are you brother Su?" he inquired eagerly. "I have heard your name from Long Hung for quite some time. It is indeed a pleasure to meet you in person." He crossed the coffee table to shake Su Yi's hand. "This is..." Su Yi turned to Long Hung for clarification. Long Hung promptly replied, "Oh, this is young Master Hong Bo of the Hong family. You must be aware of the Hong family, one of the foremost families in Jiangcheng, on par with the Mu family." Su Yi looked utterly bewildered. "The foremost family in Jiangcheng? I have not heard of it." Chapter 92. You are all inadequate. The slender Hong Bo appeared disheartened. A look of embarrassment etched upon his face. Long Hung seemed at a loss for words. "Brother, there is no need to be so blunt about it. The truth is, Su Yi has only been in Jiangcheng for a little over half a month and is not well acquainted with its prominent families." He merely stated what he thought. "Humph. Not even knowing my Hong family only goes to show your ignorance," a young woman seated at the head of the table interjected, her tone laced with sarcasm. Su Yi turned his attention to this young woman. The young woman was roughly the same age as Hong Bo. Her name was Hong Xiaoro, the cherished daughter of the Hong family and sister to Hong Bo. With an oval face, large eyes, and striking features, she exuded beauty. Clad in a loose-fitting tank top, her ample bosom and slender waist were accentuated. Below her petite waist, she wore exceedingly short denim shorts that highlighted her curvaceous figure, revealing her long, fair legs in all their glory. She appeared quite alluring. As she glanced at Su Yi, her expression was tinged with irritation, clearly displeased by his earlier remarks. In the entirety of Jiangcheng, aside from the Mu family, the Hong family was the most formidable, boasting assets exceeding 100 billion in diverse industries, with skilled fighters safeguarding the family, who in Jiangcheng could be unaware of their prominence. Yet, this unremarkable fellow claimed ignorance, and before their very eyes, it was utterly disrespectful. Sui raised an eyebrow, noting her fiery temperament. "My apologies, Su brother," Hong Bo interjected quickly. "This is my sister, Hong Xiaoro. She has been overly pampered since childhood. I hope you can forgive her." Hong Xiaoro, feeling disgruntled, retorted, "Brother, what are you doing? Is it necessary to apologize to someone so narrow-minded?" Her discontent was palpable. "Enough. Regardless of the situation, Su brother is a friend of Long Hong. And your behavior is a slight to his honor," Hong Bo said, narrowing his eyes and emitting a hint of intensity. Though Hong Xiaoro was still dissatisfied upon hearing Long Hang's name, she chose to relent. With a huff, she picked up a glass of beer, turned slightly, and crossed her legs as she sipped. Subsequently, Hong Bo offered another apology to Sui. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Observing the demeanor of Hong Xiaoro, it is evident that she is an inexperienced young lady, and I find it beneath me to engage in petty disputes with her. She resembles a child speaking without forethought. I shall take it as a favor to Hong Bo. Brother Su, do not take offense. Come, let us sit down and enjoy a drink. Long Hung interjected, attempting to diffuse the tension and inviting Su Yi to join him. In truth, Su Yi harbored a disinclination towards such gatherings, particularly as he perceived them to be filled with a host of immature individuals. They wielded their familial wealth and influence with impunity, believing themselves superior and deserving of deference from all. Nevertheless, out of respect for Long Hong, Su Yi acquiesced and took a seat. Once seated, the group commenced their revelry, drinking and engaging in conversation. Many clamored to toast Long Hong and sought his company. And out of courtesy towards him, they also extended their toasts to Su Yi. However, Hong Xiaoro maintained an icy demeanor throughout, fully embodying the haughty airs of a scion from a prestigious family. Su Yi, indifferent to her presence, leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, and allowed his gaze to wander casually across the second floor of the bar. Suddenly, his attention was abruptly captured by a woman not far away. She was seated on a plush sofa, her long black hair tied back in a ponytail, her complexion fair and radiant, exuding an air of confidence. Her profile was strikingly sculpted, with a prominent nose that added to her allure. She possessed an exquisite figure, with a full and elevated bosom that appeared as a peak when viewed from the side. Her slender waist formed a perfect hourglass shape, complementing the rounded contours of her hips. Furthermore, her long legs were impressively toned, exuding strength and elegance. She was clad in a fitted outfit, exuding an air of icy composure, her presence akin to that of a glacial blade, imbued with a hint of iron resolve and a touch of menace. The woman sat there, frigid and unapproachable, yet captivating in her allure. Su Yi observed that the men on the second floor frequently cast glances in her direction, and he was no exception. However, what truly intrigued Su Yi was the pronounced aura of pure yin energy emanating from her, far more potent than that of an ordinary woman. Yet, it was this overwhelming yin energy that allowed him to discern a slight ailment within her physical form. Hey, Brother Su, you've noticed this beauty too, haven't you? Quite enticing, isn't she? At that moment, Long Hung sidled up, a smirk adorning his face. His gaze was fixed upon the woman, eyes gleaming with desire, much like a wolf eyeing a delectable lamb, eager for action. Indeed, she is quite captivating. So, do you have any intentions? Su Yi shot him a sidelong glance. That beauty is irresistible. Who wouldn't be tempted? I certainly am. Hong Bo chimed in, his excitement palpable, rivaling that of Long Hong. Su Yi chuckled. Since you both are intrigued, why not go and make your move? Yet, as soon as his words left his lips, he witnessed both men share an awkward smile, their expressions betraying their discomfort. Su Yi understood in an instant. It was not that they were unwilling to approach her, rather, they had already attempted to do so. Judging by their demeanor, it was evident that their efforts had met with utter failure. Brother Su, we have all experienced it. Just moments ago, we were driven away by a mere glance from him. I could only endure for a mere 10 seconds. Even when Long Hung brandished his identity as the second young master of the Longting group, the other party merely scoffed, showing no concern whatsoever. Indeed, I too could only withstand for 10 seconds. Hong Bo remarked, his tone laced with reluctance. After they spoke, both turned to Su Yi, only to find him silent, merely observing them. Although Su Yi uttered not a word, his gaze seemed to convey a clear message. You are utterly feeble. Damn it, Brother Su. What kind of look is that? Do you look down upon us? Long Hang expressed his dissatisfaction. Hong Bo, with a defiant posture, added, exactly. Brother Su, do not underestimate us. It's not mere boasting. Even if you were to step in, the outcome wouldn't be any better than ours. Well, you are indeed formidable. I humbly concede. Su Yi chose not to argue with them, readily admitting his inferiority. However, Long Hung and the others clearly did not comprehend, stating, Brother Su, you are obviously still unconvinced. Su Yi, feeling helpless, pondered what more he could say. He had no desire to engage with the two and shifted his gaze to the woman not far away. At that moment, he suddenly felt a warmth emanating from his chest and hastily reached beneath his clothing to discover the source. His hand brushed against the Qilin jade hanging around his neck. It was noteworthy that since he had worn the Qilin jade, it had remained tranquil, never behaving in such a manner. Yet now, it was inexplicably radiating heat. What on earth? Long Hung suddenly exclaimed. She's coming, she's coming. That beautiful woman is approaching. Chapter 93. A Nourishing Encounter. Su-yi felt a subtle warmth emanating from the Qilin jade resting against his chest. Though it radiated heat, it was not enough to harm his skin. However, Su-yi was puzzled by the sudden warmth of the Qilin jade. What could have caused this change? Just moments ago, it was unremarkable, yet now it pulsed with energy. Could it be? As he gazed at the approaching woman, his eyes narrowed sharply. With her arrival, both Long Heng and Hong Bo wore expressions of excitement. Their faces flushed as if they had consumed an aphrodisiac, brimming with desire. Were it not for the company present, it was likely that they would have lunged forward without hesitation. As the woman drew near, the attention of Hong Xiaoro and the others honed in on her. The men captivated, while the women seethed with envy. Before long, the woman stood before them. Long Heng sprang to his feet, rushing to greet her, while Hong Bo, having lagged slightly behind, appeared quite regretful. "Beautiful lady, do you require any assistance? Speak freely. I, Long Heng, am quite reliable. If you desire the stars from the heavens, I shall retrieve them for you." Long Heng patted his chest, making grandiose claims, though his bravado was overshadowed by his flushed demeanor, prompting Su-yi to worry that he might leap forward at any moment. Bai Jingjing regarded Long Heng with an icy gaze. "Is that so?" She seemed to question, her disbelief evident. "Indeed it is, my lady. Rest assured, I, Long Heng, am a man of my word. I shall deliver on my promises." Long Heng, filled with fervor, was completely overwhelmed by the situation. "I demand the stars from the heavens. Go pluck them for me," Bai Jingjing said, indulging Long Heng's bravado. Long Heng's expression turned awkward. She truly meant it. For a moment, he stood frozen, embarrassment etched on his face. Bai Jingjing, uninterested in further banter, swiftly bypassed him, her steps resolute. All eyes were fixed upon her. When she paused before a particular individual, everyone was left astounded. Long Heng glanced over, his eyes widening in disbelief. Bai Jingjing stood before Su-yi, looking down at him with an air of superiority. "Well, Brother Su, this is beyond measure," Long Heng thought to himself in astonishment. At that moment, Su-yi regarded Bai Jingjing with a hint of surprise. To be honest, upon noticing the pure yin energy emanating from her, he felt a surge of inappropriate thoughts. However, he would never approach her to strike up a conversation. That would be far too obsequious. Moreover, he feared rejection, which would be utterly humiliating. Yet, he was taken aback when Bai Jingjing approached him instead, leaving Su-yi puzzled. At this juncture, he felt a slight increase in temperature from the Qilin jade at his chest, reinforcing his belief that the jade's unusual behavior might indeed be linked to Bai Jingjing. If that were the case, she could potentially be connected to the 4 subordinate jade pieces of the Qilin jade. Should that be true, he would have to muster the courage to speak to her. "Miss, do you require my assistance?" Su-yi managed to force a smile, initiating the conversation with Bai Jingjing. "Yes, I do." Bai Jingjing wore a stern expression. Su-yi immediately inquired with a cheerful smile, "What is the matter? Could you refrain from staring at me?" "Your gaze is utterly repugnant," Bai Jingjing retorted, her words strikingly harsh. Upon hearing this, those around them stifled their laughter, struggling to contain their amusement. "My dear, are you perhaps a touch too enamored with yourself?" Su-yi replied nonchalantly, maintaining his smile. Bai Jingjing scoffed coldly. "What? Are you still unconvinced?" "I, Bai Jingjing, despise being scrutinized by men, particularly by someone with your lecherous gaze. It is the most detestable." She unabashedly articulated her thoughts. "Who is Bai Jingjing, you may ask?" She is none other than the recently promoted war king of the Southern Military District. Across the entire southern region, the number of war kings does not exceed 30. And the female war kings are even fewer, limited to no more than 5. Bai Jingjing is one of them. Under her command are a formidable 3,000 warriors, and she stands as their sole superior. With a mere command, she can unleash these 3,000 soldiers to sweep away any adversaries at the border. Furthermore, she bears another illustrious title, the cherished jewel of the Bai family. Countless suitors from the nobility and elite circles of the southern region pursue her. Her visit to Jiangqing is on account of a mission to hunt down a killer king. The killer king holds a status equivalent to that of a war king, commanding numerous vengeful spirits, ruthless and devoid of compassion, capable of murdering without shedding blood. However, capturing a killer king would yield considerable military merit. Upon arriving at the bar, Bai Jingjing merely sought to unwind and alleviate her stress. Previously, whenever the rotund man and his companions attempted to engage her in conversation, she had promptly dismissed them, unwilling to entertain their advances. However, just moments ago, she felt a peculiar discomfort as Su-yi fixated his gaze upon her. Observing his attire, which was nothing more than a few hundred yuan's worth of market trinkets, she deemed him even less appealing than the aforementioned man. What audacity did he possess to stare at her so brazenly? Thus, the typically decisive and resolute Bai Jingjing approached Sui to issue a warning. Unbeknownst to her, Sui had a penchant for responding better to gentleness than to harshness. Upon hearing her admonition, he merely chuckled once more. My dear lady, you are overthinking it. I harbor no ill intentions. I am merely concerned about your well-being. Bai Jingjing's expression darkened immediately. What did you just say? Sui hastily clarified. What I meant regarding your health was not born of any inappropriate thoughts. Rather, I was indicating that your body bears a considerable amount of dampness, which necessitates rectification. Dampness. Rectification? A veneer of frost seemed to envelop Bai Jingjing's otherwise stern countenance. Heaven bear witness, Sui had merely referred to medicinal remedies intended to alleviate bodily dampness, devoid of any ulterior motives. Yet, it was evident that his words had been misconstrued. My goodness! Brother Sui, that was rather blunt, Longhang exclaimed, dumbfounded. Hongbo nodded vigorously in agreement. Indeed, and his audacity surpasses ours by leaps and bounds. One wonders how he has cultivated such a thick skin. It seems I must learn more from him. Longheng genuinely wishes to understand why Sui can speak so boldly. The mention of manhood and nourishment inevitably leads one's thoughts astray. Bai Jingjing's eyes turned icy. Her crimson lips parted. You seek death. In an instant, the murderous aura emanating from Bai Jingjing intensified, chilling the very air around them. Chapter 94. The Female Warlord. The atmosphere in the bar was expected to be vibrant and lively. Yet, at this moment, in the presence of Sui and his companions, the air grew frigid. Everyone present could not help but feel it, especially the palpable coldness and murderous intent radiating from Bai Jingjing. A sensation far beyond the experience of those delicate flowers nurtured in a greenhouse. Consequently, their hearts raced, and the color drained from their faces. Longheng's eyes widened. As the second young master of the Longting group, he had never before encountered such a lethal aura. Brother Sui, this is quite reckless. This woman is clearly no ordinary person. Longheng thought Sui was being overly brash. There are times when a man must be firm. Yet he must also know when to be gentle. In the midst of this tension, Bai Jingjing coldly regarded Sui, refraining from immediate action, merely observing him. She was curious to see if Sui would dare to continue speaking. Under her watchful gaze, Sui persisted. No, beautiful, I genuinely wish to assist you. Yet you wish for my demise. You, like a dog biting El Dongbin, show no good intentions. Everyone was left speechless. Clearly, this fellow was teasing Bai Jingjing. Yet he audaciously framed it as concern. It was utterly shameless. Furthermore, did Bai Jingjing not feel the overwhelming aura of killing intent surrounding her? If you wish to perish, I shall grant your wish at this very moment. Bai Jingjing could no longer endure the situation. As a warlord, her duty was to protect her homeland and its people. Thus she refrained from harming ordinary individuals without cause. However, she possessed the privilege to make exceptions in extraordinary circumstances. Now, with Sui daring to treat her with such disrespect, how could she maintain her authority as a warlord without imparting a lesson upon him? At that moment, Bai Jingjing prepared to strike Sui. Just as she raised her hand, unexpectedly, her legs weakened, and she lost all strength. Consequently, her body inevitably lurched forward, collapsing onto Sui. Due to the angle, her frostbitten visage landed squarely upon Sui's abdomen, while her ample bosom rested upon his thigh. A profound silence enveloped the crowd, leaving everyone in a state of shock. None could have anticipated such an outcome. Goodness, Brother Sui is remarkable. Longheng's eyes widened in disbelief, consumed by envy. Hongbo was equally astonished, swallowing hard in admiration. In their minds, the scene that was to unfold would be one of Sui being mercilessly beaten by Bai Jingjing, reduced to a pitiful state upon the ground. However, it was Bai Jingjing who fell upon Sui, and throughout the entire ordeal, he had done nothing. Of course, to the outside observer, it appeared thus. In reality, Sui had secretly infused her calves with a subtle stream of mystical energy, manipulating it to destabilize her stance. Sui, reluctant to act, chose to strike first, not anticipating that Bai Jingjing would collapse upon him. The sensation was undeniably exhilarating. However, Sui knew he must not appear overly indulgent. Beautiful lady, behold, this is retribution. Why did you insist on my demise? Wouldn't it be better for us to coexist harmoniously? He proclaimed, with an air of righteous indignation, casting all blame upon Bai Jingjing. Ugh! Bai Jingjing quickly distanced herself from Sui, her complexion pale and on the verge of nausea. At that moment, her heart was ablaze with fury, wishing she could truly enact vengeance. Aside from fleeting moments with her father during childhood, she had never engaged in such intimate contact with a man throughout her upbringing, especially not in front of so many witnesses, and certainly not with this impudent youth. The thought of her face being so close to his abdomen, just the idea was unbearable for Bai Jingjing. She glared at Su Yi, her eyes ablaze. Attempting to muster strength in her legs, she discovered they felt weak, and she could not fathom why. Just then, a series of sharp, commanding footsteps echoed through the air. Accompanying them were gasps of astonishment that reverberated throughout the bar. Long Hung and his companions were equally taken aback. At the staircase, a cadre of soldiers clad in battle gear surged forth, their presence imposing and their demeanor resolute. Armed and ready, they swiftly divided into two lines, filling the entire second floor with nearly 100 combatants in mere moments. Could it be that a nefarious individual has appeared in the bar? Indeed, it is quite terrifying. In an instant, the patrons of the bar trembled in fear. At that moment, a young man clad in military attire, adorned with a single stripe and a star on his shoulder, stepped forward. He was a battle commander. Someone suddenly exclaimed, seemingly recognizing the young man's rank. With an impassive expression, the young man approached Bai Jingjing. He then saluted respectfully, uttering, "I pay my respects to your excellency, the War King." A wave of astonishment erupted. What? She is actually the War King. Good heavens. The War King is an exceedingly formidable figure, akin to the Lord of our Jiang city. This is utterly astounding. None of them anticipated that Bai Jingjing, a mere woman, would hold the title of War King. As they say, a War King is equivalent to the Lord of Jiang city. What does this signify? The heads of the most prestigious families in Jiang city would bow and flatter in the presence of a War King. Moreover, Bai Jingjing is a female War King. Attaining such a rank is incredibly arduous. Yet, it is precisely this that attests to the substantial merit of her title. The crowd was engulfed in shock. While they whispered among themselves, their eyes could not help but glance towards Su Yi. The scene of Bai Jingjing throwing herself onto him was not easily forgotten. On Su Yi's part, he felt somewhat bewildered. He had no knowledge of what a War King was. However, it was evident that Bai Jingjing's identity as a War King was extraordinary, for the presence of so many armed soldiers indicated that she was no ordinary person. Although Su Yi's Xianlong Qi and burning dragon body can withstand ordinary metallic weapons and evade typical bullets, it is only upon reaching the 5th level of the Xianlong Ju that the Xianlong Qi becomes sufficiently robust to completely shield against a barrage of bullets. If he were to engage in a direct confrontation with this woman, he would undoubtedly have to pay a considerable price. Meanwhile, Bai Jingjing conversed with a young man adorned with a single star, then proclaimed loudly, "Everyone, heed my command. We shall depart to capture our target." A resounding affirmation echoed from the 100 soldiers present. Just as Bai Jingjing was about to leave, she unexpectedly halted beside Su Yi. Chapter 95, Bai Clan. Bai Jingjing. With an icy gaze, Bai Jingjing regarded Su Yi, her eyes betraying a hint of murderous intent. "I, Bai Jingjing, am not one to forget a grudge. This debt shall be noted," she declared, indicating that had circumstances been different, she would have already struck at Su Yi. Su Yi, with a slight smile, appeared unfazed, expressing a sense of regret. "Are you truly leaving? Do you seek your own demise?" Bai Jingjing retorted with a cold laugh. Su Yi, maintaining his serious demeanor, remarked, "Your hormonal balance seems rather off." Bai Jingjing's eyelids twitched with barely contained fury, wishing to eliminate Su Yi on the spot. Ultimately, she shot him a fierce glare before striding away with her long legs. The young man accompanying Bai Jingjing cast a glance at Su Yi, a flicker of chilling malice crossing his features. It was only after Bai Jingjing and her soldiers departed that the atmosphere of the bar began to return to normal. What a surprise. "It is dire, my dear brother Su. You must flee at once, for your life is truly in peril." Long Hung, with his rotund frame, hastened over with an urgency akin to flight. Su Yi replied, "Brother Long, what are you saying? Why would I run when all is well? That woman just now was Bai Jingjing." Long Hung exclaimed, visibly agitated. Su Yi remained composed. "And what of Bai Jingjing? Is it merely because she is a War King? Indeed, do you comprehend the significance of a War King? It begins with a warrior, progressing through ranks of general, commander, and so forth." Long Heng elucidated the esteemed ranks of a War King. Upon hearing this, Su Yi grasped that Bai Jingjing was indeed extraordinary. A warrior is the most basic soldier in the military hierarchy, ascending through ranks to general, commander, War King, War Sovereign, and ultimately, War God. A war king in Jiang City holds the status of the elite, unparalleled by any other. In the context of Nan County, such an individual is considered of mid-level prestige, akin to a second-tier noble family. Even Longheng's father, the true power behind the Longting Group, would not dare to act recklessly in the presence of a war king. Furthermore, Bai Jingjing possesses another distinguished identity. Longheng stated with utmost seriousness. Oh, Sui raised an eyebrow. She is also a scion of the Bai clan. Longheng inhaled deeply, uttering, "By heavens!" At that moment, Hongbo could not suppress an exclamation of astonishment. His face flushed, as though he had seen a ghost, and he trembled as he spoke. Longheng, the Bai family you mentioned, could it possibly be the one from Nanjun? Although I longed to deny it. The stark truth was that it was indeed that very Bai family. Longheng offered a wry smile. Hongbo's lips twitched. Now, Brother Su is truly finished. That Bai family could erase my Hong family from Jiangcheng with a mere word. What is this Bai family? Are they truly formidable? Su Yi turned to Longheng once more. Longheng sighed softly and said, "The power of the Bai family is beyond my ability to articulate. Brother Su, I sincerely advise you to flee at once, or you will indeed be in grave peril." Hongbo nodded in agreement with Longheng's advice, urging Su Yi to escape. However, how could Su Yi possibly retreat? He shook his head resolutely in refusal. Though the Bai family was undeniably powerful, it was inconceivable that they would mobilize against him solely for having offended Bai Jingjing. Moreover, he was not without potential for growth. The old man had once said that once he cultivated the Xianlong Ju to the 9th layer, he would be able to traverse the entire mundane realm. At this moment, Longheng and Hongbo, witnessing Su Yi's firm refusal, could only shake their heads in dismay. Do not bother advising him. It is futile to counsel the damned. No matter how much is said, it is merely a waste of breath. Hongbo's sister, Hong Xiaoro, interjected, her words laced with mockery, reveling in the misfortune of others. Upon hearing Su Yi's declaration, Longheng was instantly filled with excitement. His primary concern remained the restoration of his own standing. As for Su Yi, well, one can only hope he manages to concoct the elixir before being dispatched by Bai Jingjing. Longheng silently prayed. Though he was aware that Su Yi had annihilated a branch of the Feng family, in comparison to the Bai clan, that family was merely a trifling ant. Su Yi soon acquired the necessary herbs and wasted no time in departing from the bar. That night, at the entrance of the apartment complex, Shen Qingyue was as familiar with her home as ever. Yet, her expression was far from pleasant. The message relayed by Gao Peng left her in a state of deep unease. She pondered whether to offer an apology or to remain silent. The Chung family loomed large in her mind, an imposing entity far beyond her capacity to provoke. Particularly concerning was Chung Chirue, a man whose madness was legendary. With his life thread severed, his fury would be beyond imagination. She could risk everything, but what of Sui? Though he was no ordinary individual, a skilled practitioner, how could he possibly contend with the Chung family? Their wealth could effortlessly summon formidable experts to deal with him. While Shen Qingyue was reluctant to admit that her perception of Su Yi had shifted, the truth was that some change had indeed occurred. Suddenly, a jolt surged through Shen Qingyue's body within the car. Moments later, the door of the vehicle ahead swung open, and a burly man adorned with a large gold chain emerged, striding aggressively toward her. Shen Qingyue's face paled, and she hastily rolled up the window, leaving the enraged man outside to hurl curses. Soon, her expression shifted dramatically once more. The imposing man, noticing Shen Qingyue's refusal to lower her car window, boldly approached the vehicle's trunk to retrieve a jack. He strode back with determination, poised to smash it against her window. Shen Qingyue, struck by fear, could only watch in horror as the jack descended toward her. Just then, a hand surged from behind the rugged man, seizing his bald head and forcefully slamming it onto the car hood. With a resounding thud, Shen Qingyue felt the entire car tremble. As the man rose, intent on retaliating, he was swiftly kicked away and fled in his vehicle without hesitation. Shen Qingyue's chest heaved with intensity, and just as she prepared to exhale in relief, a face suddenly pressed against her window, staring intently at her. Chapter 96. Shen Qingyue's initiative. Startled by the visage before her, Shen Qingyue jumped in surprise. Yet, after the initial shock, she rolled down the window. Wife. As soon as the window descended, the face leaned in closer, unabashedly declaring. The individual was none other than Sui. Slowly recovering from her earlier fright, Shen Qingyue, upon seeing Su Yi's beaming demeanor, felt a shift within her. In the past, she would have found his presence irksome. However, after encountering various experiences, she had gradually adapted to him, understanding that he was shameless and no longer felt the same aversion as before. I am a gentleman. How could I indulge in debauchery? I merely enjoyed a few drinks with friends, Su-yi asserted with an innocent expression. As for the incident involving Bai Jingjing, he treated it as though it had never occurred, keeping such matters from Shen Qinghua. If you consider yourself a gentleman, then there are no gentlemen left in this world, Shen Qinghua retorted with an exasperated glance. Su-yi sighed. My dear wife, why do you not trust me? I am a good man. A good man? A good man would not be fixated on my bosom, Shen Qinghua replied, the corners of her rosy lips curling into a mocking smile. Just moments ago, Su-yi had leaned into the car window, his gaze unwaveringly drawn to Shen Qinghua's chest. By the heavens, it was certainly unintentional. It was merely the angle at which he approached. One might say that Shen Qinghua's assets were simply too formidable. Dressed in a loose-fitting white silk blouse, her ample bosom effortlessly filled the neckline, accentuating her slender, alabaster neck, beneath which a delicate, subtle cleavage emerged. The soft contours and gently rounded peaks formed a strikingly captivating visual tableau, leaving one yearning for more. Moreover, Su-yi felt justified in his gaze. After all, Shen Qinghua was his wife, and he saw no reason to shy away. My dear wife, you are truly remarkable. I did not anticipate that you would catch me. I humbly concede, he confessed, unperturbed and unabashed by his discovery. Instead, he lauded Shen Qinghua. She shot him an exaggerated eye roll and commanded, get in the car. Very well. Moments later, Shen Qinghua drove into the apartment complex, arriving at their building's entrance. Upon arriving at the foot of the apartment building, the two alighted from the vehicle, with Shen Qinghua taking the lead, while Su-yi carried a small bag of medicinal herbs intended for treating Longhang's impotence. Following her upstairs, Su-yi planned to dedicate some time tomorrow to concoct the elixir for Longhang, and subsequently, he would meticulously organize the Qingwu manner, as well as cultivate and strive to break through to the 5th layer of the Qianlong technique. Once Su-yi mastered the 4th layer of the Qianlong technique to its pinnacle, he would be able to consume the breaking chi pill and advance to the 5th layer immediately. At that juncture, even a hail of bullets would not instill fear in him. In this era, the most formidable threat lies in gunpowder weaponry. The frail human body is utterly incapable of withstanding such force. However, upon achieving the 5th layer of the Qianlong technique, he would transcend to an entirely different realm, rendering him less susceptible to trepidation. Ultimately, Su-yi's current objective remains to grow stronger, for only through increasing his strength can he traverse the world with greater abandon. As he followed Shen Qinghua, the sound of her heels echoed in the hallway. Su-yi glanced up and nearly lost his composure at the sight before him. Black stockings. Indeed, it was black stockings. Beneath Shen Qinghua's slender waist, she wore a fitted skirt that accentuated her alluring curves, showcasing her ample, pert posterior. The hem of her skirt barely grazed the bends of her knees, revealing her exquisitely long legs clad in black hosiery, which shimmered alluringly under the hallway's illumination. The sheen was utterly captivating. Even before reaching home, Su-yi felt an overwhelming surge of vigor. Reflecting on the past week, he realized it had been over a week since he had shared any intimacy with Shen Qinghua. Thus, he resolved that today, he must seize the opportunity for closeness. If he could somehow replicate the previous evening's compensation, it would be even more delightful. As Shen Qinghua walked ahead, her complexion flushed with a rosy hue. She was no fool. She could certainly sense Su-yi's roving gaze lingering behind her. In the past, such behavior would have ignited her fury. Yet now she chose to tolerate it, reasoning that it wouldn't cost her anything. Upon reaching her doorstep, Shen Qinghua produced her keys and unlocked the door. Neither Shen Zeshan nor Luo Yunlan was home, leaving her unaware of their whereabouts. As was customary, Su-yi first indulged in a refreshing bath before reclining on the bed, awaiting Shen Qinghua's arrival. After a brief interval of approximately 10 minutes, just as boredom began to settle over him, Shen Qinghua finally entered, clad in her sleep attire. Instantly, a fervor ignited within Su-yi's eyes. I'm rather tired today. I think I shall sleep, Shen Qinghua stated, her face betraying a hint of fatigue. Su-yi felt a pang of disappointment, yet he could not compel her otherwise. He begrudgingly endured the heat rising within him and succumbed to slumber. Outside, the night deepened into shadows. In the bedroom, a soft rustling sound broke the silence. Su-yi, roused from his slumber, opened his eyes. A slight turn of his head revealed Shen Qinghua's exquisite face, flushed with crimson. Their gazes locked, and panic flickered in her beautiful eyes. You're awake, Shinqingwei exclaimed, taken aback. Sui replied, please, I am a man, even in sleep. How could I remain oblivious while you are engaged in such nocturnal activities? He found her adorably naive. This was hardly a scene from an Eastern film. Shinqingwei fell silent for a moment, before asserting, now that you are awake, just remain quiet and lie still. Oh, but I have a question. Why are you so proactive today? Sui found this quite intriguing. It seemed as if Shinqingwei had transformed into a different person. In the dim light of the night, a fleeting expression of discomfort crossed Shinqingwei's face. Just say it plainly, do you want to or not? If not, then let's just sleep now, Shinqingwei stated. Yes. Sui, overwhelmed by desire, was eager for the opportunity and did not dwell on it further. Time ticked by second. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Shinqingwei slapped Sui's hand away. Keep your hands to yourself, she admonished fiercely. But I can't help it, Sui protested, feeling somewhat aggrieved. In such an environment and atmosphere, how could his hands remain idle? If you can't help it, then I shall refrain as well, Shinqingwei declared, preparing to withdraw. No, please continue. I promise I won't move. Chapter 97. Shinqingwei's decision. That night, Sui experienced a sense of exhilaration. Although he was unaware of when they would advance in their relationship, he firmly believed that with perseverance, success would eventually come. Early the next morning, Sui rose early to prepare breakfast for Shinqingwei. After they shared their meal, Shinqingwei left for the office while Sui headed to the Qingwu villa. His purpose was twofold, to visit Suyu and assist Long Heng in concocting medicinal pills, and to respond to the message from Lu Xuanfei, who had informed him that the materials he required had been delivered to Qingwu villa. As usual, Shinqingwei arrived at the office. No sooner had she stepped inside than her secretary rushed up to her, an expression of distress etched on her face. What is the matter? The female secretary, her expression grave, spoke. Mr. Shun, that man came again yesterday, right in your office. Shinqingwei's demeanor darkened. And after a deep breath, she replied, I understand. You may attend to your duties. Subsequently, Shinqingwei strode towards her office. Upon entering, she found Gao Peng lounging on the sofa, casually sipping coffee with his legs crossed. As soon as he spotted Shinqingwei, he grinned and said, Good morning, Shinqingwei. Gao Peng, what brings you to my company so early? Do you truly believe I cannot handle you? Shinqingwei exclaimed, her voice laced with anger. His audacity was infuriating. He treated her company as if it were his own home, coming and going at will. Such an intrusion into her office was intolerable for anyone. Yet, Gao Peng seemed utterly unfazed by her fury, his smugness only growing. He leisurely took another sip of his coffee, seemingly unperturbed. Shinqingwei clenched her fists, rendered speechless. Unhurried. Gao Peng continued. Oh, by the way, I should inform you that Cheng Xiao has invited some of his more formidable guest scholars for tea. These individuals have blood on their hands, having taken lives before. Whether they choose to act rests solely in your hands, Shinqingwei. The one in a predicament is not me, but you. Shinqingwei recognized the blatant threat in his words, unmasked and unmistakable. Yet, despite this, she found herself devoid of any viable options. The atmosphere within the office fell into an abrupt silence. Seconds slipped away, each one heavier than the last. Ultimately, Shinqingwei spoke slowly. Is it truly the case that if I apologize to Cheng Chirui, he will simply disregard that incident? A sardonic chuckle escaped her lips. It cannot be that simple. I can only assert that your innocence, Shinqingwei, can be safeguarded. Gao Peng replied with a smile. Though the underlying implication was clear, while Shinqingwei's innocence might be preserved, everything else remained uncertain. Very well, I shall go, Shinqingwei declared through clenched teeth. With a decisive clap of his hands, Gao Peng rose, exclaiming joyously, Excellent choice, Shinqingwei. Your decision is remarkably astute. I shall relay this splendid news to young Master Qing and await my updates for you. Gao Peng's intent in undertaking this task was, of course, to ingratiate himself with Cheng Chirui, thereby securing a powerful ally for himself. As for any assurances he offered Shinqingwei, they were meaningless. The true arbiter was Cheng Chirui. In his estimation, Cheng Chirui would undoubtedly not spare Shinqingwei. Yet, what concern was that of his? Ah, Shinqingwei, do ensure you present yourself beautifully. Do not disappoint young Master Cheng, Gao Peng boasted as he exited with a flourish. The office now lay empty, save for Shinqingwei. After a brief moment, she inhaled deeply, retrieved her phone, and prepared to dial Su Yi's number. However, at the very instant of pressing the call button, she swiftly disconnected. This matter had arisen solely due to me, Shin Qingwei, thus it is only fitting that I should bear the burden alone, she murmured to herself. Having finally reached a resolution, Qingwu Mountain Villa. Su Yi arrived at the grand villa perched atop the mountain. On the way, he had been concerned that Su Yu might feel uncomfortable and frightened being alone. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of Su Yu diligently cleaning the expansive villa, a bucket in one hand and a towel in the other. Brother, the moment Su Yu spotted him, her face lit up with uncontainable joy. Su Yi approached her, furrowing his brow. Why are you cleaning the house? He had brought Su Yu here not for her to toil. I had nothing to do, and I noticed the dust, so I started tidying up, she explained, sensing his displeasure. Don't worry, brother. I clean every day at Uncle's house. I promise there won't be a speck of dust left. It seemed that not only did they scold Su Yu, but they also treated her as a free servant. Su Yi mentally noted this down as a debt against those aunts and uncles. After a moment's reflection, he decided that since Su Yu wished to engage in this task, it would provide her with some comfort. However, he couldn't simply leave her here alone. He resolved to find her some company. After considering various options, he found none suitable and set that thought aside for the time being. I brought you breakfast. Please eat first, and you can continue cleaning afterward, he said with a smile, handing her the meal he had purchased on the way. Thank you, brother, Su Yu replied. Her spirits lifted as she accepted the breakfast and moved to the side to enjoy it. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, echoing through the villa. Su Yi opened the door, and upon doing so, he was met by the imposing figure of a robust man, Meng Wei, who was none other than the aide to Lu Xuanfei. Meng Wei greeted him respectfully and then snapped his fingers. Shortly thereafter, someone hastened forward to place a large bundle of items before Su Yi. This is what the lady has instructed me to bring for you. Please check to ensure nothing is missing, Meng Wei remarked. Su Yi nodded and began to inspect the contents. Inside the package were talismans, vermilion powder, black donkey hooves, black dog blood, a red-haired brush, along with several precious ancient artifacts and jade. These were all items Su Yi required for the arrangement of a feng shui formation. All is well. Everything is accounted for, Su Yi confirmed, ensuring there were no omissions. Very well, Mr. Su. I shall take my leave now, Meng Wei said, offering a respectful fist salute before departing with his companions. Once they had left, Su Yi exchanged pleasantries with Su Yu, then hoisted the substantial package and exited the grand villa, heading to set up the feng shui formation. The formation Su Yi intended to arrange was known as the Zhuang Qian Fanlong formation. It is a mid-tier feng shui array, which, once established, would ensure that anyone residing within it for no more than 3 months would experience a reversal of fortune, provided one does not suffer from terminal illness, any significant ailment, misfortune, or poor social relationships could be transformed. Chapter 98. Encountering Bai Jingjing again. To arrange the feng shui formation, Su Yi needed to visit the 4 cardinal points of the Qingwu Mountain Villa, specifically, the 4 locations where he had previously unearthed the human skeleton. Those who had tampered with the villa earlier had discerned these 4 positions and had set up a malevolent array to nurture blood corpses. However, after Su Yi eradicated the blood corpse, this malevolent formation was completely dismantled by him. In Su Yi's perspective, the capabilities of the mastermind behind this scheme were formidable. Their mastery of sorcery was evidently profound, possibly surpassing his own. Consequently, one of the reasons Su Yi yearned for rapid enhancement of his powers was indeed influenced by this enigmatic figure. Moreover, the turning dragon formation not only had the potential to alter one's fortune, but also served to concentrate spiritual energy. With a large bundle in hand, Su Yi hastened towards the first designated location. Suddenly, a military green off-road vehicle appeared on the road ahead. Su Yi merely cast a glance and paid it no mind. To his astonishment, the military vehicle abruptly accelerated, heading straight towards him. Su Yi's expression darkened. Did someone intend to take his life? The off-road vehicle surged to over 100 miles per hour, the roar of its engine deafening, and within mere seconds, it was upon him. Just as it seemed poised to collide with Su Yi, the vehicle screeched to a halt a mere meter away. The door swung open, and a woman emerged. Bai Jingjing. Su Yi was taken aback upon recognizing her. She was none other than Bai Jingjing, whom he had encountered at the bar the previous night. With her hair styled in a high ponytail, she possessed striking beauty, exuding a blend of elegance and vigor. Clad in form-fitting attire, her ample bosom was strikingly prominent, and her slim waist was delicately accentuated. Below, her tight pants enveloped her long, shapely legs, strong and well-defined, providing a solid foundation. She emanated a powerful aura, exuding a captivating grace, yet presenting an icy demeanor, suggesting that she was not to be approached lightly. Bai Jingjing was also gazing at Su Yi, much like him, utterly taken aback to encounter one another in this unexpected setting. When foes meet, the tension is palpable. The sudden acceleration of her vehicle was spurred by the sight of Su Yi, as she intended to intimidate him. Yet, Su Yi stood motionless, and in Bai Jingjing's eyes, it appeared as though he was thoroughly frightened by her presence. Unexpectedly, we meet again. With a cold smirk, Bai Jingjing approached, a distinct air of triumph adorning her visage. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the large bag that Su Yi was holding. I was curious as to who you might be, only to discover that you are merely a scavenger. Her words dripped with derision. The bag Su Yi carried was not filled with refuse, though its exterior bore a black hue reminiscent of garbage. Coupled with Su Yi's ordinary attire, to Bai Jingjing, he epitomized the very essence of a waste collector. Her disdain grew increasingly evident. Su Yi, too, noted the contempt in Bai Jingjing's expression. He had matters to attend to and found no desire to engage in frivolous banter with her. Therefore, what do you intend to do? Revenge? Su Yi inquired nonchalantly. Revenge? Humph. Who do you think I am, Bai Jingjing? Had I not known you were merely a scavenger, I would have undoubtedly sought revenge. Bai Jingjing cast a sidelong glance at Su Yi, her disdain intensifying, but now, as a formidable warrior. To exact revenge on a mere waste collector would be beneath my dignity. Bai Jingjing spoke the truth. She was a distinguished warrior, and retaliating against a scavenger was simply unworthy of her esteemed status. Initially, she was filled with rage last night, but now only a sense of ennui remains. Is that so? Since you choose not to seek vengeance, I shall take my leave. Su Yi, disinterested in further discourse, hoisted a hefty bag of belongings and prepared to depart. Wait, Bai Jingjing suddenly interjected. Su Yi raised an eyebrow. Do you have something to say? Out of pity for you, I shall offer you my assistance. Su Yi gazed at the departing military vehicle, contemplating the woman's excessive pride that incited a desire to chastise her. In utter exasperation, Su Yi chose not to linger any longer and swiftly made his way towards the first designated location. This time, Su Yi encountered no further troubles. Upon arriving at the edge of the first pit, he dipped a red brush pen into cinnabar and swiftly inscribed cryptic symbols onto the talisman paper. In total, there were 9 sheets. Once completed, Su Yi retrieved an ancient artifact and a piece of jade. He placed the jade into the artifact, affixed the 9 talisman sheets upon it, and subsequently buried it within the pit, covering it with earth. The first location was accomplished. He then departed, heading towards the next site to replicate the process. By the time Su Yi completed all 4 locations, it was already noon. He immediately set about concocting a remedy for Long Hang's impotence. The preparation of this elixir consumed little of Su Yi's time, as he executed it with remarkable proficiency. Back in the village, many of the villagers' livestock, pigs, ducks, cattle, and sheep, lacked vigor, showing little interest in procreation. Consequently, they sought the assistance of the old man. However, the old man was perpetually preoccupied with courting widows, leaving this task to Su Yi. Su Yi, weary of wasting time, made some alterations and concocted a pill known as the Sun Pill. However, its potency proved excessively strong, resulting in the demise of all male poultry overnight after consumption. Ultimately, only a bull survived, albeit foaming at the mouth. According to its owner, the bull had not rested throughout the night, performing its duties 10 times, leaving it utterly depleted. Su Yi slightly reduced the potency of the pill, planning to administer it to Long Hong, confident that, if not 10 times, then 7 times would surely suffice. An hour later, Su Yi successfully crafted 10 pills, carefully stored in a small porcelain vial. With all trivial matters settled, he resolved to commence his cultivation without delay. Settling into a meditative position, he began to absorb the spiritual energy of the Qingwu manor. Compared to the thin and feeble energy outside, the aura within the manor was considerably richer. In merely one afternoon, Su Yi advanced from the initial stage to the mid-stage of the 4th level of the Xianlongju. This brought him immense joy. Additionally, with the Qi gathering dragon formation in place, he deduced that within a month, he would reach the pinnacle of the 4th level. At that juncture, consuming the Qi breaking pill would enable him to ascend to the 5th level in one fell swoop. Upon checking the time, he realized it was already evening. With nothing pressing on his agenda, Su Yi decided to deliver the Sun Pill to Long Hong. Just then, his phone rang. and upon checking the caller ID, he found it fortuitously to be Long Hong. Su Yi answered the call, intending to inform him that the pills were ready. To his surprise, Long Hong exclaimed, "Brother Su, something has gone awry with Yin Xiao Xiao." Chapter 99. A bunch of oblivious creatures. Has Yin Xiao Xiao encountered trouble? Su Yi did not anticipate that Long Hong would open with such a statement. Instantly, he felt compelled to call Yin Xiao Xiao to inquire about her predicament. After all, Yin Xiao Xiao was indeed his friend. Although their initial encounter had not been particularly warm and was rather awkward, to be candid, Yin Xiao Xiao was a commendable young woman. At least, she treated Su Yi with sincerity, devoid of any pretense. Except, of course, for her unwarranted affections towards him. "It's clearer over the phone. Why not have you come over?" Long Hong suggested. "I can have someone pick you up immediately." "No need, just provide me with the address," Su Yi replied. Without hesitation, Long Hong promptly provided an address, the Wisteria Hotel. After receiving the location, Su Yi bid farewell to Su Yu, advising her to rest well, and then departed from Qingwu Villa, heading directly towards the Wisteria Hotel. Approximately half an hour later, Su Yi arrived at his destination via taxi. The Wisteria Hotel, viewed from the outside, boasted around 20 to 30 stories, standing as an opulent 4-star establishment, resplendent in its grandeur. Upon his arrival, Su Yi spotted Long Hong anxiously awaiting at the entrance. Long Hong, portly and exuding an air of affluence, immediately dashed towards Su Yi upon noticing him, his demeanor revealing a palpable sense of urgency. "Long Hong, what has happened to Yin Xiao Xiao that has you so flustered?" Su Yi inquired. No matter how one puts it, Long Hong is still the second young master of the Longting Group in Nanjun, seasoned by the tempest of life. What could possibly instill such urgency and anxiety within him in Jiangcheng? After catching his breath, Long Hong spoke. "Brother Su, you are unaware of the gravity of the situation. Yin Xiao Xiao is in dire straits, as there are threats to extinguish her." "Extinguish her?" Su Yi raised an eyebrow. "As far as I know, Yin Xiao Xiao hails from a prominent family in Nanjun, does she not? After all, she is the cherished daughter of that esteemed lineage. To openly declare her demise would be tantamount to declaring war against her family." Long Hong replied earnestly, "Indeed, Yin Xiao Xiao originates from a second-tier noble family, the Yin clan. However, what you may not know, Brother Su, is that the Yin family has its adversaries as well." Su Yi recalled their first encounter, where Yin Xiao Xiao had been pursued by assailants. Had it not been for him, she might not have survived. Yet, this time was evidently different. The adversaries were making a grand display of their intent to eliminate her, and even Long Hong found the situation daunting, indicating that the enemy was formidable. Thus, Su Yi inquired further. Long Hong nodded. "The enemies this time are indeed extraordinary. They belong to a notorious assassin organization known as Blood River, operating from overseas." "Blood River?" Su Yi raised his brow once more, having never heard of it. Long Hong briefly explained. This assassin organization, named Blood River, was founded by a Chinese individual, signifying a river of blood. Its roots run deep, boasting countless assassins and numerous masters. Once marked by members of this organization, one can expect a relentless pursuit until death. Long Hong further noted that typically, noble families do not resort to hiring assassins in their disputes. After listening, Su Yi pondered for a moment and remarked, "The other party dares to brazenly declare their intent to eliminate Yin Xiao Xiao, indicating they possess considerable confidence. Indeed, for this reason, Yin Xiao Xiao has enlisted the help of several local experts from Jiangcheng. However, I fear that those experts may not be sufficient adversaries. Thus, I sought your assistance, Brother Su." Long Hong replied. "Very well, I understand. Please lead the way," Su Yi articulated. He could not stand idly by while Yin Xiao Xiao faced annihilation, having learned of this situation. He felt compelled to intervene. Upon hearing Su Yi's agreement, Long Hong was instantly filled with joy and quickly took the lead. The two entered the Wisteria Hotel together. Shortly after their arrival, a white sedan approached abruptly. The car door swung open, and a young man with slick-back hair stepped out. He proceeded to the rear seat, lit a cigarette, took a couple of deep puffs, and then rapped sharply on the car window. As the window lowered, a strikingly beautiful woman sat inside. "Shen Qingwei, we have arrived. Will you not step out?" Gao Peng said with a smirk that hovered between amusement and mockery. After all, an unattractive bride must meet her in-laws sooner or later. Rather than wasting time here, you might as well go meet young Master Cheng. Once it's done, everything will be resolved, won't it? Shen Qingyue cast a frosty glance at Gao Peng, observing his arrogant demeanor. Ultimately, she said nothing and pushed open the car door. Lead the way. Shun Qinghua uttered coldly. Damn it, still acting aloof, huh? Let us see if you can maintain that demeanor after tonight, Gao Peng sneered. A sinister smile creeping across his lips. Yet, he maintained a smile on his face, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he led the way forward. With a crisp chime, the elevator doors slid open, and Su Yi along with Long Hung stepped out. Following Long Hung, Su Yi entered a spacious hotel lobby, designed for grand gatherings and team-building events. Upon Su Yi's arrival, a few individuals were already present, the youngest among them being in their 40s, while some were elderly. In their 60s, they displayed a range of demeanor. Some were stern, others amiable, yet they shared a common trait. Upon spotting Long Hung, they immediately rose to greet him with great enthusiasm. Long Hung gestured for them to calm down and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce Su Yi, who, like you, has come to assist in Xiao Xiao." As he spoke, the attention of the attendees shifted towards Su Yi, but upon noticing his youthful appearance, many frowned slightly. He was remarkably young, barely in his 20s, seemingly no older than the grandchildren of some among them. "Young Master Long, this lad seems a bit too youthful," one individual remarked subtly, evidently expressing discontent with Su Yi's presence. "Indeed, at such a tender age, one wonders if he can withstand even a single blow," another echoed, clearly disdainful. Among them, an elderly man with a grizzled beard was the most forthright in his critique. "The youth is exceedingly inexperienced. We are about to confront masters of the Blood River, and what capabilities can this young lad possibly possess? His involvement is merely an invitation to death. A burden upon us." The gray-bearded elder expressed his disdain directly, his eyes filled with contempt towards Su Yi. The others, while more circumspect in their remarks, clearly shared a similar lack of regard for him. In stark contrast, Su Yi remained composed, coldly stating, "A bunch of blind fools. I could annihilate you with but a single hand." Chapter 100, Blood River, Bloodblade. I could annihilate you with but a single hand. Su Yi's proclamation caused an uproar. Led by the gray-bearded elder, the expressions of several individuals shifted dramatically, darkening ominously. His words were exceedingly arrogant, completely disregarding their presence. A display of audacity. As seasoned experts of Jiang City, the lowest among them were at the late stage of Mingjing, having labored to reach such a level of prowess. Few would dare to speak to them in such a manner. Now, a mere boy had the audacity to utter such words, clearly showing his disdain. "Impudent youth," someone shouted. The elder, his countenance severe, retorted, "Have your elders not taught you the virtue of humility? If you are ignorant, I shall take it upon myself to educate you on their behalf." With a cold snort, he unleashed his formidable presence, his eyes flashing with lightning. "Even young Master Long Heng cannot protect you here," another added. The atmosphere plunged to a freezing point. "Everyone, cease at once." At that moment, In Xiaoxiao's voice rang out. As the sound of footsteps echoed, In Xiaoxiao swiftly approached. Su Yi cast a glance at her. She remained unchanged. With her flowing black hair and a face still retaining a hint of baby fat, though her figure showed no sign of being overweight. Yet, the most striking feature was the soft, prominent curves that graced her chest, which, despite being concealed beneath a loose shirt, radiated an undeniable allure. In Xiaoxiao quickly reached Su Yi and whispered, "You. What brings you here? Is it not permissible for me to come?" In Xiaoxiao replied anxiously, "It must be Long Hung who informed you, but you are unaware of the adversaries I am facing this time. They are not the mere minions from the last inn. Your life could be at stake, and so, therefore, you must leave at once and refrain from lingering here, lest you risk your life," she urged, her expression fraught with concern. However, Su Yi shook his head and said, "I am afraid I cannot stand idly by when a friend is in peril." "You." Upon hearing him refer to her as a friend, In Xiaoxiao felt a warmth spread through her heart, yet she found herself at a loss for words. She then directed a piercing gaze at Long Hung, as if she could pierce through him with her stare. "I merely thought that having an extra pair of hands would be beneficial. Is that a fault?" Long Hung feigned innocence. With a resigned shake of her head, In Xiaoxiao turned her attention to the elder and the others. "Elder Cheng, I apologize for my friend's demeanor. I kindly ask you to overlook this matter for my sake." In Xiaoxiao spoke earnestly. "Very well, for Miss Yin's sake, I shall spare him this time." The elderly man let out a cold snort and remarked, "Moreover, I wish to see if he truly possesses such remarkable abilities." With that, he flicked his sleeve and departed, taking a seat nearby. In Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Su Yi, about to speak. "What is the connection between this elder Cheng and the Cheng family?" Su Yi inquired. He is a peak Mingjing martial artist, the patriarch of the Cheng family, Yin Xiaoxiao replied. Su Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. The patriarch of the Cheng family meant that this man was none other than Cheng Qirui's grandfather. However, out of consideration for Yin Xiaoxiao, Su Yi chose not to take action, allowing him to escape for the time being. Both Su Yi and Yin Xiaoxiao settled into their seats, after which Yin Xiaoxiao proceeded to introduce other experts to Su Yi. Upon completing her introductions, it became evident that the most formidable among them was merely at the peak of Mingjing, with not a single master of the Anjing level present. Suddenly, a powerful gust of energy burst through the grand doors of the hall with a resounding crash. This noise instantly halted the conversations, drawing everyone's attention towards the entrance. Standing at the doorway were two figures approaching. Leading them was a young man with white hair, tall and imposing, his eyes sharp as a tiger, glinting like blades. Following closely behind him was not an adult, but rather a youth, appearing to be around 15 or 16 years of age. Upon entering, the boy displayed an intense ferocity, his gaze reminiscent of a predatory tiger, deeply unsettling. Clutched in the boy's hands was a curved blade. As the two entered, the atmosphere within the hall turned cold and somber, causing the expressions of those present to grow serious. Yin Xiaoxiao also felt a surge of tension, instinctively gripping her skirt, her palms beginning to sweat. She was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of oppression. The young man with white hair exuded an aura so formidable, accompanied by an intense and palpable aura of menace. The sound of chattering teeth echoed, an involuntary response from Long Hong, whose plump face turned ashen, his entire body trembling in fear. This person was formidable, undoubtedly, undeniably formidable. Long Heng's teeth chattered uncontrollably. Suddenly, a loud thud resonated as someone slammed their palm on the table. Among the experts summoned by Yin Xiaoxiao, a middle-aged man stood up with conviction. Unfazed, he placed one hand on his hip and pointed at the white-haired young man, declaring in a fierce tone, "I care not who you are, this is Huaxia, and we do not welcome overseas assassins. Leave at once." The young man's lips curled into a smirk as he brushed back his white hair, revealing a faint yet chilling smile. He belonged to the Blood River Assassin Organization, his true name long forgotten, now merely known by his code name, Bloodblade. Bloodblade was a distinguished figure among the younger generation within Blood River, his prowess ranking within the top 10. Those who perished at the hands of Bloodblade were no ordinary individuals. They were prominent figures, high-ranking officials, wealthy magnates, celebrities, and individuals of immense power. In their domains, they were celebrated and revered, with none daring to defy them. Yet, they all fell victim to Bloodblade's singular strike, meeting their demise beneath his blade. Even before their untimely end, some of these notable figures attempted to offer billions for their lives, yet none emerged alive from their encounters. Bloodblade possesses an inherently cold and cruel disposition, viewing the lives of others not as precious, but rather as mere livestock. With a chilling smile curling at the corners of his mouth, he gazes at the middle-aged man who has risen in indignation. Before Bloodblade can utter a word, the youth behind him has already made his move. The boy, swift as a leopard, exhibits remarkable agility and within moments stands before the middle-aged man. The latter's previously imposing aura dissipates instantly, replaced by wide eyes that betray his terror. With a resounding thud, the middle-aged man's body is propelled backward like a shooting star, crashing heavily against a decorative stone pillar. When he finally settles, he lies broken, his bones shattered, blood seeping from his orifices, devoid of life. The arena falls into a profound silence, the entire episode having unfolded in less than 10 seconds. This middle-aged man was a practitioner of late Mingjing, undeniably formidable. In a contest among equals, he could take on 3 opponents simultaneously, albeit sustaining some injuries, yet still emerge victorious. This highlights that he was no ordinary late Mingjing warrior, which is precisely why Yin Xiaoxiao sought his assistance. However, no one could have anticipated that a mere boy of 15 or 16 years would send him flying with a single strike, devoid of any ability to resist. The disparity is staggering. To think you would demand that I leave Huaxia, you wretched fool. Do you truly believe yourself worthy? Bloodblade's indifferent voice suddenly pierces the air. Where there was once confidence, a solemnity now envelopes the crowd. Not only Bloodblade, but even the youth he has brought along, having demonstrated such prowess, now commands their utmost seriousness. I advise you to refrain from intervening in this matter. Today, I shall end the life of Yin Xiaoxiao, and none of you can impede me. The gaze of Bloodblade fell upon them, devoid of any threatening tone, yet exuding an icy chill. Humph. We are all here at Miss Yin's invitation. If you wish to harm her, you must first consult us. The elder, Qing Jinghua, spoke firmly, showing no sign of retreat. As the patriarch of the Cheng family and a master at the pinnacle of Mingjing, he could not afford to back down at this moment. Should word of his retreat spread, where would his dignity reside? Bloodblade's gaze shifted, slowly settling upon him. He remained unperturbed, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Dog, eliminate him. Bloodblade uttered with indifference. In an instant, the youth fixated on Cheng Jinghua. The next moment, his mouth opened, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, and like a cheetah, he lunged directly at Cheng Jinghua. One must concede, the youth's speed was remarkable. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Cheng Jinghua. Excellent. Cheng Jinghua, filled with malevolence, regarded the youth with disdain, believing he could not possibly be bested by a mere boy. With a low growl, he raised his hand and struck. The wind from his palm surged, as if it could shatter the very air. However, the youth deftly leaped, maneuvering around him to appear behind Cheng Jinghua in an instant. Boom. Cheng Jinghua was sent flying. What? The elder Cheng is at the pinnacle of Mingjing. How could he be outmatched by this youth? How is this possible? A mere boy, yet so formidable. The remaining individuals were all taken aback, their faces paling in disbelief. Yin Xiaoxiao's expression mirrored their shock. Cheng Jinghua was the strongest among the formidable experts she had summoned. To think he had been defeated. Let us all attack together. Someone exclaimed. Indeed, let us unite our strength. After years of rigorous training, we cannot be outmatched by a mere youth. In that moment, the rest of the group comprehended the youth's extraordinary prowess. With Cheng Jinghua having fallen, any further attempts to confront him individually would only lead to their own swift defeat. Thus, they resolved to join forces. However, their noble intentions culminated in a catastrophic outcome. In a blur, the youth darted forward, and within moments, the assembled experts were sent sprawling. Thud after thud echoed as they crashed to the ground, sustaining severe injuries, with some emitting heart-wrenching cries of agony. It's over, it's over. Besides Su Yi, Longhang's plump face was drenched in beads of sweat, trembling uncontrollably. This child was excessively formidable. How could so many fail to contend with him? Not to mention, the white-haired figure had yet to make a move. His flesh quivered as he regarded the scene with trepidation. To think that a mere child could effortlessly vanquish all these skilled warriors. Meanwhile, on Su Yi's other side, Yin Xiaoxiao's complexion was ashen, devoid of any color. It seemed despair was inevitable. In the midst of a fierce conflict between her own family and another, she found herself unable to summon any formidable allies to her aid. Confronted by the relentless assassins emerging from the Blood River, she could only resort to desperate measures. Naturally, the thought of death was not one she welcomed. After all, who truly wishes to meet their end? Yet, the array of skilled fighters she had painstakingly gathered had all succumbed to the prowess of a mere youth. Her demise now seemed inevitable. Suddenly, Yin Xiaoxiao felt the chilling weight of two icy gazes fixated upon her. It was the young man with white hair. He had set his sights on her. Yin Xiaoxiao, is it? Such a lovely girl, but alas, your fate is sealed within my mission. I must, regrettably, bring an end to your beauty, Blood Knife remarked with a smile, letting out a soft sigh. Ah, the loss of such a fragrant blossom is truly a lamentable affair. Just then, the trembling Long Hung shouted out in alarm. Blood Knife chuckled. What is the matter, my rotund friend? Do you wish to join these unfortunate souls? Long Hung hurriedly shook his head like a maraca. He was no warrior and knew that he could not withstand even a mere finger from the youth. Let us speak reasonably. What is the reward for your task? We can offer you double, no, triple the amount. Just spare her, and we can negotiate. Long Hung declared boldly, unwilling to witness the demise of his friend, Yin Xiaoxiao. Blood Knife regarded Long Hang for a moment before responding. It seems you possess considerable wealth, my friend. Well, I may not be swimming in riches, but I do have some coin to spare, Long Hang boasted, puffing out his chest. Step aside, or I shall have to eliminate you as well. With but a single phrase from Bloodblade, Long Hang's bravado was instantly quelled, rendering him speechless and fearful. Bloodblade turned his attention away from him, redirecting his gaze towards Yin Xiaoxiao, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In the next moment, Bloodblade indifferently commanded, Dog, eliminate that woman. The youth, referred to as Dog, had a crimson glow ignite in his eyes, resembling a ferocious beast. In the blink of an eye, He charged toward Yin Xiaoxiao with an expressionless face, his speed akin to a flash of lightning. However, just as he was about to make contact with her, a hand unexpectedly reached out, seizing the boy's head. With a casual flick, the hand sent him crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Bloodblade's previously smug smile froze in disbelief. How could this be possible? He had been thrown to the ground with a mere one-handed maneuver. What a jest! Cheng Jingui and the other masters stood in shock, their eyes fixed on Sui. Maintaining a stoic expression, Sui coldly regarded Bloodblade and stated with indifference, "I offer you a chance. Take this child and leave, or face death."